As expected, with the sound of Ningxiao falling, the whole atmosphere was suppressed to a great extent. The air seemed to be freezing, and the void was shaking and making a hissing sound. Click, click. The two fists of Kang Jianfeng clenched tightly, and there was a faint flow of rune light. This kind of rune light was not brilliant at all, but it contained the power of terror, far surpassing the power of the powerful rune in the life state or even the Shinfu state. This kind of rune power breaks the restriction of heaven and earth. With one punch, it is estimated that the secret place where the sun-chasing holy palace is located will be broken because the rule power is not as strong as that of Tianyuan continent. Ha ha, are you not convinced? Ningyi saw that the sarcasm on the cold face of Song Jianfeng was not weakened, but more intense. He held out a middle finger and shook it towards Kang Jianfeng, saying, "If you are not convinced, you can fight. I have never been afraid of anyone. Ning Zhao is too much of a bull's fork. If he can move his hand, he will definitely move his mouth and beep. This is the strong one. He doesn't rely on his status or pull the tiger's skin. Rolling up his sleeves is dry." Ah. The clang of the swords on the armor of Tibetan sword peak wants to burst out. However, in the end, Kang Jianfeng even held back, and in the full view of the public, he swallowed this vicious gas. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. Other people don't know the strength of Ningzhou. He is the best one to hide Jianfeng. Because Ningzhou is not a human race at all. He is a big demon born in the 9th level. His strength is no less than that of the powerful human beings in the Vientiane environment. Even there is a rumor in the sun-chasing holy palace that this nimbus has the chance to transform into a spirit beast, break through the restrictions of Vientiane, and no longer live in such a remote small place as the 36 emperors in the wasteland. The beast is divided into 9 levels, above which is the spirit beast. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible for the spirit beast to appear in such a place as the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. Ningyi looked at Tibetan sword peak one more time, and felt it was very boring, so he put his eyes on Qin Sheng again. His eyes were very soft and no longer sharp. He smiled and said, "Your name is Qin Sheng? Very good, very good." Ningzhao's eyes are not sharp and penetrating, just like the elder looking at the younger generation, casually. Qin Sheng has a good impression of Ningyi. He feels that this man is more romantic than that Tibetan sword peak. He should not be a sinister villain. Qin Sheng has seen the elder. Qin Sheng bowed and saluted. The foundation is well laid, without relying on some flowers and green things. The medicine of the mountain stronghold has never been taken. Ning Chu chatted casually with Qin Sheng. "Just call me Uncle Ning." Ning Zhao said, "I won't talk nonsense. Your talent is very high. It's just a piece of jade. Polish it well. I guarantee that you are 100 times better than the people present. Well, including the one who looked down on me." Ningyi refers to the name and surname, without any taboo, and points directly to Tibetan Jianfeng. In this speech, not only did he offend Tibetan Jianfeng, but also all the people present. Not only Tibetan Jianfeng is not convinced, but Qin Gaoxiong is even more. He is the legitimate son of the first royal family. In the future, he will inherit the Qin family's position, have the natural wealth, and have countless resources to spend. Does Qin Sheng compare him with his life? Qin Feixiong's face is unconvinced, and his eyebrows are full of jealousy. However, even if so, Qin can still dare to be angry and dare not speak. The scene is silent. All the people who can stay here are God indulgence talents. The lowest potential is once in 100 years. However, Ning Xian's unbridled words make the arrogant people dare not move, even dare not breathe, for fear of destroying the repressed atmosphere. Boom! Tibetan Jianfeng can't bear it. His chest heaves violently. His hard and incomparable armor seems to be crushed by his angry pressure. his eyes spray fire. The hot flame ignites both eyebrows. The surrounding space is twisted directly. The void vibrates. It seems to be suppressed by a strong and boundless force, which is about to burst. It's just a secret place of the sun by day holy palace. The power between the law and the heaven and the earth is far less than the vast and boundless position of the Tianyuan continent. In the same way, this small plane can only accommodate the strong in the Vientiane environment at most. Once the strong in the Vientiane environment comes, the secret environment will start to collapse, or even explode itself. Ning-yi, I respect you as an elder. I didn't expect you to advance with an inch. You won't forgive others if you are powerful. King Jianfeng's eyes are cold, his hair is flying, and his whole body is bursting with the meaning of sword. Tibetan sword peak is like a horrible sword, which makes the desperate sword meaning of Qin Sheng and other young people sit in the audience. Moreover, Tibetan sword peak deliberately avoids Qin Sheng and other people. Otherwise, just by his sword meaning, it can break the martial arts under the cave. Tibet Jianfeng has become famous for a long time. In addition to Ningyi, the oldest vice peak leader, although he has not yet made the final step, has become the most powerful Vientiane state in the 36 imperial dynasties. However, his true prestige of hiding Jianfeng has been heard throughout the whole Dian dynasty, even in other dynasties. It's definitely one of the best. Ningxian's white face did not fluctuate at all, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, and his mouth pulled out a joking arc, saying, "Oh? You're angry? I don't think I'll be able to see everything if I'm trained into a cave." Ningxian's joking face soon turned into mockery, saying, "You humiliated me, Wan Gaofeng, before you knew how to respect the elderly. I will punish you today. Calm down, both of you." A group of kids are watching. Jing Qiyao and Daimei are finally talking. Lei Wei also said in a loud voice, "I don't think there is much malice in the sword front. Please calm down." Ning Zhao looked at the two vice peak leaders of Lixianfeng and Lianfeng and said indifferently, "Some people think that the leader of my 10,000 prison peak is not here for the time being, and they think that they can be a big tiger. In fact, someone has been living in a dream. The monkey is only a monkey after all, and will never be a tiger." Ning Xian's words are very sharp and powerful. He even describes King Jianfeng as a monkey. This kind of humiliation, let alone a strong one at the level of Dongshenjing, even a warrior in Shenfu and Tongmingjing, can't stand it. Qin Sheng, take a good look at us. No one is afraid of being beaten. We are afraid of being seedless. Let's admit it. Ning Zhao suddenly turned to look at Qin Sheng, and then took the initiative. Hua. Ning Zhao stepped out step by step and held out a hand. The palm was crystal clear and spotless, without any trace of time. It was like white jade, but it was almost to the extreme. Qin Sheng could not even catch its trace. Ning Zhao's hand is like a blink of an eye. It appears in front of King Jianfeng in an instant, and then it falls on his face with a slap of lightning. Pa! The clear and harsh slap on the face resounded, and the Tibetan sword peak flew backward, just like a meteorite falling from the sky, burning with fire, falling heavily on a mountain. Rumble. The mountain in the distance is smashed into powder in an instant, and the terrifying pressure roll mat is 100 meters round. At this time, the awesome array embedded in the daily holy palace was created. One of the 3 dead golden crows on the sky opened his eyes, but he didn't die through. He shot a golden magic light of rune, which prevented the terrible shock wave from worsening. From the explosion of Tibetan sword peak, his eyes shot out a flame, just like an ancient lamp that lit up the divine fire. The eyes were so cold and frightening. He covers his face and his mouth is still full of blood. He was hurt directly by the attack. Song Jianfeng looks up to the sky and roars, "Ning Yi, do you want to be shameless when you attack me?" Chong. With a big wave of Tibetan sword peak's hand, countless small swords on the armor spewed out, forming a sword array. There are thousands of dense fujian swords. Each fujian is a 5-pattern fujian, and the surging soul force burst out from its eyebrows. Half a breath of time, the sword array has been generated, and the horrible sword chi rises to the sky. The real sword light soars to the sky, which is extremely harsh. Even the 3 flaming gold and black on the sky seem dim. Qin Sheng raised his head and looked at a sword array that seemed to be visible to the naked eye, like a white tiger. This kind of sword technique, Qin Sheng asked himself, could not be achieved. Even if he had planted sword seeds in his body, if he practiced the sword, he would be able to practice it for thousands of miles every day, which is also 100,000 and 8,000 miles away. The white tiger coagulated from the sword array is as powerful as a rainbow. Qin Sheng can even hear the roar of the tiger in the forest, the earth moves and the mountains shake, and the heaven and the earth change color. Cut. Tibetan Jianfeng's eyes are so cold that they seem to open the door of ice and snow. The temperature of the whole day-to-day holy palace seems to drop to below zero. In addition to the fierce sword spirit, although Qin Sheng is far away, he still feels his skin stinging. With the sound of Tibetan sword peak falling, the white tiger roared, a pair of extremely sharp, can easily beat a 10,000-foot mountain into powder claws to kill Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao is very calm, not a bit flustered, her eyebrows are shining, her hands are even more tender than women's, and her eyebrows light up a little, and a flash of light comes out at once. The light is interwoven by 2 colors, white and gold. It is beautiful, without any sharp breath, and very peaceful. 2-color light interweaves in its hand, Ning Xian raises hand and then mercilessly presses. Boom. The sky is covered with black clouds, so powerful that it directly covers 3 golden crows and 1 giant hand appears in the sky. Get down, kitty. Rather than smile. Qin Sheng's eyebrows were tightened. He saw this kind of battle for the first time. It was a battle of the powerful at the level of the cave. A sword array was formed between his fingers, and a big hand was formed between his hands. Even 3 suns covered it. In the eyes of a frenzy, the big hand that covers the sky and blocks out the sun covers the white tiger that is gathered by the Fu sword. Roar. The white tiger roars wildly, the nearby mountain peak is annihilated directly, spotless, as if disappeared from nothing. The big hand is really too big, just like the Buddha's fingerprint, boundless, no matter the white tiger flies to the sky to hide, it can't escape the cover of the big hand. Chasm. Finally, the big hand covered the sky, crushed the white tiger, and turned it into crystal powder. Poof. Tibetan Jianfeng was frightened. He never thought that this Ning Yi was so strong. This is his strongest sword array. It was made by imitating the beast white tiger. It is powerful and once killed a powerful man in the cave. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, there were no beasts of God, some of which had only white tiger blood, but most of them were very thin, which could be compared with the real white tiger. The sword array of King Jianfeng is very terrible. It secretly uses a drop of real blood from the descendants of the white tiger, which is naturally powerful and terrible. However, even so, in front of Ning Yi, she was so vulnerable that she couldn't even hold on to one of them, and she collapsed in an instant. Tibetan Jianfeng spits out a mouthful of blood. He is really injured. If the slap just happened to be an injury, he is now suffering from an internal injury. The real injury moves his muscles and bones. Ha ha, I thought I was strong enough to look down on Wan Gaofeng. The sarcasm on Ning Zhao's face became more and more intense. It's really boring. Take your life. King Jianfeng's chi is mad, his hair is up, his eyes shoot out the blade, his mouth reads words, and what he reads is an old mantra. He sacrifices the soul of war. Behind it, there is the sound of breaking bones. He had 2 hands on his back. He had simple weapons in his hands, which smelled like magic weapons. Qin Sheng looks silly. What is the soul of war? Can two hands grow on the back? Seeing this, the sarcastic color on Ning Zhao's face dimmed a little and said, "Oh, 8 lines of war spirit? A cone with 3 heads and 6 arms?" Beatty, a forbidden area and a Jedi, isolated the 36 dynasties of Wasteland from the outside world. Legend has it that only through that forbidden area can we lead to a broader situation. Melted in that part of the north? Ningyi sneered and said, 3 heads and 6 arms are really good, but you are a semi-finished product among the fake goods. A group of Tianzi jumped with fear. What's the north? What's the forbidden area? What's the 3 heads and 6 arms? Qin Sheng was awe-inspiring. Of course, he knew 3 heads and 6 arms, which was a kind of magic skill, and the magic skill was above it. These 3 heads and 6 arms are very common miracles in 9 days and 10 lands. According to the memory of the Emperor, although it's just a universal supernatural power, it's limited to 9 days and 10 places. How could it fall to the Tianyuan continent? It seems that the world war of annihilation for thousands of years is dark. Not only Long Wei, a god-beast living in the wasteland, has been exiled to the Tianyuan continent, but even the 3-headed and 6-armed spirit has been spread to the lower world. It's said that Kang Jianfeng is wearing coarse clothes. It's obvious that he can use this magic power. Although it's only a semi-finished fake product, it also needs to expend his endless efforts. Generally speaking, the strong in the cave world are also exposed to some martial arts of the spirit level. The magic skills above the spirit level are difficult to practice even for the strong in the Vientiane world. Even though it's only semi-finished products, it's far beyond its capacity. Click, there are some cracks in the soul crystal of Kang Jianfeng. However, he can't care so much. Today, he represents Xiang Peak. In recent years, Xiang Peak has been in the ascendant. When did he suffer the humiliation of today? In this war, he hid Jianfeng and would fight to the end anyway. Chop, chop. Kang Jianfeng's face is twisted and roaring. His hands on his back depict strange and difficult runes. Like the tattoos of ancient powerful people, these runes are too old. Even Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of Wanjia, which can't be seen for a moment. The ancient arm, which does not contain a trace of blood force, has a knife in one hand and a sword in the other hand, which does not shine any light. The arm is surging, like a snake in the dark, which regards Nimbus as prey, and launches the most deadly attack between lightning and flint. One sword is cut at the life gate of Ningzhou. Another sword appears in the back of Ningzhou's head. If it doesn't move, it will be already. If it moves, it will be shocking. However, Ning Xian's reaction was even faster. The scales of his eyebrows were shining, and he shot out the magic light. He hissed at the ancient sword and blocked it with his bare hands. With a click, Ning Xian broke the ancient sword. Ah! The soul of the war is broken. Kang Jianfeng coughs up blood with a big mouth. His face is like white paper, and his face is unbelievable. Because he is sure that the Ningzhou is still staying in the cave, but he didn't expect that both of them are the same cave, and they are the same big realm. He even hid Jianfeng, so completely white. Ningzhou is a beast. His hidden sword peak is not even exposed. Obviously, Ningyi still has a lot to spare. Ningzhou stepped out with one foot. He wanted to step on the Tibetan sword peak and frighten everyone. Enough. In the deepest part of the sky, there was a blast of drinking. It was horrible and frightening. Qin Sheng felt his pores were standing up. He didn't even dare to look up, because he felt that once he looked up, he might be stung by the momentum, prostrate on the ground and make a good appearance. Ningzhou looks to the end of the sky, where the purple light is rising to the sky, which is the area of Xiang Peak. A huge figure seems to be coming out, and his face shows 2 dignified colors. But he sneers again soon, saying, "Purple sky, I can't beat a small one, you are the old generation, going to fight." There was no figure in the sky. The voice of the old man rang out and said, "It's enough. You are also the forerunner of the sword." Senior? I dare not. Ningyi said indifferently, "Today's matter, use extinction should have points in your heart, right? Although there are not many people in my prison peak, they are never afraid of anything." Smell speech, the direction of Xiang peak fell into a short silence. Once in 1,000 years of genius, how many years have not appeared? Today's business, in the final analysis, is everyone's love. The ancient voice resounds through the world. Little man, make a choice. Xixing, the leader of Xiang Peak, has a lifespan of more than 500 years. He is usually closed and never asks about the world. Therefore, all the affairs of Xiang Peak are assigned to Tibetan Jianfeng. Now if it wasn't for Qin Sheng to activate the 6 colors of Shenmeng and ring the ancient clock day by day, Xixing could not wake up from the deep sleep. Ningxian fell into silence and said nothing more, though he was not afraid of purple sky. Qin Sheng thought for a moment and said, "I choose Wan Gaofeng." "Ha ha, good boy, you make a good choice." Ningyi's hearty laughter rang all over the world. With a schwa, he fell beside Qin Sheng and slapped him heavily on the shoulder. "I'm worthy of your once-in-a-thousand-year talent." Tibetan Jianfeng's face is gloomy to the extreme. He lost face to the extreme today when he fought with Ningzhao. Because this time many of the most powerful elders of Dairy Holy Palace woke up and saw his humiliation absolutely. That is to say, the root of today's war is Qin Sheng. If Qin Sheng finally chose Xiang Peak, there was some value in his defeat of hiding Jianfeng. However, Qin Sheng didn't know if he was stupid and chose Wan Gaofeng. It's undeniable that Wan Gaofeng was the first of the 4 peaks day by day, with unprecedented scenery. However, since 100 years ago, the leader of Wan Gaofeng disappeared in the north. Although the spirit talisman did not ignite spontaneously, it's impossible to get out of the forbidden area again in 9 out of 10 years. Therefore, over the past 100 years, the talents of Wan Gaofeng have gradually withered, and fewer talents have chosen Wan Gaofeng, especially in these decades. However, Wan Gaofeng is still in the glorious era 100 years ago. He only accepts talents once in 100 years if he chooses the scary ones with high standards of talent. For a long time, Wan Gaofeng was less and less chosen. Even in the last 10 years, Wan Gaofeng was too lazy to take care of the holy courtyard and recruit new people, so he was absent directly. This is also the reason for Tibetan Jianfeng's anger. You, especially Wan Gaofeng, have been absent directly for so many years. Now there is a once-in-a-thousand-year talent who comes to rob people? This can't be said in terms of emotion and reason, but Ningzhao doesn't even pay attention to you at all, and just grabs it. Qin Sheng, I hope you think carefully. Tibetan Jianfeng is not willing to fight. Even if he is defeated in the war in full view of the public, he has not even captured the once-in-a-thousand-year talent. No one is willing to change his mind. He said in a deep voice, "I know that you have fought with Qin Gaosheng and others, and I promise that the people of the princes will not embarrass you." Ningxian stepped forward, and his momentum rose to the sky. Behind him, there appeared a virtual image of an ancient spirit beast. It was a dragon turtle, the dragon-head turtle god. It was so powerful that the sky was shaking, and there were cracks in the void. The whole world, as if it was going to collapse. What kind of strength is it? It's absolutely beyond the power of the cave. Tibet Jianfeng, you said too much. Don't you think I dare not palm your mouth? Ningyi is very strong, and the shadow behind it is more and more real. Ningsu is actually the war favorite of the leader of Wan Gaofeng, but no one has seen him for many years. Maybe the dragon turtle is just one of his means. Blade, don't talk nonsense. Xixing's old voice rang out and said, "Back down, now that you have chosen." The voice of Xixing gradually dissipated in the sky, and the vigorous Xiang peak gradually recovered its calm. Let's go. Jing Qiyao's voice rang out. With a big wave of his hand, Yuanli burst out of the sky and left with the ancient ripples. Lei Yan also said in a loud voice, "It's so wonderful today." Tibetan Jianfeng has a blue face. He looks at Ningfu and Qin Sheng. His fists are tightly held together, and the void is shaking. However, his fists are soon released. Ningfu is so strong that even the master of the peak doesn't show up. What does this mean? It shows that even's extinction is taboo to the strength of Ningyi, or to the master of Wan Gaofeng who is missing in the north restricted area. In the end, no matter how unwilling and angry Kang Jianfeng was, he left with a number of new heroes. Ningyi glanced at Qin Sheng and said, "Let's go back to Wan Gaofeng." As soon as the voice fell, Ning Zhao grabbed Qin Sheng's hand, and then turned around. Instead of jumping into the transmission array, it was so fast that Qin Sheng seemed to disintegrate. Ah, it hurts. Qin Sheng felt as if he was going to fall apart. He had a splitting headache and a lot of pain. Can't stand the speed? It seems that your body is still weaker. Ningyi let go of Qin Sheng and said meaningfully. Qin Sheng can cultivate the magic body, which is a magic skill. Once he has reached the extreme, he can cultivate 3 heads and 6 arms. Now he has also cultivated the rune bone. His body is extremely strong, and his fists and feet can match the rune. However, in Ning's mouth, it turns out to be physically weak. Ningyi said, "This is Wan Gaofeng. We are the 4 strongest peaks day by day. We have all kinds of martial arts, but we still focus on body training." Smell words, Qin Sheng can't help but look at this place, look around, and immediately look stupid. This is Wan Gaofeng? Qin Sheng's tongue was a little knotted. There are only a few temples that seem to have been abandoned for many years. Not only that, it is still dead here, and several coffins have been abandoned everywhere. These coffins have not been known for many years. Some of them are rotten wood, some are dark sarcophagus, some are closed, some are exposed, and some of the bodies that ignited the corpse fire are presented in front of Qin Sheng and Long Wei. Occasionally, there was the roar of the dead king and the rage of the mountain. I don't know what level of the dead king was sealed here. Anyway, the level is certainly not low, because the spirit star that Qin Sheng has lit can keenly feel that the strength of the corpse king is not much weaker than the Tibetan sword peak just now. Qin Sheng's heart is full of 10,000 grass, mud and horses. What's the strongest peak of 4 peaks every day? It's the place of Shura Purgatory. It's gloomy and terrifying. The king's corpses at the level of Dongshenjing are sealed, and the coffins are stacked at will. I was cheated. This is Qin Sheng's second thought. There seems to be no exit here. How can I escape? This is Qin Sheng's third thought. All of a sudden, Ning Zhao turned around and looked at Qin Sheng intently. He said with a smile, "There are not many people in Wan Gaofeng, including me. There are only 7 people. 3 of them are out on duty. The eldest and second elder martial brothers are closed. Only your 6th elder martial brother is here. I would like to briefly introduce the personnel structure here." As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he suddenly turned his eyes. He felt that he had fallen into the pit, and he could not see the bottom. Maybe he would never turn over. Longwei's squint is contemptuous. It's passed on to Qin Sheng. Where is a good place? Run away. This is your favorite? As soon as Ning Zhao's eyes set, he reached out and grasped Long Wei. The dragon power erupted with purple and gold rune light. However, it couldn't move at all. Ning Zhao's hand was like a pair of iron tongs, holding the dragon power. Let go of me. When the dragon's power is violent, the mouth will be opened and the dragon's breath will be spit out. Hiss. Ningxiao annihilates the horrible dragon's breath with a little ease. The dragon's blood is still in Longwei's body. His breath, even the strong one in Shenfu, will be directly damaged. However, Ningxiao's power can't be measured. Longwei also encountered real stubble. No matter how he resisted, he could not move. It seems that there is dragon blood in the body. Ning Yi's eyes glowed. Give me 2 days to study. Don't worry. I won't hurt him. I will give him a big gift. After leaving the customs, his strength will soar. When Longwei heard this, he was horrified. What research for 2 days? Are you going to treat me like a white mouse? Longwei's crazy roar, the golden light of his body is just like the 3 dead golden crows on the sky, which is dazzling and can spray out the horrible and terrible breath. Longwei has been restored to the state of Shenfu for a long time. In addition, there is real dragon blood in his body. Now he is taken to do research. Who can bear this? It's a pity that no matter how rebellious Longwei is to the sky, even if he uses some secret method that is only understood by people from 9 days to 10 places, and forcibly promotes it to the cave environment, it has promoted a whole realm. Such a secret method against the sky is coveted by Ning Yi, but his eyes are curious instead of greedy. Be quiet. Ning Chu raised his hand, and the palm of his hand fell on Longwei like jade. The mysterious power rolled the whole audience. Wow! The breath of Longwei, which is no less than that of the peerless and powerful in the cave, was immediately suppressed. This nimbus is so powerful that it can suppress Longwei with its hands raised. It can be seen that just after the first battle with Tibetan Jianfeng, he didn't do his best at all. It seems that he would bully Tibetan Jianfeng at will. Uncle Ning. Slow down, Uncle Ning. Qin Sheng couldn't help shouting, Longwei is just a variant of the dragon race, and there are some opportunities in the mountain where the magic dragon can't be destroyed, so there's no need to study it. Ning Yi smiled, with no dissatisfaction, and said, Don't worry, I won't hurt this little guy, and I won't deprive him of the opportunity. Yi Zhaoliang, your 7th younger martial brother, is here. Take him to wash hair and cut pulp. Use the highest specification. Don't worry about big drugs and treasures. Finish saying, Ning Yi ring Longwei to leave, disappear in boundless thick fog. Air. Qin Sheng looks at Ning Yi's disappearing figure. At this time, he can only pray for Longwei. Ning Yi is not like a vicious person. He should not deprive Longwei of his blood. Newcomers? At this time, a hearty laugh sounded in Qin Sheng's ear. Qin Sheng looked back and saw only a round ball, with a piece of shining barbecue in his mouth. This barbecue is absolutely not ordinary at first sight. It's full of blood. There's a smell of runes on every quick blood meat. It's a tonic. Fat Man was dressed in a huge armor. He was simple and honest. His eyes turned. Although he was very fat, he was very flexible. With a schwa, he came to Qin Sheng's side, took Qin Sheng's hand and looked up and down. I've met 6 senior brothers. My name is Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng grins. Yi Zhaoliang smiled and sighed, it's worthy of being a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. It's more powerful than my once-in-900-year talent. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was stiff. Unexpectedly, this round-looking 6th elder martial brother was a genius once in 900 years. Qin Sheng was also looking at Yi Zhaoliang and found that he didn't have any breath of Yuanli. Even if he used the fire, he couldn't see the accomplishments of the 6 senior brothers. Qin Sheng can't help but be frightened. Although the 10,000 prison peaks are thin, he didn't expect that any student would be the strong one in the cave. The 1st senior brother and the 2nd senior sister are all closed. The 3rd senior brother, the 4th senior brother and the 5th senior sister went to do the task. I'm the only one left here. Yi Zhaoliang said simply, Go, I don't have any gift for you, but before I take you to wash the hair and cut the marrow, I can take you to have a good meal, okay? Yi Zhaoliang, the sixth senior brother, took Qin Sheng to the kitchen. He saw the first-class blue smoke from afar. Before he was near, he could smell the fragrance that made Qin Sheng's eyes bright. It's almost done. Yi Zhaoliang kicked the wooden door of the ganghouse with a bang. This kitchen is made of unknown wood. It seems that it has been a long time. The wood has been blackened and its hard runes have been destroyed. Qin Sheng followed him into the kitchen, which was very simple, with only 9 stoves and a huge grill. Also, the whole Wan Gaofeng, those ordinary students have already run out. Of course, if their talent is too low, Wan Gaofeng will still receive them. Therefore, this dining room is the place to provide food for the whole Wan Gaofeng. Haha, I usually cook. Younger martial brother, whatever you want to eat in the future, just say it. As long as it's not too high-level dragon meat or phoenix meat, I have it here. Yi Zhaoliang is very enthusiastic and constantly adds firewood to the grill. The wood comes from the big head, accompanied by the wood fragrance that makes people's spirits shake. It's called long sandalwood. It can be dug out in some Jedi. Each piece is invaluable. Ordinary martial artists only need to break the size of their thumb and wear it on their bodies to nourish their bodies and prolong their life. How can such precious sandalwood be used to make firewood? Where is this prison peak like a poor man? Isn't it a little luxurious? This was Qin Sheng's idea. His eyes fell on the barbecue. Qin Sheng couldn't see what level of beast it was, like a bird or a phoenix. The beast roasted on this shelf is not big, not much bigger than the roast duck, and it weighs 10 jin even if it is dead. Wearing a crown and a sharp mouth, he still has a diamond in his mouth. Even under the burning of sandalwood, it still hasn't been burned out and gives off brilliant light. Sixth elder martial brother, what kind of monster is this? Qin Sheng couldn't help asking. Yi Zhaoliang laughs and points to a pile of feathers under his feet. They are emerald-like gems. Each feather flows with the light of talisman. At first glance, he thinks that they are not ordinary things and can make high-level talisman. A peacock king with phoenix blood. Yi Zhaoliang said with a slightly mysterious smile. A Jedi in the North restricted area has just advanced to the 9th level, but he is a bit unlucky. When he meets Uncle Ning, he will kill him. It's cheaper for us. The 9th level inborn demon just advanced, Peacock King? Qin Sheng's face was full of confusion and his heart was frightened. This was the 9th level inborn monster. Although he had just advanced, the realm might not be completely stable, it was also the most powerful human in the world. Judging from the easy words of Yi Zhaoliang, the 6th senior brother, they don't seem to eat less of the inborn monsters of this level. What's the situation? Although this is the imperial dynasty of Dian, the monsters of the 9th level, even if they are not completely stable in the 9th level, are also the inborn monsters of the 9th level. They are hunted at will? What is the origin of this 10,000 prison peak? How terrible Uncle Ning is. Sniff. The Peacock King didn't know how many years of practice he had, at least 1,000 years of practice. Now he was plucked and torn, and the lung sandalwood was sniffed. He was golden, shining, and mixed with the unique wood fragrance of lung sandalwood, which made Qin Sheng quack. Yi Zhaoliang tore the leg of a peacock king bird with one hand. It weighs nearly 3 jin. Every drop of juice falls off and blooms like a flower of runes. Roar. Qin Sheng took the peacock king's leg, and a shadow of the peacock king appeared, with an air of indifference. Don't be afraid. The spirit of this thing has been destroyed by Uncle Ning. It's impossible to be brave again. Yi Zhaoliang said with a smile in his mouth, eat while it's hot. Younger martial brother, I didn't mean you. You are too thin. Although you are good at training, and you have made rune bones, you are really thin. Listen to elder martial brother later, and eat more. Yi Zhaoliang didn't know when he would tear open another peacock leg, take a big bite of barbecue, say this vaguely in his mouth, and spray out a lot of dazzling rune light. You should be like Elder Martial Brother in the future. You should be as strong as Elder Martial Brother. She is too skinny, too young, and easy to be bullied. When Qin Sheng heard this, he was confused. Where are you strong? How about being fat? And here is the Dian dynasty, not the Tang dynasty with fat as its beauty. Of course, Qin Sheng didn't have the heart to deal with Yi Zhaoliang at this time, because he had a bite of barbecue, and his eyes were about to drop. How sweet! Qin Sheng could not help shouting that there was a large amount of rune light in his mouth. This was the Millennium line of the Peacock King. It was absolutely the essence of the Millennium, and every meat had endless runes. These runes were digested along the stomach and distributed to Qin Sheng's 4 limbs and bones to refine his body. It's worthy of being the Peacock King with phoenix blood. It's more delicious than those unborn monsters before Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng would like to swallow his tongue. The Peacock King's flesh and blood are not much, but the runes contained in it are indeed massive, filling every inch of Qin Sheng's skin, making him inflated in a big circle, just like a balloon being inflated. Air. Qin Sheng burps and says, I'm so full. 6 Elder Martial Brother Yi Zhaoliang had eaten it for a long time. He spat a pile of bones on the ground. He swept the Peacock King's feathers to the corner at will. It seems that he didn't intend to use them to make rune clothes and other runes. I'm just a little fatter now. Yi Zhaoliang patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said with a smile, I'll take you to your residence and have a rest. I'll wash your hair and cut your marrow for you tomorrow. There are many forbidden areas, coffins everywhere, and occasionally the roar of the dead king. Soon, Elder Martial Brother Lu took Qin Sheng to a large palace. The palace here is much better than the one on the road. Although there are still some old and disrepair looks, it can be seen that there are traces of someone taking care of it occasionally. Young Martial Brother, you can choose a palace as a place of practice. There is a token outside each palace. You can move in after refining. There are metal puppets in it to take care of your daily life. Yi Zhaoliang introduced it in great detail. There are many forbidden areas in Wangaofeng. You'd better not run around when you're free. You can go to practice properly when you've got rune blood. Here is a piece of rune paper. If you break into the forbidden area by mistake and ignite it, Uncle Ning and I will help you. Yi Zhaoliang hands Qin Sheng a piece of rune paper from his bosom. This rune paper is only palm size. It is black and bloodstained. There is no yuan force fluctuation. It draws some runes that he can't understand. Yi Zhaoliang said, this was left before the disappearance of the Peak Master. Even Uncle Ning didn't have much. Wen Yan, Qin Sheng can't help taking over carefully. Who is the leader of Wangaofeng? Even if Ming Yi is so powerful, he can suppress Tibetan Sword Peak with his hands raised, which is just his war favorite. It can be imagined how powerful Lord Feng is. The black rune paper in Qin Sheng's hand was left before Lord Feng disappeared. Qin Sheng carefully put it away. No wonder Elder Martial Brother 6 didn't put the rune paper into the ring, but hid it directly in his arms, because it was so precious. Because, in the battle of life and death, the enemy may cut off his fingers, and then he lost control of the ring, so that he could not activate the rune paper in the first time. Qin Sheng chose a palace next to the 6th senior brother and refined the token in front of the door. The palace is very large, with pavilions, springs, rockeries and even a lakeside. I have seen the master. A golden metal puppet, with green eyes and butler-style dress, introduced himself to Qin Sheng with a smile. Qin Sheng looked at it intently, and it turned out to be a puppet of a gold-level divine soldier. Its combat effectiveness is no less than that of the ordinary powerful people in Shinfu. It's just a metal puppet to help people live. How can its combat power rival that of Shenfu? This made Qin Sheng feel a little thirsty. Like the legitimate sons of some royal families, who have very high-ranking heirs, their protectors are just the strong ones in Shenfu. Like Shuheng, those level protectors may be the protectors in a higher realm. However, this kind of identity is extremely rare. No words for a night. In the early morning, Qin Sheng was awakened by the sixth elder martial brother. He carried 2 big iron pots in his hand and cooked a big pot of stew at the door. Qin Sheng saw that it was the flesh and blood of the dragon people. Although the blood was very thin, it was also the flesh and blood of the dragon. These 6 elder martial brothers are really able to eat. They only ate peacock king yesterday. Today, they eat dragon meat for breakfast. After breakfast, Yi Zhaoliang took Qin Sheng to an abandoned alchemy room. Here's a big tripod. Yi Zhaoliang is busy, pouring out all kinds of bottles and jars from the ring. Soon the huge cauldron was filled with all kinds of liquid, and there was an unknown fire burning on it, sending out the extremely hot temperature. Well, now wash your hair and cut your pith. You can jump in, Yi Zhaoliang ordered. Qin Sheng is a little suspicious. It's a medicine tripod. He didn't use the method of washing hair and cutting marrow. The main difference is the material. Boom. Qin Sheng took off his clothes and jumped in directly. The animal fire submerged him in an instant. Fuck, it's so hot. Qin Sheng almost jumped out. He turned the yellow spring fire to refine the beast fire. Younger martial brother, don't use the different fire in your body to protect your body, so you won't get the effect of washing hair and cutting marrow. Yi Zhaoliang asked, it's better to refine rune blood for you this time. Otherwise, Uncle Ning will get angry and throw you into the 10,000 prison grottos. Ah. It hurts. Qin Sheng was gnashing his teeth in pain and wanted to scold the street. This is absolutely not ordinary animal fire, its power is not weaker than ordinary abnormal fire. Without the protection of the yellow spring fire, Qin Sheng's skin was soon blackened and hissed. Although he refined the rune bone, he could not resist the unknown fire. It's very difficult to cultivate the body. It takes a lot of time to produce the talisman bone, and it has experienced many hardships. Now Uncle Ning wants Qin to be promoted to Fushue. How old is he? It's impossible. What is rune blood? It's hard to depict the brand of rune on every drop of blood. Fufu, Fugu and Fushue are very difficult in every realm. If the rune bone can rival the life-state warrior who has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, then if the body cultivator who has refined rune blood is strong, its combat power will change dramatically. There are also high and low levels of Fushue. In fact, the power of refining high-level Fushue is no less than that of the powerful in Shenfu. Even if the lowest level Fushue is tempered, its combat power will not be weaker than that of the martial arts below the 6 robbers. It's hot. Qin Sheng can't help roaring loudly. He can't help it. Elder Martial Brother 6 doesn't know what big medicine is put in the medicine tripod. It's really too tonic. It's far beyond Qin Sheng's tolerance. Too hard and easy to fold. The same tonic is also a degree, beyond the scope of the bear will become empty not to be supplemented. Yi Zhaoliang doesn't care. He stretches out his hand to face the storm and block out the sun. He presses Qin Sheng back to the medicine tripod with ease. Gulu Gulu swallows several large mouthfuls of liquid, and the burning pain comes out of his throat. 6 Elder Martial Brother, let me go, it hurts me. Qin Sheng cried for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, those darlings poured in. They don't know the origin of these big medicines. Let alone the martial artists in the sky. Even the martial artists who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms can't bear them. If they swallow them, they will be crushed and their bodies will be destroyed by the powerful medicine. It's only like Qin Sheng, who continuously used various methods to refine the body. The strength of the body should be beyond the sky, and even some people who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms can't compete with it. Yi Zhaoliang's eyebrows are slightly coagulated. His round face has put up a smile, and he said, "Younger martial brother, please hold on a little longer. This is the necessary stage for my 10,000 Gaofeng students. We are all the past people. I don't seem to have enough medicine." Yi Zhaoliang whispered, "Little younger martial brother is a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, who can be recognized by the stone tablet. I'll add some more medicine." Yi Zhaoliang turned over the river and turned out a lot of pots in the Neji. These pots are very old, and even some pots still have seals on them, which can't be opened easily. 10,000-year 9-color centipede. Shining Tiger King Scorpio. That should be enough. Yi Zhaoliang poured out all of his head. The 9-color centipede of 10,000 years is colorful. It has black blood when it crawls. It is extremely poisonous. Shining Tiger King Scorpio, with 9 lines on his body, turns out to be a 9th-level beast, but the soul light has been destroyed, and now only instinct is left. These two kinds of strange things that are absolutely poisonous were thrown into the medicine tripod by Yi Zhaoliang. "No!" Qin Sheng shouted, but it was too late to stop. Hiss, the animal fire on the medicine tripod is like adding oil to the fire. It burns more fiercely and drowns Qin Sheng, who is struggling hard. Then Qin Sheng felt the cold. His arm was stabbed by the Shining Tiger King Scorpion. His body was frozen, and his soul was almost frozen. It's too painful for Qin Sheng to live and die when the medicine tripod is bright and dark. Qin Sheng felt that his blood had been sucked dry, there was no blood all over his body, and his skin was burned like coke. At this time, Qin Sheng's condition was very poor. He was dying frequently, and even the soul light almost went out. Yi Zhaoliang looks very simple and honest. Unexpectedly, he is so ruthless and doesn't know how fierce the medicine has been given to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng has been tempered for 3 days and nights, and all the liquid on the medicine tripod is about to be dried. At this time, Qin Sheng's Insha corpse was beating violently. Insha corpse was originally refined in the underground black market. In the ruins of Dali dynasty, after eating Dali Yuanya, it fell into a deep sleep for a long time, forming a huge cocoon and waiting for a long time. Unexpectedly, when Qin Shingsui was at the most critical moment in refining Fushue, there was another wave. Eh? What's in the body of younger martial brother? Yi Zhaoliang's eyes suddenly sharpened. He was simple and honest in appearance, but in fact, he had a close mind. He immediately noticed the subtle changes in Qin Sheng's body. It seems that the breath is a corpse of Yin Sha? Yi Zhaoliang's eyes narrowed slightly, and soon shook his head, saying, "It seems that it's not. It should be blood variation. It seems that younger martial brother has a lot of adventures. Zhan Chong is a variant of the three-eyed ice toad. Now there is a variant Zhan Chong in his arms." Yi Zhaoliang didn't know that Yin Sha corpse had been promoted by Qin. It seems that this war pet is better than that toad. Once the transformation is completed, its strength is not weaker than me. Yi Zhaoliang left such comments. If Qin Sheng is awake at this time, he will definitely be shocked. Yi Zhaoliang's strength is definitely a strong one far beyond the realm of God's mansion. Now his changing body is even stronger than the 6th elder martial brother? It's just such a transformation. The talent treasure that needs to be spent is absolutely astronomical. Indeed, the Yin corpse has dried up all the cream in the medicine tripod, and there is still no sign of breaking the cocoon. Qin Sheng wakes up with a big stretch, and his burnt skin falls like an egg. A large area of burnt skin peels off, showing white and crystal skin. A large area of white skin is not like a man's skin at all. It seems that there are some icy muscles and jade skin. Qin Sheng's appearance is even more immature. Qin Sheng jumped out of the medicine cauldron. He was full of blood. Like a high-ranking inborn demon, his eyes shone substantive light. When he raised his hand, he was full of amazing rune light. Tut tut, it's a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius. When he first washed his hair and cut his pith, he produced rune blood. Six elder martial brother's voice of admiration sounded. Six elder martial brother couldn't help asking, how is it? How many colors of rune blood are they? Qin Sheng took a deep breath and felt that it was more powerful than ever before. Every pore was filled with the light of runes. Hearing this, Qin Sheng did not sink into the spirit of mind and probe into his own blood. Near the heart vein, Fushue comes from here. There are 3 colors of Fushue, gold, red and purple. Qin Sheng said, 3-color rune blood. There are also high and low levels of rune blood. Generally, the rune blood just tempered is monochrome or bicolor. Such as Qin Sheng, which is tricolor rune blood all at once, is absolutely rare. Pa 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 pa. The 6th elder martial brother couldn't help clapping and said, it's worthy of the talent of Tianzong. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old peerless genius. The rune blood I first tempered was just 2 colors. Qin Sheng's transformation has not completely stopped, he fell into understanding. Elder martial brother 6 did not harass Qin Sheng, but hid in the dark to protect Qin Sheng's dharma. In fact, Wan Gaofeng is very safe. Ordinary people can't break in without notices and keepsakes. However, Yi Zhaoliang is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. After all, the talent of his younger martial brother is higher than his own, which is a valuable jade. Yi Zhaoliang's ambition is not big. His only hobby is cooking and eating. 90% of his accomplishments depend on eating either dragon meat or phoenix meat. He gets a furnace and a Jedi to burn everything, so that he can digest the most pure energy. Otherwise, Yi Zhaoliang would have been blasted by those horrible energies. Qin Sheng's eyes closed tightly, and he entered a state similar to the unity of heaven and man. Boom. All of a sudden, he threw out his fists. A fist is like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, even accompanied by a ray of dragon breath. A fist is like a whale in the sky, covering the sky. 6 elder martial brothers' eyes narrowed slightly, looking at these fists, with inexplicable deep meaning on his face, murmured, what boxing is this? A fist like a dragon, a fist like a whale? Yi Zhaoliang felt the horror of the fist technique, and his heart was filled with inexplicable palpitations. He stared at Qin Sheng's fists for a long time and could not speak. Yi Zhaoliang is also a physical practitioner who is proficient in various fist techniques and palm techniques. However, Qin Sheng's fist techniques have never been heard before. 1 dragon and 1 whale interweave together, showing a lot of grinding light, flying sand and stones, full of terrible destructive power. 1 punch is estimated to crush the strong people who have survived multiple storms and thunderstorms. Shua. At this time, Ning Zhao didn't know where he came from. He was staring at Qin Sheng's fist technique, and his eyes were almost falling out. This is Dragon Whale Fist. Ning Xian seems to be in the dark. He covers Yi Zhaoliang's eyes with 1 hand and warns, Little 6, you can't learn this fist secretly. Yi Zhao's conscience startled him. He looked at Ning Xian doubtfully and asked, Uncle Ning, why? Ning Xian shook his head, frowned and said, this fist technique comes from a big clan and from the unexpected place in the north. The unexpected place in the north is said to be a purgatory like Jedi. There are also legends that it's a paradise where there are countless powerful people. Unfortunately, the northern land has been sealed for many years. The communication is blocked all the year round. It is difficult for the people of the 36 imperial dynasties to leave the northern land and soar to the 90s. It's a cursed fist. Ning Xian simply said. At this time, Qin Sheng has thoroughly consolidated Fushue. He feels stronger than ever. Qin Sheng, where did you get this dragon whale fist? Ningxian asked directly, without any cover. When Qin Sheng truthfully explained, said, in the test of natural stone to learn. Ningxian's face changed, and he flashed a lot of ideas. Well, maybe it's fate. You can practice this fist technique. But if something is wrong, stop it immediately. Ningchu said earnestly. Good. Qin Sheng replied. Then with a big wave of Ningzhao's hand, a white light flashed, and a strange figure appeared in front of the crowd. This is a young man, wearing purple robes, very arrogant, but feel the terror of Ningzhao and Yi Zhaoliang, and immediately honest a lot. Qin Sheng, this is the invitation to Kuning meeting. I hope you will attend on time. The arrogant young man threw out a gilded invitation. The Society of Heroes? Qin Sheng took the gold stamping invitation, his face slightly coagulated. Kuning meeting is like an annual general meeting and 3 small meetings, which are all parties for the exchange of new students and old students. 6 elder martial brothers introduced with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and refused, returning the gold stamping invitation to the cold young man, saying, I'm not interested. Lung Jun's youth was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to refuse so simply. This group of English fairs is the heaven's pride holy land of the holy courtyard day by day, so the golden students have the chance to be invited. Many students envy that they haven't had the chance to participate in it for many years. Now Qin Sheng refused with his mouth open. You. The cold and stern young man was a little angry. However, he was not very angry when he thought of today's task and the 2 monsters above the god's mansion in front of him. Qin Sheng, this meeting is very important, and it is also a ventilation meeting. We will discuss the Longqi baptism to be held in the near future. Are you sure you don't want to participate? Hearing this, Qin Sheng could not help but feel funny. His young face showed a little sneer. He asked qualitatively, if you participate in the Kuning meeting, you don't need to test the dragon pool baptism, you can have the Kowloon baptism? How could it be, said the cold young man, his face black and blue from choking. The so-called dragon pool baptism is the same as that in Luyun College. However, the former Luyun College only has 1 dragon pool and can only accept 1 dragon baptism. Today's day-by-day sanctuary has 9 dragon pools. If it stands out in the Dragon Pool Conference in the near future, it will have the chance to accept the legendary baptism of Kowloon. It's an honor and an opportunity to change. Since it's impossible, it's better not to participate in this kind of association. Qin Sheng's eyes were as deep as the stars, and his face was a little ironic. Usually this kind of grouping meeting, in fact, was held by some second generation of princes. Qin Sheng also begged for help when he went there. Moreover, Qin Sheng can guarantee that Qin Gaoxiang and Shu Dingyi will be present at this banquet. He doesn't want to fight with them now. First, he can't see their strength. Second, the most important thing is to find a way to get Qin Zhongtian out of prison. How could Qin Sheng waste his time on such a boring party? Lingju in youth is also a gold student from Xiang Peak. As an old student, he was scolded and ridiculed by Qin Sheng. He wanted to get angry, and his whole body exuded cold and fierce thunder. What to do? As Wei Wanjun explained, we must take the short-sighted Qin Sheng to the Kuning Society. At this time, Ning opened the gold mouth, said, Qin Sheng, this group of heroes, will you go to it? What? Qin Sheng is confused, and elder martial brother 6 looks at Ningxian in some confusion. Ning Zhao's eyes were as bright as electricity, but his face was smiling. We Wan Gaofeng haven't participated in the activities of these groups for many years. We old guys are not suitable for this kind of activities. Now it's difficult to join in the new blood. Go to join in the fun. Remember, don't lose my face, to Wan Gaofeng when you arrive at Qin. Ning Zhao said a lot in one breath, then waved his hand and rolled up a remnant cloud, sending Qin Sheng's and cold youth from Xiang Peak to Wan Gaofeng. What are you, Uncle Ning? Yi Zhaoliang couldn't help but ask. I heard that younger martial brother has a grudge with some prince's legitimate sons. He's still refining his cultivation. Now he's going to join the group of heroes, which is undoubtedly to send sheep to the tiger. Ning Zhao glanced at Yi Zhaoliang and looked at the sky, as if to say with deep meaning, you don't understand that the heaven and the earth will change greatly. I heard that there have been riots in the magic dragon wasteland, and there are cracks in the seal of the forbidden area in the north. There will be chaos. Qin Sheng is too young. If he was born 100 years earlier, the situation would be very different. Ning Yi looked up to the sky and roared, time is too late. This time, the meeting may be a little difficult, but it also serves as a kind of training. There is not much time left for Qin Sheng to grow up. Hearing that, Yi Zhaoliang dare not speak more. He usually acts as the cook of Wan Gaofeng, who is responsible for the food of Wan Gaofeng. His cultivation is not good at it. Little Six, I'm hungry. Let's cook. Ning Zhao was so worried that he sighed at last. Looking at the direction of Qin Sheng's disappearance, Ning Chu thought deeply and said to himself, will Qin Sheng be the successor the master is looking for? There are 7 disciples in Wan Gaofeng. Each of them is very powerful. Especially the elder martial brother and the second elder martial sister, who have already achieved the goal of Dong-Tian. Now they are practicing in seclusion. As for the other 4, their accomplishments have all reached the state of God's residence. Several of them are suspected to have reached the state of Dong-Tian. It can be said that the students at the bottom of Wan Gaofeng are extinct, but the strength of the students in the pyramid is really terrible, which is no less than the other 3 peaks in the holy courtyard day by day. The cold young man, with a cold face, took Qin Sheng to the chariot. This is an imitated chariot. It was pulled by 5-level monsters. Before long, Qin Sheng was brought to the scene of the Qin meeting. Every day, the building is already full. The cold and stern youth threw the chariot to the boy in the day-by-day building, and then, with the gilded invitation, entered the day-by-day building. Qin Sheng followed, also showing the invitation. At this time, the banqueting scene of Qin has been full of people's voices for a long time. Many arrogant children and charming women are clinking glasses and talking with each other. Today, we can come to the Qin. All of them are gold students from every peak of the Holy Academy day by day. Most of them are old students from the past. If new students can participate, it is absolutely rare. Bang! When the gate was opened, cold young man and Qin Sheng came in. He went to a handsome young man and said respectfully, Wei Shuacheng, Qin Sheng has arrived. Wan Jun is dressed in a gold war robe, carved with exquisite runes. He wears a gold medal on his chest. He is tall and straight, has shining eyebrows, and has a valuable crown on his head. He patted the cold young man on the shoulder, then looked up and down at Qin Sheng. Dang Wanjun's breath is like a dragon, and he moves close to Qin Sheng and asks, You are the genius Qin Sheng who inspired the 6 colors of God and once in 1,000 years. The sound of danger is so loud that the whole group of people can hear it. Shwa. For a moment, all the people stopped talking, especially those old students, who were all interested in looking up and down at Qin Sheng. 6-color God Mang, a once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius, has never appeared in the recent hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, the closest seems to be the genius once in 900 years. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows were tightened. There was a slight displeasure between his eyebrows. What will come after all. These heroes will tell you that they are pretending/forcing the assembly. There are always some so-called talents and strong people who can't wait to come out and show off. And this guy named Wei Wanjun is obviously this kind of person. Yes? Qin Sheng smiled coldly and didn't give him a good look. Seeing this, Wei Wanjun's eyes narrowed into a straight line and said, "You are really good, but it doesn't mean that you have arrogant capital now. He's a gold student from Xiang Peak who can be in the top 3. He has a certain chance to become the son of God. Every day, there are countless heroes in the Holy Palace, but the ones who can come to the end are always the most sensible. To be honest, I don't think much of you." Dang Wanjuan's words are sharp and not polite at all. He speaks directly what he thinks in his heart. After a hard time, you are a once-in-a-thousand-year hard genius, but you have turned down Xiang Peak. I don't think you will have a good future in the future. When Qin Sheng heard this, he thought it was funny. He looked at the danger in front of him as if he were an idiot. He said indifferently, "Isn't this meeting of Kuning and Long Qi after a discussion? How can it be that you're talking nonsense? Shut up." The danger Wanjun roars away, a terror yuan strength fluctuation volume seat entire field, blew the gale. It's very extraordinary with its shining eyes. It's extremely powerful in the 6 robberies, which causes many old students to marvel. It's worth mentioning that there is a certain probability of becoming the son of God. It's just a sound of anger and breath. Even Qin Sheng has to look at it more carefully. If you are lecturing, listen to me honestly. Wei Wanjuan's eyes are sharp, just like 2 sharp daggers, which make people dare not look at them directly and avoid their sharp points. With a serious face, Wanjun ordered, "You have offended Soaring and Tripod 1 before. Now, in front of this group of heroes and many arrogant sons of heaven, you will punish yourself with 3 cups. If you admit a mistake, it will be over." Qin Gaoxiang and Xu Ding looked on coldly, their faces were full of sneer. Especially Shidinji, his heart's hatred is hard. If you don't watch Qin Sheng make a fool of himself in front of the public today, you will be reluctant. Qin Gaoxiang's jealousy flashed through his pupils. A few days ago, he was testing his talent. A group of strong people at the level of peak master fought against Qin Sheng to steal people. This is no doubt to hit his Qin soaring face. He was the strongest at the same level when he was a child. Now suddenly, a Qin Sheng is killed, and both of them are named Qin. They are just a small animal with a branch. Unexpectedly, they jump so fast that they rob all the prestige that originally belonged to Qin soaring. How can this make the proud Qin fly without anger? As an old master, Dang Wanjun has been hailed by the saint son and the saint daughter. As long as Qin Sheng dare to come here, he will beat the arrogant new student hard. At this time, in the banquet of a couple, this is a quiet courtyard, no one is disturbing them. 2 young people are playing chess. Both of them are very handsome. Their breath is very strong. They have already gone through the 9 heavy storms and thunder, melting the Shenfu. This is the 2 sons of Xiang Peak and Lei Yanfeng. They are all in a fog. As long as their accomplishments do not reach the Shenfu realm, they cannot see their true appearance. Would it be too much for you to let Wei Wanjun, an old man, beat a recruit's egg? One of them, with long blue hair and a mark of different fire in his eyebrow, was indifferent. On the opposite side of the chess game, there was a cool young man in a gray robe. He sneered and said, "Don't forget that my family name is Qin. Qin Sheng should come from a branch that hasn't recognized his ancestry yet. He doesn't know how to be polite. I'm responsible for beating. Don't try to persuade me. It's my family business. Even if the leader of the mountain comes, I'm famous for my work." The young people in gray robe are very determined and have a good conversation. It seems that they don't pay attention to Qin Sheng at all. Blue hair youth frowns, he worries Wei, won't make an accident? Don't be careless. As far as I know, Qin Sheng hasn't been through the storm yet. The young man in gray robe shook his head and said, it's harmless to beat or even kill. My Qin family is the first royal family. Some of them are arrogant sons of heaven. They die when they die. It's no big deal. Hearing this from the youth in grey robe, the youth with blue hair is no longer multilingual. After all, it's a matter of the Qin family. The water is too deep for him to mix. I hope that Qin Sheng can ask for more. Blue hair youth heart cannot help praying. There were whispers on the scene of Qin meeting, especially those old students, who all had a joking smile on their faces. Qin Sheng actually offended Shu Dingy. Don't you know that the Shu family is a royal family, and there are many talents in the Holy Palace day by day? The family where Wan Jun is located is living under the two royal families of Shu family and Qin family. Qin Sheng's face is lost today. If he chooses to relegate Xianfeng and Lianfeng, there may be other old-fashioned students or even Xingzi coming out for him. Qin Sheng is also very stupid. He also said that he has the talent of once in 1,000 years. He is such an idiot that he chose Wan Gaofeng, who has been in a bad mood for a long time. Can this Wan Gaofeng stay? It's like there's no new life in decades. Many of the students who attended the Qin meeting were sneering, and no one was optimistic about Qin Sheng. Hey, what are you doing? Wei Wanjun shouted in a cold voice. He pointed to the fine wine on the table and ordered 3 cups of self-punishment, and an apology with soaring and tripod. Qin Sheng's face was red, not angry, but choked. He felt that the danger was really funny. Qin Sheng picked up the glass and threw it hard. Hiss. The wine splashed on Wei Wanjun's face and wet his handsome face and hair. Shwa. For a moment, the whole banquet hall was silent, and no one thought it would happen. Because according to the normal plot, Qin Sheng should be punished for 3 cups. After all, how can the arm break the thigh? However, now it's such a face fight. Instead of punishing himself with 3 glasses, Qin Sheng splashes his face with wine. My God, is Qin Sheng crazy? Is this idiot dying? Who is in danger? He has already passed the 6 major storms and thunderstorms. He is accumulating strength and preparing to cross the 7th. Yes, there is no doubt that Qin Sheng will die today. If he is light, he will break his hand. If he is heavy, he will be beaten to lie in bed for half a year. He is doomed to miss the Dragon Pool meeting. Many onlookers murmured one after another. He looked at Qin Sheng incredulously, and then his eyes were about to burst into flames. His talent was also very high. When he tested on the stone tablet and activated 3 colors, he was a genius once in 50 years. In the past few years, I have relied on my cultivation in the royal family, which is as smooth as a fish in water. I have never suffered such humiliation. Poof. At this time a glass of wine came down from the sky again, and the head remained on the foot. Come on, and one last drink. Qin Sheng held the last glass of wine and poured it without hesitation. Hula. Everything happened so fast that even the Tonglu robbers who had gone through the 6 heavy thunderstorms didn't react at once. This is the scene of Qin banquet. Wei Wanjun never thought that Qin Sheng would dare to break the rules and pour himself wine in front of the public. And 3 cups in a row. So, at the moment when it happened, the danger suddenly fell into a daze. The party scene fell into a dead silence. Boom. Wei Wanjun finally reacted. His whole body seemed to ignite his anger. A fire rose up. His eyes shot out like real swords. The whole man was like a sword that was going to be sheathed. The awesome sword spirit was gathering and rolling around. Boy, you're dying. When Wei Wanjun stepped forward, he reached out one hand to face the storm. The horrible Yuanli condensed into a big hand that covered the whole banquet hall. This is a day-by-day building. Every inch of it is covered with the array of runes, which is triggered by the Yuanli uprising. After such a humiliation, Wei Wanjun can't care about the strong people who may disturb the building every day. He wants to slap him and make him kneel down to beg for mercy. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng raised his hand and shouted. Well? Hearing the sound, Wanjun stopped and said with a sneer, Tell me, how do you want to die? Don't say I don't give you a chance. Kneel down on the ground like I admit my mistake and compensate me for 30 million yuan crystal. This will be the past. Wei Wanjun made his own offer. Qin Sheng shook his head and refused, saying, 30 million? Your face is worth 30 million? Buy it now, 50 million. We have a fight. You win. I give you the only chance to break into the Star Tower. Qin Sheng said, If I win, you will pay me 50 million yuan. What do you think? When Wei Wanjun heard this, he was immediately happy and said to himself, Is Qin Sheng crazy? Just because he wants to win me? It's a chance to break through the Star Tower. It's a chance that can't be found. Even if he is in great danger, he's only once in so many years. The star-picking tower is a holy place for the daily trial of the holy courtyard. Once it passes the customs, it will produce many contributions of the holy courtyard, among which there are many benefits. Are you sure you want to take the chance to enter the star-picking tower and fight with me? Asked Wei Wanjun carefully. The chance to break into the star-picking tower is too precious. Even the Son of God has few opportunities. Secondly, Qin Sheng's chance to break through the Star Tower was given by the high level of the holy courtyard. Wei Wanjun was afraid that he would win, which would also cause dissatisfaction among several high-level officials. Qin Sheng nodded and said, Of course, we can make a soul pact. With the soul appointment, you are not afraid that I will be in debt, are you? Wei Wanjun was immediately excited and made a soul appointment with Qin Sheng. 2 soul lights fly out and soul covenant is generated. Many onlookers shook their heads one after another, and no one was optimistic about Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is so arrogant that he dared to gamble with the gold students of Wei Wanjun's level. It's a pity to have a chance to break into the Star Tower. Ha ha, maybe he knew that he would be humiliated today, so he used this special way to give the chance to break into the star-picking tower, so as to let Wei Wanjun do it lightly. Everyone's place is divided and a round platform is made. In a critical situation, I stand up with my hands down. I'm full of energy. In his opinion, this opportunity to break into the Star Tower is easy to grasp. Wei Wanjun has a smile in his mouth, and he is extremely confident. In his opinion, Qin Sheng has the unique talent of once in 1,000 years even if he has activated the 6-color divine light. But genius is only a genius after all. In the eyes of Deng Wanjun, Qin Sheng is at best a genius in the cradle. It always takes time to grow up. Boy, don't say I'm dangerous and bully you, rookie. I can let you do 3 moves first. Wei Wanjun looked down on Qin Sheng, with a disdainful smile in his mouth, and the hearty laughter spread throughout the hall. Smell speech, Qin Sheng's face can't help weirdly rise, the mouth slightly cocks up, pull up a joking arc, ask, this word seriously? Wei Wanjun snorted coldly, clapped his chest angrily, and said, Ha ha, I'm going to do what I say, let alone let you do 3 moves. Even if I let you do 30 moves, or even 300 moves, you are not my opponent. Wei Shuocheng is such a righteous man. He doesn't care to bully new students. Young man, although newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, but I advise you to be self-serving and pour tea for the senior to admit your mistake. That is to say, what is the cultivation of Wei Shuocheng and what is your cultivation? If you think you are a genius once in 1,000 years, you can do whatever you want. You'd better not mistake yourself. It's no big deal to recognize a mistake. Many old-school freshmen rely on their good advice to persuade Qin Sheng, ostensibly to suppress Qin Sheng's confidence from words. Wei Wanjun enjoys the flattery of the old students very much. It's good to listen to the truth. He's already fantasizing about how to humiliate Qin Sheng after 3 moves. It's best to suppress him completely. After a beating, he doubts his life and destroys his confidence. Qin Sheng stares at those old students who are not well-intentioned. He moves in strides, with great strides. He doesn't activate the 2 sacred steps in his body, or even activate a little yuan force. Rune blood. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold and he recited the old mantras. These are the pithy words from the 6 senior brothers. What they are good at is physical training. They have all kinds of fist techniques and secret codes. With these old mantras, they can make the power of blood charms explode even more. Qin Sheng didn't have a specific understanding of his own strength since he refined rune blood. He was a good millstone to survive the 6 heavy storms and thunder. Here I am, take the call. Qin Sheng gave a loud roar and made a firm impression on Wei Wanjun's chest. At this time, Qin Sheng's palm did not have any halo, not to mention rune light and soft, and there was no virtual shadow of gods and beasts behind it. Critical Junwan saw such an ordinary hand, the contempt in his heart was even stronger. This palm technique? Ha ha, don't say it hurt me. I can't even break my inner armor. The cold in Wei Wanjun's heart is very heavy. But in the next moment, a terrible force rises from Qin Sheng's heart. If Qin Sheng has internal vision now, he can see a drop of blood color rune blood beating on Qin Sheng's heart. This drop of rune blood is like Qin Sheng's second heart, providing the power of terror. Bang! Dangwanjun, like a meteorite falling from the sky, marks a brilliant trace, grasps the ground and bumps heavily against the stone pillars of the temple. Boom! The distance from the day-by-day building where the party was held shook, and the dazzling rune array lit up, drowning out the danger. All the people in the room were surrounded, their mouths were so wide open that they could even put a fist into them. The hall of the Kuning Society is very quiet. No one can believe it. That's Wei Wanjun. The gold students from the top 3 of Xiang Peak will have the chance to become the son of God in the future. They will be swatted like flies by Qin Sheng's soft and light palm. What's the rhythm? Am I dazzled? These question marks exist in the minds of all the onlookers. Qin Sheng opened his hand, looked at his palm in a circle, murmured, "This is my strength? I wipe it. It's too strong." Qin Sheng himself was shocked. After a few days and nights, he washed his hair and cut his marrow like a purgatory. He almost died early, and then he belched. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, his Insha corpse devoured part of the energy of washing hair and cutting marrow. Otherwise Qin Sheng would be alive in 9 out of 10. Finally, Qin Sheng smelted red, gold and purple rune blood. He just offered the most common red rune blood, which contains the mystery of power runes. It's so terrible that he can fly through the 6 disasters with one stroke. What a powerful force it needs. However, this is just the most common red rune blood. If Qin Sheng fully activated the power of gold and purple rune blood, what kind of beautiful scenery would it be? Qin Sheng blushed with excitement. He even imagined that if he gave all his efforts to sacrifice the mystery of the 3-color rune blood, he might have the capital to fight against the strong Inshinfu. Poof! He got up and covered his chest. The burning pain came from him. He looked down at his inborn rune armor and there was a crack. Just now, the power of terror came from these cracks. Is it my inborn rune armor that originally appeared, cracks that I didn't realize, and then, with a moment's carelessness, the power was transmitted from these tiny cracks? In the heart of danger is first horror, then possibility. Wanjun's face was extremely blue. He comforted himself and said, "Yes, it must be because of this." Boy, you still have some strength. However, your good fortune is up to now," said Wan Jun in a relaxed voice. Qin Sheng's big step meteor directly activated the 2 sacred steps in the body, and the power of a sacred meaning was exerted on the body of Wan Jun. Generally speaking, the power of sage field emanates from the saint-level Yuan Mai of Qin Sheng. It is very difficult to imprison those who have survived the triple storm and thunder, and those who have survived the 6th storm and thunder. However, there are some obstacles after all. Small skills of carving insects. With a cold snort of Dangwanjun, the Yuan force in his body surged out like a mountain flood. With a sudden shock, he would crush the power that enveloped him. There are 9 kinds of thunderstorms in Tongmingjing. There is no difference between them. In fact, the combat effectiveness is far from each other. Qin Sheng Xingjia Yuan Mai is far away from the warrior who sealed the 6 robbers. However, Qin Sheng did not expect Xingjia Yuan Mai to suppress Wei Wanjun, which was just a cover. Qin Sheng slaps Wei Wanjun again. This time, he barely shines some runes, but these runes are very sharp, with a certain fear of even Wei Wanjun. No, it's weird. Wei Wanjun, as the top 3 gold student of Xiang Peak, has a strong reaction ability. In a flash, he realized that Qin Sheng's hand was not the same as the first. Wei Wanjun's face was solemn. He put away all his contempt and covered his arm with hot Yuan force. He still didn't use his martial arts, just one hand to welcome Qin Sheng. Click. The sound made people's scalp tingle. Wei Wanjun was once again swatted like a fly by Qin Sheng. Roar. The daily building makes a more terrifying impact sound, and the light forbidden by the rune is like thousands of arrows flying in unison, which is full of the whole group of heroes, making many of the most proud of the nature can't open their eyes. Because, if you open your eyes forcibly, you will be stabbed in your eyes by these terrible runes. You may even burn the root of the disease, and develop an irreversible eye disease. Ah! Dangwanjun screamed loudly and howled recklessly. He got up, but his hands were powerless. The critical arm is broken. All the hot and incomparable eyes saw an incredible scene, and everyone's heart set off a storm. Qin Gaoxiang's handsome face is full of ferocious distortions. He almost roared out, "No way, how can this branch subordinate be so strong?" Shitting's face was full of consternation and horror. He thought that Qin Sheng had the first chance to suppress himself in the talent test a few days ago. Now I didn't expect that all the old students who had the chance to become the son of God in the future like Wanjun failed. Although Wei Wanjun was trying to get Qin Sheng to attack him, he did have a defense. Wei Wanjun is the senior to prepare for the 7th storm and thunder disaster. Qin Sheng was only in the late stage of the Tongshenjing period, and he didn't go through a storm and thunder disaster. Normally speaking, the difference between the two is just 108,000 miles. It can even be said without hesitation that even if Wei Wanjun is motionless and lets ordinary martial artists of the all-sky realm fight, it is impossible for him to move half a step. This is a huge gap in absolute strength. It's definitely not something that can be filled with talent and potential. However, the reality is that he was defeated, and he was defeated completely. Even his arm was mercilessly discounted by Qin Sheng. The critical right hand was interrupted, some chest collapsed, and the melted congenital rune armor had been completely cracked. Only some runes as thin as cicada wings were connected. Actually, it was not far from being scrapped. "Boy, I'll kill you." Wei Wanjun stared at Qin Sheng incredulously. Then he was furious. Today, he lost face to Grandma's house. He didn't even think that he would capsize in the gutter and lose so thoroughly. Wei Wanjun is in a hurry to find the venue. He wants to suppress Qin Sheng in a bloody way, hoping to find some face. Ouch, that's the strength. What do you take to be arrogant? Qin Sheng sneers at him. He finally knows how powerful he is after melting rune blood. It's worthy of washing the hair and cutting the marrow. Compared with the rune bone made before, Qin Sheng's washing the hair and cutting the marrow this time is a complete transformation, and his strength has been changed dramatically. I'm too strong, you're too weak, Qin Sheng said mercilessly. Hearing this, Wei Wanjun was so mercilessly ridiculed. He wanted to refute it, but Qin Sheng was telling the truth. Soul of war. Wei Wanjun no longer keeps his promise, let Qin Sheng take the third move. Now when is it? If Qin Sheng is allowed to take the third move again, the ghost will know what kind of action this unknown freshman will make. Wei Wanjun sacrificed the soul of war. Behind it, a black hole was formed, and a sword gushed out of the black hole. It turns out that the soul of the war is weapon soul. The sword is bright and dark, like a snake and like a dragon. It's very strange, and it sends out a horrible wave atmosphere. As soon as the spirit of war came out, Wei Wanjun was as powerful as a rainbow. His eyes were bright and bright. It was frightening and cruel. He wanted to kill Qin Sheng. Wei Wanjun is completely mad. He is desperate to kill Qin Sheng. No, it's going to be a big deal. In the courtyard, the son of Lei Yanfeng, with blue hair, stood up. He was shocked to see that he was going to kill Qin Sheng like he was going crazy. Qin Sheng is a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius. Although he abandoned his future and chose Wan Gaofeng, who has long been in the doldrums, he is also endowed with the talent of Tianzong, which can't be ignored by the Holy Palace. This time, he and Liu Hong from Xiang Peak presided over the Kuning meeting. If there was a bloody incident under their eyes, the top of the Holy Palace would never spare them. A once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius fell. Even if you look at the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, you can't say that you don't care. Thinking of this, there was a bit of panic on his face. Surely, the son of Lei Yanfeng was uneasy when he settled down. He suddenly stood up and his body erupted with tremendous yuan force fluctuations. Although Shi Liangui is a strong man in the Shenfu realm, he can't stop him. As for the other son, he chose to look on coldly. Ha ha, it's shameless. Let me do 3 moves when I say yes? Qin Sheng is sarcastic, but in the heart actually dare not despise. Boom. Qin Sheng directly sacrificed the third drop of purple fushue. For a moment, the whole person was like sublimation, and his eyes were turned over. He looked extraordinary. Qin Sheng went all out to fight against the snake-like sword and the dragon-like sword. Qin Shengzhen has words and recites the old mantra quickly. This time, he not only activated the purple rune blood, but also used boxing. Moo. On Qin Sheng's back, a huge whale, the size of a hill, swam out with great momentum. This is part of dragon whale boxing, which contains the meaning of whale. The dragon whale boxing has its origin. It comes from the stone tablet dug from the Jedi in the forbidden area of the north. This kind of boxing will trigger the 5 failures of heaven and man even if the strong in the cave see it, and make them lose the memory fragments about the dragon whale boxing. That's 5 failures of heaven and man, even the gods are afraid of unknown. Qin Sheng can't fully comprehend such a huge fist technique in just a few days. Longjing boxing contains a lot of mysteries and mysteries. In terms of Qin Sheng's current spirit realm, it only touches some fur. However, even Qin Sheng only showed half of his dragon whale boxing fur. It was just about the mystery of whale boxing, which made the world change color and the shadow of the boxing bloom with a horrible purple light. Chong. Qin Sheng blows the sword that came from the slaughter with one fist, splashing a lot of fire. Click. The unknown swords summoned by Wei Wanjun even have cracks like spider webs. Then these cracks spread like a spreading plague at an incredible speed. Finally, it was broken into 9 sections. Air. Wei Wanjun coughs up blood with a big mouth. The war sword is summoned by the spirit of the war. It has a source-like connection. The war sword is destroyed, and Wei Wanjun has a headache and wants to crack. His head seems to explode, and his face is pale. However, Qin Sheng didn't stop. He sent out a huge purple light fist seal, which was printed on the chest of Dang Wanjun with the momentum of thunder. Bang! Dang Wanjun felt as if he had been heavily hit by an 8-step inborn demon. The inborn rune armor burst and broke out completely. His sternum was also shattered and collapsed. All his organs were cracked and blood came out of his mouth. Bang! Qin Sheng didn't show mercy. He stepped on Dang Wanjun's face and cracked his handsome face. His face was covered with blood. He had no resistance at all. All the people in the hall of Qin were petrified, including the son of God, Shi Lian, who stood up in the courtyard in the distance. No, not dead? Shi Lian murmured, with an unbelievable face. Shi Lian is one of the top 10 sons of the Holy Academy every day. Although he ranks relatively low, he is also a son after all. He has seen a lot of big scenes. Even the fighting of the powerful at the level of Dongshenjing hasn't shocked Shi Lian as much as today. Qin Sheng not only did not die, but also destroyed the soul of the war, trampling on his face, breaking his dignity and bottom line. It's too strong. Qin Sheng is so strong. He doesn't leave any bottom line for us to meet again in the future. Heaven will give a great responsibility to his people. Only by breaking his hands, destroying his soul, and then trampling his face, can he become a great weapon. Qin Sheng sneers and even talks about old sayings, but these old sayings are all changed words. He wants to use this way to ridicule Dang Wanjun. You. At the first hearing of Dang Wanjun, he was spitting blood again. His face was pale and his life was in danger. Stop. There was a burst of drinking in the sky. Liu Hong, who had been watching coldly in the yard in the distance, set off. His speed was so fast that he could hardly believe that the lightning and flint appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Liu Hong, wearing a grey robe, was self-disciplined with the wind, emitting a terrible atmosphere. He looked down at Wei Wanjun, who had more breath and less air intake, and his face was gloomy enough to drop water. He is also from Xiang Peak. Now he sees that his junior students are so humiliated, and a nameless anger is ignited. Let go. Liu Hong's eyes are as cold as a big demon. He sticks out a finger, twines it with a ray of force, and then flicks it. Phew! The strong Yuan force is like a magic arrow in the distance, dragging a long fire light, accompanied by the breath of terror, and shot at Qin Sheng. The distance is too close. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contract into 2 black spots, and his fists are roaring out. His fists are shining with dazzling purple runes. Behind them is a large whale that feels extremely oppressive. Bang! Qin Sheng steps back heavily, leaving nearly half a meter of footprints on the ground. He looks down at his fist. The skin is split. Qin Sheng's face was heavy. He looked up at the stranger. He was dressed in a grey robe, wearing a feather crown, tall and straight. His eyes were like a pair of gems, standing in the air, wantonly overlooking Qin Sheng. Who are you? Qin Sheng's eyes were alert, because he felt that this strange grey-robed man was very strong. He was definitely an old man who had gone through 9 heavy storms and thunder, and even smelted the Shenfu in 9 out of 10. He was a real powerful Shenfu. Such a young student of Shenfu realm is not the son of God? Qin Sheng flashed a lot of ideas between the lightning and flint. Xiang Feng, Lu Hong. Liu Hong's face was cold and a few words came out. It turned out to be Mr. Lu Hong. There are 6 holy sons in Xiang Peak, and Liu Hong is the 4th in the list. Tut tut, now Qin Sheng kicks the steel plate. The son of Liu Hong and Dang Wanjun are also from Xiang Peak, and they are also famous for their escorts. Well, it's estimated that Qin Sheng will make a big difference. After a brief shock, many old students gloated at Qin Sheng with pity in their eyes. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated. He knew that Wei Wanjun was from Xiang Peak, and now Liu Hong is also from Xiang Peak. It must not be a good fault to jump out in such a matter. Wan Gaofeng, Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, looked up, and even smiled. Can you take it? My bet with him is not over. Well? Liu Hong's eyes were fixed, and a sharp sword appeared all over his body, which set off the rune prohibition of the day-by-day tower. Didn't you hear me let you go? Liu Hong scolds mercilessly, but his voice contains the impact of the spirit. This is the only way to control the secret art of the spirit completely. Qin Sheng's head felt a little hurt. The soul star on the sea of spirits was buzzing and shining, and the soul light drove out the uneasiness on him. Xiang Peak is great? Qin Sheng didn't flinch at all. He looked up and confronted Liu Hong's son. I'll say it again. Excuse me. For a moment, the atmosphere was repressed again, and many of the onlookers shook their heads at Qin Sheng. Confronting the Son of God? This special is not to hit the stone with an egg. If you don't die, you won't die. The face of Liu Hong's son was suddenly cold. Suddenly the temperature of the whole society suddenly plummeted. Everyone felt that they had fallen into the ice Jedi. They were cold and piercing. Even the spirit was about to be frozen. This is a performance of absolute strength. Which onion are you? Liu Hong sneers. He is condescending. Sneer Wei, what once in a 1,000-year genius, in my opinion, even a fart is not, and you are more stinky fart, at best. Let me sneer. What genius? Is it genius to stay in the cradle? They have no survival ability at all. In the duel between Kuning Club, you have to fight so hard to kill the same clan. Liu Hong is very skillful in his work. As soon as he comes up, he puts on Qin Sheng's big hat and splashes Qin Sheng's dirty water. I'll warn you and apologize if you're smart. Liu Hong's son uttered a bluster. It seems that he didn't put Qin Sheng in his eyes at all. As for Wan Gaofeng, he hasn't been dancing for so many years. Apart from those students who often don't come out of the world, he hasn't been angry at all for a long time. Liu Hong's voice is not loud, but full of magnificent atmosphere, shocking the whole audience. Apologize? Qin Sheng first frowned, then quickly sneered and said, It's impossible for me to apologize in my life. I'm not afraid to tell you that since I started my career in Dian City, I've come all the way against the attack, and I've ever been in the mountains where the magic dragon never dies. Qin Sheng's words were astonishing, and all of a sudden, he frightened everyone. It is one of the 4 Jedi of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. To some extent, it is the same famous Jedi as the Forbidden Area in the north. That kind of Jedi, even the powerful ones in the Shinfu state, is also a situation of 9 deaths and a very dangerous life. Now Qin Sheng even said directly that he had broken through the mountain. How powerful was he? It's too shocking. Many new students don't believe it at all, even some old students even scoff at it, because even as old students, they are afraid to go to the Jedi Wanderers even after many storms and thunder. Qin Feixiang's face was cold, his eyebrows were full of ridicule, and he whispered, I really lost my Qin family's face, thinking that a few words can make the sun shrink? Ha ha, woodlouse is only a woodlouse after all. The trick is always the 3 acts. Shitting could not help sneering. So what? The eyebrows of Liu Hong's Saint Sun's sword are slightly coagulated, and the sword chi released from his whole body is more and more fierce. His face flashed 3 points of impatience, and he said in a deep voice, I don't care whether you break through the magic dragon, don't pay any more attention to delaying time. Apologize. Wei Wanjuan's good intentions let you do 3 moves, but you don't know what kind of evil method to use, and directly hurt him. Liu Hong's son strolled towards Qin Sheng and said coldly, I will pay 100 million yuan for it, and then I will tell the whole court to apologize. I can stop worrying. Ha ha ha, a billion? Qin Sheng looked up at the sky and laughed, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. He said with a sneer, you put your face over, I'll throw you 200 million. Qin Sheng's words have meaning in his smile. What is 200 million yuan? Air. For a moment, in many hot eyes, some male students suddenly look strange. As for some ignorant female students, they couldn't understand at first, but later, under the reminder of some male students, they immediately understood. Bah, the apprentice. Several young ladies blushed and looked at Qin Sheng angrily. Liu Hong's son's face was livid, and there was a flash of anger between his eyebrows. He was furious. The fierce sword chi rolled the whole Kuning club. Some tables and chairs made of unknown and expensive wood suddenly turned into powder. Some students with relatively weak strength have dodged their sharp points and fled far away. Qin Sheng felt the threat of terror in an instant, just like a tsunami. At this time, Qin Sheng was like a lonely boat in the sea, which could be annihilated by the waves at any time. Rune blood. Qin Sheng lowers his head and shouts that the tricolor blood in his body is activated immediately, and his body breath suddenly rises. The whole person is reborn. His eyes turn purple, and he looks up at the immortal son Liu Hong. Get down. Liu Hong, the son of God, has a cold voice. Naturally, he can understand what it means to dump you 200 million yuan. Rumbling. The horrible yuan force erupted from Liu Hong's body. His whole person was like being ignited yuan force, and the yuan force intensity was like a fire. The violent yuan leak gathered into a big hand. Facing the storm, it covered the sky and the sun. It covered a large area of darkness. Qin Sheng felt as if he was holding a mountain on his chest. It was very depressed, even a little breathless. Is this the terror of the powerful in the state of God's residence? Qin Sheng's face was dignified. Under the Shenfu, there are all ants. Even the generalists who have gone through the 9 storms and thunder, they are just a bigger ant in front of the strong ones. What's more, although Qin Sheng's current strength is still a long way from Tongjiu. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and shouted in a low voice. Boom. Qin Sheng's body is singing like a dragon or a phoenix. That's the voice of the Yuan vein of the saint level. It's very sacred. By activating Fu Shue, arousing Xingjie Yuan Mai, and many other means, Qin Sheng Kai felt that the depression of the chest was finally released by more than half. At least he did not feel the phenomenon of chest tightness and breathlessness. Seeing this, Liu Hong's son's cold face was a little surprised. He was very clear about what the Shenfu state meant to those who were in the state of command and even in the state of heaven. Not to mention Qin Sheng, even the old gold cadet who has been through 9 robbers can shiver and crawl on the ground under his terror and pressure, and dare not move. However, the present Qin Sheng is only the cultivation of the heaven. Even if he is a double cultivation of physical and martial arts, his attainments in physical cultivation are far beyond the martial arts. He can't resist his Yuan power. For such a moment, the son of Liu Hong felt that Qin Sheng, who had the talent of once in 1,000 years, was really proud of his capital. Even, he had a vague feeling that this gamble was not a bad one. These thoughts are all generated between lightning and flint. Liu Hong's voice rings again. He locks Qin Sheng and says, do you pay or not? If you don't pay me, I'll give you up, and then I'll send you to Law Enforcement Hall, to wait for your departure. Liu Hong, as the son of God, even though he was a short guard, was so shameless and ugly. Mingming is Wei Wanjuan's sole engagement in a gambling fight with Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng easily crushed him. Now Liu Hong is so disgusted to get justice for Wei Wanjun. 100 million yuan crystal is gone, even if it is, it can't be cheaper for you. Qin Sheng has no fear. He doesn't want to shrink back. Because once counseled, no matter Xu Dingyi or Wei Wanjun, or even Liu Hong in front of him, he will only trample on Qin Sheng's dignity more recklessly and gain more. But I have 200 million sons and thousands of grandchildren. Do you want to? Qin Sheng sneered. Liu Hong's son's face suddenly gushed out murderous intention. His eyes were like the inborn demon that was dormant in the abyss. He locked Qin Sheng, raised his hands falsely, and then pressed down hard. To die. It was condensed by the yuan power of Liu Hong's son. The big hand that blocks out the sky and blocks out the sun suddenly burns up. Accompanied by the dazzling fire, it rolls over Qin Sheng. Come on. Qin Sheng's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. He felt that his whole body was creepy. The powerful man in the Shenfu area attacked him with all his strength. Moreover, Liu Hong was the sixth son in the Holy Palace day by day. In fact, he was far more powerful than the ordinary warrior in the Shenfu area. This time, there is no President Yunlan, no Yuan Huazi, no Yuanchen, no Long Wei. Along the way, Qin Sheng has been sheltered by senior thugs. Only this time, Qin Sheng didn't have any strong people around him. Hua. The big hand that blocks out the sun is like the turning of the sky, which makes people despairing. Before he gets close, Qin Sheng feels the sharp sword gas hanging. This is not Liu Hong's master sword Ju, but his talent as a double cultivation of sword and martial arts. The sword spirit has been melted into his flesh and blood and yuan force for a long time. Therefore, in fact, the yuan force released also contains the fierce sword spirit. In fact, Liu Hong's strength is not so good. Like those peerless powerful people in the cave, such as the vice peak master of Xiang Peak, his sword formula has reached the peak of perfection long ago. Even if it is a look, or a spit of saliva towards Qin Sheng, it also contains the awesome sword spirit to strangle Qin Sheng. Bang! Qin Sheng was suddenly shaken to fly, 2 clicks sounded, his hands were broken, showing a ferocious wound, bone flow with the light of the rune. Poof! Qin Sheng fell in a corner. No one dared to approach him. He coughed up blood with a big mouth. Not only his hands were broken, but his bones were half broken. Is this the angry strike of the powerful in the divine realm at the level of sun? The gap is really too big. There are 2 big differences between the two. Qin Sheng can't be his opponent at all. It can even be said without hesitation that in terms of Qin Sheng's strength, it's a great miracle to fight against the powerful Shenfu state at the level of Son of God and not die. Ha ha, as expected, it is the egg that strikes the stone, and the fat may shake the tree. Qin Soaring that handsome face is full of cynicism. At the same time, Qin Feixiang's heart is still a little disappointed. If he is the one who faces the powerful God's mansion at the level of the Son of God, he will not rely on the means of life preservation given by the most powerful people in the family, but not die. Qin Sheng is very keen. He glares at Qin Gaoxiong. Both of them are surnamed Qin. It's too urgent for them to help each other. Even if they don't offer any help, they are still in trouble. The people of this clan, as my grandfather said, have few good people, and they are still in trouble at this time. Qin Sheng's heart was cold. From this moment on, it can be said that he was totally devoted to the clan. However, Qin Sheng can't die. He looks like he's full of blood. It's very sad. However, his armor is completely activated. It's a defensive talisman given by the Tombkeeper of the previous dynasty. The Tombkeeper once said that although this armor is broken, it has a great advantage and can protect the key parts of Qin Sheng. Therefore, Qin Sheng's limbs, bones and ribs were cracked, but his internal organs were really good, and there would be no danger to his life. Liu Hong, stop, you are crazy. Lian finally came. He offered advice and stood in front of Qin Sheng. Liu Hong's son glanced at Lian and said, "Get out of the way. It's none of your business." Lian's face suddenly froze and said, "Are you stupid? This kid is crazy, but what are you involved in the gambling between the two young people? If you cut him off, would you like to set off a war between the two peaks?" Lian shouted mercilessly. Qin Sheng, as a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius, will definitely be worshipped by his little ancestor in Wan Gaofeng. If he is killed by Liu Hong town, how angry Wan Gaofeng will be. Ha ha, with today's Wan Gaofeng, what can I compare with Xiang Peak? Liu Hong said sarcastically. Xiang Peak is among the 4 peaks day by day. It can be said that the number of Xiang Peak is also the highest among the 4 peaks, whether it is a gold student or a saint. And Wan Gaofeng, the ordinary students have run out for a long time. Maybe there are some students from a long time, but these people have not been born for a long time. Under these many factors, it's normal for Liu Hong to look down upon Wan Gaofeng. Lian, I'll say it again. Get out of the way. I'll take full responsibility for it. You don't have to worry about it. Liu Hong's son's eyebrows glowed, and his palm clawed suddenly. A sword, which was agglomerated by his powerful force, was congealed in hot eyes. Sonorous. Liu Hong's son just raised his sword in his hand, which has aroused resonance between heaven and earth. Lian shook his head. He knew it was out of control. He took out the transmitter and reported it to the high level of the Holy Palace. Qin Sheng, apologize if you don't want to die. Life is the most important thing. Lian takes a look at Qin Sheng. He is very kind. Qin Sheng turns his hand, takes out the little remaining Daliuan liquid, gulu pours several large mouthfuls, and then runs Qian Hammer Tongmai to nourish the body. 3-color rune blood is also surging. With the naked eye can see the speed, repair the body. It's just a few breaths. Qin Sheng's bones are all healed. There is no scar left on his skin, just a pink scratch. This is the terrible effect of refining rune blood after washing hair and cutting marrow. Qin Sheng stood up slowly and shook his head and his eyes. Thank you for your kindness, but once again, it's impossible to apologize in this life. Lian smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was such a genius that he was so stubborn. In the face of the threat of killing the powerful people in the Shenfu area, he didn't even admit it. This is quite in line with their Wan Gaofeng style. Lian said with a smile. Liu Hong's son sneered, looked down at Qin Sheng and said, since that's the case, there's nothing to say. You have to pay the price of blood and tears when you have the same wreckage. Qin Sheng is holding the black rune paper, given by 6 senior brothers, in his hand. He really feels invincible to Liu Hong's son and makes the worst plan. He's not an idiot, but it's a pity that this black rune paper was made. According to Yi Zhaoliang, the 6th senior brother, this is the rune paper made by the leader of Wan Gaofeng, who was still at the peak before he disappeared. The tomb keeper of the previous dynasty also sent Qin Sheng some yellow and blue runes to summon corpses, dragons, and other weapons, but this was the thing of the previous dynasty, and Qin Sheng was not willing to expose it until he was in desperate situation. When did the people of Xiang Peak become so horizontal? At this time, in the sky, there was a cold voice. The voice spread from all sides to the ears of all the people in the Kuning society, accompanied by some kind of spirit attack. For a moment, some weak talents fell into a whirlpool, confused, like the living dead, without any intelligence. Liu Hong's son looked up, but did not see any figure, but his face was very cold. He was like in the forbidden area of the north, when he met the powerful inborn monster, his pores were all up, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Wow! In the sky, a chariot traverses the void slowly. This is an old chariot, with the sadness of the replacement of the imperial dynasty. On the surface of the chariot, there is a sign of departing from the imperial dynasty. The chariot is actually a 9-level inborn demon with the blood of a spirit beast, and the blood is very rich. Although the chariot has a history of changing times, and even left the imperial dynasty 10,000 years ago, it is still well preserved and has a rainbow-like atmosphere. In addition, the chariot is pulled by 9-level monsters. How can travel be so luxurious? In addition to a few old students, Liu Hong and Shirlian, all of them are confused and have not come to their senses. The door of the chariot was opened, and 2 figures came out, attracting everyone's eyes. This is a man and a woman. He is tall and straight, with a sword eyebrow and star-like eyes. He has dark hair. Each of them is flowing with a hard and incomparable rune light. A woman in a phoenix skirt outlines a stunning arc. Her age looks very young, just like in her early 20s. The most amazing thing is that the temperament of this woman is too impressive. This woman feels more amazing than the vice peak master of Xianfeng who once attracted Qin Sheng. It's like the 9 heavenly Zuanv who came to the world from the 9 heavens. This man and woman, just like the peerless arrogance, the sun and moon on the sky, every move is very impressive. Seeing the 2 men, Liu Hong's son suddenly went crazy, his legs were weak, and he almost knelt down. He Tiansheng, Zhang Mingxi. At this time, Liu Hong's face where there is a little bit of the Saint Sun style, but the voice are trembling. I feel this peerless Tianjiao under the courage of the break. He Tiansheng, Zhang Mingxi, 2 peerless talents from Wangaofeng. 100 years ago, he joined the day-by-day sanctuary. Now he is over 100 years old. He has been closed for decades. Once upon a time, these 2 people's fame resounded through the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties. Both He Tiansheng and Zhang Mingxi have been on the list of Dragon and Phoenix. They are not lucky enough to be on the list, but in the top 10. Especially He Tiansheng, who has high talent and strength, has been in the top 3 of the list of Dragon and Phoenix. No one in today's day-to-day sanctuaries has ever been able to achieve this. Even if Qin's sword, Qin Sheng of the royal family, at this time had not been so miserable. Except for the dry blood on his body, all wounds were healed. I have met the eldest and second elder martial brothers. Qin Sheng bowed and saluted. 6 senior brothers had a very detailed communication with Qin Sheng. In fact, there are not many members of Wangaofeng now, so Qin Sheng still knows the names of the big senior brother and the second senior sister. He Tiansheng and Zhang Mingxi pay close attention to Qin Sheng, the younger martial brother, in front of them. Yes, even though there are 2 different realms, I still don't admit it. It's bad for my reputation. He Tiansheng's hearty laughter rang all over the sky. Zhang Mingxi's eyes are like the stars in the sky. It's amazing that they are like stars. She took a white look at He Tiansheng and said, "You will really put gold on yourself. You are like a little younger martial brother, and you can fight against the divine state of the Saint Sun level?" In full view of the public, He Tiansheng, who once broke into the top 3 of the list of Dragon and Phoenix, was choked and didn't get angry. He just felt his nose and smiled bitterly, saying, "Ha ha, what my younger martial sister said is right, blue is better than blue, and I was not as fierce as my younger martial brother." In fact, He Tiansheng, as a strong man of Dongshenjing level, is only over 100 years old, and he is very young at all. It's not about the old guy anyway. He Tiansheng's smile is elegant. Qin Sheng can feel that he is happy from the heart, and there is no trace of envy under his eyes. Although they were martial brothers, He Tiansheng didn't have any heirs. He had a pleasant talk with Qin Sheng and hung Liu Hong's son aside. Soon, He Tiansheng and Zhang Mingxi, 2 peerless Tianjiao, knew the context of what happened today. "Don't worry, younger martial brother. I'll come out for you in today's business." He Tiansheng spoke very simply, without any cover. Smell speech, Liu Hong's son, can't help but in the heart dang, small heart almost jumped out. Your name is Lu Hong, isn't it? He Tianqing is a dragon and a tiger. Although he is more than 100 years old, he is only a young man for those who have 1,000-year-old Dong Tian state. He Tianqing's voice was not loud, and he didn't mingle with any spirit attacks. However, this man had a beginning, but he almost threw Lu Hong's son to the ground with one mouth. Lu Hong bit his teeth, nodded and said, yes. He Tianqing walks in a leisurely way, squinting his eyes in a straight line, and says forcefully, I'll give you two choices now. First, let the young people finish the sole engagement of gambling, and then you will pay him another 100 million yuan. Second, you slapped my younger martial brother, and I slapped you. Life and death are destiny. This is over. Lu Hong's face turned white as soon as he heard it. It was very ugly. 100 million yuan crystal. Although he is the son of God and has smelted the divine kingdom for several years, he still has to spit blood if he wants to take out 100 million yuan crystal at once. He Shuacheng, is that too much for you? Lu Hong clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice. I'm too vicious. I don't know what evil method I use to improve my strength. I want to kill my fellow disciples. I do it for the safety of the sanctuary, and it's delicious. Lu Hong insists on being shameless. Facing He Tianqing, he is playing with his mouth. Smell speech, He Tianqing eyebrows a pick, smile way, it seems that you are the choice of the second. Well, I'll give you a slap. He Tianqing said he would turn his face. He was not interested in playing with Lu Hong. He left. Boom. There was a sensation in heaven and earth, and the wind and cloud changed. The whole building shook day by day. The terrible runes broke out, making people can't open their eyes. He Tianqing slaps at random, and doesn't even release any yuan force, just relying on the strength of the body. He Tianqing's hand was broken, crying and howling. His hand grew as crazy as the wind, blocking out the sun and all the sunshine in a moment. The whole banquet scene of Qin was extremely depressed. The breath of terror is like a 9-step inborn monster swooping down. This kind of terror is like the collapse of Mount Tai, which no one can bear. Qin Sheng looks up. He has seen the powerful people in the cave. He Tianqing, the elder martial brother, gives Qin Sheng the same feeling as Uncle Ning. My dear, this 10,000 prison peak really didn't imagine so bad. Even if there are only a few people left, each of them is a great power. This elder martial brother should be the strongest of all the students in Wangaofeng. Qin Sheng can't tell whether the elder martial brother is strong or Ning Shuqiang. Get out of the way. Shi Lian's face changed greatly. As a son of God, although he ranked very low, he was also a real son after all. However, in the face of He Tianqing's powerful attack, he felt a strong sense of unease and bottomlessness. He had long known that the strong in Dong Tian was far beyond Shenfu, but He Tianqing, who had not been around for a long time, was so strong. Even Shi Lian felt that He Tianqing might not be far from the main level of Lei Yanfeng's vice peak. With a big wave of his hand, Shi Lian's surging yuan strength surged out. He swept away all Tianjiao. These junior students are too weak. Once they are infected with a ray of fighting after effect, they will be destroyed instantly. The son of Lu Hong looks at the palm print rolled by the sun. It's not a big hand condensed by Yuan Li, but a real hand. Its strength and momentum are far superior to Yuan Li's. This is the horror of physical cultivation. As long as there are enough resources, once the cultivation reaches the later stage, the advantages will be stronger than martial cultivation. Especially in close combat. The son of Lu Hong is willing to resist, but he is shivering all over now. It is very difficult to move Yuan Li, even to breathe. This is the terror of the peerless powerful in the cave. Once you do it, crush everything. Bang! There is no doubt that the son of Liu Hong was shocked to fly by a slap. All his Fu armor and Fu clothes were broken, and all his meridians were interrupted. He ran into the wall of the Sun Tower, and then he ran into the cliff wall of a mountain before he stopped. Shua. All the people left the building day by day and stood in the air, looking at the mountains in the distance. Lu Hongshengzi is inlaid on the cliff, his chest collapses, his bones are all broken, his chi is like a thread, almost falling. Hiss. Seeing how miserable Liu Hong's son was, everyone took a breath of cool air. It's just a big difference. How can it be so big? If Liu Hong's son's spirit is wandering, people seem to be dying. Shu, no voice. Wan Gaofeng's people have always been annoying, but they seem to have received some orders over the years and will not be born again. A lot of old students look at it and whisper. Qin Sheng was also shocked. He didn't expect that the elder martial brother he met for the first time could be so powerful that he would not play with his mouth. This is the style of the strong. Only the sissy can talk endlessly. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's heart can't help surging a wave of emotion. After all the way, whenever Qin Sheng makes trouble and offends some big people, the family members will give up themselves. Now, He Tianqing is so short-term. This is the first time Qin Sheng feels a sense of belonging to Wan Gaofeng. There was no one to say anything but the wailing of the son of Liu Hong, who was inlaid on the cliff. However, Liu Hong's voice of dying and struggling showed He Tianqing's ruthlessness. Boom! Just then, the sky was shaking. In a very far mountain, the whole mountain is sprinkled with purple halo. There is the Xiang Peak, the head of the 4 peaks every day. A sword broke through the sky and burst from the top of Xiang Peak. The sword light is flying, just like a dragon rising from Xiang Peak. Everyone looks at it. Where the sword light passes, the void is broken and there are void cracks. This is the manifestation of the strong Dong Tian state. Even the plain regular force of Tianyuan continent cannot be suppressed. He Tianqing raised his eyebrows and narrowed his pupils slightly. Looking at the war sword coming from the sky, He Tianqing's cold face didn't have the color of panic as he imagined. On the contrary, He Tianqing's mouth slightly pulled out a joking arc. This scene was captured by Qin Sheng, which is contempt and disdain. Small skills. He Tianqing sneers and sneers. With a big wave of his hand, the hand that covers the sky quickly shrinks, and becomes a palm that emits crystal jade hands. The palm is like a knife. The sword that comes towards the explosion is just a knife. Sonorous. The fire is everywhere, the sword qi and the knife are gasified into 2 dragons, intertwined with each other, which shocked everyone. The collision of 2 powerful people of Dongshinjing level. When the war sword was attacked, He Tianqing's fuyu like hand extended back. Qin Sheng, with a sharp eye, saw that the elder martial brother's hand was as smooth as jade. Even if it was an unarmed hard war sword, let alone injured, even if it was white. It can be seen that He Tianqing's physical body is so powerful, and what realm has he cultivated? 3 heads and 6 arms? Rebirth by dropping blood? Crushing vacuum? This is the extent to which the physical practitioners practice to the extreme. Every great realm is extremely difficult to practice. It costs 10 times as much treasure as the same great realm. In the past 10,000 years, since the War of Annihilation, the land of Tianyuan began to shrink, especially in the 36 imperial dynasties, which was isolated by the northern Forbidden Zone. Yuan power became thinner and thinner, and it was more and more difficult to find the treasures of heaven and earth. Image body repair needs such a huge amount of resources, and the cost-performance ratio is too low. Therefore, it is inevitable that the body repair will decline. However, the decline of physical cultivation does not mean that physical practitioners are weak. He Tianqing, you are so deceiving. Above the sky, a big bang resounds through the sky, reverberating among the peaks, activating most of the rune arrays in the secret area of the sun-chasing Holy Palace. The colorful rune lights are interwoven with each other. Under the beauty, the hidden is the terrorist array power. One step out of Tibet Jianfeng is to leap from Xiang Peak to Yitiansheng and confront him. Ha ha, Hidden Sword Peak, I haven't seen it for so many years, but you are powerful. Tianqing's voice was cold and sarcastic, and he didn't give Kang Jianfeng any face. You deceive people in Xiang Peak. I only treat people in their own way. At this time, Zhang Mingxi also came out from the rear. She was dressed better than snow, and her whole body was twined with dreamlike light. Even Kang Jianfeng could not help looking at her more. Song Jianfeng's face was slightly coagulated, and said, Zhang Mingxi, do you also take the last step? Zhang Mingxi's pretty face is crystal clear, and there is no flaw in his unique face. He is extremely proud of himself. He is infatuated with everything he does. She was dressed in a phoenix robe, wrapped around her whole body, showing a white jade-like gooseneck, holding her head high, looking at the Tibetan sword peak, shaking her head. What is the last step? Ha ha. Zhang Mingxi smiled. Her smile was as intoxicating as the 9-day Zhuan, and even some dead trees under her feet were back to life. What does this mean? Resurrection from death? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. It is obvious that Zhang Mingxi's strength is also very strong, and he has mastered some ancient methods, which can affect his vitality. It's hard. In your eyes, is Dongshenjing the last step? Zhang Mingxi asked. Senior Tibetan, you must be too small for Mingxi. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mingxi is more powerful than Tiansheng, and his words crush the Tibetan sword peak. Song Jianfeng's face is a little embarrassed. Over the years, the resources of the magic dragon wasteland have been exhausted, even the mining area has been abandoned, and there are forbidden areas in the north. It's too dangerous. The martial artists in Shenfu can only be regarded as cannon fodder, but even the strong ones in Dongtian can only fight in panic, and even if they are a little careless, they will be destroyed. Under many factors, the cave of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland is already the top of the pyramid. Tibetan Jianfeng didn't continue to pester this topic, because this topic involves some ancient past events and secrets. In public, we really shouldn't talk here. Tiansheng, you are a senior. How can you be so cruel to a junior? Zhang Jianfeng stares at Tiansheng and asks, qualitatively. Tiansheng sneered and said, what's good about Xiang Peak? Do you have no points in your heart to hide, Jianfeng? This son, as the son of God, is still so shameless to humiliate the new generation of Wan Gaofeng. He can't move, but hang the useless people in his mouth. He is so arrogant and skillful in operation. He must not be the first offender. Tiansheng said a lot in one breath. Since things have come to this point, there is no need to leave a line. He tore his face completely. Anyway, Wan Gaofeng is never afraid of anyone. Song Jianfeng's face was ugly. He pointed to Qin Sheng and said, can he be regarded as an ordinary freshman? From the wasteland, a wild, Liu Hong, but beat him, no useless mind. Tibetan Jianfeng is too shameless. He shirked his responsibility in a few words. Instead, he blamed Qin Sheng for coming from the wasteland and being wild. Hello, what do you mean? You mean that I come from a small place, and I deserve to be beaten, and then I'm beaten, shaking my head and tail like a dog? Qin asked. It's funny. Are you Xiangfeng a dog? I love dogs so much. I can tell you clearly that I hate dogs most, especially you Xiangfeng. For a moment, everyone was stunned, including Tiansheng and Zhang Mingxi. They were shocked that Qin Sheng didn't even advise. Well said. Tiansheng slaps Qin Sheng heavily on the shoulder and looks with praise. Zhang Jianfeng's qi made his liver ache. He didn't expect to be a freshman. Even if he had the talent of once in 1,000 years, it was too crazy. Who is he hiding, Jianfeng? The strong man who has achieved great success in Dongtian will become the great man of the peak master in the future. No one thought that Qin Sheng, a freshman, even spoke rudely to the leader of Kangjianfeng, or even to Chiguoguo in full view. What's more, he scolded Liu Hong and the whole Xiang Peak as a dog. Don't say it's just a freshman. Even he Tianqing can't say such a thing. Wang Gaofeng's people are more and more crazy. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, the two peerless double arrogants, are crazy enough. Unexpectedly, this guy named Qin Sheng is even more crazy than these two peerless double arrogants. Boom. The clouds change color and the clouds are thick. Kang Jianfeng's face is so gloomy that it can wring water out of it. His eyes are like a candle dragon. When he opens his eyes, he will light up the whole heaven and earth. When he closes his eyes, he will cover the whole heaven and earth. Boy, are you tired of living? Kang Jianfeng's eyes are shining with thunder and killing intention. When testing his talent that day, Qin Sheng refused his invitation several times. In fact, Kang Jianfeng was a little selfish. He took Qin Sheng with him and beat out the great opportunity he had learned on the stone tablet as long as he found the chance. At that time, Qin Sheng, who has no use value, will find a reason to give up, and then give it to the Shu family to sell a friendly person. I just didn't expect that Qin Sheng was not only so talented and potential, but also so mature in mind. He was very clear about his situation and didn't fall for it at all. Hum. Kang Jianfeng is furious. His small sword on his armor is fighting and shining. He wants to kill Qin Sheng on the spot. However, he Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, two peerless heroes, couldn't see through the mind of Tibetan Jianfeng. They surrounded Qin Sheng and had no chance to do anything. Cough. The son of Liu Hong coughed a few times and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. He took the pill against the sky and came back to life at the speed that the naked eye could see. Don't be angry, master. Liu Hong, the son of God, cried, I'm the one who made it. Let me finish it. Boy, how dare you fight with me? Liu Hong's son's eyes sparkled with endless war. Hearing this, Qin Sheng leaned out a head from the back of the second elder martial sister's body and sneered. I said, your Xiang Feng people are really thicker than dogs. You. Liu Hong's son is hated. Qin Sheng's mouth is really a thief. It's like an invisible sword. He stabs him in the chest a few times. He is so angry that Liu Hong spits out 2 more blood. Liu Hong, the son of God, was holding back his anger. He swallowed the blood he vomited to his throat and said, I promise to suppress cultivation to the sky and fight with you fairly. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately sneered, shook his head and refused, saying, you have suppressed cultivation to the sky? Come on, I'm not interested. It's too challenging. It's not my arrogance, because excessive modesty is hypocrisy. I'm not a hypocrite. If you are in the same cultivation as me, it's too weak. I can press you to the ground and rub you if I operate like a tiger at a draft. Qin Sheng said a lot seriously, what is too modest is hypocrisy. In the end, whose cheek is thick, can say such shameless words? Everyone looked at Qin Sheng and felt that this field repair from the wasteland was really arrogant, like an idiot. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi take a look at each other, as if to say, this little younger martial brother is too dark. As for the people of Xiang Peak, they had already ignited anger in their chest, and then spurted it out of their eyes. If eyes can kill people, then I believe Qin Sheng will die thousands of times. However, if you are really in a good mood and you don't want to die before the Yellow River, I can fight with you. When Qin Sheng's voice turned, he pulled out a curve around his mouth and smiled mysteriously, saying, just, without some color heads, I don't want to fight with you in vain. Liu Hong's son is going mad. Although he is not from any royal family, he has never been humiliated by this ant-like field repair since he started his career. His hair was scorched by anger. He was really smoking. He gnashed his teeth and asked, "What color do you want?" "Ha ha, not much, how about 100 million yuan crystal?" Qin Sheng said with a smile, "A small gamble will make you happy, a big gamble will make you promiscuous, and a gambling addict will annihilate you." The crowd looked at Qin Sheng again. The so-called once-in-a-thousand-year talent in front of them broke their bottom line again. "Excuse me, is it still shameful? You bet $100 million, but also a small bet happy? 100 million yuan crystal, what's that concept? It's 10,000 yuan stone. Even if a strong man in the state of God's mansion is going to bring out 100 million yuan crystal at a time, it's very difficult. Of course, a talent like Lu Hong, who is at the level of Son of God, can get together with 100 million yuan crystal by selling most of his assets. However, it is also estimated to be ruined. Okay, 100 million. The son of Lu Hong has no hesitation, let alone 1 billion. Even if it is 1 billion, 10 billion, he will agree with it. Because Lu Hong never thought he would lose. 100 million yuan crystal is easy for Lu Hong. Even if Qin Sheng can't get 100 million yuan crystal, isn't he relying on Wan Gaofeng behind him? The son of Lu Hong is not worried. He can't receive this 100 million yuan crystal. Younger martial brother, do you have a clear idea? He Tianqing asked, with a slight, coagulate face. Hearing this, Qin Sheng put away his playful face and said seriously, "If it's the same realm, I'm invincible." Good. He Tianqing agreed. When he turned his hand, there was an old painting on his palm. He Tianqing said, "This ancient painting, which I dug out by chance from the forbidden area in the north, is called the Mountain and River Map, which is an imitation of a spirit tool. Is this volume of ancient painting a copy of the artifact? On top of the 9-pattern rune is a more powerful spirit tool. The artifact is very terrifying. Even the strong in the cave can't control it." At the same time, Zhang Jianfeng's face was stunned at first, then shocked. He didn't expect that He Tianqing had ever been to the North restricted area. The North is too terrifying. There are 4 Jedi of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. The existence of the first 2 is notorious. Even his hidden sword peak has never been deep into the North forbidden area. In fact, as early as in the period of Tibetan Jianfeng God's mansion, he once entered the edge of the forbidden area in the north. However, he was unlucky that time. In the face of a terrible disaster, he almost fell down. At that time, King Jianfeng was seriously injured. After 10 years of cultivation, he recovered. However, the root of the disease still fell, which led to the fact that now he has reached the cave and cannot go any further. That time, he broke into the forbidden area in the north and became the heart disease of Tibetan Jianfeng, even the heart devil. Therefore, for so many years, Tibet Jianfeng has not stepped into the north restricted area. The more dangerous the Jedi are, the more precious the treasure they can dig out. Tibetan Jianfeng looks at the mountain and river map in He Tianqing's hand, and his eyes are slightly hot. Although it's only a copy of the spirit instrument, the power may not reach the level of spirit instrument, but it should also be beyond the scope of the spirit instrument, which is a semi-spirit instrument between the spirit instrument and the spirit instrument. As a strong man in the cave, if he can have a semi-spirit weapon, his combat power will also soar a lot. You two can fight one battle, but you need to fight in the mountain and river map. In the mountain and river map, your cultivation is also the peak of the sky. He Tianqing said. At the sound of King Jianfeng's voice, his face was wild, and his heart was full of waves. He looked at He Tianqing's painting of mountains and rivers, and his face was full of fear. This mountain and river map is too rebellious, can it suppress cultivation? If he is also sucked in by the mountain and river map and then suppressed to the sky, then he Tianqing will crush him, which is easier than killing a mole ant. If you make a soul pact, you can fight. He Tianqing took a deep look at the two, then fell his eyes on the Tibetan sword peak, showing a joking smile. Obviously, he Tianqing also saw the fear of Tibetan Jianfeng. You don't have to be so afraid of Kang Jianfeng. This mountain and river map is just an imitation, which is not a real artifact. Moreover, it's too difficult for me to take it into the mountain and river map with your cultivation. He Tianqing's message with a smile. In fact, this imitation is very weak, because it's hard to absorb the same realm. The real spirit can span a big realm and absorb the strong. He Tianqing said a lot of secrets. Wen Yan, Kang Jianfeng is much more relaxed. After all, imitations are imitations, far from the power of real products. However, I know where the North Restricted Area has real pictures of mountains and rivers. He Tianqing suddenly said, I don't know if you are interested in forming a team with me, and then explore the North Restricted Area? Song Jianfeng's face was tight and strange. He was very taboo to the forbidden area in the north. He snorted coldly, my people will waste your field work later. I'm afraid you are not in the mood to form a team with me. The soul appointment has been generated. The son of Liu Hong is excited. He rubs his fists and palms. He would like to beat the field monk down right now. Can't move the killer, but at least let him lie in bed for half a year. Song Jianfeng's face was cold and ordered. Liu Hong nodded and said, I would like to make a military order. If I fail, I will not only lose 100 million yuan crystal, but also surrender my son to you. When they heard this, they were all in a hurry. Is it too much to gamble? The Son of God is a symbol of identity, but it also represents how much resources he gets from the Holy Academy day by day. If he loses the position of Son of God, his cultivation resources will be reduced 10 times. This kind of loss is more than 100 million. Qin Sheng grinned and arched his hand. Then I will accept it. Liu Hong's eyes are cold and frightening. He doesn't speak much anymore. He will break all the teeth of Qin Sheng, who can't spit out ivory from the dog's mouth, one by one, to vent his resentment. Hula. He Tianqing launched the mountain and river map. This half-step spirit device, facing the storm, soon covered the sky and the 3 golden crows above the sky. This is a painting of ink and wash. It's copied boldly, showing the momentum of its mountains and rivers. Phew. Phew. At this time, the mountain and river map burst into 2 lights, hitting Qin Sheng and Liu Hong. Qin Sheng and Liu Hong Xingzi were submerged by the light of runes. When the light dissipated, they had disappeared in everyone's present. Look, the son of Liu Hong and that Qin Sheng have become the painters. It's amazing. The two will fight in the painting. All eyes are on the picture of mountains and rivers standing on the sky. Qin Sheng felt the earth turn for a while, which was like riding in a large transmission array. This is the picture in the picture? Qin Sheng looked around and found that it was similar to the Magic Dragon Wasteland. There were several naked mountains, and occasionally unknown monsters roared. In the middle of the mountains, a river, like Yinglong, divides the mountains. Roar! Roar! All of a sudden, the mountains are crumbling and the wind and clouds are changing. A terrible roar of the god ape rings all over the world. This roar is very familiar, deafening, accompanied by the oppression of the spirit. Qin Sheng looked up and was shocked. He climbed out of a huge hand on a red fruit mountain like a sword blade. The palm is very large and frightening. It's dark and steel like hair. It easily cuts the mountain. It's covered with black runes. The mountain almost collapses with one claw of the palm. The next scene made Qin Sheng stare, because he saw a silver-back macaque climbing up the mountain top, like the sun's eyes, hanging on the sky, looking at Qin Sheng indifferently. With only one look, Qin Sheng felt that all Yuan veins were frozen, and a ray of Yuan force could not be mobilized, even the 2 Saint Yuan veins under his body could not move. This is a silver-backed macaque that is still at its peak. Its strength can rival the peerless power of Dongshenging. I wipe, in this picture unexpectedly also has a 9-step congenital big demon. Qin Sheng's hair is a little hazy. His scalp is numb and he dare not move. Fortunately, this silver-backed macaque didn't mean anything to Qin Sheng. Outside the Holy Palace, many people looked at him, especially the Tibetan sword peak. His eyes were cloudy and sunny. No one thought that he had been sealed with a 9-level inborn demon in the picture of mountains and rivers. The fighting power of the 9th-level inborn demon is no less than that of his hidden sword peak. Think of here, Tibet Jianfeng is more and more afraid of He Tiansheng. It's terrible for him to grow up. He is hundreds of years younger than me. Now he has caught up with me. A few thoughts flashed through the heart of Tibetan Jianfeng. Is there really so many opportunities in the North restricted area? You can take out a half-spirit instrument at will, and seal a 9-level inborn monster inside. With such a big hand, even the future leader of Xiang Peak, Tibet Jianfeng, can't do it. 2 little guys, fight quickly, don't disturb me to sleep. The voice of the silverback macaque was cold, and both Qin Sheng and Liu Hong's son had different faces. Liu Hong and Qin Sheng meet in the painting, on the long river in the painting. Boy, your luck is over. Are you ready for a billion? Liu Hong, the son of God, said coldly, with a look of indifference. Qin Sheng sneered and said, you have so much rubbish. In the painting, you are suppressed to the sky. I can suppress you with my fingers. Liu Hong's son's eyebrows were shining, and he was arrogant. He sneered, field work is field work. Do you really think that if my cultivation is suppressed, I can despise it? Boom. Qin Sheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and instantly run the Python Dragon code. It's a martial art of the saint level, but it's only broken. Qin Sheng used the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers to repair it. The speed is amazing. It appears in front of Liu Hong's son like a ghost. The son of Liu Hong has changed his armor. The runes are dense, shining like the stars in the sky. He looks extraordinary. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, I don't know after a fight. Qin Sheng's face was indifferent and his fists went out. Trapped dragon rises to the sky. Qin Sheng's 2 divine-level meridians were activated, just like the 2 dragons that were dormant in his body, which gave out a strong sense of holiness, and in a moment, they stood up to Liu Hong's son. Liu Hong sneered and said, it's not a rare thing, but I have it. Boom. Liu Hong even got through a saint-level Yuan Mai. However, his saint-level Yuan Mai is not as good as Qin Sheng's in both appearance and power. However, the Son of God is still the Son of God after all. The application of Yuan power has long reached a pure furnace green state, and the action is resumed in an instant. However, Qin Sheng's speed is too fast. His fists are shining. He uses Fu blood and his eyes turn purple. Bang! Liu Hong's face came into close contact with Qin Sheng's iron fist. Liu Hong is like a meteorite falling from Jichanshan. His whole body is full of fire, and then he hits the bare mountain heavily. Rumble. The terrible impact force burst out, the violent component force shock wave escaped in all directions, the painting suddenly turned violently, the boulders in the painting were broken, and the river was diverted. It's just that although the mountain and river map is just an imitation, it's still connected with the word spirit tool, which is frightening at a high level. Moreover, Qin Sheng and Liu Hong are just suppressed to the sky. Even if they are too noisy, they can't make the mountain and river map a little damaged. Keek keek. The son of Liu Hong climbed out of the collapsed mountain. He was very embarrassed. His hair was full of hair, his crowns were shattered, his mouth was covered with blood. The most frightening thing was that there was a sharp fist mark on his handsome face. Poof! The son of Liu Hong spits out a blood foam on the ground and even holds the broken teeth. What's the matter? Liu Hong's son was beaten by the field man. Am I dazzled? Liu Hong is the sixth son in the Holy Palace day by day. Even if he is suppressed to the same level of cultivation, he cannot be so vulnerable. Maybe the son of Liu Hong was careless for a while and despised the enemy. A lot of people are whispering. Song Jianfeng's face was slightly coagulated, not very good looking. He was staring at the fierce battle between the two people in the painting. At a glance, he could see that Liu Hong was not very optimistic. Qin Sheng also has a gloomy face. He and Qin Sheng are both surnamed Qin. There is no sand in his eyes. As long as he is among the young generation, Qin Sheng must be the strongest. Therefore, the better Qin Sheng performs, the more angry he is when he soars. It's just a branch disciple who doesn't know which bird doesn't shit. The blood concentration of the royal family is far lower than me, and I have been baptized by the ancestral land. Qin Feixiang's face is changing, but his heart is actually roaring. What kind of minion will fight with me? However, no matter how much he despised Qin Sheng in his heart, Qin Sheng actually knew that the performance of this branch disciple was so good that it was perfect. The talent is higher than oneself, and the fighting ability is more powerful than oneself. Now supported by the peerless strongman of Wan Gaofeng, it seems that the background is not weaker than oneself. Thinking of this, Qin Feixiang had some terrible ideas in his mind. He wanted to keep the first talent of the Qin family of the royal family. He looked up at Qin Sheng, who was fighting fiercely in the painting, and his eyes flashed 2 minutes of instinct. Boom! Liu Hong's son was furious. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to be so strong. He turned his hand and offered a sword array from the ring. How about suppressing my cultivation to the sky? I am a double cultivation of sword and martial arts. With the sword array, I can still fight against the enemy across the great realm. Liu Hong's eyes were red and full of murderous intention. His eyebrows and heart were shining, and a stream of soul power like the tide came out. There were 36 war swords in the sky, all of which were shining with fierce and incomparable rune light. Hula! 36 swords form a sword array, which turns into a dragon burning with fire, holding its head up, looking at Qin Sheng as if it were a dead man. Cut you off! With a big wave of his hand, Liu Hong's saint son shoots a light from his eyebrow. The dragon formed by the sword array in front of him is hurtling towards Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked up at the horrible dragon that came down from the sky. Where he passed, the fierce sword air crushed the air, even the void had some tiny cracks. The picture of mountains and rivers is just a picture, which is created by the great power of the cave environment. Generally speaking, these boundaries created by the powerful are very fragile, because they lack the power of heaven and earth law. Of course, it's just an imitation. If it's a real artifact, even the powerful in the Shenfu state can't open a crack in the void. Qin Sheng's face was full of fierce fighting instead of any fear. He walked all the way, was always looked down upon, and then was under attack. He was not used to Liu Hong. How about the sun? Under the same state, directly explode. Qin Sheng stamped his feet and activated the power of Fu Shue. The power was so great that even the mountain was shattered. He was like a shell that was ignited with fire and fell on the sword array. This kind of fight seems to be too fierce, right? Qin Sheng's fist seal glows. He recites the mantra silently, and a purple light appears in his fist. This is the trace that he has mastered the highest level of rune blood at present. With one fist, he jumps into the flying sword array, and the Jiaolong is scattered by the power of terror. How could this be? Liu Hong's son is ignorant. This is the most powerful sword array he controls. According to his calculation, not to mention Qin Sheng, who is in the whole heaven, even those who are in the whole life environment who have gone through the 6 heavy storm and thunder can't be hard hit directly. However, now it's what he called the strongest sword array. Qin Sheng easily beat him to pieces. Then, Liu Hong felt that a dark shadow was coming towards him. Liu Hong's eyes were round and his face was unbelievable. The speed was too fast. It was like a lightning from the sky. It was so fast that people were desperate. He used the war sword to resist it, but the war sword was like paper paste in front of Qin Sheng. Bang! Qin Sheng's soul made a close contact with Liu Hong's son's face. Click! The sound of broken bones is heard in the painting. Qin Sheng steps on Liu Hong's son's face with one foot, which is so powerful that even the mountain has been trampled down. Liu Hong's son spits blood crazily, his armor is shaken and his light marrow fluid flows all over the place, and it breaks out completely. Day by day, there was silence. Countless hot eyes looked up at the battle in the painting, stunned, almost petrified. Qin Sheng's operation is as fierce as a tiger. First, he blows Liu Hong away with a fist, then he goes to Liu Hong's strongest sword array. The sharp sword is like tofu in front of him, and then he steps Liu Hong's son under his feet. That's the Son of God. With 100,000 students in the holy courtyard every day, only 10 sons can be selected. You can imagine how difficult it is to become a son of God. 1 in a million. The Son of God should have been invincible. But now it's such an unreal picture in front of all people. Liu Hong's son was defeated. He was suppressed to the same accomplishments in the painting of mountains and rivers. He was defeated so thoroughly. To put it bluntly, Qin Sheng was able to crack down on the son of the same rank without any effort. This shows that in the same realm, the son of Liu Hong is far inferior to Qin Sheng. Many old students are completely petrified. Their faces are hazed. Even some female students have long been waiting in line to give birth to monkeys for the son of Liu Hong. Now their idols are easily beaten up and trampled on their feet. This moment was really pressed on the ground friction. Woo-woo. Liu Hong's son refuses to give up. He grins his teeth and wants to bite Qin Sheng back. His eyebrows are shining with illusory light. Spirit attack? Qin Sheng sneered, opened his mouth, and swallowed up the illusory sword light. Air. Qin Sheng did not change his face color, but also gave a burp, saying, "Your spirit realm is not so high, just like me, just lighting up a star of life and soul." It turns out that the requirements of the Son of God are so low. Qin Sheng even whispered. Hearing this, Liu Hong, the Son of God, spits out 3 liters of blood. What is the son's demand so low? Every son is 1 in a million. Liu Hong doesn't know how much effort it takes to climb up step by step and become the son of the holy palace day by day. Liu Hong was hurt too much, and he was so angry that he suddenly crooked his neck and fainted. Let Liu Hong out. Kang Jianfeng's bleak roar made the sky boil. He Tianqing looked sarcastic, saying, 100 million yuan crystal, hand in money, hand in person. The face of Tibetan sword peak is hard to see. For him, 100 million yuan crystal is not a big number. Yuan crystal is small, and shame is big. However, in full view of the public, Tibetan Jianfeng is not easy to repent, and he is very taboo to He Tianqing, especially his inadvertent exposure of the mountain and river map. Who knows what cards He Tianqing has? Tibetan Jianfeng throws a purple crystal card to He Tianqing, on which there happens to be 100 million yuan crystal. Kang Jianfeng is carrying blood all over his body. He doesn't know how many of his bones have been broken. Liu Hong, who was fainting in the past, leaves. The crowd held their breath and showed their dismay, because no one guessed that Kuning would end in this way. Qin Sheng is too intimidating. First, he broke the old gold cadet's dangerous situation, and then, at the same level, he pressed the sun on the ground. According to Qin Sheng's soul contract with Liu Hong not only lost 100 million yuan jing, but also lost the position of Son of God. In other words, Qin Sheng has replaced Liu Hong and become one of the top 10 sages in the Holy Palace day by day. Qin Sheng hasn't reached the age of 17. At that age, he can become the Son of God. Such achievements, even if we look at the Holy Courtyard day by day, are the youngest son in the 10,000-year history of the courtyard. The youngest son of the court, Qin Sheng's name is destined to be extremely dazzling, spreading all over the day-by-day Holy Courtyard, even the 3 holy halls of Dian Emperor. Qin Gaoxiang and Shu Dingyi are so gloomy that they can dribble out of the water, especially Qin Gaoxiang. As the legitimate son of the Qin family of the royal family and the first successor of the royal family in the future, he has the talent and potential once in 500 years. The reason why he chose the day-by-day Holy Courtyard was that he wanted to show his strength here and lead the day-by-day Holy Courtyard to take the lead among the 3 holy courtyards of Dian Emperor. Unexpectedly, all the limelight has been taken away by a field repair of his Qin family's branch. In the next period of time, Qin Sheng's name will be heard throughout the 3 holy courts of Dian. Although Qin soared with rage and clenched his fists, he can't do anything now. Some vicious ideas in his heart are more and more firm. Among many onlookers, the beautiful eyes of ancient ripples with exquisite body are flowing. No one knows what she is thinking. She clenches her teeth and looks shocked. She doesn't expect Qin Sheng to be so powerful. Bingming is right. Qin Sheng's potential is no less than that of Shu Henji. In his heart, Gu Lianyi said to himself, is it better to choose him than to marry other emperors? The ancient family has had a bad time recently. The old ancestor, Shou Yuan, is going to die. Except for the ancient ripples, most of the younger generation are pit goods. Therefore, the family is ready to marry with other royal families. According to some information of the ancient family, heaven and earth will change and people will be in danger. Even the royal family of Dian will not be able to avoid this catastrophe. The reason why the ancient family has been in the top 3 of the 10 royal families for a long time is that it relies on this amazing judgment. The clansmen of the ancient family are divided into 2 groups, one of which proposes to hold the thighs of the top 3 of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. And with the coming of the catastrophe, the voice is more and more vigorous. Bah! Gu Lianyi's face was red and said to himself, what am I thinking? Qin Sheng is Xia Bingning's boyfriend. Kuning will be unhappy and leave. Several families will be happy and worried. It is obvious that one Gaofeng is the most joyful one. 6 elder martial brothers are busy in the kitchen. Little younger martial brother, you have done a good job. Today, you will be rewarded with a dragon leg. Yi Zhaoliang's hearty laughter rang out. At this time, Ningyi also went out of the gate. With a smile on his face, he patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said, you've done a good job. You don't have the authority to fall to our 10,000 prison peaks. Qin Sheng grinned and ate the dragon leg meat. It's not real dragon meat, but it's only a Yaolong nationality with thin dragon blood. But it's also a 7-level inborn demon. It's fragrant and juicy, full of fragrance. Every bite of meat melts as soon as it's imported, turning into a huge amount of runic power, moistening every inch of Qin Sheng's skin. It also depends on the presence of elder martial brother and second elder martial sister, 2 peerless twins. Qin Sheng burps a lot, and his speech is really greased, sweet and smooth. If you didn't do it, I would have run away. Liu Hong and Qin Sheng in Shenfu are really not rivals. Although he has many means, even if there is no life danger, he will be tortured very badly. Later, He Tianxing and Zhang Mingxi appeared, and his situation changed dramatically. Cluck. Zhang Mingxi smiled and looked up and down. His face was so beautiful that Qin Sheng couldn't help but stare. Little younger martial brother, you let us Wan Gaofeng ring again. You said that if you want any reward, the second elder martial sister can satisfy you. Zhang Mingxi said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Sheng had some thoughts. He knew that He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi were powerful, and it was not difficult to get his father out. Qin Sheng believed that as long as he spoke, it was absolutely incumbent on them. But in the end, Qin Sheng didn't say anything. Now he has become the youngest son in the history of the hospital. As long as he works hard for a period of time, he can get his father out of prison. Moreover, he has asked Wu Dade to explore his father's past. So, at present, Qin Sheng doesn't want to save money. After all, he still doesn't know where his father offended. It's said that Qin Sheng didn't want to drag the ancestors of Wan Gaofeng into the whirlpool. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, Wan Gaofeng treats me well. As soon as he came in, he spent a lot of treasure on me. He washed my hair and cut my marrow to produce rune blood. I don't need a reward. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone calmed down, especially He Tianqing. He patted Qin Sheng on the shoulder and said, Little brother, I will be your own person from today on. If you have anything to do, just say it. Yes, no one can bully my Wan Gaofeng. Zhang Mingxi is also domineering and confident. Here, this is the 100 million yuan crystal you won back. Suddenly, He Tianqing turns his hand and throws a Zijing card to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took the Zijing card, just looked at it, and gave it back to He Tianqing, saying, just give it to Elder Martial Brother 6. What's the good food of Wan Gaofeng? What's the good meaning of the food expenses at my intersection? Ha ha, okay. Ningyi said loudly, Little Liuzi, you will add dishes to Qin Sheng later. In fact, 100 million yuan crystal is a huge fortune for the ordinary powerful people in Shenfu, but for the powerful people in Dongtian, it is only a small number. Wan Gaofeng plans to focus on cultivating Qin Sheng, and will definitely spend a lot of resources on him. In fact, this 100 million yuan crystal is not much. Elder Martial Brother, what's the matter with the Dragon Pool meeting? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. When He Tianqing heard this, he smiled and said, this Dragon Pool conference is held annually. Only students above the silver level are eligible to participate in it, which is also one of the major events of the Holy Palace day by day. He Tianqing said a lot about the Longqi conference. Every year, a new son, saint and daughter will be born in Longqi assembly. Only if we gain something in the trial, we can go further. Qin Sheng was awestruck, because the Dragon Pool Congress of Xingyuan was far from that of Luyun College, and even more cruel. Of course, the benefits are far beyond the Dragon Pool Conference of Luyun College. It is said that this year's Longqi conference is the largest one in 50 years. Many saints and daughters will participate. In the day-by-day holy house, those who can become saints have the lowest strength and have survived the 9 storms. Some powerful saints have even reached the peak of the divine realm. Even the powerful people in Shenfu were moved. It can be seen how large the scale of the Dragon Pool baptism was, and how attractive the rewards were. Uncle Ning left and went on to teach Long Wei, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, 2 peerless double arrogants, who are going to go down the mountain. It is not clear what Qin Sheng is going to do. In addition to the occasional roar of the King Corpse, there are also some Jedi in the huge Wan Gaofeng. 1 or 2 coffins, which have not been sealed for many years, are blown out by chance. The corpse air is so strong that the whole Wan Gaofeng is filled with a breath of death. The days at Wan Gaofeng were very quiet, except for the practice of washing hair and cutting marrow. Yi Zhaoliang was very active. He washed hair and cut marrow for Qin Sheng once a month. More and more fushue was smelted. However, Qin Sheng's body was still only 3-color fushue. To ascend to 6 colors or even 9-color rune blood is still far away. Since the War of Annihilation 10,000 years ago, heaven and earth have been broken, especially in the south of the north, which has been isolated from the center of the Tianyuan continent. People in the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland have to go to the Tianyuan continent, which is extremely difficult, often at an unimaginable price. Don't worry, younger martial brother. The elder martial brother and the second elder martial sister go out to ask for debts. If they come back smoothly, they will win some treasures of melting rune blood for you. Elder martial brother 6 is holding a big pig's hoof in his hand. This is not a common pig's hoof, but a pig with black sky and white tiger blood. He is a 5th level monster. 6 elder martial brother is indeed a cook. His kitchen smoke is always cooking. He has a big stomach and shit. He has a big mouth of wine and meat in Qin Sheng's Dongfu. To ask for debts, there are people outside who owe us debts to Wang Gaofeng. Qin Sheng was curious. Smell speech, 6 elder martial brother nods. Way, this is when the elder martial brother is still lending out, now profit is rolling, estimate already rose 10 times. Little younger martial brother, you are too thin. Eat more. This big pig's hoof has noble blood. I stewed it for 79 and 49 days, and it will turn into fat but not greasy. The 6th elder martial brother ate meat with a big mouth and said vaguely, when the second elder martial sister comes back, you will be able to smelt 6-color rune blood, which is as powerful as the warrior in Shinfu. Elder martial brother 6 is a talkative man. He soon got drunk and said a lot of things he didn't have. Day by day, it's getting closer and closer to the Dragon Pool Conference. The atmosphere in the day-to-day Holy Palace is becoming more and more tense. Many of the holy sons and daughters who are in seclusion or practicing outside are coming back to participate in this Dragon Pool Conference. Qin Sheng, you've made a lot of trouble before. Wu Dade said with a wry smile. With Uncle Ning's permission, he was able to enter Wang Gaofeng at will. Hearing this, Qin Sheng doubted and said, I'm just fighting back in self-defense. How can I say that I'm the initiator? Before the meeting, Qin Sheng was also invited to participate. Even if he didn't get the proper courtesy, he was shamed by Xiang Peak's people. Self-defense counterattack? When Wu Dade heard it, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. It's really a self-defense counterattack. It's clear that it's better to hang and crush. At the Kuning meeting, Xiang Peak was lost to Grandma's house. Not only the old gold student was in great danger, but also one hoped to be promoted to the latest son after the Dragon Pool meeting. Unexpectedly, he was slapped by Qin Sheng, whose life and death were unknown. Later, many people in the Xingyuan have known that Xiang Peak and Wan Gaofeng have been touched. The most powerful of the 2 peaks, Liu Hong's son, should be called Qin Shengzi, and he has been suppressed to the same cultivation as Qin Sheng. As a result, it's unbelievable to make the whole day-by-day holy temple in one piece. Liu Hong lost, but also lost, not only lost 100 million yuan crystal, but also lost the position of Son of God. The people of Xiang Peak have let out the wind. If you dare to appear at the Dragon Pool meeting, you will be suppressed at all costs. Wu Dade said, I have received information that at least 3 holy sons and daughters of Xiang Peak will attend this Dragon Pool conference. He who knows the current affairs is a great man. Step back and spread the sky. It's better to dodge the edge than to hit the stone with an egg. No, we can't. You need time to grow. Wu Dade tried hard to persuade him and apparently received a lot of information that was not conducive to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, 10,000 years is too long. Even if I can afford to wait, my father may not. Qin Zhongtian has been in prison for 10 years, but it's a dead cell that can't eat people and spit out stones. It's said that it's also an abandoned small plane. The environment inside is extremely bad, and the powerful people in Shinfu may fall one after another. The more Qin Sheng knows, the more he worries about his father's life and death. What did you say about your investigation? How was it? Qin Sheng asked. Wu Dade shook his head and said, I've spent a lot of money to find out, but I haven't made any significant progress yet, but give me another month to ensure that I can find a way to save your father. Qin Sheng tells Wu Dade about his father, which is unnecessary to hide. Of course, Qin Tao, his grandfather, suspects that Qin Zhongtian's imprisonment is closely related to the Qin clan. Qin Sheng has understood this for a long time. Qin Gaoxiang, the first successor of the family of Wang Ho and Qin, is full of malice to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw a purple crystal card with a face value of 50 million yuan to Wu Dade, saying, Go and get it. If it's not enough, I'll find another way. Wu Dade pushes Zijing card back and says with a smile, I don't lack yuan jing. I'll help you with this. Wu Dade comes from a large chamber of commerce in the top 10 affiliated countries of Dian dynasty. The most important thing is yuan jing. As a chamber of commerce, Wu Dade has 1,000 connections with the officials of Dian dynasty. It is much easier to handle affairs than Qin Sheng alone. This is one of the reasons why Wu Dade was entrusted with this matter. Well, I owe you, Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng said seriously. When Wu Dade heard this, he was very excited. He could see Qin Sheng's infinite potential, and let such a man who was destined to dazzle the 36 dynasties of the whole wasteland in the future, and who might even go to the Tianyuan continent, owe him a favor. This investment is definitely worth more. When? The long bell rings all over the world. People from the 4 peaks rub their hands day by day. A group of students above the silver level set out to attend the annual Dragon Pool Conference. Little brother, come on, wait for your good news. Yi Zhaoliang, the 6th elder martial brother, saw Qin Sheng off. He clapped his chest and assured him, if you can carry out the Kowloon baptism, I will make private dishes for you. 6th elder martial brother likes collecting all kinds of rare food materials best. How can they be ordinary food materials if they can get his eyes? Qin Sheng nodded and embarked on the journey. Just left Wangaofeng, on the Boundless Mountains, a large number of students are rushing to Longqi Conference in various ways. Some students ride in Zhanchong, the Golden Lion King, the Silver Moon Roaring Sky Tiger, or the 9-yen Fire Phoenix and other tall Zhanchong. Some students drive their own chariots. A chariot gives off a brilliant light, which is sacred and makes people stay away. Qin Sheng went on the road alone. Although he used the Python Dragon code, the speed was no less than those of the students who took the chariot and the war pet, but his momentum was always a little weak. Am I going to hunt a new pet again? Qin Sheng thought. Boom. At this time a very strong voice of breaking the sky sounded, a silver moon roaring tiger flying in the sky, pulling a purple flying chariot blasted. The speed is very fast, which makes people look sideways. Moreover, this man is overbearing and overbearing. He doesn't speak sense at all. Moreover, he specially looks for places with many people to collide. Poof. Some students who couldn't escape were shaken to fly like falling meteors, falling into the vast mountains. The vast majority of the students who were shaken were silver-level students. Their talent and potential were very common, but they also had a talent once in 20 or 30 years. However, when their strength was weaker, most of them also survived 1 or 2 heavy storms. The silver moon roars the sky tiger, but the inborn big demon, the strength is strong, adds the chariot's strength to enhance. Well, where are your dog eyes? Scratch my chariot and you will pay for it with your head? The chariot passed by, and there was a cold sarcastic voice, this strength, it means to participate in the Dragon Pool Conference, the existence of cannon fodder in general. This man's voice is cold and domineering. He regards human life as grass mustard. But the holy palace is also so arrogant and domineering. If it's all over the Dayan imperial dynasty, isn't it necessary to raise your hands and feet to harvest your head? Qin Sheng frowned. His character was also Zhongguang, but he never bullied the weak. However, Qin Sheng took a look at the disciples of Xiang Peak and Lei Yanfeng, who were shaken. Qin Sheng didn't want to meddle. How many poor people could he save? However, the tree wanted to be quiet and the wind did not stop. The chariot was heading in the direction of Qin Sheng. "Hello, the grandson in front of you, are you deaf or mute?" The silver moon roared and the tiger roared. The voice of the tiger roared was shocking. The young people in the chariot were so arrogant that they looked at Qin Sheng as if they were dead. They said, "Run over the students like cannon fodder, just leave a breath, the holy courtyard will not pursue responsibility." Day by day the sanctuary encourages struggle, so there are often challenges and battles here. As long as there is no dead hand, the sanctuary generally does not manage it. Qin Sheng's eyes were cold, and he punched the silver moon howling tiger. Boom! Qin Sheng's fist rose in the face of the storm. This is the combination of Fu light, not the ancient martial arts, with 3 heads and 6 arms like the elder martial brother. Nevertheless, the power is amazing enough. Silver moon howling tiger feels the terror of Qin Sheng's fist seal and cries out to escape. But it's too late. Bang, the head of silver moon roaring sky tiger turns into blood fog. You can't die anymore. Boom. The magnificent chariot fell down in the valley and burst into dazzling fire. A big explosion occurred and the wolf smoke rose. Many students who want to attend the Dragon Pool Conference stop one after another and look at the abrupt scene and look at each other. Kiki. Such a good chariot was declared to be completely abandoned. A confused figure climbed out of the ruins, with an undulating chest. Originally wearing a shiny battle armor, it had become worn and old, large pieces of runes had peeled off, even some core runes had been destroyed. This is a young man. He has a lot of advantages. A pair of tiger eyes are very stinging and fierce. From the aspect of face, it's obviously not a good fault. Who are you? Roll down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I promise you will die early and die of various accidents when you leave the holy place. The young man looked up at Qin Sheng, who was standing in the air, without concealing his killing intention. Shwa. For a moment, many eyes fell on Qin Sheng, with pity on his faces. Who is that boy? How foolish are you to offend Qi Baichuan? I'm dead. Qi Baichuan is a disciple of the Marquis. Although his family rank is relatively low, he is the legitimate son of the Marquis. It seems that he has gained a lot this time when he returns to his ancestral land. One by one, they were whispering. Looking at Qin Sheng one by one, they felt a little familiar, but their faces were very fresh. In fact, the event of the last Kuning meeting was suppressed by Xiang Peak, especially those recorded with advanced transmitters were confiscated and completely deleted before being released. This is where the power of Xiang Peak is terrible. So, although Qin Sheng won the battle, because of Kuning, he is famous, few people really recognize Qin Sheng. As for the freshmen who took part in the talent test, most of them were bronze students, few of them had the chance to attend the Dragon Pool Conference. Under many factors, Qin Sheng was not recognized for a while. Even Qi Baichuan didn't recognize Qin Sheng, and he had just returned from the ancestral place of his family, and even he had never heard of Qin Sheng. When Qin Sheng heard this, his eyes narrowed in a straight line. He looked down at Qi Baichuan and felt that this man had some strength. He was not far from the strength of Dang Wanjun, maybe even stronger than Dang Wanjun. However, Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to people of this level. Are you sure I'll come down? Qin Sheng pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile. Qin is very arrogant. Although he feels that Qin Sheng has some strength, even his chariot fighting favorite can be killed with one blow, which should not be weaker than his own strength, but his reputation is outside, and he is an old gold student. And he got a lot in the ancestral place of the family. When he was in the spring equinox, he felt that Qin Sheng's very fresh face was probably just a field work of unknown origin. Such a small person, even if his strength is not weaker than himself, will be scared by his family background. Of course, I'll kowtow to me and admit my mistake. I'll follow me into the place of trial later and be driven by me. Qin said a lot in one breath. In this way, I can have a large number of adults, let bygones be bygones. Hey, boy, Mr. Qi, it's the adults who don't remember villains. Don't you crawl on the ground? That is to say, what is the identity of Qi Shuacheng? The existence that will be sanctified and let you follow him is the bliss of your three-life cultivation. It's a rare opportunity. After this village, there is no such shop. This kind of good thing doesn't always happen. Many students from Xiangfeng flatter Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng coldly glanced at the flatterers, with the smell of killing, with the accumulation of fushue, nourishing the body, and the sword seeds inside the body were completely rooted in his body. Now his eyes are full of killing sword. A group of flatterers were on pins and needles and felt numb all over. They closed their mouths quickly and dared not speak more. As you wish. Qin Sheng suddenly grinned and then dived down. Boom. Qin Sheng turned the python dragon's secret of purple electricity to the extreme. He braved the purple electricity on his body. He didn't suppress cultivation. He directly connected the 9 channels, and the 2 saint-level channels that were dormant in the deep of his body exploded with terror. Qin Sheng is like a golden man made of gold. His whole body is full of golden light. With a strong sense of holiness, the most terrible thing is that his eyes are also covered with purple gold. Qin looks up at Qin Sheng, who is diving down. He feels something is not very good. Boom. Qin did not hesitate to sacrifice the soul of war directly. He chanted words and chanted ancient incantations. Behind him, a black cane sprang up. Qin soul of war is a kind of summon. He summoned a black cane from the void. The cane is suffused with black runes, with barbs, and is extremely sharp. 2 lives, 3 lives, everything. The covered black cane weaves into a big net, covering Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sneers, and the rune light printed on his fist is more dazzling. Pooh. The endless vines were easily blown to pieces by Qin Sheng, just like the falling of a meteorite, dragging a long tail of fire. A heavy blow fell on Qin chest. Qin's eyes are round and his face is full of unbelievable color. He wants to try his best to be humble, but Qin Sheng's fist is too fast. He feels that there is a whale swimming behind Qin Sheng, which is frightening. Bang! Qin felt as if he had been trampled on his chest by a big demon. His melted armor burst, Qin Sheng's fist marks destroyed everything, smashed everything and ignored all defenses. Qin's bones were all broken, even the Sea of Yuan force was also broken, and the 9 Yuan veins in his body were all broken. He was seriously injured, dying frequently, with blood pouring out of his mouth. Qin looks at Qin Sheng in fear. What strength is this? The power of Shenfu? It's not like that. If you have the power of the divine kingdom, it's the Son of God. Qin knows all the sons of God. This person looks very strange and doesn't know them at all. A guy of unknown origin, unexpectedly hit himself hard with one blow? It's really weak. It's weaker than that. Qin Sheng looks at Qin, who is still alive, with contempt in his eyes. Qin Sheng left. He didn't care about Qi anymore. He was so arrogant and domineering. He had to pay a price. He was so badly injured. At least he had to lie in bed for a year and a half, and it would take a lot of treasure to avoid falling ill. Qin Sheng left, leaving Qi wailing on the ground, and a group of melon-eating people looking at him. No, why is that man like Qin Sheng, the devil? Okay, it seems that it is, and the boxing is just like the legendary one. A group of melon-eaters were whispering and making amazing remarks, and soon came to a conclusion. Just now, Qin Sheng, the great devil, is the young man who blows Qi away with one fist. After the meeting, although Xiang Peak tried to suppress such humiliation, there were many legends about Qin Sheng spread in the whole day-by-day Holy Palace. The people of Xiang Peak call Qin Sheng the Great Devil. They think that his field repair from the magic dragon wasteland can cross the Great Realm and fight against the enemy. They first crush the dangerous Wan Jun, who has the chance to become the Holy Sun, and then press Liu Hong's Holy Sun to the ground to rub. As time goes by, some people think that Qin Sheng is a big devil. He has practiced the cultivation method of the unknown heresy, so he has the ability to rebel against the sky. Soon, Qin Sheng came to the place where the dragon pool meeting was held. Some melon eaters saw Qin Sheng and couldn't help shouting, "Here comes the big devil!" For a while, everyone dodged Qin Sheng, as if Qin Sheng was like the god of plague. Qin Sheng frowned, turned to look behind him, grabbed a silver student, and asked, "This fellow, what's the origin of this big devil? Why do everyone seem to be so afraid of him?" The silver student seemed to be a ghost. His legs were shooting and shaking. His eyes almost came out, pointing to Qin Sheng, "Big, don't touch me." Qin Sheng was very confused. He wanted to ask for more details. Unexpectedly, the silver student even fainted from a crooked neck. "I wipe, is this big devil so horrible?" Qin Sheng was puzzled. He was kind enough to wake up the silver student, but he had just opened his eyes and saw Qin Sheng, the big devil, near him. He immediately attacked his heart with blood and fainted again. There is no way. Qin Sheng settles the silver student, who has the courage only to have a small thumb. The test ground is more and more busy, and more students come here. Wow! All of a sudden, a noise came, and the whole world seemed to be boiling. A group of students separated into a channel, several peerless Tianjiao into Qin Sheng's eyes. Relegation Peak is worthy of being a female school peak. All the students who come to join in it have a lot of body, looks, and temperament. Is that the man who was relegated to Xianfeng coming? Qin Sheng saw the acquaintances and stepped out step by step, squeezing away the crowd. "Hey, what's the squeeze? Can the nuns who are relegated to Xianfeng see you when you push so hard?" The fat man who was run by Qin Sheng said angrily, but when he saw Qin Sheng's appearance clearly, he almost cried for his mother and father. Big devil. Fat people try to squeeze out a smile that is worse than crying, and then get out of the way. That's why Qin Sheng was so easy to get close to these nuns. Ancient ripples. Qin Sheng patted the fragrant shoulder of the ancient ripples. Gu Liani can't help but feel shocked. She thinks a lot about marriage these days. Suddenly, Qin Sheng takes a picture of her and screams. "What's the matter?" One by one, the female nuns in Xianfeng are gorgeous. Looking back at their younger martial sister, they are hooked up by a male student. All of a sudden, they burst into flames. Boom! The nuns of banishment to Xianfeng are extremely gorgeous. They stare at the phoenix eyes one by one, and their anger stretches to the sky. Qin Sheng feels these terrible breath, and his hair stands on end. This group of fairies from Xianfeng are really not vases. They all have a rainbow-like atmosphere. They have practiced the ancient secret method. Their eyes are cold, their eyebrows are shining, and their tall and straight bodies send out people to the sky, just like the 9 heavenly Zuanv who came from the 9 heavens. Air. Qin Sheng felt his head broken and numb. He looked up at a pair of fairies who seemed to be shooting out flames. He said, "Don't get me wrong, fairies. I just met my old friend and came to say hello. There are dozens of female nuns in Xianfeng, all of them are gold students, with a rainbow-like atmosphere. One beside the ancient ripple is even more intimidating, with an ancient mark between her eyebrows. I know you. Your name is Qin Sheng. You are a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from the field repair of the magic dragon wasteland." A gorgeous woman has pulled the ancient ripples with one hand. Her eyes are full of bright light. It's frightening and makes people stay away from it. She dare not confront it. Smell speech, Qin Sheng raised eyebrow to smile, very proud. "Way, fairy little sister, you also heard me?" The fairy is dressed in purple, and the runes are dazzling. At first glance, they are valuable runes, even the spirit clothes, made by the spirit master. Her voice is sweet, just like the sound of nature. When she opens her mouth, many onlookers will look at her. Yun Yashuan's eyebrows were slightly broken and said coldly, "Of course I know you, the new big devil. I warn you, it's better to stay away from my junior sister." Yun Yashuan's voice is so cold that even the spirit almost freezes Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng lights up the first soul star. The spirit realm can be compared with the ordinary spirit state. That is to say, in front of Qin Sheng's eyes, the holy lady named Yun Yashuan, whose spirit realm at least lit the second, or even the third, soul star. Qin Sheng was shocked and said, "What am I? Who is making a rumor? Come out." Qin Sheng is very dissatisfied. He has never done anything bad. How could he be given such a bad nickname? Yun Yashuan's delicate body is ethereal, and her whole body is wrapped in a thick fog. This should be a kind of secret practice. I don't care if it's a rumor. Yun Yashuan is very strong. Her eyebrows emit electric light. This kind of electric light is sharper than that of the storm and thunder. Just stay away from her, and don't think about our younger martial sister's idea. With your background, it's still far away. Like a phoenix, Yun Yashuan has no respect for Qin Sheng, even if he has the talent and potential of once in 1,000 years, even if Qin Sheng becomes the youngest son in the history of Xingyuan. This achievement, in front of Yun Yashuan, especially the young king who saw the ancient ripples, is the difference between the dragon and the snake. Qin Sheng suddenly became unhappy and said, "Hey, what do you mean, old saint? Gu Liani is my girlfriend's best friend. I just came here to say hello. Are you so buried? Who are you from ancient ripple? Hey, it's really broad." Yun Yashuan was scolded. She was the top 3 saint girl in the Holy Palace day by day. She was the oldest, but she was ridiculed as an old saint girl in front of the public. Boom! Her chest heaved, and there was a great wave, and there was a raging fire in her chest. You want to die? Yun Yashuan wants to do it, but this is the place where the dragon pool meeting will be tested. She knows that there are high-level officials coming to the temple day by day. Moreover, the day-by-day academy is encouraging competition, but only junior students can challenge senior students. Yun Yashuan is not only a saint, but also a senior saint. She has already reached the middle and late stage of Shinfu, and her strength is incomparable. Qin Sheng is just a new generation. Although he is the youngest son in history, it is well known that Qin Sheng's position as a son of God is won back by seizing and seizing. His real strength cannot reach the level of Son of God. The son of the sun chasing Holy Palace is the weakest of all. Qin Sheng has not been through the first storm and thunder disaster at present, and his strength is far less than that of Yun Yashuan. The breath of terror enveloped Qin Sheng for a moment, making him feel like a mountain, crushing his chest, making him breathless. Connect 9 channels. Fu blood appears. As soon as Qin Sheng thought about it, he connected 9 channels, activated Fuxue, and immediately disappeared. Well, you old saint, do what you say. Qin Sheng points at Yunyashuan discontentedly, and then mutters, you are so grumpy. No wonder you become a leftover girl. NEI. For example, the onlookers were stunned one by one, just like being struck by lightning, staring at Qin Sheng. My God, this is the devil? It's worthy of being a field repairman from the wasteland. I don't know the height of the earth. I call the saint a leftover girl. Tut tut, the thief is immoral. It's said that some of the holy sons have been pursuing the holy daughter of Yunyashuan, and 2 of them are the holy sons of the outer court. I heard that elder martial brother Wan Gaofeng, who is extremely short guard, went out to practice. Today, I see who can protect the goods. Many people are gloating, especially the students from Xiang Peak. Sure enough, Yunyashuan's anger can't be stopped. Although she is over 50, she is a genius in Shenfu realm. In the future, she will have 90% chance to reach Dongtian realm and have a 1,000-year life. Not to mention more than 50, even more than 100, are still very young. Now Qin Sheng says that she is an old leftover girl who can't be married. It's a crime that can't be forgiven. Cloud Yashuan's head soared into the sky, as if lit a different fire. She was wearing a golden crown, on which there was a small golden black flying. It's a big killing weapon with a very high level, at least 7 or even 8 levels of congenital talisman. Why do you get angry with such a clown who picks beans, she said. At the moment when Yunyashuan couldn't hold back and wanted to slap Qin Sheng to death, a gentle voice began to ring. This is a man with purple hair and waist. He is very soft. With the breath, he has a handsome face, a golden armor, and a dazzling golden light. The most impressive thing is that a pair of eyebrows of this beautiful man are burning with strange fire. Although they are not close to the public, the hot fire of the strange fire has formed a strong heat wave and rolled the mat. Dongfang Lai is here. He even came to attend the Dragon Pool conference. It's not rumored that Dongfang Lai once found a great opportunity in a Jedi, but also contributed intelligence to the Holy Academy, and received many rewards? Yes, this time, Xiang Peak was defeated by Dongfang Lixicheng. It's estimated that Xiang Peak will win in the Longqi conference. Lei Yanfeng's students were all talking about it, especially Wu Dade, who was worried about Qin Sheng. Dongfang Lai came with colorful auspicious clouds. He was very powerful. Behind him, a chariot came. This is the real elite of Xiang Peak. Boom. The chariot opens, and strong breath students come out. 2 of them are particularly striking, one is a man and one is a woman, the other is a man with a sword eyebrow and a star, but there are some stings between the eyebrows. His black armor is very rare, but the cost is very high, even ordinary martial artists can't buy it. The woman's face is beautiful, and her temperament is very arrogant. She glanced at everyone coldly. She was dressed in a 100-flower skirt, and some butterflies and birds came to her. Holy son of Zhou Jian and holy daughter of Nalin Yuyan. My God, Xiang Feng even paid so much attention to this Dragon Pool conference, and sent out 3 saints and daughters at one time? No, Liu Hong is here too. Strictly speaking, he is the 4 holy sons and daughters. 4 saints gathered in Xiang Peak, which caused a storm. In addition, 2 saints and daughters were also sent out from Lixian Peak and Lei Yanfeng. That is to say, up to 8 saints and daughters participated in the trial of the Dragon Pool conference. In previous years, 2 or 3 saints and daughters may attend the Longqi conference. Unexpectedly, this year's Longqi conference is so popular with the saints and daughters. Among them, a big reason is that this Longqi conference is the largest one in recent years. It is said that there will be a once-in-500-year stone beast waking up. Another reason is that Xiang Peak was severely humiliated by Wan Gaofeng some time ago, and they heard that Qin Sheng, who represents Wan Gaofeng, would also participate in the trial of the Dragon Pool Conference, and Xiang Peak's son and daughter couldn't wait to come to Qin Sheng for a bad breath, which is to find some lost faces. The four saints looked at Qin Sheng coldly, especially Liu Hong. His eyes were almost staring out. Some time ago, Qin Sheng and Liu Hong fought in the mountain and river map. Liu Hong was suppressed to the sky, and then Qin Sheng pressed him to the ground. That war was the biggest stain on Liu Hong's life, and he was seriously injured. At that time, it was estimated that he would lie on the hospital bed for a year and a half. Unexpectedly, in the past few months, he could come out and jump again. The four saints of Xiang Peak are in a row, which makes people pay attention to. Among them, the eyes of the East are like a rainbow, blooming cold light, and ignoring Qin Sheng. "You are Qin Sheng?" Dongfang Lai asked, coldly, in a very blunt tone. "I'll give you an opportunity to apologize to young Suimiai. Oh, by the way, kindly remind me that you will hand over Liu Hong's Son of God medal if you are wise, otherwise every year, there are casualties in the test area of the Dragon Pool Conference." East strong in voice test, words with a silk undisguised threat. Qin Sheng looked up at the four saints of Xiang Peak. He was a little unhappy between his eyebrows, and said, "The medal of the Son of God is for my real fight. Will you let me return it in a word? There is no such good thing in the world. By the way, Yun Yashuan said something bad to me first, and I refused to apologize." Dongfang Lai's face was stiff, all of them were flashing with murderous intent. He rubbed his hands and said, "I'm very sorry. I hope you're still as stiff as you are now, when you enter the testing place." Qin Sheng didn't care about it, and said, "I'll give it back to you in the same way. What's so great about the Son of God? The place of trial is the place where I hunt for the Son of God. I hope you all cover your chest with the Son of God medal, otherwise." Hearing this, the four saints of Xiang Peak, and the four saints of Lixian Peak and Leiyin Peak all changed their faces. Especially the four saints of Xiang Peak, their faces are like ice and snow, and their eyes are cold and piercing. Qin Sheng even said that he wanted to hunt the Son of God in full view of the public. Isn't that to completely tear his face and humiliate their Son of God? Ha ha, the existence of ants, on your strength, also want to fight with us? Oriental strong double eyebrows, burning, incomparable flame, and then a hiss, all over the body is bathed in the strange fire. The yellow spring fire in Qin Sheng's body danced wildly, and it could devour different fire. Obviously, the yellow spring fire was instinctive. Ha ha, mole ants also have a Saint Sun medal. It's just that the Saint Sun doesn't have much gold. It's not worth mentioning. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out the Sun medal from Liu Hong. Liu Hong suddenly wanted to split his canthus. He was furious. The rage of the powerful people in Shenfu made the gold students around him, even the silver students far away, feel the fierce pressure and shiver. If it wasn't a face problem, he would have crawled to the ground. The Shenfu environment is much stronger than the general life environment. Even in the face of the 9 heavy storms and thunder, if there is no extremely anti-heaven means and talent of heaven's indulgence, it is impossible to compete with the strong Shenfu environment. Under the god's mansion, there are all ants. This is not a mess. No hands here. At this time, in the cloud, a magnificent voice sounded. An elder of the holy temple did not come out of the cloud. His strength was boundless. Judging from the fluctuation of yuan power, he was far stronger than Dongfang Lai, Liu Hong and others. Hearing this, Dongfang Lai's face changed greatly when he waited for the four saints of Xiang Peak. He dared not move. Dragon Pool Conference, the place of trial, is open. Above the sky, the magnificent voice sounded again, and the light burst down. Boom. The earth and the heaven vibrated violently, and the light fell into a huge dry mountain among the mountains. Buzzing. The dry mountain vibrates violently, the earth shakes and the mountain shakes, and bursts out the same dazzling light as entering, forming a huge portal. Go ahead. There are unique stone beasts in the test area. After the test, the level of this dragon pool baptism will be judged according to the loot. The great voice resounds through the world. As soon as the voice fell, countless figures shot towards the huge light curtain, one by one, trying to get ahead of the others. Drive. Zhou Jian indifference, he is the leader of the four saints of Xiang Peak, from the beginning to the end did not look at Qin Sheng. Dongfang nodded, looked back at Qin Sheng, and then made a threatening gesture, to wipe his neck. The land of trial, I will take back the sun's medal. Lu Honglingdao. Xiang Peak left, and Li Xian Peak and Lei Yan Peak followed. Finally, Qin Sheng, on behalf of Wang Gaofeng, set off. Qin Sheng fell from a high altitude after turning the ground for a while. Bang! Qin Sheng fell in a large shape, raising dust, and a large number of stones were hit to fly, revealing a man-shaped deep pit. It hurts. Qin Sheng cried in a low voice, why is the gravity so strong here? Qin Sheng got up in a panic and looked around at the surrounding environment. The bloody sun is high in the sky. It is desolate. Qin Sheng is familiar with the gravity here. The gravity here is very powerful, several times more powerful than that of Emperor Yin. Not to mention the martial arts in the sky, even the strong ones who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms are not likely to be able to fly in the sky here. It took a whole hour for Qin Sheng to familiarize himself thoroughly with the gravity here. 6 senior brothers also mentioned to Qin Sheng about the place of the test. Strictly speaking, this is a huge dry dragon pond left over from 10,000 years ago. This is the holy courtyard left over from ancient times, which is the predecessor of the holy courtyard day by day. Click. The subtle voice sounded, Qin Sheng was very sharp, suddenly turned back. Man, death. In a pile of disordered stones, climb out a stone beast. The stone beast is not big. It's the size of a yard dog. It's made of meat and stone. Its surface has a faint purple color. Its eyes are very cold. The most remarkable thing is that there's a purple-black circle around the stone beast's neck. Qin Sheng said, a ring of stone beasts? The stone beast is condensed from the stone of the abandoned dragon pond. Because of the long-term natural position, it is still sealed with many prohibitions. A ring of stone beasts represents that the year of the stone beast is 10 years. It took 10 years to condense. Judging the year of the stone beast by the number of rings, the more rings there are, the longer the year of the stone beast. Generally speaking, the more rings there are, the more powerful the stone beast is. 10 years of stone beasts can speak. It can be seen how favorable the environment here is for the aggregation of stone beasts. Even intelligence can be produced. Qin Sheng's whole body was shining, his eyes were bright and cold. He turned his hand into a knife, which fell on the waist of the stone beast. Chasm. The stone beast cracked and cracked a lot of cracks, which almost broke down, but Qin Sheng's face slightly changed, because he felt that the body of the stone beast was really hard, but he made the rune bone, the bone was very hard, but in the face of the stone beast, he felt the pain of numbness in the palm of his hand. Roar. Qin Sheng's palm didn't destroy the stone beast, but made the stone beast angry. His eyes emitted purple light, and his whole body crackled. The crystal stone on his body, like a porcupine, had a dense purple barb. Can you change? A ring of stone beast's body soared 3 times, from the size of a country dog to a wild boar, who would not kill Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng turns his hand and holds the dragon-slaying knife. It's a knife to the stone beast that pours at him. Pooh. The dragon-slaying blade is extremely sharp. Even the strong people who have gone through multiple wind and thunder disasters can be cut. A ring of stone beasts can be cut into 2 parts, without any suspense. Bang! A ring of stone beast was blasted, and a piece of blood-red crystal stone was burst out from the center of the eyebrow, with beautiful rune marks shining. This is Longyuanjing. Qin Sheng recognized this kind of expensive crystal at a glance. At the beginning of Luyuan College, Yunlan took out this kind of Longyuan crystal to wash the dragon pool for Qin Sheng's several people. At the beginning, there were only a few pieces of Longyuanjing left in the whole Luyuan College, which seemed to be all consumed by Qin Sheng. It turns out that Longyuanjing was produced in this way? Qin Sheng had some thoughts. It is very difficult for a junior college, like Luyuan College, to get a Longyuanjing. Only through the college test can we get a chance. However, such a high-level school as Darashenjuan has its own place of trial and can produce Longyuanjing. This is the huge gap between the clouds and the mud. Qin Sheng took Longyuanjing and felt that he had a very strong yuanli breath in his body, and it also exuded the flavor of dragon. A stone beast once in 10 years can produce a dragon yuan crystal. What about a stone beast once in 100 years? Qin Sheng was slightly curious. As long as there were enough Longyuanjing, he could have a more advanced Longqi baptism. If it can reach the legendary Jiulong baptism, Juku Dragon Pool will baptize Qin Sheng and wash his body together. It will be something that many people expect. Boom. At this time a loud voice broke through the sky. Qin Sheng looked up and saw that the man was very fast. He sat on a chariot, blinked and fell from the sky. Qin Sheng didn't avoid it because he knew that these people were coming to him. The chariot is bronze, very old, but it can automatically resist the strong gravity here. It only needs a little yuan force to drive. From the chariot, a group of people came down, men and women, each with strong breath. The weakest one was also a gold student who had gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. What peak is this? Qin Sheng had some doubts. At the same time, he was in a state of mind. If he was from Xiang Peak, Qin Sheng might have a big fight. There were more than a dozen people in the party. The leader was a man with a scarlet mark on his eyebrow. His eyebrows were stinging. He was obviously a cruel man. His nostrils were facing up to the sky, and he breathed out a melting fire. However, this kind of strange fire is very low level and not much more powerful than ordinary animal fire. At the end of the crowd, a very familiar figure came out. Wu Dade? Qin Sheng shouted. Wu Dade ran over and led Qin Sheng to the man with blood marks on his eyebrows. To introduce you, Gong Yunping is from Lei Yanfeng like me. Wu Dade introduced, and then sent the message to Qin Sheng. Although the son of Yunping is at the bottom of the list of the sons, he has only survived the 9 storms and thunder, but he has his protection, and it is estimated that he can help you through this Dragon Pool conference. Gong Yunping glanced down at Qin Sheng and said, in the place of trial, there is always danger of life. I accept Wu Dade's benefits and will naturally protect your safety. However, you should be wise and not jump too much. After all, it depends on strength. It's hard to use any talent or potential. Gong Yunping's unbridled preaching looks like he is superior. Qin Sheng frowns. He doesn't need someone to protect him. Besides, Gong Yunping has a piece of anti-bone in the back of his head. It's obviously an anti-bone kid. How can he protect him? Qin Sheng wants to refuse and go on the road alone. Whether it's the eldest or the second elder martial sister, they gave Qin Sheng Bao things before they left. In addition, Qin Sheng smelted 3 colors of soul blood, and his combat power sword, although it was far from the real powerful Shenfu people, especially the powerful Shenfu people at the level of Son of God. However, Qin Sheng had many means, and there were also runes given to him by the tomb keeper of the previous dynasty. Qin Sheng is not afraid of the so-called 4 saints of Xiang Peak. He also tries to expose himself and then sets up the array to give them a pot of rice. Big brother, listen to me. Wu Dade's eyes filled with tears. He made a heavy note of Qin Sheng. He knew that Qin Sheng was not a thing in the pool, and he would transform the dragon into the sky sooner or later. It is precisely because of this that Wu Dade, the 10th son of Gong Yunping, took great cost and promised many treasures to protect Qin Sheng. The rich are in danger. Wu Dade gnawed his teeth in his heart. He was like a gambler, and he put all his bets on Qin Sheng. Because, he is very clear, there is no airtight wall under heaven and earth. Once the news that he was protecting Qin Sheng was heard by the prince's legitimate sons, I would like to know with my buttocks, waiting for the tragic ending of Wu Dade. Wu Dade is very enthusiastic. Qin Sheng's eyes ignited the fire in Huangquan. He controlled some secret techniques of the 10,000 robbers, such as Tong. He can not only have a good eye, but also see through the hearts of the martial artists. Once the cultivation is to the extreme, he can even let the martial artists become zombies, with only one eye release. Generally speaking, the realm of spirit of such a strong man is very terrible. The cultivation of soul power has reached the peak. Qin Sheng found that Wu Dade didn't have a bad intention, and he really wanted to help him. However, Qin Sheng was still reluctant to go with Gong Yunping, even if the other side was the son of 9 robbers, whose strength was no less than that of the ordinary powerful Shenfu. Well, Gong Yunping's eyes are as sharp as those of a tiger or a wolf. He is worthy of being the son of God. He is so sharp. What are you still hesitating about? I know where to hibernate a stone beast once in 100 years. I think you have some strength. I promise you, as long as you follow me for the time being, I will not only guarantee your safety, but also let you drink some soup. Gong Yunping's face was bewitched. He clapped his chest and promised. A stone beast once in 100 years doesn't have 10 rings. Qin Sheng admitted that he was moved. A 10-ring stone beast, containing the dragon Yuan crystal, is enough for a 5-dragon baptism. However, the once-in-100-year-old stone beast may not be weaker than the human strongman in Shenfu. With Qin Sheng's current strength, it is necessary to fight hard and suffer losses. I will help you hunt the stone beast once in 100 years, but I will take 30% of Longdi Wanjing. Qin Sheng looked up at Gong Yunping and held out 3 fingers. Smell speech, Gong Yunping, a pair of tiger eyes slightly coagulate, eyebrow some displeasure. A gold student who was closely behind Gong Yunping could not help jumping out. His thin face was full of sarcasm and said, "Ha ha, you are not in the right mind. You really think that you can win the position of the Son of God by opportunistic means, and you really think of yourself as the Son of God? In terms of your strength, you still want to get 30% off. It's just an unknown field repair. Let you drink some soup, and you want to make more money and eat meat?" The gold student, dressed in gray animal armor, although his face is dry and thin, but the violence in his eyebrows is very strong. He speaks rudely, as if he didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng at all. Dry tongue. Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows were raised, and he left in a flash. He appeared in front of the man with the gray animal armor like a ghost. His speed was so fast that even Gong Yunping's pupils contracted suddenly. "Pa! It's too fast. It's just between the lightning and the flint." The man in gray robe saw only a faint palm on his face. Then he felt the sky turned and the earth turned. He hit a huge rock like shit. Woo-woo. The gray beast, a man, covers his face bones are all broken, showing the bones, blood flows out, looking at Qin Sheng in fear. Qin Sheng stood up with his hands in his hands, and his face was indifferent. He glanced at the temple Yunping and asked with a smile, "Now I am qualified to eat meat, right?" "Impossible. Why is he so strong? Is the rumor true?" "This field repair, turn over the hand to suppress and humiliate the danger." Behind Gong Yunping's son, a group of gold students looked sideways, their faces were shocked, and their eyebrows were full of disbelief. Before contacting Qin Sheng, a group of them had already heard about Qin Sheng's various deeds in the Xingyuan day by day. Once in a millennium talent and potential. For the old gold students, they will have the chance to become the son of God in the future. In the same realm, he hanged Liu Hong's son and then replaced him as the first young son in the history of the court. This is a new rookie, so up and down, attracted the envy and dissatisfaction of many old students. Therefore, most of the old students are extremely unhappy with Qin Sheng, especially those who don't really see Qin Sheng's style. They all think that the rumor is often made up of three people, exaggerating and exaggerating. Gong Yunping, the son of God, has an ulterior motive. He also wants to beat Qin Sheng with his followers. However, he didn't expect that the result was far beyond his expectation. His followers are simply vulnerable. It seems that there is a certain chance for the field repair, otherwise it can't have such strength. Gong Yunping's eyes slightly contracted, and he took a deep look at Qin Sheng. Then he said in a deep voice, "Qin Sheng, you are too much." Qin Sheng shakes his head and says with a smile, "That's your people who don't know how to live or die. Do you think it will be better if you change his way of talking with other sages?" Although with a smile, but Qin Sheng's eyes are cold light, accompanied by even Gong Yunping are slightly moved by the meaning of killing. Xingzi has the dignity of Xingzi. Once questioned, it can be suppressed in blood. This is the underlying rule, which is one of the reasons why Xingzi Liu Hong first attacked Qin Sheng. If the elder martial brother and the second elder martial sister didn't intervene, Qin Sheng would be very upset even though he had no worries about his life. Qin Sheng said, "Besides, I show my hands in front of you to prove the rumors. Isn't that exactly what you want?" Gong Yunping's yin and qing are changeable, his fists are clenched tightly, and a sharp yuanli is faintly distributed, which makes many old gold cadets, including Wu Dade, who are closely behind him, also look frightened. This is the terror and pressure of the Son of God. Even the last Son of God, Gong Yunping, who is not smelted in the Shenfu, gives everyone the feeling that he is a big demon in the dark. If he doesn't move, he will destroy the sky and the earth. Finally, Gong Yunping, the son of God, nodded and agreed, saying, "I can give you 30%, if you want to kill the centennial stone beast this time, you must obey my orders." Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and agreed, "It's okay, as long as you don't ask too much. After all, this once-in-a-century stone beast comes from your intelligence." "Cooperation has been negotiated," Gong Yunping said indifferently, "then start." The man in the gray animal armor, with his face taut and his eyebrows full of resentment, asked, "Son, do you really want to give Long Yuanjing to the field repairman 30%? Even if only 30% of Long Yuanjing, which has been exploded by stone beasts for 100 years, will become rich overnight for a new student." Gong Yunping saw that Qin Sheng and Wu Dade had gone far away, and his face was suddenly cold to the freezing point, and even showed some greedy murders. He said, "How could it be that you are not familiar with my temperament?" "Ah, Qin Sheng, do you know that you are in a whirlpool?" Wu Dade shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Sheng looked back at Wu Dade and said with a smile, "Why do you say that?" Wu Dade, born in the Chamber of Commerce, has experienced all kinds of intrigues. At a glance, he can see what kind of activities Gong Yunping's people under him will do. "I've told you to give in and get through this." Wu Dade wryly smiled, "The Dragon Yuan Jing you just asked for 30% has touched the bottom line of Gong Yunping. Do you think he will give you 30% after the success?" Qin Sheng patted Wu Dade on the shoulder, then pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Do you really think I only get 30%? Qin Sheng's eyebrows were shining, showing a sense of killing. His eyes were about to shoot a sharp sword light. He said, "Liu Hong or Gong Yunping, it's okay that they don't provoke me. If they provoke me, they will only become stepping stones. I don't really resist killing saints here. Qin Sheng's voice was astonishing, and Wu Dade's scalp was numb. Tu Sheng? Wu Dade was so frightened that he jumped like a needle and said, "No way. Each of the 3 holy houses of Dian Emperor is very precious. There is no holy son less than once in 100 years. Every loss is a great loss. If there is such an extreme event as the fall of the holy sun, the holy house will definitely send it to the strong for thorough investigation." Hearing this, Qin Sheng didn't care at all, and said, "This is the place where the Dragon Pool Conference is tested. I am on the same status as him. If he does too much, what's wrong with Tu Sheng?" Wu Dade opened his mouth and didn't say a word. He knew that things were out of control. Now he can only hope that Gong Yunping won't be killed and provoke Qin Sheng. Soon, under the guidance of Gong Yunping, the people came to a remote place. This is an abandoned volcano. There is a huge hole in the mountain. There are black volcanic rocks and pungent smell of sulfur everywhere. Qin Sheng's eyes gleamed. Looking at the array of heaven and earth, he found that it was a natural array. No, it seems that there are many traces left by the strong array. Maybe it took many years for them to be weathered and integrated with heaven and earth. Qin Sheng was frightened and jumped bravely. This array was very terrible. At least it was above level 7, and even reached level 8. The 5-level array can suppress the warriors who have gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms. The 6-level array, especially some rare arrays famous for their lethality, basically has no way to live in the Shinfu environment. As for the 7-level array, it is a super array that can directly suppress the god's mansion. At the beginning, in the magic dragon wasteland, Qin Sheng's spirit realm has reached the heaven soul realm, which can rely on the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers Emperor Dan to arrange 5-level array. Now Qin Sheng has reached the soul of life and lit the first soul star. It can be imagined that Qin Sheng has been able to control the 6-level array. If he borrows some more treasures, as long as he is given time, he can arrange the 7-level array, and if he is lucky, he can even arrange the 8-level array if he meets some conditions of the world. The 8-level array, which can compete with the cave, once activated, is absolutely endless, just like the end of the world. It was an extreme situation. Even if Qin Sheng was able to arrange successfully, he would suffer a terrible backfire. If he was a little careless, his soul would ignite and die unexpectedly. Array is a kind of taboo power, especially the power of heaven and earth, which involves the rule of heaven. Even if it's just some of the illusory fur of the rules of heaven, the backfire is definitely not something Qin Sheng can easily bear. So if it wasn't for the time of life and death, Qin Sheng couldn't have joked about his own life. However, the abandoned volcano is not contaminated with the power of the laws of heaven. It should be the predecessor of the Sun by Day Holy Temple. Some ancient great powers used to arrange the array. This array is sleeping. I don't know how many years it has been sleeping and how much energy it contains remains. Qin Sheng's eyes are changing. He doesn't show his face. He doesn't want to activate the array here unless he has to. Gong Yunping, the son of God, holds a scroll of sheepskin, which is obviously a map. He looks at Qin Sheng and says, "This place should be the hiding place of stone beasts for 100 years. Qin Sheng frowned. He always felt that Gong Yunping was gloomy and hostile. Sure enough, before Qin Sheng answered, he said, "According to my information, the once-in-a-century stone beast is a female and a male, respectively. Because the last Dragon Pool meeting was severely damaged by his predecessor's son, he fell into a deep sleep. There are still male and female stone beasts?" Qin Sheng was curious and smiled. "Can they reproduce?" Gong Yunping's son shook his head and said, "I don't know specifically. These stone beasts are agglomerated by Longguanjing, with the smell of Dragon Pool. It's said that once in 1,000 years, stone beasts can awaken their intelligence, cast real flesh bodies, and become a kind of life. Of course, it's just a legendary guess. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beasts are rare in this testing area, and most of them are in some forbidden areas that clearly mark the danger of life. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast, with 100 rings, is extremely powerful, and will not be inferior to the strong in the cave. Looking at the whole Dian dynasty and the 3 holy courts, there are dozens of holy sons and daughters. Even the most powerful holy sons rarely can compete with the powerful in the cave. Gong Yunping, as the son at the bottom of the ranking, has not smelted even the Shinfu. He is absolutely afraid to touch the stone beasts once in 1,000 years in the forbidden area of the testing area. In fact, Gong Yunping is cautious and extremely timid. He has been working step by step to become the son of God. Qin Sheng, I need your cooperation if I want to find out the stone beast once in 100 years. At this time, Gong Yunping said with a smile, you go deep into the abandoned volcano alone, and I will sweep the array for you at the back. When the stone beast gets hooked, we will rush in and explode it. Wu Dade's face changed greatly. He was stunned on the spot and couldn't help saying, Son of God, you are going to promote Qin to Lear. Isn't that good? Gong Yunping gave a cold snort. The terrible pressure fell on Wu Dade instantly. If Wu Dade was badly hurt, he could not help coughing up blood in his mouth. Here's a chance for you to talk? Besides, if you don't go into a tiger's den, you won't get a tiger. If you don't take a risk, you won't be so easy to win. Gong Yunping sneers. Now that he has arrived at his destination, he no longer needs to wear a mask. Qin Sheng picked up Wu Dade, threw him a bottle of pills, and said, okay, but after that, I want 5 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing. Unbridled, just because you also match with the 5 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing and shoulder with the sun? As soon as Qin Sheng's voice came out, behind Gong Yunping, there were gold cadets jumping out. It seems that Qin Sheng has just used iron blood means, but still hasn't convinced the public. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he locked the old gold student who was not good at speaking. He sneered and said, what else is that? Is it worthy of you to point out 3 or 4? Come and fight with me if you don't agree? Qin Sheng called for battle directly, with fierce and frightening fighting spirit on his brow. The surging Yuan Li was like a big demon born in nature, which made all people jump. You! The man clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and cracked his bones. He wanted to fight Qin Sheng, but Gong Yunping held him down. Okay, you can explore the road alone. It's worth 5 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing. Gong Yunping smiles. Boy, learn something. This is the heart of the sun. You are not worthy to be a son. Gong Yunping's followers chanted that they could flatter Qin when he was buried. Qin Sheng looked on coldly and didn't care about the words of these minions. He went on the road alone. Soon, Qin Sheng disappeared into everyone's sight. Son of God, I don't agree with you. Do you really want to share the 5 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing with the field repair? After Gong Yunping, the old gold student who just said something badly couldn't help asking. Gong Yunping looked at Qin Sheng's disappearing direction, and his eyes were cold. He said, he can come out alive. The 2 male and female centenary stone beasts in it have been severely damaged, and the oil is exhausted. But according to the information I bought, they are covered with dense prohibitions. If there is any mistake, they will be doomed. Hearing this, everyone was frightened. Gong Yunping smiled a little and said, do you think there are more 5 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing now? At this time, everyone understood that Gong Yunping's meaning was very clear. The 2 once-in-a-century male and female stone beasts were not worried at all. What's terrible is that they hid in the place where they buried many terrible mines. Qin Sheng's exploration of the road by himself is obviously the existence of cannon fodder. Once he steps on the mine, he can clear away the danger for them. Especially those old gold cadets, their faces show a gloating smile. This poor reptile will surely die. The old gold student who was slapped by Qin Sheng said bitterly. Wu Dade's face is white. He clenches his teeth and stares at Gong Yunping. He knows that he has been cheated. Gong Yunping has collected 100 million yuan jing from him. He has also helped him do more than a dozen things that can't be exposed, which is to save Qin Sheng's life. However, Wu Dade didn't think that Gong Yunping's heart was so dark. He sold Qin Sheng without hesitation. Well? Gong Yunping was very sharp. He noticed Wu Dade's bad eyes and said coldly, "Don't look at me with such eyes. I haven't violated your soul contract." He can refuse to explore the way completely, but he is too greedy and beyond his control. Wu Dade's face was cold and didn't answer. Gong Yunping did not say anything wrong. He didn't intimidate Qin Sheng to seduce him. Everything was still based on Qin Sheng's will. Understand that if Qin Sheng dies in it, my soul engagement with you will end. Gong Yunping said. Looking at Qin Sheng's disappearance, Wu Dade said to himself, "Qin Sheng, you must come out alive." In the dead volcano, the area is very large. It's dead and foggy all year round, with very low visibility. Click. Qin Sheng crushed some bones. He looked down and found that they were human bones. He could not help frowning. There are even former students falling down here. In addition to human skeletons, there are also skeletons of some powerful monsters, all of which have 4 or even 5 ranks. Qin Sheng's eyes flashed across the yellow spring fire, blooming brilliant red glow. His eyes, like electricity, penetrated many thick fog, and found traces of array here. The array is very powerful, but I don't know how many years it has been arranged. The core array has been rotten. Qin Sheng smelted the inheritance and memory of the emperor. Although it is not a god, it is also a horrible existence, with more than half god. Besides alchemy, it also knows many skills. The weapon and array are also very good at it. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's limited spirit realm, he would have arranged many horrible arrays, let alone melted the powerful people in the god's mansion. Even the powerful people in the Vientiane realm who could become one of the worshippers in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland could be suppressed. This is the horror of the array. Qin Sheng turned his hand and threw out bundles of yuan jing. As soon as he clapped his eyebrows, the power of the spirit like the flood surged out. He tampered with the core content of the array here. The array here is so complicated. There are 10 6-level arrays, 3 7-level arrays. Qin Sheng felt that his scalp was numb and his back was wet with sweat. A 6-level array can suppress the human warriors below the 9 robbers in Tongmingjing. There are 10 6-level arrays arranged at once. It's not to say that the generalist who is still crossing the robberies, even the strong one in the Shenfu area has been temporarily dodged. Moreover, there are 3 7-level arrays here, one of which is very powerful and can suppress the strong in the ordinary god's palace. 3 7-level array, even the powerful god's mansion at the level of sun will escape. Qin Sheng felt his scalp numb at the moment, and his eyes were gradually cold. He said to himself, Gong Yunping is not well intentioned. What can lead to a 100-year-old stone beast? I think it's for me to activate these arrays as cannon fodder. I don't know how many years have passed since the formation of the crater was set up, at least more than 10,000 years, maybe even 100,000 years. Because some of the means of array arrangement and the use of runes have not even been seen by the emperor. Obviously, these ancient and decaying arrays are far older than the age when the emperor of the 10,000 robbers lived. It took Qin Sheng a long time, almost half a day, and his soul power almost dried up, so he tampered with the core runes of these arrays. The whole crater vibrated violently, and there was a terrible smell. Each big array began to recover. Qin Sheng's hands were as fast as lightning to throw out the metacrystalline and repair the array's defects. Qin Sheng drinks a large mouthful of Dali-Yuan liquid to nourish the spirit. His eyes are like electricity and his hair is flying. Finally, he firmly controls this array group in his hands. Boom! The light from the sky reflected far away, the mountains were shaking, and the real mountains were crumbling. Here we are. The array has been activated. Gong Yunping's eyes burst into two red clouds. His face was excited. He knew that these arrays had existed for many years, and were rotten in 9 out of 10. Now, they are activated by Qin Sheng to release all energy completely. Lei Yanfeng's party sneered, especially those old gold cadets who had been beaten by Qin Sheng. Their faces were full of schadenfreude. Wu Dade looks up at the brilliant and horrible light, his face is as dead as ashes. Those who are afraid of energy, let alone those who are powerful in the state of God's mansion, will fall. Qin Sheng is extremely rebellious. He has the talent and potential once in 1,000 years. His talent is higher than those of the royal families, even the legitimate sons of the royal family. However, no matter how talented he is only a genius after all. Even if Qin Sheng has the ability to challenge beyond his level, he can't survive in that array. Because even Gong Yunping's war power is no less than the existence of the sun level of the warrior in the ordinary Shinfu realm, and he dare not step there. Wu Dade, I think you have given me 100 million yuan crystal. Gong Yunping's son patted Wu Dade on the shoulder. He was very excited with the red glow on his face. He didn't feel sad because he lost a genius in the same hospital. Wu Dade's body shakes. He wants to refute, but he can't say a word, and finally shakes his head bitterly. There are 2 cracks in the abandoned crater, and the hot flames gush out. The magma is like a fountain. In the magma, a stone beast locked Qin Sheng. Stone beasts are not big in size, just like ordinary tiger and lion beasts. However, their whole body is burning with extremely hot fire. The whole body is red, and the scales are the size of palm with complicated runes. This rune can make them not afraid of magma, just like fish living in the sea. The stone beast has a wing on its back and 2 ferocious wounds on its neck. It seems that it has 3 heads, 2 of which have been beheaded. After many years of recuperation, the traces of 2 heads being beheaded have been blurred, and even one of them seems to be growing up again. The 2 heads of the centennial stone beast were cut off by the disciples of the sun-chasing Holy Academy, so they were very resentful to human beings. Man, death. When the stone beast saw Qin Sheng, it was furious. It was surrounded by hundreds of rings, which made people couldn't open their eyes. Boom. With the roar of the centenary stone beasts, Qin Sheng was overwhelmed with the mat. Qin Sheng's face was calm, and there was no hint of panic on his face. Pa. Qin Sheng made a ring of fingers, and the heaven and earth changed color. A huge amount of rune light flooded him, forming a border and isolating the hot magma. Qin Sheng has tampered with the array group here. As long as his mind moves, he can activate many arrays. Qin Sheng's body is covered with 6 levels of array. The hot magma is like some spray, so it's easy to be shot by Qin Sheng. On the road, Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity, with a cold light of killing. As soon as he raised his hand, a steady stream of magma condensed into a palm, squeezing the stone beast with 100 rings. Then Qin Sheng squeezed his hand hard. With a click, 100-year-old stone beast turns into powder, only a crystal-clear Longguanjing is suspended. Roar. Under Qin Sheng's feet came a terrible roar. A centennial stone beast with 2 heads burst out from under the magma. Its body shape was more powerful than that of the first one. Listen to Gong Yunping. There are 200-year-old stone beasts here, 1 female and 1 male. Now this one is supposed to be male. Qin Sheng looked at the angry stone beast and said to himself indifferently. Rumble. The heaven and the earth are shaking, and the hot magma rises to block out the sun. The male, centennial stone beast stands in the air, watching his companions being crushed and killed. He is about to split his canthus, and his eyes are full of dazzling murderous ideas. The number of rings on his body has exceeded 100, reaching as many as 150. It was beheaded, and the remaining 2 heads grew well. They fluttered to Qin Sheng. The 150-year-old stone beast, though beheaded, still surpasses the early stage of the Shenfu kingdom. It's powerful and terrifying. Even if the Emperor Yunping is present, it's estimated that in 9 out of 10, he will run away. Evil animal. Qin Sheng gave a low voice, then made a ring of fingers. The whole crater suddenly vibrated violently. Countless runes were shining. They were connected with each other in a ring. The hot magma condensed into a saber. It was bright and bright, illuminating the sky. With a puff and a roar, the swords made of 10 6th-level arrays split. They were so terrifying that even the void trembled. The stone beast was cut into 2 parts. The crazy saber chi crushed its body into powder. The second dragon crystal is suspended in the air, giving off a more intense dragon spirit, which is as bright as a gem. Wow! Qin Sheng steps out and turns into a shadow. He comes to the 2 dragon Yuanjing's body in an instant and feels like the real dragon Yuanli. His face shows 2 exciting colors. I'm afraid that the Long Yuanjing, which is made of 2 centenary stone beasts, is enough for a 7-dragon baptism? Qin Sheng held 2 Long Yuanjing tightly and murmured. At this time a sound of rapid air braking came. A group of people came in, and the first one was Gong Yunping's son with a bad mind. Gong Yunping is excited. He is going to pick up a big bargain. There are 200-year level dragon Yuanjing. It is enough for him to have a 7-dragon baptism. As long as his luck is not too bad, he will hunt some stone beasts under 100 years, and there may be enough dragon Yuanjing to have a 8-dragon baptism. 8-dragon baptism. Gong Yunping is more excited. Once he was able to have a baptism of 8 dragons, he would thoroughly polish himself, increase his talent and potential, melt the god's mansion and promote to the god's mansion. It's definitely more than 1 stroke. As for Qin Sheng's life and death, how could Gong Yunping care? Because in his eyes, Qin Sheng is not just a kind of gifted field work. He offended Xiang Peak. A group of people were waiting to kill him in the cradle. He was destined to be a short-lived ghost. How could Gong Yunping put this kind of abandoned son in his eyes? What a rich dragon power! Although Gong Yunping has not been near, he has already felt the very strong dragon power. He immediately accelerated the Yuan power in his body and quickened his pace. However, in the next moment, Gong Yunping's son petrified, as stiff as an electric shock in the air. Qin Sheng, you are not dead? Gong Yunping can't help screaming loudly. His handsome face is full of consternation and disbelief. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at Gong Yunping's son deeply. He grinned and said, "No surprise, no surprise?" Gong Yunping's face was embarrassed. He never thought Qin Sheng could live. This is a mine-like array. Even some old saints and daughters dare not break in. Because the risk is too great, if you are a little careless, you will be in a situation that will never be recovered. Although Gong Yunping Shengzi didn't believe it, iron things were in front of him. Qin Sheng didn't die, but his whole body was still releasing powerful yuan force fluctuations. On the surface, he didn't seem to be hurt at all. Well? Suddenly, Gong Yunping's pupils contracted violently, and he noticed that Qin Sheng's hands were holding 2 crystal stones that were like gems that were blooming with red light. Gong Yunping is most familiar with this kind of crystal stone that emits powerful dragon power. That's the Long Yuanjing of the Centennial Stone Beast. Gong Yunping's face once again showed a look of consternation, and many thoughts came out of his heart. How could he not die, and still hold the dragon Yuanjing of the male and female Centennial Stone Beast? Although the two male and female Centennial Stone Beasts were killed by some old saints at the Dragon Pool Conference before, they were beheaded and seriously injured, so they came back here to recuperate in a lot of array groups that were about to decay and explode. But there are still 3 nails in the rotten ship. Even though the fighting power of the two Centennial Stone Beasts has been sharply reduced, the superposition of the fighting power of one female and one male can at least rival that of a real powerful man in the Divine Land. Qin Sheng was only able to stand up to the danger of 6 heavy storms and thunderstorms. He was far from the real powerful God's mansion. It's not only not dead, it's not hurt at all. It's weird. Gong Yunping's mind flashed several thoughts. Is there a big weapon hidden in this sun? It's not right either. If you have a big killing weapon, you don't need to suppress Liu Hong's cultivation to the sky when gambling with him. Gong Yunping is reluctant to believe it. Perhaps this sun is very lucky. Gong Yunping is more willing to believe the latter. Qin Sheng, 200-year-old stone beasts are dead? Gong Yunping asked, tentatively. Qin Shengpi smiled and nodded his head. He refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He was so experienced that he could hardly be too sophisticated. He had seen through Gong Yunping's bad intentions for a long time. Yes, I did. Qin Sheng has nothing to hide. Qin Sheng's voice, the 4 fields are dead and silent, and the hot eyes are suddenly dull. Ha ha, I'm not afraid to flash my tongue. It's up to you. 200-year-old stone beasts are terrifying in strength. Even if we are, we need all of us to set up a large array, so that we can barely encircle them. The people of Wangaofeng are arrogant. The whispers of a group of followers behind Gong Yunping are all unbelievable. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You are so fierce. Why didn't you rush into the battle just now? You." A group of people were choked and about to get angry. At this time, Gong Yunping raised his hand and motioned for a group of followers behind him to calm down. Ha ha, Qin Sheng's younger brother is indeed the youngest son in the history of the academy. Gong Yunping's hearty laughter rang out, and his eyes fell on the 2 dragon Yuanjing in Qin Sheng's hands. He said, then, according to our previous agreement, you can give me one of the dragon Yuanjing. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, shook his head and smiled. According to our previous agreement, I'm only responsible for leading out 2 centenary stone beasts, and you attack them together. But I've been waiting for a long time. You didn't come. I can't help it. I killed the male and female stone beast for 100 years. You're late. Qin Sheng said with a sneer, do you mean to pick up 50% of Long Yuanjing? Hearing this, Gong Yunping's son frowned. His sword eyebrows were twisted into a rope. 2 unhappy colors flashed between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, Qin Sheng, what do you mean? Qin Sheng smiled, laughing with the no scruples. I mean, you are not worth 5 Jackie Chan Yuanjing. Gong Yunping's body trembled faintly, his fists were clenched tightly, and the horrible fluctuation of yuan power was to be released, which was on the edge of rage. How much do you think we're worth? Gong Yunping's solemn expression on the son's face suddenly eased again, showing a refined smile. Gong Yunping's followers are most familiar with this change, which means that the son is really angry. Qin Sheng grinned, held out a finger and said, for your information, I can divide you into Jackie Chan and Yuanjing. Joke, Jackie Chan, are you mocking us as beggars? Son of God, what we don't know, we will immediately suppress it. I think it's also a short-lived picture. It won't be long. A group of followers, with fierce faces, each with a killing intention, would like to rush up and completely suppress Qin Sheng. Boom. Gong Yunping's eyes were red, his eyebrows were shining, and his whole body was full of rage. He said, "Qin Sheng, are you insulting me?" As for Gong Yunping's son, who is as furious as a big demon, his clean face shows a joking smile and asks, "Are you going to turn over your face?" Qin Sheng knocks his finger, and faces one by one Lei Yanfeng students who are like wolves. He walks around without any scruples. Don't make a face. Harmony is the most important thing. Harmony makes money. At this time, Wu Dade sprang out, his bloated body between Qin Sheng and Gong Yunping, who was furious on the face, and made a circle. Qin Sheng pulled Wu Dade behind him and said, "Wu Dade, don't you recognize this man? The array exploded just now. Isn't Gong Yunping going to break in?" Qin Sheng asked, with a sneer. Wu Dade was petrified. Indeed, just now, Wu Dade begged Gong Yunping to come in and rescue Qin Sheng. However, Gong Yunping didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he abandoned Qin Sheng's son at will on the spot. Thinking of this, Wu Dade opened his mouth wide but could not say a word. He knew that Qin Sheng and Gong Yunping's son were completely torn. Gong Yunping was rebuked and became angry. He approached Qin Sheng with the power of Yuan, which was no less powerful than that of ordinary people in Shinfu. Gong Yunping snorted coldly and said, "We just came a little late because of the array obstruction. I advise you to be selfish and not to be blinded by greed. But you're still pissing me off." Gong Yunping's eyes were deep, and he held out a finger, saying, "It's not impossible to be 10%, but it's you who are 10%. This is your last chance. If you refuse, I'm sorry, you don't even have the last Chengdu." Once the sun was angry, the mountains and rivers changed color, and Gong Yunping's voice was endless and cold. Qin Sheng smiled. He looked at Gong Yunping with a sarcastic face. With a move of his mind, he took the 2 crystal dragons in his hands and put them into the ring. "I heard that you are the 10th son." Qin Sheng's eyes were full of fighting spirit. "Stop pretending. If you want Long Yuanjing, come to rob him." Gong Yunping is furious, and his whole body is full of dazzling light, accompanied by the horror of killing. "As you wish." The palace cloud is flat and violent. The horrible Yuan power fluctuates. The mat is rolled to the 4 fields. The sand is flying and the stone is walking. The ghosts are crying and the gods are howling. The clouds are changing. Shua. Gong Yunping is worthy of being the son of God. Although he is only the 10th in the ranking, even the Shinfu has not been melted. You can even say it without hesitation. Gong Yunping is the weakest son in the palace. It's just that the Son of God is still the Son of God after all. These days, everything that is related to the word saint is not ordinary. When the Son of God is angry, all spirits crawl on the ground and dare not move. It's too fast. It's too fast. Even those old gold students can't catch Gong Yunping's movements. They can only see a very vague shadow. Wu Dade's face was wild. He opened his mouth wide to stop the so-called battle between the saints and sons. Unfortunately, it's too late. Gong Yunping's eyes were frightening, and he was about to shoot substantive thunder light. He just punched Qin Sheng. The fist is shining with horror, and at the same time, the vague shadow of a spirit beast rises behind Gong Yunping. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he could feel that Gong Yunping's martial arts were not ordinary, especially that there was a vague shadow of a spirit beast behind him. Obviously, Gong Yunping has mastered a Lingjia martial art. Maybe you haven't fully understood the introduction, but after all, it's Lingjia martial arts. It's a higher level than Xingjia martial arts. Qin Sheng's most powerful martial art at present is the incomplete martial art of the holy level, the Python Dragon Purple Electricity Code. Even if it has been restored by using the inheritance and memory of the Emperor, it is only a martial art of the holy level. Qin Sheng mastered all contempt, took a deep breath, and exerted all his unique skills at one breath. Connect 9 channels. In Qin Sheng's body, the 2 saint-level primordial veins were activated suddenly, and the weak power of the Holy Land covered the terrible fist imprint from the sky. However, with a click, there is no stop for the fist print that can't open your eyes, and it continues to fall on Qin Sheng with great force. Melting rune blood. 3-color rune blood is activated suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyes turn purple in an instant, and a terrible force erupts from his body. Dragon whale fist. Qin Sheng's legs stamp, the earth is cracked, showing ferocious cracks, and then Qin Sheng, like a shell, catapults out. His fist print is also very gorgeous, accompanied by the dragon chant, and behind him there is a whale swimming. In a series of bottom cards broke out, Qin Sheng's momentum soared, breaking through the 6 robberies, 7 robberies, 8 robberies in an instant. Under the hot eyes, 2 fists hit each other. The dazzling light rises from the sky, just like the Big Bang. The light is too dazzling. Even some old gold students in the distance can't help but close their eyes. But Wu Dade, the worst of them, even his eyes were stabbed by the light, the corners of his eyes were bleeding, and he lost his sight for a short time. Ow! Roar. The roar of the dragon chant and the fury of the spirit beast, this rise and fall. The terrifying element force waves roll to the 4 fields, the mountains are cracked, and a large number of rocks are impacted into powder. Buzzing. Large arrays are activated by the power of mania, lighting up a large area of rune light. Qin Sheng flies backward, bumps heavily into the mountain without any vegetation, smashes a huge human-shaped hole. Poof. Qin Sheng climbs out of the big hole. His broken armor is suspended in front of his chest, covering important parts and isolating most of his strength. However, his viscera are still tumbling. His throat is sweet and he coughs up a lot of blood. He was injured, not only internally, but also severely. Qin Sheng's fist cracked, showing his ferocious bones. He broke. It's just a face-to-face meeting. Both sides have used the most powerful means, and there is a dead silence. Not dead? Gong Yunping stood in the air and looked down at Qin Sheng, who was climbing out of the big hole. He was shocked and didn't want to believe it. He has gone through 9 storms and thunderstorms. He only needs some important materials to smelt the Shenfu. In addition, he has applied Lingjia martial arts. That's the legendary Lingjia martial arts. Generally speaking, only the strong at the level of Shenfu can have the chance to practice. He Gong Yunping also spent a lot of treasures to exchange for such a Lingjia martial art, which is still fragmentary. It's the remnant and inferior product dug out by a peerless strong man from a Jedi. Although it's only a defective product, it's very powerful if it can be associated with Lingjia martial arts. It never occurred to me that, in spite of this, Qin Sheng was not dead. It's not normal at all. Gong Yunping's fist trembled faintly. In fact, he was injured. Even though there was no fracture, the mouth of the tiger was still split, and there was slight blood flowing out. Qin Sheng was a bit embarrassed, but he still had 2 young faces, with the no fear, even full of the war. Again, is the sun so powerful? Qin Sheng laughed wildly. He used Python Dragon's purple electric formula, and his speed soared to the extreme. He turned against the tourists and waved Dragon Whale Fist again. Gong Yunping's eyes were bright and cold. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to die like this. He dared to kill him. Cut you off. Gong Yunping turns his hand and carries the sword. He cuts it down and draws a lot of sword light. Gong Yunping is really from Lei Yanfeng. He is good at refining weapons. He will dig out a bunch of ancient swords dug out in some secret places, and then return to the furnace to refine a new sword. The war sword lights up the sky. Where the sword light says it, It is accompanied by the spirit of various original ancient swords, even the spirit of the previous heroes. As soon as Qin Sheng's face changed and his hands turned, he sacrificed the dragon-slaying sword and infused it with blood. The dragon-slaying sword suddenly rose in the storm and turned into a 100-meter-long sword, which was hit by the fallen sword. When the fire is everywhere, sword Qi and sword Qi hang together, and the power of terror erupts. A mountain has been broken and a landslide has taken place. Boom! Gong Yunping still hasn't stopped. The left fist once again exerts the martial arts of the defective product. The fist seal is close. He is fierce and ruthless, aiming at Qin Sheng's temple. If the fist goes down, Qin Sheng will not die and will be severely injured as an idiot. Between the lightning and the fire stone, Qin Sheng dodged, but Gong Yunping's fist was too fast. As a son of God, he had rich experience in fighting, and soon found the fatal place of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's shoulder hard-shouldered Gong Yunping's fist. With a click, his right hand fell feebly. It broke into a smashed fracture, and a big blood fog broke out. The power of terror made him fall back, hit the mountain again, and hit a big hole. Is the battle over? One after another eyes of consternation looked at the boom collapse of the mountain, soon completely collapsed. Qin Sheng. Wu Dade's face is gray, his eyes light with despair. Although the two are the confrontations between the two sages, there is a big difference between the two sages. There are almost two big boundaries between the two men. Qin Sheng has no chance to win at all. Congratulations to the sun. Who will fight with the Holy Sun? Ha ha, isn't it just a field repair from a remote small country? Relying on external forces, winning the position of the Son of God will expand, and you really regard yourself as the Son of God. Well, in front of the real sun, this field work is just weak and vulnerable. A group of old-fashioned gold students from Lei Yanfeng are talking about it wantonly, one by one, showing their sense of superiority again. In particular, the old gold student who was attacked by Qin Sheng was full of gloating. At the same time, when they saw the ruined mountain without any movement, the depression in their hearts was suddenly released. Finally, the powerful and inconceivable Sanxiu was unknown. However, there was no joy on Gong Yunping's face, because he still felt keenly that Qin Sheng was still alive under the collapsed mountain. Boom! Qin Sheng crawled out of the ruins, his head was full of hair, his armor was roaring, and there was no crack, but he was still injured, and it was not light. His armor was the burial object of the previous dynasty. The tomb keeper said that it had a lot to do with it. In fact, it was already broken and could only withstand the attack of the god's mansion level without dying. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's crazy operation of 1,000 hammers and Tongmai skill, he would have been beaten and Tongmai, otherwise, he would have been seriously hurt, even lost his fighting power. It's not dead yet. Gong Yunping's heart leaped violently for no reason. He was very upset because he had used the most powerful means, but the soul of war had not yet used them. Although he was only the last son in the day-to-day holy palace, and had not smelted the Shenfu, his many means were no less than other sons, even more powerful than the ordinary Shenfu. What is the origin of Qin Sheng? My realm has not been suppressed. I can't even beat him to death? Gong Yunping is frustrated. If Liu Hong, the fourth son of the emperor, was defeated, it was because his cultivation was suppressed to the sky, which was the root of the defeat. However, Gong Yunping's accomplishments were not suppressed. Therefore, although Gong Yunping won, he didn't have any joy at all, because Qin Sheng's immortality was a disgrace to him. Qin Sheng took a swig of Daliuan liquid, which is a treasure of the previous dynasty. It can not only repair the body, but also nourish the spirit. The key point is that there is no drug resistance at all. You are very strong. Qin Sheng looked up and smiled, without any sense of frustration. He has tried his best. In addition to not sacrificing the soul of war and Kunping boxing, many other cards have been used, but he is still competing with Gong Yunping, who has gone through the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms. This is the horror of the sun. But the battle between you and me, you are doomed today. Qin Sheng grinned. Gong Yunping is silent, but his eyes are cold. Take you on the road. Gong Yunping's Saint Sun's eyes are full of murderous ideas. He holds the ancient sword dug out from the Jedi everywhere, and then returns to the furnace. With one sword, he cuts the Star River. The bright sword light makes the sky pale. Sword light sweeps thousands of troops, destroys and pulls withered and decayed, cuts off everything. The horror of this sword, even if it is a real powerful god's mansion, should avoid its sharp edge. Before the attack stopped, Gong Yunping silently recited the ancient mantra. He sacrificed the spirit of war, and his eyebrow was shining. A very difficult rune was formed in his eyebrow, and then an ancient tripod was summoned in his Tian Lingai. Facing the storm, the ancient tripod soon grew from the size of a palm to the size of a hill. It was a tripod stove tripod, which ignited the extremely hot fire. Buzzing. The tripod didn't know where to summon it. With the breath of terror, the whole body was flashing with runes, and then a ray of light came out, which could even imprison Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked at the tripod with 2 eyes, and clearly recognized that the tripod was extraordinary. This tripod is not rune on the surface, but a small part of Lingwen. On top of the rune is the Lingwen. Only the legendary Lingqi can be portrayed. After all, the Son of God is still the Son of God. Even if it is only the last Son of God, its means are also frightening. Master the spirit-level martial arts of a defective product and the ancient sword that has been revived. Now I didn't expect that even the soul of war can summon the suspected spirit weapon. Gong Yunping's 3 cards, each of which can make him cross a large realm, against the strong in the realm of the God Mansion. What's more, he has 3 cards against the sky. As soon as the tripod comes out, the sky changes color and even the sky becomes dim. It doesn't belong to the spirit of this plane, but it is summoned from the secret realm of the 2nd dimension. It has a certain timeliness. After a certain period of time, this suspected spirit vessel will leave and return to the secret realm of the 2nd dimension. Everything happened between the lightning and the firestone. If other martial artists of Tongshenjing had been changed, they would have been scared to death. However, Qin Sheng's clean and childish face didn't have any panic at all. He sneered and said, "Get up." Boom. The heaven and earth are furious, the mountains are broken, a group of nearby mountains without any vegetation are cracked, a large number of runes are generated, and a wave of terror is rolled out. 1, 2, 3. 10 6-level arrays, all activated by Qin Sheng. Pooh. The fierce and terrifying sword light flashed away. Qin Sheng was moved to another place, undamaged. How could it be? Gong Yunping's face was stunned, and his eyes almost came out. A large number of runes condensed into a big hand, covering the sky and blocking the sun. In a moment, they shot Gong Yunping's sword. Chasm. Gong Yunping's tiger's mouth cracked and gave out blood, but he could not care so much, because a breath of terror locked him in. He looked up and was startled. The dense runes were woven in the sky, covering the sky and sending out the breath of terror. Array group? Gong Yunping is ignorant. However, he didn't expect to fall into a formation group, and it's all a 6-level formation. That's a 6-level array. Even a 6-level array is enough to make him upset. Now 10 of them come at once. 10 6-level arrays, let alone him, even the powerful ones in Shinfu. No, even those who are strong in the cave are not willing to fight hard. Shua. Qin Sheng is surrounded by a large number of runes. He wanders in the court, far and near. It seems that he is very near. In fact, he is covered by a 6-level array of space type. Gong Yunping can't attack him at all. yes, the array group. Qin Sheng sneers, is this gift satisfactory? Hearing this, Gong Yunping's face was grim. He didn't even think Qin Sheng was proficient in the array. At first, he had a bad intention to let Qin Sheng be the cannon fodder to activate the array groups. However, what he never thought of was that Qin Sheng not only did not die, but controlled the array groups instead. How did you do it? Gong Yunping doesn't believe it. Anyone who is proficient in array is basically a soul master. Every soul master is very rare. Even Lei Yanfeng has few soul masters. The most important thing is that those masters are very old, 700 or 800 years old, and even the oldest ones are over 1,000 years old. Their blood is decaying and they are going to run out of oil and light. They belong to the level of antiques that have never been born in a century. How old is Qin Sheng? I don't think I even have 20, but I'm a ghost master? Qin Sheng is silent. With a big wave of his hand, the whole 6-level array group boils. Magma rose to the sky and became a world of fire. It was so hot that Gong Yunping's eyebrows were almost ignited. Then, the world changed again. There was blizzard, ice and snow. The temperature dropped suddenly. Gong Yunping felt the blood coagulated. Even Yuanli was coagulated. Gong Yunping is crazy. He is hot and cold for a while. Let alone fighting. Even survival is becoming a problem. Soon, there was a strong wind in the sky and the earth. The storms were black. With the terrible strangulation, a mountain hundreds of meters high was easily broken. Go. Gong Yunping didn't want to fight. He wanted to leave. The hero didn't suffer from the loss. In front of him is a 6-level array group. If we keep it, let alone the problem of success or failure, we may lose our lives. I just want to escape now, isn't it late? Qin Sheng didn't know when he appeared in front of Gong Yunping. His voice was a bit of banter. He made a decisive move. One whale and one dragon swam behind him. His fist print showed a dazzling red glow and hit Gong Yunping heavily on his stomach. Gong Yunping's body immediately bowed like a prawn. His armor glowed, slowing down most of his strength, but he still felt his viscera turning over the river. Bang! Gong Yunping was hit by a magma pool, full of hot magma, and his eyebrows were burned. Poof! He vomited a mouthful of yellow water with blood on the corner of his mouth. Qin Sheng, dare you! Gong Yunping dried his blood and roared to the sky. His anger could not rest. He is the son of God. He was beaten by a fist in front of his followers. It was a slap in the face. Pa! Gong Yunping wants to get mad. He wants to avoid it. But just a moment later, another unknown 6-level array is generated, and the surrounding gravity suddenly rises 100 times. Originally, Gong Yunping could avoid Qin Sheng's slap with his strength. But now, under the influence of the gravity array, his action was delayed 100 times in an instant, and he just dodged and was swept away by a slap. Gong Yunping's face is distorted due to his great power. Poof! Gong Yunping coughs up blood. Qin Sheng's palm power is too strong. He smelt 3 colors of rune blood, and even a born demon can easily slap to death. In the distance, the gold students from Lei Yanfeng, except for Wu Dade, are all followers of Gong Yunping's son. At this time, they are all shocked, stunned, looking at the scene in front of them. Just a moment ago, their son, Gong Yunping, still held an absolute advantage, and was only a little short of killing the youngest son in the history of the court. But in a moment, heaven and earth changed color. It seems that a large array was activated, and the Gong Yunping was very embarrassed. First, I got a punch, then I got a slap. It's very embarrassing. Pa! What am I afraid of? Qin Sheng sneers and gives Gong Yunping a slap. Gong Yunping's head is full of hair and his face is marked with 5 striking fingerprints. As a son of God, he has never suffered such humiliation as he does today. Well, it's worse than killing him. Gong Yunping is going crazy. He reads the arcane spells and spit out 3 big mouth blood. These are the most beautiful parts of his body, with the mark of rune, which is just a little worse than Qin's blood. The blood essence of the 3 mouths quickly turned into a complex and strange rune, and then fell into Gong Yunping's eyebrows. Boom! Gong Yunping's eyes were red with evil smell. Qin Sheng frowned and shouted, "If I can't fight, I will use my magic power to improve my combat power? Are you the son of God or the son of devil?" Gong Yunping's breath soared wildly. In a moment, it surpassed the spirit of Shenfu. At the speed that can be seen by the naked eye, it soared to the peak of Shenfu, even beyond the great realm of Shenfu, and reached the horrible realm of half-step Dong Tian. Suppression. Qin Sheng ran and watched from a distance. He made a ring of fingers. The remaining 3 7-level arrays were all activated. Buzzing. The runes are all over the sky, covering the sky, and countless runes condense into 3 fighting spirits. These 3 fighting spirits are infinite in size, over 10,000 feet in height, climbing out of the center of the earth, with 3 heads and 6 arms, or holding strange weapons. Originally, this is a complete array called 4 Heavenly Kings. These 4 Heavenly Kings are a set of 8-level array, but because the age is too long, it has been rotten and hard to repair, so the 4 Heavenly Kings can only summon 3 of them. Nevertheless, it is enough to suppress Gong Yunping. In less than 3 breaths, Gong Yunping was completely suppressed, like a deflated ball, paralyzed on the ground. Bang! Qin Sheng fell from the sky and stepped on Gong Yunping's chest. Click! Gong Yunping's sternum was crushed, and his chest collapsed. He breathed a blood mist. His strength was so great that he was almost trampled through his chest. Gong Yunping seemed to be hollowed out. His face was so white that he could not move a finger. The armor is pierced by the array. It's badly hurt. It's almost divided into 2 parts at the waist. No one wants to believe his eyes. Qin Sheng steps on the ground, but they want to follow his son? It's so miserable. Gong Yan is so calm that she almost died. Do you want to live? Qin Sheng asked with a grin. Gong Yunping wants to split his canthus and burst up. Boom! Gong Yunping's whole body is shining. Although his body was almost beaten by Qin Sheng, his whole body is bleeding. It's so miserable, but he still shows his ferocity. He forcibly uses secret techniques to improve his strength by 1 level. Shwa! Qin Sheng slips away quickly, just like a blink of an eye, and is submerged by a large number of closely spaced runes. It seems to be close, but in fact, it is far away. Ah! Qin Sheng, I'll kill you. Gong Yunping's hair is covered and his eyes are red. He looks like a demon coming out of the forbidden area in the north. His whole body is breathtaking. Qin Sheng sneers. He is silent. In fact, he recites incantations and holds the jade talisman that controls the array. In the next moment, all the formations are boiling up. Some of them turn into heaven and earth to bake the oven, burn everything, some turn into ice and snow, and freeze everything, some turn into big hands to cover the sky and crush the sky, some turn into war swords, war spears and other weapons, and fall to Gong Yunping. Bang! Pooh! As a result, there was no suspense. Gong Yunping was suppressed by the array group. His body was filled with thousands of holes, and his blood seemed to be running dry. Gong Yunping used to run out of oil, but when he used the secret method again, the wound could heal at the speed that the naked eye could see. It's amazing. What's the secret? Qin Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect that the son of God ranked 10th could be so difficult to deal with. He just had a body that could not die. He could not fight against Xiaoqiang. In 9 days and 10 places, there are many secret skills of Tiangong hidden. It's just a lower-level martial art like the magic body training. It's so far away from those Tiangong secret arts. In particular, there is a legendary secret art of immortality, which is called immortality. This secret art of Heavenly Palace was created by a legend. It is immortal. No matter how bloody it is, its body will not die, and it will come back to life. According to this immortal body's heavenly skill, the strong of later generations have derived many cultivation methods, such as the rebirth of blood drop, thousand hammer, tongmai, and so on. Of course, Qianhammer tongmai is only connected with the immortal body by some fur. Qin Sheng doubted that Gong Yunping had mastered a secret skill, that is, the extended secret skill of immortal body. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Gong Yunping's sun recovered again. Instead of withering, the whole man's breath was like beating a chicken's blood. More and more. Boom. Qin Shengxi has no weakness. He continues to manipulate the array group and suppress Gong Yunping. In this connection, Gong Yunping was suppressed 5 times. Poof. Gong Yunping finally fell into a pool of blood, gasping heavily, and didn't get up again. Bang! Qin Sheng was sure that Gong Yunping didn't even have the power to move his fingers, so he came down from the sky and stepped on his chest. With a click, Gong Yunping's chest was pierced directly, leaving only one piece of skin connected. All the onlookers were stunned and couldn't believe that this was Gong Yunping's end. A son of God, although he has not smelted the Shenfu, can be seen clearly that Gong Yunping's strength is no less than that of the ordinary martial artists in Shenfu. Even, once Gong Yunping uses the secret arts, his combat power can crush an old God Mansion strongman. Qin Sheng, you stop it. The head of the palace is the son of the Holy One. If you dare to kill the Holy One, you will see that there is no room for you in the whole day-by-day Holy Palace. Don't try to be quick for a while. I advise you to stop at the precipice and put down the butcher's knife. There is still a way back. In the distance, a group of followers of Gong Yunping finally responded. They talked one by one, and their posture was much lower than before. However, there is still a sense of superiority and command in their words. Qin Sheng glanced at the crowd, eyes cold, said, "Dry tongue." Boom. The array was created. The old gold students were attacked by the big array one by one, and they were repaired miserably. Before long, they were all wailing and crying for mercy. Qin Sheng didn't die. After all, he was a student from Lei Yanfeng. Lei Yanfeng and Wan Gaofeng have a good relationship. They have business interests. Qin Sheng doesn't want to cut things off. Ho. Ho tilde. Gong Yun's plane is as dead as dust. This time, he really ran out of oil and had no chance to recover. Because his chest was pierced by Qin Sheng, even though he inhaled with a large mouth, he still had air leakage. The injury is too serious. If he doesn't get treatment, he will die slowly. Qin Sheng, if you dare to kill the saint, please give me a good time. Gong Yunping is worthy of being the son of God. He has the dignity of the son of God. Even if he lost, he still failed, but he still didn't ask Qin Sheng for mercy. Qin Shengsong opened his feet, helped Gong Yunping up, let him lie on a rock and said, "Tu Sheng? When is the time to report wrongs to each other? Besides, I don't have a deep grudge with you. I haven't reached the point of not dying. Smell speech, all people are ignorant, one face is covered, is this still Qin Sheng? To say such a thing." Wu Dade also looked at Qin Sheng suspiciously. Qin Sheng stood up with his hands down, his face showing 2 points of righteousness, and said, "Forgive me, and forgive me, I will not do things too much." Wu Dade curled his mouth, including some old gold cadets in the distance who looked down on him, as if to say, what are you Qin Sheng pretending to be? I'm more ruthless than anyone. What's the meaning now? I'm forced to defend myself when you go ahead with it. Qin Sheng's voice turned and said, so, even if you pay for some medicine and soup. Gong Yunping looked at Qin Sheng in a dazed way, but he didn't expect that Qin Sheng could speak so well. It's no surprise that Qin Sheng killed them all. After all, there were casualties in the previous Longqi conference, and even the fall of the Son of God did not happen. But, now unexpectedly don't give them pain under the killer, instead be merciful, compensate some soup medicine fee even? How much would you like for the soup and medicine? Gong Yan took a slow breath and asked, slowly. Qin Sheng waved his hand and said with a smile, not many, you will pay me 100 million yuan crystal. As for your followers, each of them will pay 10 million yuan crystal. Poof. Gong Yunping spits out an old blood. How expensive is the soup? Although Qin Sheng suffered some internal injuries at the beginning of this duel, he didn't need the high cost of 100 million yuan crystal. I gave it. Qin Sheng looked sideways, but he didn't expect that Gong Yunping would agree so simply, but they didn't give you a hand. Is the fee for soup and medicine free? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, shook his head, and said, no, the price of 10 million yuan of crystal is very low. It's not negotiable. They insult the Son of God. If they don't give some blood, it's not like Qin Sheng is bullying me. Gong Yunping is very decisive and directly throws Qin Sheng a ring containing 200 million yuan crystals. 100 million yuan was given by Wu Dade, and the other 100 million yuan was his savings over the years. Gong Yunping spits blood in his heart. This time, he lost it to Grandma's house. Qin Sheng takes over Neji and returns all the 100 million yuan crystal originally belonging to Wu Dade. Can I leave now? Gong Yunping took some pills, and his face finally improved a lot. The chest that was pierced began to be interwoven with runes, and he quickly repaired his body. Qin Sheng and Gong Yunping hook up and say, don't worry about leaving first. Well? Gong Yunping raised his eyebrows and said, do you want to repent? Qin Sheng shook his head and said, how could it be that I am the fourth son in the holy courtyard day by day, and how could I be dishonest? 200 million yuan of blood, that's not a small number. Qin Sheng and Gong Yunping hook up and say quietly. Gong Yunping's chest is undulating and his face is fierce. He stares at Qin Sheng. If his eyes can kill people, Qin Sheng is estimated to have been killed by Gong Yunping thousands of times. 200 million yuan crystals are equivalent to 20,000 yuan stones. This is his original origin. He will smelt the Shenfu in the near future. Now it's all gone. Gong Yunping didn't know that so many yuan jing could be saved again. Qin Sheng ignored Gong Yunping's murderous light and lowered his voice. I have a chance to make money in front of you now. I don't know if you are interested. You should be smelting Shenfu soon. There's no reason why you don't lack yuancher. Qin Sheng is a cheap thief. He should not have mentioned which pot. He specially mentioned which pot. Qin Sheng held out a finger and said, you help me to play a play. After that, I can give you 10,000 yuan stone, which is 100 million yuan crystal. Plus a century-old stone beasts, long yuanjing. Qin Sheng's voice was full of demagogues. When Gong Yunping heard this, he immediately became interested. 10,000 yuan stone plus 100-year-old stone beasts, dragon yuan jing, this business can make him moved anyway. Acting? What do you want me to do? Gong Yunping asked quietly. Qin Sheng said with a smile, the play is very simple. Please enter the urn. Please enter the urn? Gong Yunping's pupils suddenly contracted. You want me to attract all the 4 saints of Xiang Peak, and then use the array here. Pa 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 pa. Qin Sheng couldn't help clapping. He looked at Gong Yunping with an appreciative face and said, it's worthy of being the son of God. It's really a close thought. I think even if I don't let you act, you will expose my whereabouts to the group of Xiang Feng as revenge? Qin Sheng took a deep look at Gong Yunping and said it with deep meaning. Gong Yunping back a few minutes, he looked at Qin Sheng in fear, a face incredible. Because he really has such a plan. He is the son of God. He was beaten so badly. He also paid a huge sum of 20,000 yuan for medicine and soup. He can't swallow this resentment. There is no eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. Qin Sheng said with a smile, I've done a lot of work with them. I think they already have a lot of Longyuanjing. Qin Sheng wantonly bewitched, the four saints of Xiang Peak don't look like good people. Next time, they are black-handed. Oh no, we are robbing the rich and helping the poor. You will benefit for life. When Gong Yunping heard this, a few thick black lines appeared on his forehead. This is really a few meanings. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the rich and helping the poor. It's so powerful. Gong Yunping's face changed, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. He is a little bit fierce impulse to be promoted to work with Qin, but also scruples, that is the four saints of Xiang Feng, regardless of strength, talent and potential, but also far beyond his palace. Although the four saints did not come from the royal family, there were many vassal families, especially Zhou Jian, who was the most powerful vassal family. Day by day, the top 3 sons of the Holy Academy, whose strength is immeasurable. Even Gong Yunping has some doubts. Although there is a formation group here, the power of the large formation is terrible, but the ghost knows whether it can suppress that weak mace. Thinking of this, Gong Yunping is ready to quit again. The benefits of Blackhand are unimaginable, but he risks offending Xiang Feng's many talents. Qin Sheng clapped Gong Yunping heavily on the shoulder, stretched his voice, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He said, I said Xiao Gong, this is a rare opportunity, and the benefits are enough for you to melt the Shenfu. What are you still hesitating about? But I, Qin Sheng, am not reluctant if you don't want to. Qin Sheng stood up with his hands on his back, and said with a smile on his face, but I can't stop the game of inviting the emperor to enter the urn. When Gong Yunping heard this, his eyebrows were slightly coagulated and his face was a little ugly. He asked, what do you mean? In order to keep it secret, I'll be wronged for a while. I'll confine you for 3 or 5 or 7 days. When I'm done, I'll restore your freedom. Qin Sheng said. Qin Sheng's voice was not big, and there was no threat in his tone. But whether it is Gong Yunping or a group of his followers in the distance, they feel that they have fallen into the ice cellar and are chilly. Confined for 3 or 5 or 7 days. Who knows if you will keep your promise and let them go? Gong Yunping finally softened. He said with gnashing teeth, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Haha, cooperation is okay. Qin Sheng said with a smile, however, there is no proof for our words. How about setting up a soul pact? Gong Yan's plain color is different. He nods. Things have come to this point. People are trying to take over me as fish and meat. Today, Gong Yunping has completely recognized the cultivation and become the fish and meat of Qin Sheng. The vast wasteland, the mountains without vegetation, link by link, continuous. Once in a while, there was a riot in the mountain. The huge stone beasts like the hill woke up, and then they sprang to the students who took part in the test. Roar. The roar of the sky blows from here. The sound wave, like a god, rings the battle bell of ancient times. It is powerful and vast. This is an ape-like stone beast. It is surrounded by rings. This is a stone beast that has been around for more than 100 years. It looks like a rainbow and pours at a group of trainees. The leader is an indifferent man. He is holding a sword that can cut iron like mud, sending out a shivering cold light. Phew. The light of sword soars to the sky like a rainbow. It can cut off everything and stab the ape and stone beast's eyebrow as fast as lightning. Poop. The sword light disappears, the head of the stone beast with more than 100 rings is punctured, the horrible sword chi stirs up the head, and then the stone beast once in 100 years falls down. With a bang, a piece of dragon yuan crystal, which is the size of a slap in the palm, is floating in the air with a bright dragon pattern light, and appears in the hot eyes. This cold-faced young man is one of the sons of Xiang Peak, who can be ranked in the top 3. Master Zhou Mace is very powerful. He can hunt and kill the stone beast once in 100 years in his swing. Who will compete with the leader of Zhou Mace? Many onlookers were amazed. Zhou Jian's followers are all flatterers. You divide it. Zhou Mace threw the once-in-100-year-old dragon Yuan Jing to a group of followers behind him. This week's mace is really big. It's the long Yuan Jing that has accumulated for more than 100 years. The son of Zhou Mace said that he would give someone as soon as he gave them away. There was no pain on his face. At this time a sound of breaking through the sky came. Ha ha, it's Lei Yanfeng. The east wind strong looks up the sky long smile way. Liu Hong looked up and said slowly, it's Gong Yunping. Gong Yan's parallel color is in a hurry. He doesn't have any muddle. He directly explains the meaning. You met the rat who was hiding his head and tail? Zhou Mace's cold face became colder and colder. Then he took a look at Liu Hong. Liu Hong was embarrassed at first, and then his face soon showed a face of resentment. Now, Liu Hong's son has been deprived of his position, and Qin Sheng has replaced him as the youngest son in the history of the court. Dongfeng Strong, you accompany Liu Hong to kill the mouse. Zhou Jian is very cold, and his words are overbearing, as if he is telling a small thing. Gong Yun was frightened and jumped bravely, saying, this week's mace is really as decisive as it is said. If it doesn't agree, it will kill the saint. However, Gong Yunping did not know that in the course of his fierce battle with Qin Sheng, he also had the idea of killing the saint. Liu Hong refused, confident, and said, there is no mountain and river map here, and my realm will not be suppressed again. In my heyday, I will kill him thousands of times with a wave. Liu Hong has melted the Shenfu for a long time, and his strength is far superior to that of Gong Yunping. Well, are you happy to mention it? Zhou Mace gave a cold snort. With the chill of terror, everyone on the scene seemed to fall into the ice cellar, cold and piercing. Gong Yunping's face changed a little, and his eyes turned to be 3 points dignified. He could feel that this week's mace is very strong. He and Zhou's mace are just 2 planes. It's estimated that this week's mace suppressed himself when it raised its hand. Zhou Jian's voice said in an indisputable voice, Dongfeng Lai, you follow him, I don't want to disgrace Xiang Feng anymore. Smell speech, East Strong nodded, his a pair of sword eyebrows unexpectedly ignited the beast fire. Wei, no problem, even if his digs the ground 3 feet, I also can pull out this disgusting mouse. Gong Yunping, help to lead the way. After success, I can give you a quota to hunt once in 1,000-year stone beasts. Zhou Jian throws a surprise bomb. A stone beast once in 1,000 years? Gong Yunping blurted out, with a look of horror on his face. He didn't believe it. A once-in-1,000-year-old stone beast, if it can be hunted, the meta crystal in its body will be enough for him to carry out 2 Jiulong baptisms. Yes, we need to keep it secret. We'll start when we get back. Zhou Jian said lightly. Once in 1,000 years, the strength of the stone beast has surpassed the realm of Shenfu. The stone beasts of this scale need to accumulate thousands of years of long Yuanjing before they can be condensed. Once they can be successfully hunted, the long Yuanjing they get is absolutely astronomical. Thinking of this, Gong Yunping's breath suddenly rose. Let's go. Go back, said Zhou Mace. Wen Yan, Liu Hong, Dongfeng Lai, and a group of gold students from Xiang Peak all followed. But behind Zhou Mace, Qin soared with cold face and said in his heart, Qin Sheng, you are a branch of the field man. You don't worship me and follow me. Today, the three saints hunt you. I think you will die. Qin Feixiang's face is bitter. These days, Qin Sheng has become a thorn in his eye. Soon, Gong Yunping and his party took Xiang Peak and Shuangsheng to this large abandoned crater. You should be careful. There are stone beasts once in 100 years, and Qin Sheng is hiding in them. Gong Yunping looked back at Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong, the promotion of good intentions. Smell speech, east wind strong full face don't care, Wei, are three saints here, once in 100 years of stone beast, raise hand can suppress. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind in the crater. Qin Sheng walked out in front of the public. Qin Sheng, it's you. Liu Hong is very keen. He found Qin Sheng at the first time. Boom. Liu Hong stepped out step by step, with the terrifying power of Yuan, his eyebrows were full of violence. Pointing to Qin Sheng, he ordered, when you see this sun, you don't hurry to bow down and worship. If you want to climb over and roll over from my crotch, I can save you a dog's life. Liu Hong's mouth is full of bluster and complacency. He wants to humiliate Qin Sheng before he abolishes him. Qin Sheng grinned and said, finally, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Liu Hong and Dongfeng Lai both look suspicious. Is Qin Sheng stupid or mad? Dutmo is dying. He even laughs at them. Didn't you four saints attend the Dragon Pool meeting of Xiang Peak? Qin Sheng was discontented and asked, how can we come here? Dongfeng, strong double eyebrows burning, cold Wei, come to take your dog life, I can wait. Liu Hong, don't delay any more. Let's do it. Liu Hong nodded, and with a grim smile, he rose to the sky like a god of heaven descending from the sky and suppressing all things, rolling against Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng was smiling, holding the jade talisman in his hand and thinking. Rumble. The whole crater is shaking, and the sky is illuminated by runes. Be careful, there is a big ambush here. The east roared loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late, and the power of terror poured into Liu Hong. Liu Hong has recovered and is strong. However, Qin Sheng suddenly activated 10 6-level arrays. Even the old powerful Shenfu will be annihilated in an instant. Liu Hong was hit hard and fell to the ground. Life and death are unknown. Here how can it be? Dongfeng strong ignorant, he did not expect here is not only a big array, but a group of big arrays. This is not a place to stay. Dongfeng strong wants to leave. Bang! However, between the lightning and flint, he was attacked on the back and fell into the deep of the array with one palm. Dongfeng's strong mouth spits blood, the wound is very heavy, he looks up the resentful stare at Gong Yunping, Wei, you dare pit me. East strong Jair wants to split his canthus, and he wants to kill Gong Yunping. However, just after he opened his mouth, there was a wave like rune light to drown him. Rumble. There was a violent vibration in the heaven and the earth. Dongfeng Lai was shining all over, sending out a horrible aura of Yuanli, just like a wounded inborn monster. But these are the secret places array left by the predecessor of Sun chasing Holy Palace. Although it has been rotten for many years, it reappears and glows under Qin Sheng's repair. After a while, the 10 6-level arrays finally recovered their peace. Dongfeng Li's condition was very miserable. His armor was crushed by the terrible array power, and there were tiny cracks. His head was full of hair, as if he had been attacked by the terrible thunder, his handsome face was blackened. Dongfeng lay powerless on a slope. His face is full of anger, and he glares at Gong Yunping. His eyes are almost staring out. Gong Yunping's face is indifferent, his eyes are merciless, and he turns a blind eye to the murderous angry eyes of Dongfeng. Gong Yunping, you are cruel. We, the 4 saints of Xiang Peak, have promised you many benefits for your trust. Dongfeng was so badly hurt that his eyebrows were almost extinguished when he ignited the fire. He coughed violently and retched with blood. Why? Is the benefit promised by this sun much better than that of Xiang Peak? Dongfengli's face was not reconciled. Gong Yunping's eyes were a little trance, and his heart was roaring. If he didn't have no way back, how could he risk offending the Xiangfeng saints to blackhand Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong? If the prodigal son turns around and doesn't change his gold, Gong Yunping, I advise you to turn around and put down Qin Sheng. I promise that you will not be guilty of this. At this time, Dongfeng Lai even made such a request. Bang! Qin Sheng came down from the sky with long legs, just like a meteorite falling from the sky, and with a horrible light, he stepped on the chest of Dongfeng Lai. Dongfeng Lai, wearing an ancient armor, depicts many difficult and obscure rune marks. It should not be a common thing, but also a big head. It's also a fake at worst. This is a natural armor with amazing defense. It can resist the attack of the powerful in Shenfu for 3 days and 3 nights without cracks. However, Dongfeng Lai is pushed into the array group with 1 slap, 10 6-level arrays, plus 3 7-level arrays. Even the strong in the half-step cave can't bear it. This is also the reason why Liu Hong fell into the array group. His life and death are unknown, and Dongfeng Lai still has the power of World War I. With a click, the cracks in Dongfeng Lai's armor spread like a spider's web. Qin Sheng, you dare to step on me. The eyes of Dongfeng Lai are about to crack, and they are shining blue. Just in response to Dongfeng Lai, there is another big foot. Bang! Bang! Qin Sheng sneered and said, the soldiers are not tired of deceit. You are the only one to blame for your stupidity. What if you want to hunt me, and I'll pitch you? In the end, Dongfeng Lai's armor finally burst and was completely discarded. When did Dongfeng Lai suffer such humiliation? And the armor on his body was so precious that he was trampled down by Qin Sheng, which made his heart bleed. Dongfeng Lai has a strong sense of killing. He doesn't know what secret skill he has applied. He breaks away from Qin Sheng and looks at Qin Sheng's heart with his 5 fingers together. He is worthy of being the son of God. He is dying. There is no resistance in front of him, but he suddenly breaks away from Qin Sheng's suppression and wants to kill Qin Sheng. Dongfeng Lai's hand was as fierce as thunder, horrible and poisonous. He put a layer of black yuan force on his hands. The rune was flashing and the angle was tricky. Just like the legendary heart-plucking hand, he would dig out Qin Sheng's heart at the first move. Qin Sheng is surrounded by a big array and avoids his sharp edge, but the heart part is still caught. So powerful? Qin Sheng looked down and was in a cold sweat. He found that his armor had a ferocious finger mark and a piece of rune. Heartless hand? Qin Sheng's face was cold. I will kill the saint today. As soon as the voice came out, Qin Sheng was holding the jade talisman in his hand to activate the array group completely. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings appear out of nowhere. They seem to climb out of the abyss of prison, and they are formed by interweaving and condensing large pieces of runes to suppress Dongfengli. Qin Sheng moved to kill Nian, because he almost fell. Dongfeng Lai's eyebrows rekindled the fire. He opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of small swords. Each of these swords is of extraordinary quality. The red glow shoots from Dongfeng Lai's eyebrow heart, which is a sign of strong soul. The sword array has been formed. Hundreds of small swords have turned into a big fish. It's very smart and can kill the 3 heavenly kings. Boom. The 3 heavenly kings are all made up of 3 7-level arrays. Each 7-level array can suppress the human strongmen in the god's mansion. Now, the 3 7-level arrays are superposed together, and how terrible their power is. Dongfangli's sword array is very powerful, but it can't carry the suppression of 3 7-level arrays and 10 6-level arrays after all. Click. The sword array is destroyed. Dongfanglai flies back. He coughs up blood with a big mouth. His face is as white as snow. Fight me. Qin Sheng broke through the air, and he used Dragon Whale Fist. The seal of the fist bloomed a large amount of dazzling light. There was a dragon chant in the place where he passed. Behind him, there was a huge whale breaking through the waves. Bang! Dongfanglai reluctantly reaches out his hand to resist Qin Sheng's Dragon Whale Fist, but it is blown away by one fist, leaving a large string of blood. The son of Xiang Peak is just like that. Qin Sheng stood up with his hands behind him, his face blaring, his eyebrows full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Dongfanglai can't hold his blood again. He shriveled. Qin Sheng didn't give full play to his real strength until he was suppressed by the array group. Otherwise, Qin Sheng could be suppressed by waving. Now they are suppressed by Qin Sheng in turn, and the goods are shameless. They even ridicule their son Xiang Feng. East Fierce Eyebrow Heart wants to split, want to carry a breath, cut Qin Sheng. It's a pity that the array group suppressed him. He was so hurt again. He had the heart to kill the thief. He couldn't go back to heaven. Qin Sheng wandered in the court with long legs. He wanted to tie up Dongfanglai and then ransack easily. But at this time, the fire in Qin Sheng's body was beating wildly. The fire could not only burn everything, but also predict the good and bad in advance. At this moment, Qin Sheng felt that his pores were all standing up. Looking back, Liu Hong didn't know when he woke up. He carried a spear, then took his body as a bow and spear as an arrow. Bow like the full moon, Liu Hong murders the machine to emerge, the whole body Yuan strength rushes out wildly, very frightening. Phew! The spear is like an arrow out of the line. It's so fast that Qin Sheng is frightened. It's really too fast. Qin Sheng didn't expect that Liu Hong, whose life and death are unknown, was pretending to be dead all the time, so he didn't have time to attack Qin Sheng. As a son of God, Liu Hong was deprived of the position of son of God by Qin Sheng, but he was still a son of God in his bones. He didn't want to lie in the dark and wait for Qin Sheng's fatal attack. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contract between the lightning and flint. He has no possibility to avoid. His shoulders are slightly slanted, and then he crazily urges Fuxue in his body. The whole person is like bathing in the sun, which is extraordinary. Pooh! When Qin Sheng was stabbed by the spear, a dazzling light broke out in the armor. It was so dazzling that even Lei Yanfeng, who was watching the battle in the distance, was stabbed in his eyes. Some weak eyes were bleeding more than ever. This is the terror of the Son of God. If he doesn't move, he will destroy heaven and earth. Qin Sheng's armor also erupted a group of rune light, and a shock came from his shoulder. Fortunately, it was not pierced, but the penetrating power was enough to make Qin Sheng spit blood. Qin Sheng flies away. There is a sharp scratch on the armor. Although 90% of the power is isolated, only 10% is left. Even so, Qin Sheng still felt that all his organs were split and suffered a lot. This is also Qin Sheng's extremely strong body. He not only refined the rune bone, but also the rune blood. Otherwise, let alone the martial arts of Tongshenjing, even the martial arts of Tongmingjing, who have gone through multiple storms and thunder, will be killed alive. Under the Shenfu, there are all ants. This is not a joke. What's more, Liu Hong used to be the son of a saint. In fact, he is far more powerful than the ordinary Shenfu. It's a pity, it's not dead. Liu Hong's eyes are cold and his face is not willing. He had been lurking for a long time in this attack. He had planned to kill Qin Sheng. It's a pity that we failed in the end. Qin Sheng touched his injured shoulder. The bone was actually broken. There were large pieces of runes interwoven. He was repairing the bone. His face was cold and he said, "You have no chance." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng was to activate the Jade Talisman. 10 6-level arrays and 3 7-level arrays were reactivated. The whole crater seems to crack, and there are countless hot magma to gush out. Ah, the Son of God help me. A large number of fierce rune lights flooded the gold students who followed Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong. Their strength was far from reaching the Shenfu realm, although they were only affected by some power aftershocks. But it's not death or injury. The death rate is over 90%. Bang! Qin Sheng appears like a ghost in front of Liu Hong's body, and then punches him in the stomach. Liu Hong wants to fight against the array group, which means that he has no skills and eats Qin Sheng's fist raw. Liu Hong's body is bent like a prawn. The sharp pain makes him sweat. He is furious and wants to slap Qin Sheng to death with a backhand. But close to the end of the world, Qin Sheng's figure is under the blessing of the great array of forces, and it is virtual. Liu Hong can't beat him at all. Pa! Qin Sheng appeared in front of Liu Hong like a ghost again, and took it out with a slap. Liu Hong's face was pinched away, his bones were cracked, and he hit the mountain heavily. Roar! The bare mountain collapsed, the rolling falling stones submerged Liu Hong, and the 4 fields were silent and stunned. Including Gong Yunping, he had a few severe convulsions at the corners of his mouth, his spine was chilly, and a chill emanated from his body. Qin Sheng is too arrogant. Although he relies on the array group, he is invincible in the same realm. One man beat the 2 saints violently, and he was also the son of the saints in the ranking. This achievement, even if we look at the history of the whole day-by-day Holy Palace, is rarely found. At the same time, Gong Yunping has some fear in his heart. Fortunately, he agreed to cooperate with Qin Sheng to blackhand the son of Xiang Peak. Otherwise, the tragic ending of Liu Hong and Dongfang Lai is the most true portrayal. Bang! The battle formation was running. Liu Hong's son, who was buried alive in the rubble, was dug out and Qin Sheng stepped on it. Liu Hong was seriously injured. He was already breathing like a soft silk. He just held his breath. If he was not physically strong, he would have belched his fart after several times of baptism in Long Qi. Dongfang Li's condition is not much better. He doesn't know how many bones have been broken. His chest has collapsed. He's seriously injured. His yuan force is thin. There's no more force to fight. Qin Sheng took a look at the two and muttered, "Tut tut, it's really hurt." Accidentally, it hurts a little. Gong Yunping also fell down. His face was a little dignified. Both Liu Hong and Dongfang Lai were badly hurt. They definitely hurt their muscles and bones. In all likelihood, they will fall down and affect their future achievements. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out 2 drops of crystal clear Dali Yuan liquid, which fell into their mouths. Dali Yuan is worthy of the great medicine of the previous dynasty. Its healing ability is amazing. In addition, the foundation of Xiang Peak and Shuangxing is very good. After a long drought and a rainy day, the 2 people soon survived from the haunted gate. When the 2 great sages woke up, they found that they had been tied up in all sorts of ways, and their body was exhausted. "You wake up?" Qin Sheng asked with a smile. "Qin Sheng, how dare you tie us up?" The Eastern Strong Jair wanted to crack his canthus and burst into strong light to suppress Qin Sheng. But he was a long way away, and Yuanli was thin. Dongfang Lai's face changed greatly. He asked, "What did you do to me?" "Yuanli is thin." It's not a good thing. If it's light, it will hurt the source. If it's heavy, it's useless. Liu Hong is also afraid. If he loses his position as a son, he will lose it. In the future, he will have a chance to regain it. However, if he loses his talent, he will really lose his life. Qin Sheng patted the two flustered saints on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. After you have some soft tendons, you can recover in a while." Qin Sheng is an alchemist. Naturally, he can refine poisons that make the powerful people in the Shenfu lose their fighting power. However, these poisons are extremely difficult to refine, and he doesn't have much, and the conditions for poisoning are extremely harsh, as long as the other party loses consciousness. Hearing this, Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong both lay down their chests and stones. If they just lose their tendons, their talent will not be greatly affected. Qin Sheng didn't expect you to be a genius in array. You know how to make use of the side array here. East strong deep voice Wei, Qingwang defeats Ko, say, you want what condition, can let us go. Dongfang Lai is also very straightforward. Now, he has become Qin Sheng's prisoner. The overall situation has been determined. No more cruel words will only make Qin Sheng continue to humiliate himself. It's better to be dry and crisp than that. Qin Sheng looked at Dongfang Lai admiringly, spread 2 rings on his palm, and said with a smile, "Are you two lifting the Lord?" Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong's faces changed a lot, especially Dongfang Lai. His face suddenly turned blue. He shook his head and said, "You can take all the Yuanjing and Long Yuanjing in the Neji, but you can't give all the things in the Neji to you." Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted and looked at Dongfang Li deeply. "Pa." Qin Sheng slaps Dongfang Lai abruptly. His strength is too great. Dongfang Lai's original repaired face bone is cracked again, and his blood is pouring out. Dongfang Lai was confused. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to go crazy and beat him again. Qin Sheng put out his hand and lifted Dongfang Lai, who was tied up in various ways. His hand was as hard as a pair of pliers. Dongfang Lai felt that the sky was turning and he was about to suffocate. Qin Sheng is close to Dongfang Lai. His eyes are cold. With 2 strokes of killing, Dongfang Lai seems to fall into endless purgatory. His hands and feet can't help shaking. Remember, the loser is not entitled to bargain with me. Qin Sheng's face was cold and there were many murders. I'll give you 3 rest. Either you can get rid of the Lord or I can kill the saint. Gong Yinping was stunned and looked up at Qin Sheng. He was a rookie student who knew that his strength was only in the sky. How could he be so horizontal? It was too Sheng to open his mouth and shut up. If at the beginning, Gong Yinping would certainly scoff, and it is impossible to believe that Qin Sheng has the courage to kill the saint. However, when he was needed by Qin Sheng, he almost killed Ziyang Feng Xuansheng. This kind of sign made Gong Yunping understand that Qin Sheng was not intimidating them. Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong look at each other with gloomy faces. Qin Sheng, keep a line for everything. I'll see you later. You've done so well. Later. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps Liu Hong away. He is stronger than Dongfang Lai. His mouth is full of blood and his teeth are broken. He looks at Qin Sheng unbelievably. If I leave a line, will you treat me well? Qin Sheng sneered and said, don't pretend to be a murderer. I'll repay you with good. If I don't really kill you, it's compassion. The 3 saints on the scene spit blood in their hearts, especially Gong Yunping. He looks scornful. You are so merciful. No matter he is Gong Yunping or Dongfang Lai or Liu Hong, they are almost beaten to death, just 1 breath away. Finally, Ziyang Feng double saints softened and untied the Lord who accepted the precepts. Qin Sheng immediately melted 2 rings and turned them into sea. A large bundle of yuan jing appears out of the sky. It's not too many. It's only 12 million yuan. There are also some zijing cards. The face value inside is not very big. It's only 900 million yuan. In addition, there are many long yuanjing suspended in the air, large and small. The largest is 100 years old, and the smallest is only 10 years old. There are 2 long yuanjing in 100 years, 10 in 50 years, and many other long yuanjing, all of which may add up to several times. Qin Sheng questioned Xiang Fengshuangsheng and said, "You are so rich?" Xiang Peak is the richest of the 4 peaks of Xingyuan every day, and Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong, the 2 great sages, rank among the saints, which is more powerful than Gong Yunping's tail lamp dropping. However, they were ransacked by Qin Sheng, only to find that the so-called Xiang Feng double saints were poorer than the Palace Yunping. Poor enough. Qin Sheng was very dissatisfied and muttered. Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong are spitting blood in their hearts. They are roaring in their hearts. What is that wealth? Hundreds of millions of yuan jing are equivalent to 10,000 yuan stones. They are not the legitimate sons of the royal family. Even if they come from the Ho family, most of them are spent on cultivation. There is no more spare money. Qin Sheng divided all the spoils into 2 parts and gave half of them to Gong Yunping. East fierce mouth corner twitches, they are also the son of God, unexpectedly fall to such end, be divided up the spoils in public. Is this a map? Qin Sheng found a roll of sheepskin from a lot of sundries. Sheepskin roll is very rough. Although it depicts runes, they are too old. Many runes have peeled off, and some key traces have even become blurred. Dongfeng Lai took a look at the sheepskin roll, his heart leaped wildly, his face changed, he didn't want to say more. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted and he beat the east violently. "Say," I said, "stop fighting." Dongfeng Lai is about to spit blood. He doubts whether Qin Sheng is violent. If he doesn't agree with him, he will beat him up. This is the map of the testing place depicted by Xiang Peak in the past Dragon Pool conferences. Dongfeng Lai finally told the truth. The Dragon Pool meeting is held every year. Although the test area is very large and there are many forbidden areas for death, there are still many saints, and most of them have been explored. It marks the nests of stone beasts with a 100-year return period or more, and even the 300-year return period or 500-year return period. Of course, even the Son of God can't deal with stone beasts of that level alone. Where is Mongjiao Mountain? Qin Sheng suddenly asked, what about a stone beast that once happened in 1,000 years? Hearing this, the 3 saints, Dongfeng Lai, Liu Hong and Gong Yunping, all changed their faces slightly. Yes, there are stone beasts once in 1,000 years in the place of test. Finally, Gong explained. Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Do you know all this?" Gong Yunping said with a wry smile, "The 1,000-year-old stone beast of Mongjiao Mountain is almost an open secret." But how about knowing? The once-in-a-1,000-year-old stone beast is incredibly powerful and is no less powerful than the one in the cave. In addition, Mongjiao Mountain has a terrible soul tide. If you are a little careless, it will fall in it. Gong Yunping simply said all about Mangjiashan. Qin Sheng's face changed, and finally his eyes fell on Dongfeng Lai, saying, "You 4 saints of Xiang Peak, the remaining 2 saints are afraid to go to Mongjiao Mountain?" Mongjiao Mountain is the home of Millennium Stone Beasts. Every year at the Dragon Pool Conference, all saints gather here to try to challenge Millennium Stone Beasts, said Dongfeng Lai. Qin Sheng wants to try, and let Wu Dade pull Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong who have lost their fighting power. Let's go to Mongjiao Mountain to collect debts. Qin Sheng waved his hand. Debt collection? Gong Yunping was a little confused and asked, "What kind of debt do you want?" Qin Sheng pointed to the 2 sons of Xiang Peak, who were tied up in various ways. He said, naturally, they want to ask Xiang Peak for debts. They have been unfaithful to me. Don't they expect that Yuanjing and Long Yuanjing will be finished? Hearing this, Gong Yinping stumbled on the spot and looked at Qin Sheng inconceivably. Did you feel that the goods were too cheeky? It is clear that Qin Sheng and himself set up a trap. Please enter the urn and let the son of Xiang Peak jump into the fire pit. He will die in the pit. Now in Qin Sheng's mouth, it turns out to be a conspiracy? Tut tut. What shocked Gong Yinping most was that Qin Sheng hanged the two saints of Xiang Peak and robbed them all over. Now, he doesn't think the two saints have much money to collect. He has to ask Xiang Peak for a debt. Is it too strong? Qin Sheng, do you want to take it as soon as you can? Gong Yinping can't help holding back such a sentence. Xiang Peak is the first of the 4 peaks in the Xingyuan every day. It has the same information as Lei Yanfeng and Wan Gaofeng. Now Qin Sheng not only humiliated the son of Xiang Peak, but also tied up the two saints to let the people of Xiang Peak redeem? When the dog is forced to rush, he will jump over the wall. The clay figurines still have 3 points of fire. What's more, they are the people of Xiang Peak. Thinking of this, Gong Yinping began to regret it a little. He felt a sense of retreat in his heart. He didn't want to mix this water anymore. If you don't mix well, you will probably be splashed with dirty water for 10,000 years. Qin Sheng disagreed and said coldly, the contradiction between me and Xiang Peak has been irreconcilable. It is not that I am arrogant and domineering, but that the people of Xiang Peak have targeted me at the beginning. The people of Xiang Peak want to hunt me and treat me as prey. What's so polite about me? I will also treat the son of Xiang Peak as prey. Qin Sheng's eyes are bright and cold. The East is so angry that he spits blood. His face is full of indignation, and his eyes are full of humiliation. The son of his temple, how noble his status is and how remarkable his existence is now sold like a prey by Qin Sheng, which is more painful than killing him. Boom! Dongfangli's eyebrows ignited a strange fire again. He opened his mouth and spit out a flame. Then he wanted to burn everything. Bang! Qin Sheng knocked Dongfangli out and made complete preparations. He asked Wu Dai to help him carry 2 spoils and rushed to Mongjiao Mountain. Gong Yinping is changing. He looks at Qin Sheng's disappearing figure, hesitates, and doesn't want to follow him. Qin Sheng's goods are so jumpy that he won't beat them unless he is the son of God. Moreover, they will make a great deal of trouble. If he doesn't follow, the once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast will be deceiving if he doesn't have a little thought in his heart. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast has enough Long Yuanjing in its body to carry out 2 Jiulong baptisms. The baptism of Kowloon is the highest level of the baptism of Long Qi. Every son who can experience the baptism of Kowloon will have a bright future. The upper limit of the future is very high, and the bottom guarantee can reach the cave. Finally, Gong Yinping decided to follow Qin Sheng's footsteps closely. Since the moment when he and Qin Sheng set up a soul pact to pit the son of Xiang Peak, he and Qin Sheng were completely bound together, and their relationship was cold and cold. I'd like to see how much trouble Qin Sheng can make. Gong Yinping looks at Qin Sheng's disappearing figure and mumbles. In Mongjiao Mountain, there are various saints waiting for Qin Sheng, such as Xiang Peak, Jiexian Peak and Leiyan Peak. Mongjiao Mountain is the deepest place in the vast land of trial. The climate here is extremely extreme. There are strong winds and occasionally lightning. Even those who have been through multiple storms and thunderstorms will be torn to pieces in case of bad luck and some extreme hurricanes. The most shocking thing is that although there is a hurricane here, it is covered by a large fog all year round. These mists are pink, accompanied by 2 strange fragrances. This is not an ordinary thick fog, but with the power of terror. Even the strong people who have gone through the 9 heavy thunderstorms are absolutely reluctant to get close to those pink thick fog. Because the pink dense fog here is very terrible. Even the strong people who have gone through the 9 heavy thunderstorms, once they inhale too much pink fog, the spirits will be contaminated with toxins, and slowly the spirits will annihilate and die. At this time, on the outskirts of Mongjia Mountain, many students who attended the Dragon Pool Conference were watching from afar, unwilling to be too close to this place. The misty tides of Mongjia Mountain seemed to have faded a little. At this time, a tall and straight young man with a sword eyebrow and stars, carrying a black mace, he said lightly. "This is Zhou Mace, the top 3 son of the Holy Academy. He is surrounded by stars and the moon. He is very powerful." Beside that week's mace, she was accompanied by a gorgeous beauty. She was very attractive. As long as a man looked at her, she would be engraved with a brand that can't be forgotten for a long time. This woman is Nalin Yuyan, the saint daughter of Xiang Peak. She has a pair of noble and cold phoenix eyes. She lightly points the phoenix crown and says, "According to the information, after 2 hours, the fog tide here will completely fade, and there will be no fog obstruction for 4 hours. That's a good time for us to start." Nalin Yuyan's voice is clear and melodious, just like 2 expensive porcelains knocking together. Smell speech, Zhou Mace also nods, his eyes gleam faintly cold. "Wei, this once-in-a-thousand-year stone beast, Zhou Mace is determined to get it. I don't know if Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong have dealt with the field work." At this time, Qin, who was closely behind Zhou Jian and Nalin Yuyan, the 2 peerless Tianjiao, said quietly. Qin Gaoxiang's participation in the Longqi conference is all about accumulating experience and preparing for the next year's Longqi conference. Although Qin soared to the top of the world, with a frightening talent of once in 500 years, genius is only genius after all. Even the most talented students have to go through training to soar to the sky. Obviously, the main character of this conference is not Qin Feixiang at all, but Zhou Jian and other old saints. Zhou Jian and Nalin Yuyan both frowned, because Qin Gaoxiang didn't mention it. They both forgot Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong to pick up the minions who couldn't enter their eyes. "They've been separated from us for a long time and there won't be any accidents?" Nalin's lips were slightly opened, and she asked. "There can be no accident." Zhou Jian replied indifferently, "It's just a rookie, 2 Xiangfeng sages can't recover it, so they don't need to come back alive." "Enough, there's no need to talk about such trifles." Zhou Jian seems to be a little angry. As a son, he can be ranked in the top 3 in the Holy Palace day by day. That kind of status and strength, even if you look at the 3 holy houses of Dian Emperor, many holy sons, can also be ranked in the list. How can a saint's son with such a high status put Qin Sheng as a rookie student in the eye? Even though the youngest saint's son in the history of the academy has a reputation, it is just a dust in front of his Zhou Mace. Too little. Boom. Just at this time, Zhou Jian's eyes suddenly turned back, just like a magic lamp, and the eyes lit up the sky. Someone's going to be near Mount Python. Sure enough, Zhou Jian's voice hasn't fallen yet, and a rapid voice of breaking the sky is coming. The first one is a gorgeous beauty. She has a beautiful appearance, a beautiful body and a white gooseneck, just like a swan. Yun Yashuan is very eye-catching. Her beauty, body and temperament are no less than Nalin Yuyan. Behind Yun Yashuan, a group of fairies followed. Qin soared to see one of the familiar figures of the fairies, and his eyes lit up. "Ripple, you're here." Qin Shaoxiang is very enthusiastic, slowly approaching, and his face is full of charming smile. Qin soared and turned his hand and took out a piece of Longyuanjing from the ring. This piece of Longyuan crystal is very big. It can't be grasped in a single slap. It gives off a strong Longyuan flavor. Obviously, this is a piece of long Yuanjing which is more than 100 years old. And this piece of long Yuanjing was carved into the shape of flowers by Qin Sheng. Since ancient times, flowers have been matched with beauties. Qin soars a to lean, very gentlemanly will this, by more than 100 years long Yuanjing flower, to ancient ripple. It's romantic to carve flowers with 100-year-old dragon Yuanjing. It is worthy of being a genius once in 500 years, and it is also the legitimate son of the first royal family of Dian dynasty. It is really big enough. Behind the ancient ripples, there are a group of fairies from the mountain of banishment. Their eyes are glowing one by one, and their delicate pretty faces are full of envy. Gu Liani's unique face is slightly coagulated. She doesn't know why. She can't see Qin soaring from the bottom of her heart. She always feels that he has a big gap with Qin Sheng of the same clan. However, Gu Liani's character is very good. With a smile on his pretty face, he shakes his head and says, "The gift of 100 years long Yuanjing is too heavy, and the ripples are not easy to accept. Thank you for your kindness." All gaped, showing a face of surprise they did not expect. In any case, the ancient ripples refused. Qin Feixiang's face was stiff, and he was also confused. He asked himself that he had put down his body and worked hard to pursue the ancient ripples. He also paid so much attention to the 100-year-long Yuanjing. However, he spent a lot of cards and needed a little help from the son of Zhou Mace to succeed in hunting. Although we can't talk about going through thousands of mountains, it's definitely not easy to get. Yun Yashuan holds the hand of Gu Liani, smiles like an elder, and persuades him, "Liani, you can take it. It's hard to fly." Yun Yashuan's attitude towards Qin's flying is really good. Compared with Qin Sheng, it's just a difference of 108,000 li. Gu Liani glanced at Yun Yashuan, and a pair of phoenix eyes showed their indifference. He still shook his head and said, "I can't afford to be so polite, because I don't deserve to be paid for my work." The scene fell into a moment of embarrassment. Gu Liani was the royal daughter. How could she be ordered by Yun Yashuan? This is a joke. Yun Yashuan's face was embarrassed. She was a saint, but she was so hated by Gu Liani. Her face couldn't hang. At this time a voice of breaking through the sky came. Qin Sheng Mai, with long legs and purple wings behind, soon appeared in front of the crowd. Why are so many people? Qin Sheng glanced around, showing his white teeth, and said, "It's true that all the saints gather in Monjiao Mountain today." Qin Gaoxiang's pupil suddenly contracted and said, "Qin Sheng, why didn't you? Why didn't I die?" Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows stand up and answer in a cold voice. Qin Feixiang's face was white and suspicious. The two sons of Xiang Peak, Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong, did not follow Gong Yunping's son to hunt Qin Sheng? Why didn't Qin Sheng not only die, but also run to Monjiao Mountain without arms and legs? It's not just Qin Gaoxiang who has endless doubts in his heart, but Zhou Jian and Nalin Yuyan are all puzzled. At this time, Wu Dade finally arrived with his two prisoners on his back, sweating. "Qin Sheng, where are the two prisoners?" Wu Dade asked breathlessly. Qin Sheng casually said, "Throw it at my feet." "Good." Wu Dade grinned. Bang! Wu Dade threw two captives on the ground at will, splashing dust all over the sky. "Captive? What do you mean?" A hot look at the two so-called prisoners at Qin Sheng's feet. The two captives were beaten black and blue. They were covered with blood stasis. For a while it was hard for everyone to know what the two so-called captives were. Shua. In an instant, a pair of tiger eyes of Zhou Mei suddenly snapped up and shouted, "Qin Sheng, are you going to die? How dare you bind my son of Xiang Peak?" Zhou Jian's rage is just like Thunder God's rage. When he lands a terrible thunder, there is a terrible lightning explosion on him. The air is distorted, and the void is about to crack. Although this place is only a small secret place, and the rules of heaven and earth are not complete, Zhou Jian's anger almost can tear the void. It can be imagined how terrible the power of the Son of God is in the top 3 of the holy courtyard day by day. What? Those 2 captives are the 2 sons of Xiang Peak? It's impossible. As far as I know, Xiang Feng's son is very strong, and his weakest strength has reached Shenfu. Yes, Qin Sheng is just a place that connects the sky. Although on that day in the picture of mountains and rivers, he was able to press the saint son of Liu Hong in the same realm to the ground to rub. However, this is the place for trial. There is no spirit like the mountain and river map that can suppress the cultivation of martial artists. This place is completely fried, and people are talking about it. No one wants to believe that Qin Sheng, who is weaker than them in martial arts cultivation, is so powerful. What's more frightening is that Liu Hong is not the only one kidnapped. Also has the strength to be stronger than Liu Hong, the East Strong Saint son. A rookie student from all over the world kidnapped 2 saints who melted the god's mansion? How could it be? No one believes that this is Qin Sheng's big pen. If it is true, Qin Sheng is an evil genius. This kind of genius across several realms has never appeared, but it does not appear in the Dian dynasty. Even if we look at the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, this kind of genius is hard to find. Only across the North Forbidden area, in the vast territory, can there be such a genius. In fact, looking at the whole Tianyuan continent, the 36 dynasties of the wasteland is only a wasteland, or even an abandoned land isolated from the vast territory. Only a few strong people can contact with Tianyuan, even send talents to Tianyuan, and they need to pay a heavy price. It's said that the vast land of Tianyuan is many times larger than that of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. There are many talents, just like the stars in the sky. What's more, the genius in Tianyuan is the real genius. In other words, if those geniuses in the Tianyuan continent are the stars in the sky, the so-called saints, sons, and daughters in the wasteland continent are at best fireflies. The gap between the two is nothing but a cloud and mud. Qin Sheng's impact on the people was too great. He crossed several realms, tied up the 2 great sons of Xiang Peak, swaggered and threw the captives in front of Zhou Jian. This is definitely provocation. Qin Sheng felt the terror and pressure of Zhou Mace. The 2 holy steps in his body were activated, the tricolor blood in his body was also buzzing and shining, and the body and martial arts were urged to the extreme, so he could barely resist the anger and pressure of Zhou Mace. Qin Sheng can't help but look at this week's mace. This week mace is worthy of being one of the top 3 saints in the daily holy palace. Its strength is really terrible, far superior to Dongfeng Lai and others. If you people in Xiang Peak want to hunt me, why can't I hunt you in turn? Qin Sheng sneers, eyes light and cold. He stepped out step by step and trampled 2 captives at his feet, saying, Qin Wang defeats Ko. Now your son of Xiang Peak is in my hands. 1 captive's 100 million yuan crystal, which is 10,000 yuan stone. If you leave Yuanshi, I'll let you go. When they heard this, they were petrified. They looked at Qin Sheng in a daze. Their faces were unbelievable and completely stunned. What do you mean? He captured the son of Xiang Peak. Even when they saw the tragedy of the 2 sons, they were probably tortured and hurt a lot. Now Qin Sheng comes here to let Zhou Jian redeem people? Qin Sheng's brain hasn't broken yet? Where is Xiang Peak and who is Zhou Jian? How can we be willing to bear such humiliation? Besides, 1 prisoner is 10,000 yuan stone, and 2 prisoners are 20,000 yuan stone. This huge number, even for the top 3 sons, Zhou Mace is hard to come up with. Even if Zhou Mace has 20,000 yuan stone, it can't be given to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, you can still live if you do evil, you can't live if you do it yourself. Nalan's voice was cold, and her eyes were cold, as if they were going to radiate a real light of terror. Qin Sheng was also shocked. This is the same surname as him. It's estimated that he came from the same clan hundreds of years ago. He really ate the gall of a leopard and even extorted the yuancher of the son of Zhou Mace in front of the public. And it's still a lion opening his mouth, which is 20,000 yuan stone. That's 20,000 yuan stone. Even he, as the legitimate son of the first royal family of Dian dynasty, is hard to get out. It's enough to die. Qin soared and looked at Qin Sheng indifferently, his eyes seemed to look at the dead. Ancient ripple that does not contain a trace of impurities of the pretty face solidification, bright big eyes twinkle a bit worried. Qin Sheng, what are you doing? Gu Lianyi is worried to send a message to Qin Sheng and asks, do you know that you are playing with fire? Zhou Jian and Nalan Yuyan can't be provoked by you. Boom. Zhou Mei stands with his hand in the back, and his body erupts into a terrifying momentum, like a ninth-level monster climbing out of the deepest part of the forbidden area in the north. With the pressure of sweeping everything, Qin Sheng is enveloped. His cold and piercing eyes ignore Qin Sheng. I don't know how you can capture them. Zhou Mace is shining all over, just like a hot golden black rising slowly, which makes many onlookers cover their eyes for fear of being stabbed. I admit, you've made me angry. Zhou Mace grimly smiled, the clown who used to be like you, even if how to jump, can't attract my attention. In that case, I will give you a chance to die decently. Remember, you died in my Zhou Jian's hand, which is definitely the most glorious thing in your life. Boom. Zhou Mace's terrifying yuan force surged out like a flash flood, forming a huge finger on the sky, and then, under the frightened eyes, it crushed Qin Sheng severely. It's like killing a mole ant. On the sky, the mountain is terrifying, with a terrifying power and pressure, causing many onlookers shock. Is this the terror of the son of Zhou Mace? It's terrible. It's just a slap. It's beyond the realm of Shenfu, isn't it? Well, maybe the son of Zhou Mace has already taken that step and reached the half-step of the cave. One by one onlookers couldn't help whispering. At the same time, they looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. Some people have pity, others gloat. Qin Sheng looked up, his face was grim, and his heart was beating wildly. He said, this week's mace is really strong. It's just a casual attack, but it brings so much pressure. It's far superior to Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong. Qin Sheng pinches the ring in his hand. He wants to sacrifice a big weapon to suppress Zhou Mace directly. That is the array group deprived from the dead crater, then compressed by secret method and sealed in an AG. As long as Qin Sheng's mind moves, 10 6-level arrays and 3 7-level arrays can be generated instantly. This is equivalent to a moving array group. This requires a high level of array attainment. If Qin Sheng did not refine the inheritance and memory of the emperor, there are many secret methods, otherwise, it is impossible to deprive such a large array group. Even so, this mobile array group can only be used once and will face collapse. Moving array, also known as instant array, needs super array attainments and huge soul power support to be forged. The more powerful the instant array, the more strict the spirit realm is. In terms of the spirit realm, where Qin Sheng only lights up a star of life and soul, he doesn't have a 7-level array of instant attack. Even if it's only a 6-level array, Qin Sheng can't achieve instant attack, but it will take some time. Boom. At this time a voice burst into the sky, and a cabernet burst from the sky. With the fierce breath of the sky, the glow of the sun, like a flash of lightning, suddenly fell on the mountain where the yuan power of Zhou Mace condensed. Pu refers to the vibration of the mountain, and then there are tiny cracks. Then, the cracks burst at the speed of geometric progression. In the end, the finger mountain is scattered by the earthquake, and the yuan force is dissipated between the sky. Who is it? Qin Sheng frowns. Who will be willing to help him at this time? If someone gives a hand to Qin Sheng at this time, it's doomed to offend the son of Zhou Mace. Look at the whole Xingyuan day by day. Few people dare to offend Zhou Mace. A slap can count. That is a woman, wearing a golden phoenix crown, with a face like a fairy in the painting, noble and worldly, walking around in the empty space. Every step, she can produce a blooming ice lotus. The woman's white lotus skirt outlines a very attractive curve, which makes Qin Sheng marvel. Qin Sheng has seen a lot of women with various shapes, but he seldom saw such a hot and cold woman. At this time, Zhou Jian also raised his head. When he saw the familiar figure, his brow suddenly showed an unpleasant color. Rui, what do you mean? Zhou Mace Langham questions the gorgeous woman named Rui. Wu Dade, what's the origin of Rui? Qin Sheng asked Wu Dade. Wu Dade looked at the peerless woman named Rui and carefully said, Rui, one of the two most powerful saints in Xianfeng, has always been unique and not very congenial. Wu Dade is worthy of being the legitimate son of the Chamber of Commerce. The intelligence collection is complete. Hearing this, Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Saint Rui again. Unexpectedly, the saint in the front row seemed to be much stronger than Yun Yashuan. Qin Sheng is not familiar with the students of banishment to Xianfeng, let alone such a proud girl as Rui, who has already smelted the god's mansion. Maybe all of them are looking for a saint who can achieve the last step in the cave. Rui's face was cold, and a pair of cold and piercing phoenix eyes glanced at Zhou Mace and said, You don't know where this is? 1,000-year stone beast Nirvana failed. He is keeping his low profile and recovering. You are fighting here. If you start a war, you will compensate me for the 1,000-year-long Yuan Jing? Rui doesn't give any face to the son of Zhou Mace. Zhou Jian's face is gloomy. He has reached this point in his cultivation. His strength is stronger than that of the general tutor. Few people dare to communicate with him in such a tone. If other people are changed, even if they are martial artists in Shenfu, Zhou Mace will fight against them. However, in front of Zhou Mace is Saint Rui. She has great talent and potential. It is even rumored that her strength is immeasurable. She can step out of that last step and ascend to the sky step by step. She is the rare one in the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. In the day-by-day holy palace, there are several holy sons and daughters who can't be provoked. Zhou Jian's Rui is one of them. This son is vicious. It's not enough to rob the son of Xiang Peak. Now he's bold enough to blackmail me for 20,000 yuan. Zhou Jianyao points to Qin Sheng in the air, his voice is cold and his eyes are cold. If he hears the words, there are some waves and strange colors on the indifferent face, as if to say, You are so little fooling me, this boy is just a newborn of the heaven, how can he suppress the two sons of Xiang Peak? However, Rui's saint daughter came and went on her own. She often wandered through the ruins and dangerous places of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, and met many wonderful talents. Rui's pair of Fengmu take a deep look at Qin Sheng and seem to find some clues of Qin Sheng. She doesn't pick them out and says, Is this really the case? Qin Sheng, facing such a strong woman, said that he had some weakness and beat drums in his heart, but he still hardened his head and said, What would you do if someone wanted to hunt you? As he listens to it, her straight and slender posture immediately blooms with murderous intention. The murderous intention of her whole body is like boiling boiled water, which makes people jump with fear. I will kill him without hesitation. Like the cold voice of Saint Yi, the temperature of the 4 fields plummeted, and everyone fell like an icehouse. Qin Sheng grinned and said, So it seems that I'm going to learn from the fairy. I'm not cruel enough. Hello, are you old in Xiangfeng? It's kind of me to leave him a dog's life. Qin Sheng's shouting made everyone in Xiang Peak face down. Zhou Mace clenched his teeth. He released terror and pressure all over his body. He wanted to slap Qin Sheng, the clown who jumped over the beam, to death. However, if Saint Yi is here, Zhou Jian doesn't think his victory is great. In addition, the son of Zhou Mace really threw a mousetrap at Qin Sheng under the warm prompt of Saint Rui. Zhou Jian woke up the sleeping Millennium Stone Beast for fear of the terrible battle after effect. 1,000 years of long Yuan Jing, even if he only gets 50%, is enough for him to have a complete Kowloon baptism. Zhou Mace has reached the late stage of Shenfu realm. With many secret techniques under its control, its combat effectiveness has been comparable to that of the peerless strongman in the half-step cave realm. However, we need to take the last step, so as to step up to the sky and become the real and true one. Those who are strong in Shenfu have been able to become king. Even those who are weaker in Shenfu can find a small subsidiary country to become king among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Like Zhou Mace, it can rank the top among the many saints in the sun-chasing Holy Academy, even among the whole Dian Emperor. If it wants to graduate from the sun-chasing Holy Academy in the future, it may be directly attracted by some huge power organizations. However, the strength of those power organizations and the Shenfu realm is still not enough. They are not the top figures of the pyramid. Only by becoming the peerless power at the level of Dongxinjing, can we make a dazzling transition among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, and even make it possible for big forces to consume a huge amount of money and send him to the Tianyuan continent. It's just that all this is a mirror, a day without reaching the cave, a day of fantasy. So these Dragon Pool conferences are very important for Zhou Jian. If he can experience a Kowloon baptism, it will be of great benefit to his body, Yuan vein and spirit. He can wash his hair and cut his marrow, and finally become a saint. For this reason, the son of Zhou Mace did not dare to fight Qin Sheng. Zhou Mace took a deep breath and forced to burn up in his chest. He wanted to blow out his nose. He said, "Qin Sheng, let them go, then crawl on the ground, and write 100,000 words of guilt letter with your blood. I can let you live. This is my biggest concession." Zhou Mace twin pupil Sting. At this time, Yun Yashuan was also persuasive. She looked at Qin Sheng pitifully and urged him, "Qin Sheng, don't let others confess. Zhou Jian has been kind enough to you. You should not let the sun angry." Yun Yashuan, with a high face, preached to Qin Sheng, which made Qin Sheng feel very unhappy. "What's the matter with you?" Qin Sheng sneers, then ignores Yun Yashuan's angry face. Instead, he turns his hand and takes out a 40-meter-long dragon-slaying knife and puts it on Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong's neck. Sniff. The dragon-slaying saber is of high quality, full of fierce saber spirit, and extremely sharp. It can cut the skin of the 7th-level congenital demon. What's more, the two human warriors of Dongfang Lai and Liu Hong's neck suddenly showed a blood mark, and the blood slowly came out. "You want to die?" Zhou Mace was furious. He didn't think that Qin Sheng was so hard. He was so crazy in the face of his powerful son. "Shut up." For example, the holy daughter of Yi murmured, and a terrifying force of Yuanli suddenly enveloped Qin Sheng and Zhou Jian. Qin Sheng immediately felt like a quagmire. The strength of both Yuan and body became extremely slow. Even in the voice of Saint Yi's daughter, there were waves of spirits attacking Qin Sheng, making him drowsy. "This is as strong as Yi?" At the moment when Qin Sheng almost fell asleep, he bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and hit all over with energy. He woke up. Qin Sheng was sweating all over and wet his clothes on the spot. He looked at Rui in amazement, his heart pounding wildly, and his face was still full of palpitations. "It's so strong as Saint Yi's daughter. I feel it's much stronger than that week's mace." Zhou Jian is also shocked. He takes a deep look at Rui, and there are two colors of fear in his eyes. Rui steps closer to Qin Sheng and Zhou Jian. Her white lotus skirt has a fork in the middle, revealing her long white legs. Qin Sheng, you set the son of Xiang Peak free. Rui said quietly, though there was no command in her words, who dared not listen to her. Qin Sheng laughed and said, listen to the saint. Pooh. The light of Sun Han's sword passed by, and the dragon slayer cut off the rope covered with the hard runes, and released Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong. Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong were so disheartened that they could not even raise their heads. They were all ashamed. There are too many stones of 20,000 yuan, but if you want to hunt Qin Sheng, you have to pay the price of bleeding if you fail. As he said indifferently, each of you will pay 5,000 yuan to Qin Sheng. Would you like to make a soul pact? Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong, the two sages, look at Zhou Mace, and Zhou Mace nods coldly. We will. Both of them said in unison. Then, Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong unwillingly set up a soul pact, and they owed Qin Sheng 10,000 yuan. Before I get out of control, I advise you to get out. Zhou Jian's eyes glowed with cold light, like an angry inborn demon, which locked Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sneered and said, is Mongjiao Mountain your territory? Can I get you out of here? I'm going to hunt the Millennium Stone Beast. Hearing this, they were stunned and many shook their heads. Yun Yashuan sneered at him on the spot and said, you want to hunt the stone beast for thousands of years? This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. You can know that the stone beast once in 1,000 years, even if its strength plummeted due to the failure of nirvana, can still compete with a peerless human power in the cave. Yun Yashuan couldn't help saying, I don't look down on you. If 1,000-year-old stone beast is born, it only needs to breathe out a breath, and your life will be lost. Yun Yashuan has been choked by Qin Sheng in front of the public for 3 times and 4 times. Now she has a chance to mock Qin Sheng. How can she let it go? Qin Sheng frowned, and felt that the holy daughter of Yun Yashuan, who came from Xianfeng, was not like the one who didn't eat the fireworks in the world, but more like the one who couldn't get married, with a long tongue. Yashuan, someone can't help himself. Let him die if you want to. Zhou Jian sneers with indifference in his words. Rui also looks at Qin Sheng. Her willow eyebrows are slightly broken. It seems that she is very confused about Qin Sheng's participation in the hunting of 1,000-year-old stone animals. Qin Sheng snorted coldly and said, it's not certain who will die then. What do Zhou Jian and Yun Yashuan want to say? At this time, the whole Mongjiao mountain was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. The ground cracked, and the very strong pink thick fog gushed out, soon drowned everyone. Roar. A roar came out. It was deafening. Everyone covered their ears. As for some weak fighters, even their ears were split and bleeding. No, the Millennium Stone Beast is awake. Don't move, set up a battle line and work together to fight against the Millennium Stone Beast, cried the saint. Woo woo woo. The thick pink fog, which not only affects the vision, but also affects the mind. Sure enough, it wasn't long before some gold students, with lower spirit level, lost their sense and became crazy, even to their companions. Ah, I'll cut you off. There are men in battle armor, with red eyes and a knife, who cut a knife at a student beside them. Poop, with a knife in his hand, the blood gushed out like a fountain, with terrifying blood. He who stands in my way dies. There are golden cadets in their hoods. They kill with awe-inspiring intent. Obviously, they also lose their sense and fight against their companions. Disordered, the scene immediately completely disordered, chickens flying and dogs leaving, some people cry loudly, some people cry, die, hurt, crazy. Everyone shield breath, do not inhale red powder mist. Such is the voice of Saint D to everyone, these red powder mists are poisonous. Qin Sheng inhaled 2 mouthfuls of red powder fog, and felt that he was going to lose control in an instant. A large amount of red powder fog infiltrated into the sea of spirits, as if spreading as fast as plague. These red powder mists are really poisonous, but they can poison spirits. Qin Sheng is awe-inspiring. His eyes are a little red. However, he has refined rune blood and has a fire in his body, which can purify everything. Sniff. The yellow spring fire ignited the whole body. In less than 2 breaths, the red powder mist in Qin Sheng's body was burned to ashes and turned into the purest soul power. Wu Dade, wake up. Qin Sheng found that Wu Dade was panting, his eyes were bloodshot, his eyes changed, as if he was going to lose control at any time. Bang! Qin Sheng stretched out his hands and clamped down Wu Dade's shoulders. Then Huangquan fire penetrated into Wu Dade's body between the electric light and flint. In less than 3 days, Wu Dade returned to normal. For example, Zhou Mace, Nailan Yuyin, Yun Yashuan and others have used various means to detoxify the poisoned companions, or directly beat them to faint and send them away from Mongjia Mountain. As long as the spirit realm is not too low and the inhalation amount is not too large, these red powder dense fog can wake up in a short time if it is out of the fog range. After such a twists and turns, the people who can stay are all sons and daughters, and less than 10. Everyone's face is not very good looking. It seems that this once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast is not so good at hunting as you think. To clamp down on the Millennium Stone Beast, it is important to destroy a natural array here, and then the fighting capacity of the Millennium Stone Beast will be reduced dramatically. Zhou Jian said indifferently. I have a way to let people lead away the 1,000-year-old stone beast, and then I will destroy the battle formation in the depth of Mongjia Mountain. Said Zhou Mace. Suddenly, Zhou Jian locked Qin Sheng's fierce eyes and said, Qin Sheng, go away from the 1,000-year-old stone beast, and I will let Dongfeng Lai and Liu Hong steal the array for you. Don't worry, the 1,000-year stone beast has experienced a failed nirvana, which has been backfired by the laws of heaven and earth. Its strength has been greatly reduced. You can hang the son of Xiang Peak, which is not weak compared with its strength. If you complete this task perfectly, I can pay attention to it. I can divide you into 10% Longyuanjing. Zhou Jian's words, with the tone of command, made Qin Sheng feel very sick. Isn't that what makes Qin Sheng a cannon fodder? Ha ha. Qin Sheng looks up at the sky and smiles, but with indifference in his smile. He looks at this pair of superior Zhou Mace. What are you? In front of me. Qin Sheng, holding the dragon-slaying sword, said, I will also give you a task to contain the stone beast of the millennium. After that, I will divide you into 2 Jackie Chan Yuanjing. Of course, if you can save your life. Red powder and mist filled the air. In addition to the enchanting wind, the 4 fields were dead and silent. One by one, the sons and the daughters were staring at Qin Sheng. How dare Qin Sheng speak up and let Zhou Jian be the cannon fodder? Is this crazy or stupid? Many sages shook their heads and murmured. They pitifully looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dying wretch. Boom! Zhou Jian's whole body is shining. Now the 1,000-year-old stone beast has come to life. There is no need to lie down. His eyebrows seem to crack. The terrible pressure emanates from the cracks in the center of his eyebrows. His armor was also full of power, and the runes appeared. In the hot eyes, the armor flew out of the runes, forming a pair of metal wings behind it. Zhou Mei stepped out step by step, flapping his wings. The metal wing is like a blade. It trembles faintly and sends out some mysterious rhythm. Zhou Mace falls from the sky. His eyes are cold to the extreme. With a strong sense of killing, he even wants to kill Qin Sheng in public in the eyes of the saints. Qin Sheng looks up at Zhou Jian, who is diving down. His clean face is not a little scared. Instead, he wants to try. His mouth slightly pulls out a joking arc. Come, and think I'm afraid you won't make it. Qin Sheng shakes his hand and throws a ring. Click. The ring was crushed, and a dazzling line of rune light rose to the sky, just like the blue divine light, which showed that the light of Zhou mace was dimmed. 10 6-level arrays, 3 7-level arrays, the superposed strength is no less than the strength of the half-step Dongxinjing level. Buzzing. The bright blue rune light is interwoven, forming a blue lotus flower in the eyes of astonishment. The lotus flowers are in full bloom. They are like fairyland. However, this gorgeous scene made Zhou Jian's hair stand on end. A chill was generated from his spine and then spread to his 4 limbs. Ah! Zhou Mei screamed and fell into a desperate situation. The blooming lotus is like purgatory. The infinite gravity, the overwhelming lightning, the cutting storm all fell on Zhou Mei's body. Go away. Zhou Mace carried a war mace, making a harsh sound of rotation, shaking the lotus and escaping from the mud. How could it be? Zhou Mace is the top 3 son of the Holy Palace day by day. How could he fail? It's really a failure, and it's a bit awkward. Just a little short, he's in danger of life. In the distance, a group of saints and daughters gathered around, one by one, like petrified, shocked. Especially reverent and respectful Yunyashuan, they cannot see the woodlouse in the bones of the dragon, and they feel that the whole body is very strong and upright. They are also very open to their deeds and have no respect for them. In their eyes, minions like Qin Sheng, who also like the scum, are doomed to be short-lived. In the near future, someone will reap their lives. Especially Qin Sheng is so stupid, dare to annoy Zhou Jian, this is doomed to be his bone burial place. But Qin Sheng beat the faces of their group of sons and daughters, and beat them thoroughly. In the eyes of all of them, the almost invincible son of Zhou Mace failed so quickly and thoroughly. Zhou's mace, which was sent out by his cape, was as fierce as the divine fire, and it was shining with unparalleled brilliance. The mace in his hand was roaring like a tiger or a dragon, accompanied by a breath of desolation. Qin Sheng was very keen. He looked at the mace in Zhou's hands, and his pupils suddenly contracted. This mace is by no means an ordinary thing. When the mace moves, the world is boiling. All spirits are crawling on the ground. Even some distant saints and daughters, especially those with the worst vision like Gong Yunping, look pale. There is no courage in their hearts to fight. They just want to run away immediately and avoid the sharp edge. The First World War is just around the corner. Buzzing. A beautiful image falls from the sky, with a slender body, a hot body, and an amazing temperament. As Yi's hands explore, the whole world seems to be stirred by an invisible big hand, with a strong breath. It's like an immortal phoenix falling from the sky, shocking everyone. Zhou Jian's eyes were shining, like the immortal lamp dug out from Jiuyou Purgatory, which made people dare not look directly at him. He stared at Rui and said, "Rui, do you want to protect him?" Zhou Mace's fighting mace is full of fighting spirit. Don't think Zhou Jian is afraid of you. I put my words here. No one can protect this today. Wen Yan, such as Yi Daimei slightly wrinkled, shook his head, said, I do not want to protect Qin Sheng. Zhou Mace gnawed his teeth and said, then get out of the way. Rui was unmoved. On her stunning face, she flashed a hint of displeasure and said, I think Qin Sheng's array is good. I agree with his proposal. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jian raised his head and laughed, as if he were the most funny joke in the world. He angrily pointed at Qin Sheng and said, with him, he also wants to destroy the core of the array? Joke, it's really funny. With his strength, I'm afraid he hasn't come near yet. If a 1,000-year-old stone beast blows a breath, he will burp his fart. Zhou Jian is merciless, but then he is choked to death by Qin Sheng. The defeated general, you still have the face to mock me? Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, surrounded by endless runes, which are the blessings of many large arrays. Behind them, there are many large array halos. Zhou Jian wants to go crazy. He wants to suppress Qin Sheng directly, but Rui blocks his body and breaks off any possibility of his being close to Qin Sheng. In the end, several people are bargaining, and other sages are used as cannon fodder to attract the Millennium Stone Beast. Qin Sheng goes deep into the core of the Millennium Stone Beast's nest and destroys the core of its array. When it's done, you can take 30% of Long Yuanjing. Rui says the number. Zhou Jian's eyes ignited his anger. He wanted to protest, but Rui was too strong. In addition, even he was not sure that he would sneak into the nest of the Millennium Stone Beast. That's the home of the Millennium Stone Beast. There are many centenary stone beasts guarding it. Moreover, it's estimated that there are many arrays around the core array. There is no doubt that it's to break into the cave of the dragon pool and the tiger alone. If you are a little careless, your body and spirit will be destroyed. The world shakes, the mountain collapses and the earth splits, and a large area of continuous mountains collapses, breaking up a valley crack like a river, spewing out horrible magma, blocking the sky and the sun, as if coming in the last age. Ow! Moo! A roar rose from the sky. The sound of terror made the stars on the sky almost fall. A huge figure from the bottom of the abyss, big cracks climb out. There are thousands of feet high, like a towering mountain. This is the body of the ox head and snake, with a pair of piercing horns on its head and sharp edges. The python body with a face of hundreds of miles is covered with layers of stone armor, just like a lofty mountain range. The most shocking thing for all people is that there are more than 100 halos on the stone beast. Each halo, like a round of gold and black, is dazzling, illuminating the whole sky and frightening everyone. This is absolutely a once-in-a-thousand-year-old time, a pair of eyes as huge as the sun, burning the extremely hot fire. The temperature is so high that even the air is twisted, and the void seems to crack. Man! A 1,000-year-old stone beast with a boa constrictor's body leaps out 2 words, just like ringing the celestial bell. The sound contains the attack of the spirit. The hot magma that can burn everything out is spewed out of its mouth. Bang! Just said a word, has evacuated to the distance of the gold students have schwa fall, fainted in the past. Ah, it hurts. Gong Yunping, the weakest one, covers his ears. When he looks carefully, he turns out to be bleeding. His eardrum is damaged. Gong Yunping's face is white and his eyes are scared. This once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast is too powerful. It's just born. It's just a roar. As the 10th son of the Holy Palace, he was injured. If it's a frontal impact, what will happen? Thinking of this, Gong Yunping's heart is filled with a cold, spread to the 4 limbs. Such is he light lotus step, she every step, all bloom lotus, very gorgeous. Do it. Such as he clenched his teeth, this millennium stone beast in front of him has tremendous strength. Although he has experienced a failure of nirvana, he still has the strength of the cave. As Rui's voice just fell, Qin Sheng disappeared in the vast red mist. The stone beast with the head of a cow and the body of a snake rises from the sky and stretches for hundreds of miles. It sweeps thousands of troops. Those mountains without vegetation are all turned into powder. It roars up to the sky, opens its blood plate and big mouth, and blooms the brilliant light, as if it felt like a dragon and a snake swallowed the sun. All saints fight, and all of them exert their best abilities. Rui's phoenix crown radiates divine light. She exerts the strongest attack. Zhou Mace sacrifices the ancient war mace and rises up a vague figure behind it. The 1,000-year-old stone beast sneered at the boa tail and hanged it. Rui and Zhou Mace were all photographed. Pooh. The unlucky Liu Hong, who was hit, turned into a blood mist. He can't die anymore. Qin Sheng used the secret technique and wiped the real dragon blood of Long Wei all over his body. He tried to hide it from the sky and cross the sea, and broke into the nest of the 1,000-year-old stone beast. It hurts. Qin Sheng covers his head with his hands. He feels his spirit is torn. Unexpectedly, there is a big array of spirit categories hidden in the nest of the Millennium Stone Beast. No matter how elusive Qin Sheng was, he was killed. These are soul swords. Qin Sheng's spirit feels torn in each of them. Even if he lights up a soul star, he can hardly bear it. No, I can't go in without 2 stars of life and soul. Humming. Qin Sheng was shining all over, and his eyebrows were even slightly splitting, where the essence of the real dragon was smeared, which was able to resist most of the soul sword fighting. Even so, Qin Sheng still felt a headache, and his soul seemed to be torn. It was a sharp pain from the deep of his soul. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng to light the first soul star, the soul would have collapsed. The 1,000-year-old stone beast of the boa constrictor has a very large nest, stretching for more than 100 miles. Qin Sheng was just on the edge of the old nest of the Millennium Stone Beast. He felt that the spirit was about to collapse. Every step was more difficult than climbing to the sky. Looking at the situation, he could not directly enter the core of the old nest. Evil animal! Dare you! Zhou Jian's voice was loud and furious, which was deafening. He was about to split. He looked angrily at the 1,000-year-old stone beast. Liu Hong died, and still died under his nose. Although Liu Hong has been deprived of the position of the Son of God, he is also a son of God. In the future, he will have the opportunity to restore his status as a son of God. Such a genius was beaten to death by a stone beast in the place of trial. The fall of the Son of God is a great event. Even Xiang Peak never lacks the Son of God. Once the Peak Master is investigated, his Zhou Mace, the top 3 son, will also be implicated. Zhou Mace's war mace soared to tens of meters in vain in the face of the storm. The body of the mace gave out a strong light. His eyes were cold. He waved the mace hard and fell on the bull head of the Millennium Stone Beast. Rui is also a phoenix, with a cold eye and a red glow. She looks as thin as jade and even has a hidden spirit pattern. It's frightening. Even the strong in the cave can't control the spirit pattern. Rui is just the peak of Shinfu realm. She has not broken through the cave realm yet. She has mastered a section of holy stripe. In the distance, the son of Zhou Mace is very sharp. He also notices a holy stripe on the jade thin plain hand. It's very dazzling, and it's accompanied by the pressure that makes him feel frightened. How could she control that hierarchy? Zhou Mace's son is shocked. His eyes are full of inconceivable light. His brows are changing, and countless thoughts flash in his mind. I've heard for a long time that Rui came from the forces in the North restricted area. Some time ago, he broke through the deep part of the restricted area. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Thinking of this, Zhou Jian can't help sighing. It's so powerful. Bang! The battle mace of Zhou Mace is like a hanging tianhe, dragging brilliant light and falling on the cattle head of the Millennium Stone Beast. 1,000 years ago, the body of the stone beast was shocked. A pair of horns of the head of the ox were smashed into some tiny cracks. Moo! The 1,000-year-old stone beast roars to the sky, and the shock wave that can be seen by the naked eye rushes to all directions, lifting up a huge mushroom cloud. It's full of more than 100 halos. It's full of light. It's hard to open your eyes. Python's tail twitches like lightning. It blocks out the sky. The clouds are broken. The sky seems to burst. Zhou Jian's heart was frightened, and his face showed a touch of fear. The Millennium Stone Beast of the boa constrictor is several times stronger than he thought. In his opinion, the Millennium Stone Beast experienced a failure of nirvana, which should be in a period of decline. Unexpectedly, after the war, it was found that the stone beasts in the cave, even in the period of weakness, were invincible. Poof! Zhou Jian's armor is shining, and he shoots out a rune, but he is still lashed with his tail and spits blood. The holy son of Zhou Mace, full of blood, is full of scarlet armor. In the hot eyes, it bursts out and flows out the runes like blood marrow. It can be seen how big the armor on that weak mace is, and how high the equal rank is. Bang! In the end, Zhou Mace fell like a meteorite, smashing out a big hole, like a storm of runes in all directions. Zhou Mace's saint son was full of hair, blood in his eyes, and his armor burst. His chest collapsed and his fist was deep. It was obviously a fracture of his sternum. Zhou Jian's face was a little scared. He was hurt too much. He had never been hurt so badly since he started his career. If he was not the armor given by his family's ancestors, he would have died here. The stone beast of thousands of years, even after the failure of Nirvana, has such a terrible power. Boom! Dozens of miles of python tail swept the army, and the rest of the saint son and saint daughter were like flies. They fell on the ground, some of them were wailing, some of them were bloodless, because the blood was spat out. This is just the aftereffect of python tail. The rest of the sons and daughters are so vulnerable in front of it. The Millennium Stone Beast stands in the air, covering a large area of heaven and earth. Its eyes are like the sun and moon on the sky. At this time, the stone beast is a bit like the legendary Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon, open your eyes is the day, close your eyes is the night, endless terror, powerful, and the real dragon. Such as he block in front of the suffering saints, the heroic posture is peerless, and the holy stripe in the palm is like the bright blue light. Cut. Such as he standing in the air, lotus growing step by step, white jade-like hand suddenly waved, the spirit of the palm, suddenly turned into a rainbow light, shaking the heaven and earth, even to tear the void. Chong. The holy stripe is like the sword light. It cuts on the horn of the 1,000-year-old stone beast as fast as lightning, and bursts out a lot of fire light. With a click, Lin Guan actually cut off a small part of the horn. The Millennium Stone Beast of the boa constrictor has been condensed for thousands of years. Its horns are even harder and can pierce the sky. Such a hard ox horn has been cut off by the holy stripe in Rui's palm, which shows how big the holy stripe comes from. Roar! A 1,000-year-old stone beast, more than 100 auras vibrated, and a dazzling strong light broke out. It was like a wounded beast, desperate to attack like E. Like the holy daughter of E, the crown of Phoenix is crystal clear, without any impurity, like a priceless artwork. There is no color of fear on her face, and her eyes are full of cold war. She went in response to the battle, fighting in the dark. The saints help me. In the end, Rui is invincible, her hands are shaking, her mouth is split and her face is pale. The 1,000-year-old stone beast is so terrifying that it can't even defeat Rui. I'll help you. Zhou Mei stepped out step by step, shooting out the red light on his body, just like drawing a long rainbow. After thousands of miles, he came to Rui's body in an instant. You shouldn't let Qin Sheng go to the Dragon Pond and Tiger Cave. Zhou Jian's words are satirical. Nailin Yuyan also suffered a lot, but still has the power of World War I. No mistake, Qin Sheng's strength has not even passed through the storm and thunder. It's estimated that just near the stone beast's nest, he was killed by many large formations. Yun Yaxuan said coldly. Although Yun Yaxuan and Rui are both relegated to Xianfeng, they are different factions, and have some disputes with each other. Yun Yaxuan has a beautiful temperament and a gorgeous face, but her face and mouth are so unbearable that she regards Qin Sheng as such a scum. Ancient Ripples her phoenix body is wrapped with 3 ancient armor, which are all some defective products, but on the surface, they even depict the spirit pattern full of historical breath. It is also because of the control of the armor depicting the spirit pattern that the ancient ripples have enough information to follow a group of holy sons and daughters to fight against the Millennium Stone beasts. As he glances at Yun Yashuan coldly, Fang's eyes are sharp as a knife, as if piercing her heart and chest pain. Yun Yashuan's face was frightened, so she shut up and didn't dare to fight with Rui. If he takes back her eyes, she doesn't pay attention to the internal struggle of relegated Xianfeng. The core of all the struggles will ultimately depend on strength. Without absolute strength, all battles are futile. Such as Yi's phoenix eyes shining, looking at the vast old nest of the Millennium Stone Beast, the sun-blocking python body, blooming a variety of array-dazzling old nest, Qin Sheng has lost track. Can Qin Sheng succeed? Such as Yi's indifferent face without a trace of waves, her heart some bottomless, the Millennium Stone Beast in the test place is extremely rare, do not know how many years have not appeared, the combat power far beyond her imagination. Qin Sheng was miserable. His whole body was broken, his forehead was split, his blood was pouring out, and there was blood behind his ears. His face was pale, his eyelids were puffy, and his eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. That's a sign of soul overdraft. The sea of spirits has dried up and soul crystal has cracked. If there wasn't a wisp of yellow spring fire around, it would have burst. In the sky of Soul Sea, the only soul star that lights up is dim, as if it is going out at any time. Once the soul star goes out, it is difficult to light it up again. The consequences are very serious. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth. He got up again and said, half the way, I can control the core array. Hula. The rune light of the big array pours on Qin Sheng like a tsunami, and the soul light flows in color. Qin Sheng's eyes squint slightly. He knows that in the gorgeous, what is hidden is endless murders. Sure enough, in the next moment, a huge soul saber is formed in the tsunami like rune light. The soul saber is thousands of feet high, just like a mountain peak, which gives Qin Sheng unprecedented pressure. This is soul saber, not only can resist by the body, which is why even the powerful saint son and saint daughter like Zhou Mace and Rui are not brave to enter here. Qin Sheng stood with his hand in his hand. He clapped his eyebrows and immediately split them, draining the last drop of soul power. Click. Soul crystal burst, soul star out. Pooh, soul knife put it away, and Qin Sheng fell to the ground with a bang. The strong wind swept by, flying sand and stones. Did Qin Sheng die? In the dark, a Yinsha corpse, which was dormant in Qin Sheng's body, shivered. For a moment, it seemed to break out of the cocoon and shine with horror. In an instant, that is, between the lightning and the flint, the broken soul crystal is reunited, the extinguished soul star is lightened again, not only that, but also the second soul star is lightened. Qin Sheng, who was unconscious, opened his eyes, and his breath suddenly rose like two stars in the sky, deep and frightening. Qin Sheng stepped out one step at a time, and his speed reached the extreme speed. In front of him, he was as weak as paper paste. Finally, he came to the core of the 1,000-year-old stone beast's nest. Then the next step is to tamper with the big array. Qin Sheng murmured. The cocoon is like a jade or a stone. It depicts a very complicated rune. Even Qin Sheng can't see through it. Through the cracks, it shines a bright golden light. Qin Sheng was awe-inspiring. Now he found that the attached body was not an ordinary Yinsha corpse. It had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. It was so powerful that many soul arrays could not be suppressed. Yinsha corpse, originally in the back mountain of Luyun College, fell into a deep sleep. It's nearly a year now, but it hasn't woke up, and it has been changing all the time. What race is it? Many thoughts flashed in Qin Sheng's mind. He refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers and the 10,000 races, but he could not recognize the still changing ghost. Moo! A loud roar resounded through the sky, just like the legendary beast roaring, and the sky was darkened. The stone beast of the boa constrictor's body has a pair of eyes like the sun, scanning Qin Sheng coldly, especially seeing the special golden light blooming in Qin Sheng's arms. His eyes suddenly shrink, showing some fear. This is a stone beast with the strength no less than that of human beings in the cave. How could it look at Qin Sheng's golden light to show fear? The wisdom of the Millennium Stone Beast has been greatly developed, which is no less than that of the normal human warrior, plus the extremely keen awareness of the terror in his body. Man. The stone beast opened his mouth, and his nostrils spewed out a fiery fire. His eyes were like electric knives. He saw through many arrays and locked Qin Sheng. First it was furious, then it was terrified, because it was very clear how important things were buried in its own nest. Death. The eyes of the stone beast, like those of the stars, are about to burst. They emit substantive light. The tail of the python is like lightning. A dragon swings its tail, and the lightning and flint come from each other. The python tail is like a heaven knife, covering a large area of sunlight, as if the whole testing ground has fallen into darkness, leaving only the heaven knife, which contains tremendous power, and the void will crack. Qin Sheng raised his head and his face was heavy. He felt that his chest was dull and his whole body seemed to be coagulated. Even though he activated the 2 saint-level meridians in his body, the whole body's rune bone was shining and the 3-color rune blood in his heart was boiling. However, in the face of absolute strength, all that Qin Sheng did was in vain. His pupils contracted suddenly, and time seemed to stop. Qin Sheng throws a jade talisman and a array group. 10 6-level formation and 3 7-level formation, just like fishermen casting nets, welcome python tail, heaven blade from the sky. The array group is dazzling, but in front of the python tail heaven saber, it seems to be a little weak. Click click. The array group is just like tissue paper, crushed, and the rune is like an electric snake. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars. He wants to feel that he is going to die. He is going to light a piece of rune paper given to him by Senior Brother 6. According to the original words of Senior Brother 6, this piece of rune paper was arranged by their senior master before he disappeared. It contains terrifying power and is extremely precious. If it is not the time of life and death, it must not be ignited. At this time, the cocoon in Qin Sheng's arms radiates 1,000 rays of light, forming a golden armor, covering Qin Sheng's body. Qin Sheng was wearing a golden armor, with rosy eyes, and a vast sense of ancient race. This kind of breath is extremely old and rare. Even Rui and Zhou Jian are very keen to lock Qin Sheng in. Boom. The python tail, like the heaven saber, is cut and killed. The array group bursts and is completely discarded. Qin Sheng's golden armor is cracked, and his terrible power is transmitted to his 4 limbs through the crack. Bang! Qin Sheng is like a falling meteorite. He bumps into a hard and incomparable old nest. His internal organs are cracked and there are large pieces of runes interwoven, which can be seen by the naked eye. Nevertheless, Qin Sheng was still badly hurt. He just got up with a breath. Qin Sheng looked up and saw more than 100,000-year-old stone beasts with colorful rings. His mouth slightly pulled out a joking arc, his eyes opened and closed, and a fierce sense of killing came into being. Moo! The stone beast of the boa constrictor was almost petrified. He didn't expect Qin Sheng to die. His numb face showed a touch of impatience. He knew that there was the most important core array in the old nest. This array has surpassed level 7 and reached level 8. That's why the stone beast can become a once-in-a-thousand-year stone beast. Even if Nirvana fails, it can recover its combat power in such a short period of time. The Millennium Stone Beast is in a hurry. It doesn't want to encounter such entanglements as Sengdi. It wants to return to the nest and kill Qin Sheng. Evil animal, see. Just like she is so smart that she can penetrate the mind of the Millennium Stone Beast with a glance. She immediately blocks the way of the Stone Beast with a sword. The saints come and help me. The voice of Rui, like the song of Phoenix, penetrates the whole place of trial. The eyes of the son of Zhou Mace were bright and clear, and there was some consternation and confusion on his face. He never thought that Qin Sheng had succeeded. It seems that the cultivation of martial arts is only a new generation that has never been through a heavy storm. Qin Sheng succeeded. Zhou Jian is thinking about whether to fight or not. As soon as he was seriously injured, if he fought hard again, he would probably hurt his origin. It would have a little impact on his future building a cave, or even further reaching the legendary Vientiane environment. Zhou Jian's ambition is very big, let alone a Qin Sheng. Even his inheriting master can't affect his road. Zhou Jian, we? Nailin Yuyan's face was pale. She asked. Everyone is very clear that as long as they block the counterattack of the 1,000-year-old stone beast and fight for Qin Sheng's time to destroy the array, then the stone beast will become a turtle in a jar, and will surely die. However, it is cheaper for Qin Sheng. The potential of this son is too great. Although the youngest son in the history of the academy has no family background, once he grows up, it will definitely be a huge threat. Rui's whole body glows and blooms in the sky. Her eyebrows are covered with blood. She alone bears the counterattack of the stone beast before it dies. When Fengmu looks at the hesitant saints, she says coldly, "What are you waiting for? My lips are dead and my teeth are cold. If Qin Sheng and I die in battle, you will die too." The Millennium Stone Beast has been completely restored to the cave. Its combat power and power are far superior to all people. If Rui dies, they cannot escape. War. Zhou Mace clenched his teeth and gave orders. Zhou Mace's voice fell. All the saints listened to their orders and swarmed forward, blocking the counterattack of the 1,000-year-old stone beast before it died. Qin Sheng took out Daliyuan liquid and real dragon blood and drank them. The cracked viscera healed at the speed that the naked eye could see, and his face recovered instantly, no longer as white as paper. Buzzing. The Insha corpse, which is still metamorphosed in the cocoon, blooms golden light, and the cracks of the gold war armor interweaved with it also heal rapidly, covering another layer of hard runes again. Wearing the gold war armor, I feel that I not only have amazing defensive power, but also don't need to escape in a hurry even in the face of the powerful people in the Shenfu area. Moreover, I feel that my combat power has increased dramatically. Qin Sheng felt shocked. Qin Sheng could easily kill the strong who had survived the 6 storm and thunder disasters by melting rune blood with the strength of his body alone. Now, with the Xingjie Yuan Mai, Huangquan fire and many arrays, he can fight with the strong in Shenfu. Of course, arrays and so on can only be arranged in advance. Qin Sheng's current spirit realm of life soul, 2 stars, can't achieve such a horrible situation as instant array. However, now there is the transformation of the Insha corpse, which contains the golden light of the mysterious rune, and the gold battle armor, which has barely reached the level of Shenfu. However, compared with those who are powerful at the level of the Son of God, they are still far away. Qin Sheng is in the stone beast's nest. He walks in the idol court, and the soul knife, which is generally sharp enough to cut the spirit, falls to Qin Sheng's eyebrow. But all was in vain, and Qin Sheng was unmoved. Soon, it came to the core of the array. This is a cave, with many colorful crystals, accompanied by infinite runes. 8-level array. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and not only physical attacks, but also terrorist attacks. The 8-level array is too complex. Even if Qin Sheng smelt the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, he felt it was too difficult to understand. In a short time, it was difficult to tamper with. Qin Sheng, speed destroys the array. We can't support it for long. Such as Bailey, Tone is very anxious, her strength is finally to the end, only to survive. The other sons were very miserable. Give me some more time. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart split, draining every drop of soul power. Not enough. Qin Sheng roared loudly. In his arms, the metamorphosis of the Insha corpse bloomed, Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart cracked, and he shot out complicated runes. In a moment, his soul power was drained, his face was pale, his body was crumbling, and he supported the crystal of the array, but he did not fall. Almost, only a little, my soul crystal is broken again. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the huge array of crystal stones blooming with all kinds of light, and his face was afraid of it for a while. Once the spirit crystal is broken again, Qin Sheng is not sure. Is the Insha corpse in his arms still capable of repairing it? Phew. This is the Jade Talisman of the 8-level array. If you control the Jade Talisman, you will control the 8-level array. Qin Sheng closed his eyes tightly and felt that the whole world was under his control. It's a dominant feeling, and it's a little like the use of domain. Moo. The 1,000-year-old stone beast roars with fear. It seems that something terrible will happen. Cut. 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 Qin Sheng's cold voice came out, not very loud, but let the Millennium Stone Beast face despair. The 8-level array of terror, like a storm, will submerge the Millennium Stone Beast, with lightning and thunder, accompanied by the power of terror, as if from the sky to land a divine soldier. Moo. Roar. More than 100 dazzling auras of the Millennium Stone Beast are shaking. It is frantically struggling. Within 100 miles, the mountains are crushed, especially the core explosion place, which has tremendous power. Even if the mountain has the array coverage left in ancient times, it is always transformed into powder. As the body of Yifeng flickers, it exerts some kind of holy flying martial arts. The heroic posture in the sky explodes like the wind, far away from the center of the explosion vortex. Zhou Mace's war mace revolted in his hand, and he walked out of a great figure. His war mace had a great beginning. He came out of the master of the war mace of all generations, and he didn't know how many years he had died. But everyone looked terrified and breathed like a rainbow. The war mace sends out a rainbow light, carrying the son and daughter of Xiang Peak to escape. Yun Yashuan turned her hand and pulled out a red cloth from the ring, which was shining brightly, facing the storm and leaving with all the saints on the mountain. Roar. The stone beast's nest, the whirlpool rises, the smoke soars to the sky, the stone beast of the boa constrictor's body roars to the sky, it crawls on the ground, wants to climb out, but is suppressed by the 8-level array, and this array has been condensed since its birth, which is the natural enemy of the stone beast. In the whirlpool, Qin Sheng roams between the heaven and the earth, very domineering, looking at the struggling Millennium Stone Beast coldly. Dust to dust, earth to earth. On the road, you are just the illusion of heaven and earth. Qin Sheng is holding the Jade Talisman, which is the core of the big array here. To control the Jade Talisman is to control the big array. The stone beast roared, a pair of eyes like the sun and the moon. Between opening and closing, it was still full of animal nature. It sent a message to Qin Sheng, saying, "Human beings, don't kill me. I'm willing to make a soul pact with you and serve you for 100 years." The 1,000-year-old stone beast begged Qin to rise. A 1,000-year-old stone beast, its combat power is no less than the ordinary strong man in the cave. If a soul pact is made with it, it means that Qin Sheng has a thug who is extremely powerful in the cave. Even in the Dian dynasty, as long as he doesn't offend the strongest, he can basically walk horizontally. At that time it will be easy for Qin Sheng to save his father. Qin Sheng's face was cold. He admitted that he was moved at this moment. However, in the end, Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "You'd better go. Human you." The 1,000-year-old stone beast with the head and tail of ox is in despair. It roars wildly, but all the resistance is in vain. It is doomed to be suppressed. After several decades of rest, more than 100 halos gradually dimmed down, and finally all went out. Bang! A 1,000-year-old stone beast is full of broken stones and turned into powder. In the middle of the air, there are pieces of blood-colored Longyuanjing, which are 10 meters high. In the distance, the son of Zhou Mace looked at the crowd, his handsome face showed a cold smile, and his brow was gloating. Look at the power of self-explosion, it seems to be the 8-level array in the legend. Most of Qin Sheng's apprentices have fallen down. Zhou Mei said with a smile, flying, you have lost a talent. Qin Gaoxiang's face was pale. It was impossible to survive in the battle at this level, because of his strength. However, it was the life-saving treasure, given by the first royal family of Dian dynasty, which could save his life. He fought with the powerful people at Dongshenjing level at such a close distance. This is absolutely a valuable experience for him. Qin Gaoxiang sneered and said, Qin Sheng's back brain is full of rebellious people. It's just a mob with branches. At first sight, he thought he was a short-lived ghost and died. Death is not a pity, it is such a person. Dongfang Lai still coughs up blood, he added, gnashing his teeth. He hated Qin Sheng very much. He was just a rookie. He didn't survive a storm and thunder. He was so arrogant that he was humiliated in front of the public. It's not cheap for him to die now. It's a pity that Lu Hong has no chance to revenge Qin Sheng in his life. Gong Yun was frightened and galloped. Looking at the broken old nest of a 1,000-year-old stone beast in the distance, his face was as gray as the earth. His eyes were turning around and his face was changing. He was forced to dig a pit with Qin Sheng to blackhand the son of Xiang Mountain, which undoubtedly offended the son of Xiang Mountain. Now Qin Sheng has fallen. Xiang Peak, Zhou Mace and others will reckon with themselves after autumn. As soon as he clenched his teeth, he wanted to escape, but in the next moment, his face was bloodless, because the fierce anger of the East stood in front of him. Gong Yunping, where are you going in such a hurry? Gong Yunping smiled with embarrassment and politeness, which was worse than crying. The son of Lei Yanfeng, is it not going to split the dragon Yuanjing and leave? The son of Zhou Mei stepped out and approached Gong Yunping. Although his tone was bland, it made Gong Yunping sound creepy. This is the threat of red fruit. Follow me to find Qin Sheng, and then distribute Longyuanjing according to his merits. Rui doesn't know when she appears behind Gong Yunping. Her delicate body is much better, and she is no longer tottering. This time she hunted a 1,000-year-old stone beast. Rui's fighting power was the most terrifying, but her injuries were also the most serious. The innate fujia and the fui that she wore on her body had already cracked. She had already changed her body. The purple-black fui was full of color and light. However, compared with the previous, there is still a big gap. Hearing this, the son of Zhou Mace took a deep look at Rui, and his eyes wandered away without leaving any trace on his phoenix posture. When he thought of the ancient holy stripe in Rui's hand just in the battle, the deepest part of his eyes flashed 2 strokes of fear. However, at this time, the breath of ancient holy stripe on the phoenix body of Rui Saint disappeared without trace. Is it the most deep part of her body, or is it because of the war just gone? Ha ha, the self-explosion of the 8-level array, then Qin Sheng may be dead. Zhou Mace's mouth is poisonous. Rui's face is indifferent, and she is unmoved, saying, if Qin Sheng falls, the 3 Jackie Chan Yuan crystals belonging to him will be converted into Yuan crystals and owned by his family. Zhou Mace frowned as soon as he heard it. His face was dull. Longyuanjing of the Millennium Stone Beast, even if it's only 30%, if it's discounted into Yuanjing, it's hundreds of millions. This wealth, even for the strong in Shenfu, is also a huge wealth. When you die, you will die. When you die, you will die like a lamp goes out. If you die, you will become a dead man. Yun Yashuan's body is wrapped with red cloth and her eyes are sharp. She's in the hunt for the Millennium Stone Beast. She spared no effort. She's not hurt at all. Well, if Yifeng's body is going to expand, it seems that there is still terror in her body. She just glances at Yun Yashuan coldly and says, "Do you have any opinion?" On the spot, Yun Yashuan felt that her whole body was frozen, such as falling into the ice cellar, and her whole body could not use the Yuan power. Suddenly, there was a huge wave in her heart. Unexpectedly, Rui had suffered such a heavy injury, and she could also give out such a terrible momentum. Yun Yashuan is silent and dare not move. The other saints are also thoughtful, following Rui to the core of the 8-level array. It's a mess here. It's been completely destroyed. The stone beast that stretches for tens of miles has been destroyed, and the 8-level array has disappeared without any energy fluctuation. In the thick smoke, there was a faint blood light. That's Long Yuanjing. Even the sons and daughters, who are used to many big scenes, can't help shouting. The once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast Long Yuanjing contains such a strong dragon power. So many Long Yuanjing, only need 50%, can carry on the legendary Kowloon baptism? All of us stepped up, got close, got very close. Clouds and smoke dispersed. On a crystal hill as high as 10 meters, just like a work of art, a tall and straight figure appeared on everyone. All saints frowned, especially that week's May sun. His eyes were bright and sharp. When he saw the promotion figure relying on Long Yuanjing, he could not help shouting, "Qin Sheng, you are not dead?" Hearing this, Zhu Shenghua, especially Dongfangli, looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a ghost. Qin Sheng was not only alive, but also alive. He was not hurt except for his pale face and dried-up soul. Qin Sheng sneers at him. He looks at Zhou Jian and others and says, "Do you want me to die?" Zhou Mace was stunned and wanted to refute, but he was very powerless. Yes, he just wanted Qin Sheng to die, because Qin Sheng's talent was so strong that he would come back sooner or later, which made Zhou Jian feel more crisis than ever before. Qin Feixiong was also stunned. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng didn't die. He was shocked. With the explosion of the 8th-level array, even the 1,000-year-old stone beast has fallen. This son is still alive. He has a great chance. Qin Feixiong looks jealous. He will find an opportunity to capture this son and ask for the chance. It's just a tribe from the frontier. This kind of chance should belong to the legitimate son of my royal family. Qin soars very conceited, his eyes are full of greed. Qin's flying eyes are not good. He has no good intentions. Qin Sheng said in his heart. Qin Sheng is very keen. He catches Qin Gaoxiong's bad eyes for himself in a flash. His mouth is cold. The so-called royal son doesn't want to die. If he catches his chance to be alone, he will be ruthless. Each has a ghost in his mind, and no one will give Qin Sheng a hand in the end. The 1,000-year-old stone beast has fallen. Now split the Long Yuanjing? As Yi's clear voice rang, no one objected. Rui looks at Qin Sheng and says, "Qin Sheng has completed the task perfectly. According to the previous agreement, he should take 30% of Long Yuanjing." As soon as the voice came out, the saints frowned. This is Long Yuanjing, which is the product of thousands of years of stone beasts. It's worth a lot of money. If Qin Sheng immediately divides 30% of it, the rest 70% will be divided by their saints. Not enough points at all. I'm against it. Zhou Mei steps forward and stares at Rui with keen eyes. He laughs, "Sanqing Long Yuanjing is just your promise, but we don't agree." Hearing this, all saints whisper. Especially Dongfang Lai, with a sneer on his face, said, "Qin Sheng, you are a new student. Don't think that if you hit the array by mistake, it will take a lot of credit. Nalan's face was also indifferent, saying, without us fighting with the stone beast, how could you sneak into its nest and destroy the array? Qin Sheng has credit, but 30% is too much. I suggest you give him half Jackie Chan Yuan Jing. Zhou Jian grins. Qin Sheng looked on coldly. He seemed to have expected this scene for a long time. Half Jackie Chan Yuan Jing? Qin Sheng laughed angrily and said, are you sending a beggar? The difference between the semi-Jackie Chan Yuan Jing and the 3 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing is 6 times. That's the dragon Yuan Jing of the Millennium Stone Beast, let alone 6 times the difference. Even if it's twice the difference, it's bound to have a great impact. In Qin Sheng's opinion, as long as he takes away his own 3 Qinglong Yuan Jing and the Long Yuan Jing accumulated before, it is enough for him to have a 8-dragon baptism. As for the legendary Jiulong baptism, according to the Long Yuan Jing that he currently controls, it is still a long way away. With a cold smile, the son of Zhou Mei said, why, not enough? You're just a freshman. You've got enough to get a half-quart of Long Yuan Jing. Rui's eyebrows are about to revolt. She stares at Zhou Jian and asks qualitatively, what do you mean? As the son of God, you still want to fight back? Zhou Mace shook his head and said, I'm also for his good. I'll divide him into 3 Jackie Chan and Yuan Jing. His qualification will not be supplemented. Why waste it? Besides, Qin Sheng is still young, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Zhou Jian admonishes Qin Sheng at the same time, but the words are very cold, which contains the supreme threat. Rui is very domineering, and the phoenix is shining. She says, I promise you that no matter what bad thoughts you have in your mind, you must separate the 3 Jackie Chan Yuan Jing from Qin Sheng. Otherwise. Boom. Rui's voice hasn't fallen yet, and the phoenix body suddenly suffered heavy damage. She was attacked, her vestments were broken, and the phoenix body was almost pierced. The power of terror broke out in an instant and hit the broken stone beast's nest. The old nest of the 1,000-year-old stone beast is all made of hard and incomparable runes. After tens of thousands of years, it is still hard and incomparable even though it is going to rot. Rui's body is about to break. She's hurt too much. There's only one skin left. Her spine is broken. The sudden scene stunned the saints. Qin Sheng was also shocked, because the person who did it was Yun Yashuan, who was also relegated to Xianfeng. Yun Yashuan's hand was fierce. Her palm lit a palm of gray rune paper, which contains the power of terror. Only a small part of it was left, but now it is completely burned to ashes. Even so, Qin Sheng was still cold from the bottom of his feet and could feel the power of terror. What kind of rune paper is it? It has burned more than half of it. Only a small part is left. It can hurt Rui badly. Qin Sheng thought a lot of ideas between the lightning and flint. He didn't flinch, and was in the ruins of the fall of Rui's saint daughter. Poof. Rui burst out of the ruins. Her face was covered with blood, and her mouth was full of spitting blood. She was so badly hurt that she was almost cut off by her back. Her white skin was dyed red. She was also a double cultivation of body and martial arts. Her body melted a large number of runes, blooming and intermingled. Rui Saint turned her hand and took out a bottle of unknown liquid medicine from the receiving ring. With a strong breath, she poured it directly on the broken skin. Hiss. It's like adding fuel to the fire, rising a strong white fog, like Yi Chao's face suddenly pale and incomparably, her delicate body painful spasm, she clenched her teeth, and finally resisted. Her waist healed as fast as the naked eye could see. After a few breaths, it was intact. Of course, it was only a superficial recovery, but it would take a while for the internal injury. The atmosphere was very depressed, and everyone looked at Yun Yashuan in a daze. Although she was a saint, she was only in the lower middle of the ranking. For Saint E, the gap between Firefly and Bright Moon was huge. In addition, no matter Yunyaxuan or Rui, the two girls are from Qin. No one thought that at this time, Yunyaxuan suddenly attacked Rui. Moreover, Yunyaxuan's hand is cruel enough to sacrifice the unknown rune paper directly, which will be like Yi's heavy injury. I'm afraid that she has lost her fighting power. Such as a pair of phoenix eyes cold incomparably, she deeply looked at Cloud Yashuan, asked, "Why? Why?" Yun Yashuan scoffed and said, "Ha ha, where do you come from? Where do I come from?" As soon as the voice came out, the four fields were even quieter. The scale of Lixian Peak and Xiang Peak is very large, which is no less than the outside clan forces, but also has many factions. There are many factions in the peak. Obviously, the different factions of Yun Yashuan and Rui are fighting with each other, but they are not fighting to the death. You Rui don't care about these three, Jackie Chan, Yuan Jing, but I do. Yun Yashuan's elegant face showed a strong indifference, and even his eyes flashed murderous. Kick you, I and Xiang Peak divide 50% of their own Long Yuanjing, enough to carry out a legendary Kowloon baptism. With a smile in his mouth, the son of Zhou Mace nodded to Yun Yashuan and said, "Yashuan Shueme, we only need 4 Chung Long Yuanjing to Xiang Peak, and the rest 60% can be yours." Hearing this, Yun Yashuan was proud. She felt that she had enough Long Yuanjing to perform a Kowloon baptism. Once she succeeded, she would be reborn, truly extraordinary, and even have a chance to touch the Holy Land. This has unprecedented benefits for her future growth. Thinking of this, Yun Yashuan can't wait. She looks at Qin Sheng and Rui with an imperative tone. "Now I'll give you 2 ways, and don't blame me for not reading the same feeling. The first way, you leave the place of trial now and quit the trial. The second way, I will take you to Huangquan Road by myself." There is a murderous opportunity in her voice. Yun Yashuan has completely exposed her true face. She used to work with a mask whether she was in Xianfeng or the sun-chasing Holy Palace. In fact, she was just sleeping, not her style at all. Rui clenches Bei's teeth, and she looks at Yun Yashuan and other saints. Before, she fought with the Millennium Stone Beast of the Boa Constrictor. She walked before everyone and suffered most of the attacks. Now, she even came to this end. Rui once wandered in many forbidden areas and said that it was impossible to be ruthless. However, she didn't expect to be blackmailed today by her peers, even Tongfeng's, and she was still killed. 1,000 years of Long Yuanjing is very precious, but Yunyaxuan is too much this time. Moreover, according to the tone of Yun Yashuan, it seems that Rui, if she doesn't know what's interesting, will kill all of them. No matter how unwilling you are, even if you are as proud as a mortal phoenix, in this situation, you have to lower your head and admit it. Rui is ready to leave. Wait a minute. A bright voice rang. Qin Sheng held Rui's jade-like hand. Although he was hurt and blood-stained, he still touched it like a gem. Rui's delicate body is like an electric shock. She has long been at the end of a strong bow. She is tottering. Everything is just holding on. She looks back at Qin Sheng. She has never been held by other men. Now she is a little bit numb in the bone and has something different in her heart. Qin Sheng didn't pay attention to the murderous eyes of Saint E, but looked at Yun Yashuan with a smile and said, "Are you sure that when the goods are finished, they will really give you 60% of Long Yuanjing?" Hearing this, all the saints, such as Yun Yashuan and Zhou Jian, turned pale. That's 1,000-year-long Yuanjing. It's worth a lot of money. Let alone the powerful in the Shenfu realm. Even the peerless powerful in the Dongtian realm are probably greedy? Yun Yashuan's gorgeous face flashed 2 doubts. She began to have some scruples and took a look at Zhou Mace. Zhou Mace sneers, takes a step, the whole body erupts the terror breath fluctuation, he sneers, the dying person, still want to separate our relations? Sister Yashuan, if you don't trust me, I can make a soul appointment at Zhou University. Yun Yashuan shakes her head. She has always been fond of Zhou Mace. How can she let Zhou Mace make a soul pact? Qin Sheng took everything back to his eyes, shook his head and said, another stupid woman. What do you say? Yun Yashuan is furious. Before, Qin Sheng had mocked her as a leftover girl in front of the public, and now he humiliated her stupid woman. Yun Yashuan was furious. She put out her hands, and the rolling yuan force poured down like Tianhe. Then, the afterwave of ancient rune paper started a level of thunder against Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng raised his head, glanced across his eyebrows, and said, I'm stubborn. I'll give you a chance to reign in the precipice. You didn't take good advantage of it. Now don't blame me for destroying flowers with my hands. Hearing this, the saints shook their heads. When did they think Qin Sheng was dead? They even uttered wild words. You're the only one who can destroy flowers with your hands? Zhou Jian's whole body is shining. He suffered a lot of injuries, but he has taken tonic medicine and recovered 70 to 80% of his combat power. His breath is terrible. Sister Yashuan, I'll take care of this son. Don't dirty your hands. Zhou Mace looks back at Yun Yashuan and pulls out a smile that he thinks is very attractive. Yun Yashuan blushed and nodded shyly. The great battle begins, and the sun falls. Qin Sheng stands with his hands in his hands, his clothes float with the strong wind, his chin rises slightly, and he makes a lonely gesture. All saints are speechless, including Gu Liani. She also pleaded for Qin Sheng just now. However, Yun Yashuan has been determined to let Qin Sheng go. When is it? Still putting on a big tail. On the pretty face of the ancient ripples, there is a color of worry. Qin Sheng, after all, is his girlfriend's boyfriend in name. It seems that it's not good that he fell in front of her. Just when Gu Liani wants to do something to save her life. The rumbling vibration of heaven and earth, at the feet of the saints, there are runes lit up, and then spread to all sides like a tsunami. Hula, flying sand and stones, originally dead and silent, became the ruins of the same stone beast's old nest, suddenly boiling up, the ancient and vast breath leisurely generated. All saints looked sideways, especially that week's mace. His face was suspicious, and his eyes were unbelievable. Is this the breath of the great array? Zhou Jian doesn't want to believe it. He stares at Qin Sheng and forces him to ask, haven't you completely destroyed the array? Qin Sheng shook his head and said, the 8-level array has been handed down since ancient times. Even after tens of thousands of years, it is going to rot, but it can still be used for sewing and mending. Hearing this, all the saints felt cool, especially Zhou Mace. He had heard that Qin Sheng had super high array attainments. Not only that, but also learned it by himself. Get down. Qin Sheng made a snap of his fingers. With a snap, the wild runes in the mountains rose to the sky. They were all the runes that had been portrayed in ancient times. They were too old. Many runes are very different from today's. Qin Sheng also spent a lot of soul power to understand. Buzzing. The endless runes, like the Yinglong rising from the abyss, interweave into a big hand in the sky, stretching for hundreds of miles, covering the sky and the sun, cannot see the end. Bang, Zhou Mace and Yun Yashuan are suppressed. They are just slapped and severely damaged. Click. Zhou Mace's bone is broken. His mace bursts out to kill Qin Sheng. It's just that Qin Sheng wandered in the big array and moved in an instant to avoid the attack of the mace. This weapon has the spirit of ancient Britain. Qin Sheng thought a move, his fingers towards the mace gently, the power of terror suddenly twisted around the mace. The battle mace was imprisoned. Zhou Mace was so angry that he vomited blood. He wanted to use the secret method to break free. Qin Sheng sneered at Zhou Jian as if he were an idiot. He nodded his finger, kneel down. The rune is interwoven into 2 chains to bind the Zhou mace. Then a big hand in the sky is photographed and the Zhou mace is pressed down. Let me kneel? Dream. Zhou mace roars. He is the first 3 sons of the Holy Palace day by day. Even if he looks at the whole Dian dynasty, even the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, he is also the son of the name. How high is his status and status? He should kneel in front of Qin Sheng? It's worse than killing him. The 8-level array vibrates and flies out a large area of runes. With a click, Zhou Jian's legs were broken. He knelt in front of Qin Sheng. Ah! Zhou Jian looks up and roars. He wants to struggle, but in the face of absolute power, even if he is the son of God, what about it? You big leftover girl also kneeled down to repent. Qin Sheng points to Yunyashuan, who is hardworking. He is merciless to this gorgeous saint. Bang! Yunyashuan also knelt in front of Qin Sheng. Rui looks surprised. She looks at Qin Sheng in amazement. Isn't the reversal too outrageous? She was ready to run. Now it's just a few breaths. The powerful Zhou mace and Yunyashuan are all destroyed and kneel in front of Qin Sheng. Although Rui has suffered a lot, she still has the sharpness. She has been to many Forbidden Area Jedi, and there are many terror formations in them. Where she is now is definitely the core of a large array. At least 8-level array. Rui's phoenix eyes stared at Qin Sheng inconceivably. She couldn't see the terrible young man in front of her, but the formation was so accomplished that it was frightening. Rui is seldom in the Xingyuan day by day. She is not familiar with Qin Sheng as a new student, but this son has shocked her again and again. And you, Qin Soaring, don't you always want me to die? Qin Sheng locked Qin to soar, finger a bit, you also kneel down. Qin Gaoxiang frowns. He is not even expensive to his parents. He will melt the cave and become the best in everything. How can he be willing to kneel in front of Qin Sheng? He threw out a piece of rune paper, which was blocked in front of Qin Gaoxiang and ignited. In a moment, a 6-star portal was drawn. Qin Gaoxiang pulled Zhou mace and Yunyashuan, who were kneeling on the ground, and jumped into the white light portal. Then, shwa, the 3 disappeared in front of everyone. Is it a teleport? Qin Sheng said in amazement. Transmission Talisman is a rare talisman. Once activated, it can send a transmission array to the ground, even in some Jedi. Transmission talismans are also made by soulmakers. Due to the extremely difficult manufacturing, they are not widely spread on the market. Moreover, there is no market and the price is too high. Qin Sheng never thought that the Qin family had spent so much capital on Qin's flying. Even the transmission talisman was given. Mastering a transmission talisman is almost the same as having one more life. You can escape in a desperate situation. It's extremely against the weather. Qin Feixiang left, leaving all the saints facing the ship. No one can leave until he has paid a ransom of 30 million yuan. Qin Sheng opens the lion's mouth. Some people of Zhusheng are dissatisfied. They think they can escape from Xingtian, but Qin Sheng cleans them up severely. That's the 8-level array. It's as powerful as the real Dongtian. How can we let the saints leave? This group of people said that they were the son and the daughter, but they despised Qin Sheng from the bottom of their bones. They had all kinds of gloating and falling stones to him before. Qin Sheng didn't have to be soft. He had enough money for the ransom. Then he let the holy sons and daughters go as far as they could. The saints are depressed. They never thought that Qin Sheng, the youngest son in the history of the day-to-day Holy Palace, was so ruthless that he extorted 30 million yuan jing from each person directly. Even for them, this is not a small amount. Although there are a lot of unwillingness in his heart, but who let himself kick in the steel plate, especially Dongfeng Lai and Nalin Yuyan from Xiang Peak, Qin Sheng punished each of them by 50 million yuan, and then let them go. Before the situation, even the saints had to pay the ransom. Those who were shy in their pockets made a soul pact, and they would return it when they came back. When the saints left, even Gu Liani was expelled by Qin Sheng. In this way, there are only Qin Sheng and Rui left in the stone beast's nest. Rui glanced at Qin Sheng, flashed a frost on her pretty face, and said, "You still don't let go." A chill came out of the body of the holy lady. Qin Sheng was facing the murderous sharp cold. He smiled and let go of his hand. For a moment, a man and a woman fell into silence. Finally, Rui breaks the silence and asks, "How did you tamper with the array?" 1 talent, 9 luck. Qin Sheng said, "The process is very dangerous. I almost fell down." How terrible the power of the last stabbing of the Millennium Stone Beast is. Even the real powerful human beings in the cave must stay away from the edge and dare not fight against it. If there is no magic light from the metamorphosis of Insha corpse, he will probably use the magic paper left by the 6th elder martial brother. Rui is silent for a while. Maybe Qin Sheng doesn't want to explain it. She looks at Long Yuanjing next to her and says, "Now you and I are left. How can we divide Long Yuanjing? How about 4 or 6? I'm 40%. It's fair for Rui to distribute like this. If Qin Sheng doesn't turn the tide in the end, she can't even get one Chengdu." Qin Sheng shook his head and said, "There's no need to do that. You fought against the Millennium Stone Beast and suffered a lot. 50% for each of us." Rui's pretty face is a little shocked. "It's a valuable dragon, Yuanjing. It's made of a 1,000-year-old stone beast. Its strength is far stronger than other dragon, Yuanjing." Without blinking his eyes, Qin Sheng gave it to Long Yuanjing, who was like I Ching. If he looks at Qin Sheng in a daze, other saints and daughters don't have such good treatment. Not only did they not get Long Yuanjing, but Qin Sheng knocked a lot of Yuanjing. For a long time, Saint Rui nodded her head and said, "I owe you a favor. I need these 5 Jackie Chan Yuanjing to have a legendary Kowloon baptism." The Kowloon baptism has not appeared for many years. It is said that it has great benefits. In addition to refining the body and strengthening the spirit, there is a certain probability to stimulate the power of blood. The power of blood is very powerful, which is no less than the transmutation brought by Yuan Mai and Zhanhuan. Blood has long been extinct. If there is no heaven material and earth treasure against the sky for baptism, I'm afraid it's impossible to activate the power of blood. Before leaving, I'd like to remind you that I didn't know about Qin Gaoxiong. However, he is the first successor of your Qin family. You are from the branch. It's estimated that there will be a war sooner or later. Rui said a lot about the Qin family. If you are not forced to do so, don't leave the Holy Palace day by day. As far as I know, Qin Sheng's internal friction is very serious, and there must be defenders around him. If you take off the single, someone will cut you off. Qin Sheng frowned. His face was heavy. As he said, he didn't think about it. With your strength, not to mention the level of Dongshenjing, even the Shenfu realm, it's enough for you to eat a pot. She was so indifferent that she said a lot at a time, which even she felt very strange. Besides, that week, Mace and Jai will report, and you should be careful. In the end, if Sainty drags her body away, she is hurt too much. She must leave the place of trial to heal her wounds. Otherwise, the origin will be severely damaged, and later practice will be more difficult. Qin Sheng didn't leave immediately. He thought Rui's words were not unreasonable. He is still in the 1,000-year-old stone beast nest of the boa constrictor and specializes in the ancient array. He wants to separate the 8-level array and make it into a one-time array. This is the 8-level array handed down in ancient times. Qin Sheng fell down to study it. The more specialized the research, the more frightened and courageous it is. He found that the 8-level array, which was powerful and could easily suppress Zhou Jian, was a remnant array. Qin Sheng's scalp is numb and his eyebrows and heart are splitting. Looking at many complicated runes, he even has a headache, which is obviously the feeling of excessive brain use. This is not a complete 8-level array, or it should be said that this is a big array separated from 9-level array or even from a spirit array. Qin Sheng mutters to himself that he is completely immersed in the sea of array. It's terrible. It's a spirit array. All things related to spirit words are absolutely extraordinary. Lingjia martial arts and Lingguan are all in the Vientiane realm, transcending the horrible existence of Vientiane realm. Just like the martial arts of the spirit level, even the strong in the Shenfu area can't necessarily practice, even if it's only a remnant or a stronghold, it's hard to practice. As for the genuine Lingjia martial arts, only the powerful in Vientiane can touch them. As for the holy stripe, it's also a high-grade product. It's impossible to point to the strong man without the cave or even the Vientiane. As for the spirit array, it's a legendary array. If the 8-level array can suppress the human strongmen in the cave, the 9-level array can suppress the unique strongmen in the Vientiane. As for the spiritual array, it is something that can be touched by a practitioner who can suppress a great realm higher than the Vientiane realm. Holy array, how vast it is! It contains such terrible things as holy stripe. Qin Sheng can't understand it when he looks twice. However, this 8-level array has no trace of spirit pattern. Qin Sheng spent 10 days and 10 nights to drain every drop of soul power before he made this 8-level array into a one-time array. Ancient array is ancient array, and it has some aura of spirit array. Qin Sheng feels that this 8-level array can be used 3 times. With this one-off 8-level array bodyguard, Qin Sheng would not be in any danger even if he walked out of the sun-chasing Holy Palace or even left the capital of Dian Emperor. Even if we look at the whole wasteland of the 36 dynasties, there are not many powerful people in the cave, and we can't see several of them in a year. When? A long bell rang, and heaven and earth shook. Under the sky, a huge door appeared. At the end of the test, the bell reminded the participants to leave the test place. Besides the place of test, there are 4 peaks every day. In addition to the 10,000 prison peaks, many elders of the other 3 peaks have gathered outside the place of test. It is said that the place where the annual Dragon Pool meeting will be tested this year will usher in spurting and even the appearance of a 1,000-year-old stone beast. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Hua's portal gradually disappeared. He glanced at everyone and frowned, because he found that many people were missing. Moreover, many of the students who took part in the test were seriously injured. Even those saints and daughters were in a mess, including those of Zhou Mace. Now announce the results and divide the baptism, Yuan Hua said in a loud voice. Wu Dade is the first one to jump out and throw the dragon Yuan Jing he beat back in the place of trial in full view of the public. Buzzing. Crystal clear, emitting a rich long Yuanjing, appeared in countless eyes. There are various shapes, sizes, and numbers of long Yuanjing, especially in 10 years. There is even 100-year-old long Yuanjing. There are so many long Yuanjing. Outside the test area, there are many voices of surprise, because such a large number of long Yuanjing seems too frightening for a new student. Yuan Huaza was also very surprised. He couldn't help looking at Wu Dade more and said, Wu Dade, according to the long Yuanjing you collected, you can have a 6-dragon baptism. As the voice of Yuan Huaza falls, the onlookers who are shooting out their hot eyes make a more amazing voice. Normally speaking, a new student, even if he is lucky enough to enter the testing place, can only get 3-dragon baptism, which is very lucky. 6-dragon baptism, even some of the sons, is not necessarily easy to complete. Wu Dade is a very fresh face. When he was admitted to the hospital for examination, he didn't leave a deep impression on everyone. Now he is so powerful that he has the chance to be baptized by 6 dragons. Wu Dade was also influenced. Most of his Long Yuanjing followed Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is very forthright, even 100 years of Long Yuanjing give him. Thank you very much, Deacon. Wu Dade bows to salute. This is just a small episode, and the results of the Longqi conference continue to be announced. Fan Xiao, 10 dragon Yuanjing in 10 years, 5 dragon Yuanjing in 30 years and 1 dragon Yuanjing in 50 years. Fan Xiao is also a new student, but compared with Wu Dade, he is far away. Fan Xiao, you can have a 3-dragon baptism. Shua. A woman burst from the crowd, her eyes sharp, breath vigorous, even from Lei Yanfeng's old gold cadet. Student Yan Zhuqing. Her voice was cold, and when she turned her hand, Lin Luo's Long Yuanjing was floating in the air. A lot of dragon crystals are blooming, which makes many onlookers take a breath of cool air. Yuan Huazi fixed his eyes, and his face was startled. 108 Long Yuanjing in 10 years, 79 Long Yuanjing in 30 years, 55 Long Yuanjing in 50 years, and 5 Long Yuanjing in 100 years. There are so many Long Yuanjing, much more powerful than Wu Dade just now. Yan Zhuqing is also a new rarity of Lei Yanfeng. Last year, he entered Lei Yanfeng. I heard that he has smelted a kind of fire with high level. He has a high talent for alchemy. I didn't expect that she had such a strong fighting capacity and could collect so many Long Yuanjing. Yuan Huazi took a deep look at Yan Zhuqing and said, Yan Zhuqing, 7 dragons baptism. As the voice of Yuan Huazi falls, the whole sky erupts into a terrifying vortex. Even if it's a genius at the level of son and daughter, it's not necessarily a 7-dragon baptism. Yan Zhuqing is about to rise, and she is expected to become a saint soon. Ha ha, it's hard, isn't it? If a new saint is promoted, it will prove that an old saint has fallen. Right, the top 10 saints, who can she squeeze out? Many onlookers are whispering, but it is obvious that Yan Zhuqing's eyes have changed a lot. The strong are respected, which is the eternal truth of Tianyuan continent. Yan Zhuqing's achievements make many onlookers marvel at it, even in a cloud that connects the sky, where there is a faint breath of terror, there are several great figures, eyes twinkling, and carefully observe Yan Zhuqing. The Longqi conference continued, with silver and gold students announcing their achievements. Finally, the play came, and it was finally the students at the level of son and daughter who announced the test results. Boom! Dongfangli's face was pale, as if his body had been hollowed out, and his breath was weak, as if he had been greatly hurt. Finally, it's the turn of the senior master of the level of sun. It's Dongfang Lai. He seems to rank very high among the top 10 sages in the sanctuary every day, ranking 5th. Even Yan Zhuqing, a quasi-saint, can achieve the 7-dragon baptism. I'm afraid that Dongfang Lieshua can have the 8-dragon baptism once, right? As soon as Dongfangli appeared on the stage, there were many whirlpools of discussion, especially those female students, who looked at Dongfangli as if they were crazy about flowers. It's just that Dongfang Lai is in a bad mood at this time. He has a stout face and throws a small pile of dragon Yuanjing out of the ring. Long Yuanjing looks like a lot, but most of them are fragmentary, and the light is not too dazzling. It turns out that most of them are 10-year-old Long Yuanjing, and the largest one is 50-year-old Long Yuanjing. Yuan Huazi was stunned. He looked at Dongfangli seriously and asked, "This is all your Long Yuanjing?" When Yan said that the old oriental face was red, and embarrassed to find a mouse hole to drill in. Yes, there are some situations in the place of trial, which are delayed. The explanation of Dongfang Lai falters and falters. At last, it is too vague. Yuan Huaza looked at Dongfangli strangely, and announced loudly, Dongfangli, the result is the baptism of 4 dragons. Just as the voice fell, the whole 4 fields were silent, and some great figures on the sky surged. Dongfang Lai is an old saint. He is powerful. He is one of the most important disciples to be cultivated in the Xingyuan every day. Such a powerful son, unexpectedly, has only a humble 4-dragon baptism? Are you kidding me? Let alone the Son of God. Even some freshman with a little strength can achieve the 4-dragon baptism. An unbelievable look fixed on Dongfangli. Well, Dongfang Lai has suffered a lot and has not been cured yet. In the clouds of the sky, there is the voice of the strong. Oh, it turns out that the Son of God has been badly hurt. No wonder his grades are so poor. The fear that the Son of God will be severely damaged is that he will encounter more than 1 stone beast in 300 years. Some lick the dog. It's true that the dog can't change to eat shit. They start licking Dongfangli again. Next, Nailin Yuyan. For dragon baptism. Yuan Huaza's voice makes the 4 fields dead again. Nailin Yuyan is also the saint daughter of Xiang Peak, and her ranking is medium. What happened to Xiang Peak? Even if the gold student's performance is very poor, now the performance of the son and the daughter is so poor. Next, Zhou Jian. Zhou Mace walked out of the crowd indifferently. His eyebrows were dull and his sharp light swept Qin Sheng in the vast crowd. He gnashed his teeth and wanted to swallow Qin Sheng. 5-dragon baptism. Yuan Huaza doesn't even want to believe it. It's the son of Zhou Mace. Among all the sons in the 3 holy halls of Dian dynasty, it can be ranked in the top 10. That's the son of Zhou Mace. The old student has many skills. His real strength is not much weaker than the current Yuan Huaza. Even just barely a 5-dragon baptism? You know, even a freshman like Wu Dade can reach the level of 6-dragon baptism. Is the son of Zhou Mace worse than that of Wu Dade? From Dongfangli, then Nailin Yuyan, to Zhou Mace now. Xiang Peak attached great importance to this Dragon Pool conference and directly sent 4 saints to participate in it. No, why didn't Liu Hong's son appear? Although Liu Hong was deprived of the position of the sun, his strength still exists at the level of sun. Xiang Peak, the most powerful peak among the 4 peaks of Xingyuan day by day, how could this Dragon Pool conference perform so badly? Is it true that, as the fierce son of the East said, some great changes have happened in the place of trial? Zhou Mace, come up. Over the sky, there was a great voice, accompanied by a strong sense of anger. It is obvious that Xiang Peak's great initiative is warming up. It's no wonder that Xiang Feng's powerful people, the existence of the level of Grand Sun, can only achieve the results of the baptism of 4 dragons and 5 dragons. If they change, they will go mad. Yun Yashuan, baptism of 4 dragons. It's also a surprise to many people. At this time, holy daughter Yun Yashuan is disheartened. Where is the kind of outgoing temperament and calm that belongs to the holy daughter? She is embarrassed on the face, and her body has suffered a lot. Her chest is still stained with blood, and she has changed a lot of clothes and skirts. But because of the injury is really too heavy, the blood is still constantly pouring out. Qin Sheng has tampered with the ancient array, which has been flowing down from the ancient times. Even if he smelt the inheritance memory of Wan Jiden Emperor, the ancient runes depicted in it feel very difficult. This ancient rune does much more harm to the body than the present rune. It will be in the body for a long time. If it is not handled properly, it will even spread like a plague. Then Yun Yashuan will become a useless person. Yun Yashuan is going to kill Qin Sheng. Don't blame him for destroying flowers. Qin Sheng squinted at Yun Yashuan's murderous eyes and said, "Old leftover girl, the rune in your body is a little difficult, isn't it? Don't blame me for not thinking about the feeling of the same family. Prepare 10,000 yuan stone and send it to my house in the evening. I promise that you will recover after one night. These ancient runes are really too difficult to deal with. After being taken away by Qin Sheng's transmission rune, Yun Yashuan stayed in the testing place for several days, but the injury hasn't been greatly improved, so he didn't kill stone beasts at all. This is one of the reasons why Zhusheng's performance is so poor. 10,000 yuan stone, you dream. Yun Yashuan gnashed her teeth and vowed to make Qin Sheng pay the price. Qin Sheng shrugs his shoulders and takes back his eyes. He doesn't care about Yun Yashuan, who wants to kill him. Rui, Kowloon baptism. Yuan Hua's voice rings again, Sai is dead again. If it was because the achievements of the sons and daughters were too poor and petrified, this time it was deeply shocked. The Kowloon baptism is actually the Kowloon baptism. We haven't seen the Kowloon baptism for many years every day. It seems that for decades, there was once the most powerful son of 100 years, who had been infinitely close to the baptism of Kowloon, but it was still a little short of fire. I'm the saint of Xianfeng. Women don't want men. After a brief silence, there was a voice of astonishing discussion. Not only that, even the great figures in the sky made a sound of wonder. Last, it's Qin Sheng's turn. Shua. Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, in full view of the public, strolled to Yuan Huaza. With a smile on his face, Yuan Huaza nodded to Qin Sheng. For a while, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Sheng. Some of them were cold, some were sarcastic, and even some of them were full of schadenfreude. Qin Sheng, in the eyes of all the veteran students, is a field trip from the frontier. He may have some chances, but his position and background are very humble, that is, a subordinate of the Qin family of the Wang nationality, just like a clown jumping over a beam. In particular, some students from the Ho and even the royal families have long wanted to step on Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looks around and finds that his eyes are frozen. If his eyes could kill people, Qin Sheng would have died thousands of times. Dongfang Lai, Nailan Yuyan, Yun Yashuan, and Qin Sword, watching Qin Sheng coldly. Qin Sheng doesn't care. These people are all his defeated generals, especially that Qin Gaoxiong. He suspects that his father was imprisoned 10 years ago. Maybe there are forces from the clan. In addition, Qin soared 3 times to find Qin Sheng's troubles. If it wasn't for Qin Sheng's worries, he would have killed him. Humming. Qin Sheng turned his hand, and his ring suddenly burst into red light, which was as dazzling as the golden and black flames on the sky. It's like a hill, like a dragon, Yuan Jing. It's really piled up like a mountain. Each piece of long yuan crystal is shining with a strong iridescent light, especially one of them, standing like a hill in countless eyes. Air. Once again, Sai fell into a dead silence, staring at the mountains of Long Yuanjing. His throat dried up. One by one, the onlookers were burning hot on their faces, as if they were slapped by Qin Sheng. Because no one is optimistic about Qin Sheng. The youngest saint child in the history of any academy is just a result of opportunism. Maybe he can suppress the old gold students, but he is still 18,000 miles away from the real saint child. Even some people think that Qin Sheng, in the first Dragon Pool conference he attended, can achieve 6 dragon baptism, and that will make a lot of money. Everyone is stupid, even some people don't want to believe this scene, shouting Qin Sheng cheating. The most powerful Zhou Mei saint and son of Xiang Peak can only reach the 5 dragon baptism. Qin Sheng's position of saint and son is not quite right. How can he kill so many stone beasts in the place of trial? However, the students who can attend the Longqi conference are not so idiotic. Maybe it's not a stone beast that Qin Sheng can hunt, but how can he prove that Qin Sheng is cheating? Cheating to a mountain of stone beasts is a kind of ability in itself, and the students who have participated in the Dragon Pool baptism also know that it is impossible to cheat in the place of test, unless some students give it to you voluntarily. However, Qin Sheng is not the legitimate son of any royal family. He is just a subordinate. He has no family background at all. Who is so foolish to offer Long Yuanjing to Qin Sheng to cheat? Yuan Huazi soon recovered from his astonishment. He knew Qin Sheng not for a short time. He thought Qin Sheng was not a thing in the pool. Just did not expect that Qin Sheng is still so shocked secular. Qin Sheng, Kowloon baptism. The loud voice of Yuan Huazi spreads all over the sky. Dong. 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 Day by day, the holy palace wakes up the sound of the ancient bell, which is vast and long. This is the perfect bell. It is the second time for Qin Sheng to ring. For the first time, Qin Sheng was admitted to the hospital for examination and understood the moment of dragon whale fist. Now, the baptism of Kowloon rings the bell again for Qin Sheng. This shocked everyone. You know, just like the Holy Daughter, she also reached the baptism of Kowloon, but she didn't get the recognition of the ancient bell. Such as Saint E, her curved willow eyebrows were slightly broken. She looked at Qin Sheng deeply. This time, she couldn't really see Qin Sheng. It seems that the ancient clock every day deserves to be the three holy weapons of the holy courtyard. It's really the thing of the town courtyard. It can see through everything and know that Qin Sheng is the greatest hero of the once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beast hunting. Otherwise, it is impossible to play the bell for Qin Sheng alone. Even the things in the town hall have recognized Qin Sheng. What other onlookers are entitled to doubt Qin Sheng? The scene fell into a dead silence, and the onlookers' eyes on Qin Sheng also changed dramatically. This time, they really saw Qin Sheng as the existence of the level of Saint Sun. Gong Yunping looks at Qin Sheng with a complicated face. Strictly speaking, he is also the defeated general of Qin Sheng. However, he doesn't completely offend Qin Sheng and chooses the temporary pursuit that looks like humiliation. Even Gong Yunping cooperated with Qin Sheng and performed a play to dig holes for the saints of Xiang Peak. Thinking of this, Gong Yunping. Otherwise, in all likelihood, Gong Yunping will follow Liu Hong. Dongfang Lai and Nalin Yuyan, both of them are indifferent and do not hide their anger. As for Qin Gaoxiang, he is jealous. He is the first royal son of Dian dynasty. He is the one who should be in the limelight. But now who can remember him? The whole show was robbed by Qin Sheng, the minion from the frontier branch. Qin's eyes are full of strong hatred. He killed the chance and sprouted, and the more he acted, the more intense it was. Let's have a good time. I don't believe that Lord Feng doesn't punish you. Qin Gaoxiang was full of sarcasm. Even if Lord Feng is merciful and waits for you to leave the secret place of Xingyuan, once you return to Dian capital, I want you to wag your tail to me like a local dog. Qin Feixiang chose to make a surprise and attract the attention of all people, which is why he hated Qin Sheng so much. Qin Sheng is too dazzling to cover his talent of flying. I'll go back and fix it. You'll be informed to come to Longqi for baptism in 3 days. Yuanhua said. Thank you very much, Deacon. Some people are happy and some are worried. Those with good performance are looking forward to the baptism of Longqi in 3 days. Those who don't have much expectation are disheartened and can't speak up. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, there was a flutter in the sky, and a great voice in the clouds sounded. That magnificent voice doesn't contain much powerful yuan power, but it shakes everyone's mind. Among the voices, there is a powerful soul power. The fake strong usually like to frighten people with yuan power. The real super strong don't care about it. Instead, they release the terrible soul power between their hands and feet. This is the difference between the strong and the peerless. Hua. The two figures come out of the clouds in the sky and attract the attention of all. Yuanhui looked up, frowned and asked, Master Congfeng, are you here? Yuan Huaza is puzzled. The dragon pool meeting is over. Let everyone wait for the hidden sword peak. What kind of trouble is it? Kang Jianfeng has sharp eyes and a sword light surging around him. The vast void behind him seems to be destroyed by the horrible sword light. The day-by-day sanctuary is just a small place, where the rules of the boulevard are very thin and fragile. Therefore, the powerful people like Kang Jianfeng can easily tear the void. However, there is a great danger in the void. Once you are involved in the void cracks, let alone the powerful of the cave, even the most powerful of the Vientiane, you will surely die. Song Jianfeng is so cold and arrogant that he ignores Yuan Huaza directly. He looks embarrassed and looks at Qin Sheng. Boom. With only one look in his eyes, Qin Sheng felt that his skin was clanging all over his body, and sparks broke out one after another. It seemed that there was a sharp sword spirit covering his whole body, and his skin was stabbed to a sharp pain. Not only that, Qin Sheng felt that his spirit was going to be pierced. At a critical time, in the sea of Qin Sheng's spirit, 2 soul stars were lit up, and that kind of tearing pain just disappeared like the tide. Qin Sheng's face was extremely ugly. He looked up at Tibetan Sword Peak and Zhou Jian standing beside him. At this time, Zhou Jian's face was proud, as if he saw Qin Sheng eat shriveled, very happy. Do you know the sin? There is a haze between the eyebrows of Tibetan Sword Peak. Every word that pops out of his mouth is like a sharp sky knife, which splits his spirit. Qin Sheng was on the verge of falling. He had a splitting headache and almost had to kneel down. Master Tsongfeng. Yuan Huaza stands in front of Qin Sheng and resists most of the attacks from the spirits. However, the spirit realm of Yuan Huaza is not much higher than that of Qin, only lighting up 3 spirit stars. Yuan Huaza's face was pale and he was sweating. He wanted to flinch, but Qin Sheng was kind to him. How could he flinch at this time? Have you been a little too aggressive with a younger generation? Yuan Huaza asked with a straight face. Kang Jianfeng's eyes are uncertain. He's a bit like the Millennium Stone Beast with the shadow of a candle dragon in the testing place. Both eyes open and close, and he has the ability to make the sky appear bright and dark. Song Jianfeng tightened his eyebrows and said, "It's none of your business. Get out of the way." Then Song Jianfeng waved impatiently. Bang! Yuan Huaza spits blood and falls like a short-term kite. He is severely damaged, and all his innate talismans are cracked. It's obvious that Kang Jianfeng has been merciful. Otherwise, this slap will kill him. Yuan Huaza is scared. Is this the real strength of Dongshenging? Yuan Huaziyuan thought that his strength had changed dramatically. Even at the level of Shenfu, it was very powerful. But in front of Tibetan Jianfeng, it was like a piece of white paper, which could be sucked out at a slap. Tibet Sword Peak approaches Qin Sheng, like the teacher of tiger and wolf, which makes Qin Sheng shocked. The death gaze of the terrible powerful at the level of Dongshenging. I'll give you a chance to plead guilty. Listen, there is only one time. If you don't plead guilty, don't blame me for being merciless. In the land of trial, have you ever made a black hand to the saints of Xiang Peak? First, Pit Dongfangli and Liu Hong. Then he hunted the once-in-a-thousand-year-old stone beasts, used intrigues and tricks, and severely damaged Zhou Jian and others? With the words of Kang Jianfeng, everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng dared to blackhand the sages of Xiang Feng. Don't worry about it, wait for your partner to call first. The cold voice of Tibetan Sword Peak rang out, and his fingers pointed at Gong Yunping in the distance. Bang! Gong Yunping's armor burst and his bones were all broken. Even Yuanmai was destroyed. He was captured like a dead dog and thrown in front of Qin Sheng. At this time, Gong Yunping is very miserable, like a dead dog, crawling on the ground and falling into a pool of blood. Gong Yunping, can you plead guilty? Tibetan Jianfeng is so cruel. If you don't agree with me, you can start. And you still start with the sun. Lord Feng, help me. Gong Yunping looked up with difficulty. Looking at the clouds above the sky, he knew that there must be a high level of Lei Yanfeng hidden in the clouds. However, there was a dead silence in the sky, and no one took care of Gong Yunping. Obviously, when Zhou Mace went up just now, he had already explained everything, and Lei Yanfeng's senior officials had acquiesced to all this and regarded Gong Yunping as an abandoned son. Zhou Jian has evidence in his hand, pointing out that Gong Yunping and Qin Sheng dug a pit to attack the double saints of Xiang Peak. The evidence is conclusive. And Xiang Peak is so strong, Lei Yanfeng can't fight at all. Although Gong Yunping is a noble son, his talent is mediocre among the saints. Otherwise, he would not have smelted the god's palace for such a long time. For a mediocre son to meet Xiang Peak? It's absolutely impossible for Lei Yanfeng's top management to do such a stupid thing. Qin Sheng narrowed his face. There was no panic or fear on his face. He went to Gong Yunping and whispered, "Don't be afraid. You can't die with me." Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out a big bottle of Daliyuan liquid from the ring. Gong Yunping drank a few big mouthfuls and finally saved his life. He leaned on the ground and took a sip of Daliyuan liquid from time to time. Everyone was shocked. Even the Tibetan sword peak was shocked. Is that the legendary Daliyuan? Isn't it already extinct? How could it have happened to this wild cultivator from the frontier? Moreover, Daliyuan is extremely precious. Even if it's just a fake product, it's only half as effective as the genuine Daliyuan. It's also very expensive, and it's still priceless. Tibet Jianfeng, all of your people in Xiang Peak are of this virtue? Qin Sheng said with a loud sneer, if you fight in the place of trial, you must win or lose. If you can't afford to lose, you old guy can't help jumping out and asking questions? Qin Sheng's voice is very loud, which contains Yuan force and spreads far away. His sharp words do not give Tibetan Jianfeng, the deputy head of Xiang Feng, his face. Shua. A hot look, stunned, everyone petrified, a face as if to hell. That's the great ability of Xiang Peak's master level. Even though it's only the deputy master, its status and strength are far beyond the ordinary students of the sun level. It can even be said without hesitation that Tibetan Jianfeng controls the power of life and death of Xiang Feng, let alone Qin Sheng. Even the top 3 sons of Zhou Jian, they should treat Tibetan Jianfeng respectfully, without any disrespect. However, today's Qin Sheng even speaks to Tibetan Jianfeng in such a tone in full view of the public, which is really detrimental to the dignity of the leader of the peak. Tibetan Sword Peak gave a cold hum, his eyes were bright and dark, as if they were 2 big days, shining like reality. The temperature of the world fell suddenly, and the cold hum even contained a rather powerful attack from the spirit. Some weak students feel their heads are torn and their spirits are beginning to be unstable. Qin Sheng's face was also slightly white, and the spirit almost collapsed. At the critical moment, the changing Yin Sha corpse in his arms was blooming with golden red glow, absorbing a lot of spirit attacks. You talk to me in this tone, arrogant man? Tibetan Jianfeng sneers at him. He looks like he's up in the sky. He looks at Qin as an ant. Kneel down. Tibetan Sword Peak fingers a little, the void must crack, large pieces of runes crack, especially in the deepest part of some cracks, and even there are many horrible void cracks, once sucked away, let alone the martial arts of the whole heaven, even the strong ones of the god's mansion, will also be torn into powder, the dead can't die again. Boom. Qin Sheng felt that the mountains were crumbling, the sky was turning and the stars were shifting. In a moment, he fell into the darkness, and a strong sense of powerlessness came into being. This is the terror of the powerful in the cave? There is a feeling of ash annihilation between hands lifting. It's so powerful. It seems to be much stronger than the Millennium Stone beast of the boa constrictor. Between the lightning and flint, Qin Sheng had many thoughts in his mind. When he was alone in front of a real powerful man, Qin Sheng began to feel that his heart was bottomless. If you raise your hands and feet, you will destroy the sky and destroy the earth. This spirit and power cannot be matched. Qin Sheng is still too weak, even though his body and spirit are no less than the strong people who have gone through multiple storms and thunder, but even so, he and the strong people in the cave, especially the peerless strong people like Qin, who are the main level of the peak, are even more outrageous. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, but he didn't flinch. "Kneel Nima," he said. Qin looks at Qin Sheng, who roars coldly. He raises his hand and wants to kill Qin Sheng directly. All these things have been forgotten by Qin, such as the once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius, the 9th-level guest of Shendanzong, and the Tianzi Jiazi who has the opportunity of Jiolong baptism. Genius is only genius after all, even if the genius is so rebellious, but for him to hide Jianfeng, that's all. If he is beheaded, he will be beheaded. If he is not able to fight with the 7 monsters of the angry prison peak again. Qin Sheng had so many enemies that even Tibetan Jianfeng hated his death. In addition, there were several legitimate sons of the Marquis and the first royal family of Dian. Even the so-called several big families in Dian City have been fighting endlessly, let alone between the royal family and the Ho family. If the genius is strangled in the cradle, then the first successor of Qin Gaoxiong is safe enough. Moreover, Qin Sheng was arrogant and domineering, and he opposed himself 3 times and 4 times. Since it can't be used by Xiang Peak, he can only take the opportunity to destroy Qin Sheng. "Old dog, do you want to be shameful?" Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars, but he is not willing to do so. He really didn't think that this hidden sword peak was so shameless, and it was still in full view of the public. It was so magnificent, in broad daylight, that he killed himself. Qin Sheng is angry. He turns his hand and takes out a large stack of runes from the ring. These rune papers are very old, almost rotten, depicting extremely difficult runes, and they are forged with the blood of real dragons and real phoenixes. This is? Tibetan Jianfeng's eyes are very sharp. In a few moments, he felt that the rune paper Qin Sheng threw out of the ring was very strong, especially the rune paper still had a breath of peerless and powerful. What is the most powerful? In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, the strongest was the Vientiane realm, and the most powerful was the one higher than the Vientiane realm. The 36th dynasty of Wasteland was imprisoned by the North Restricted Area for countless years, and only a few strong people were able to cross the North Restricted Area. The danger of the Forbidden Area in the north makes people despair. The human strongman in Shenfu area is only the existence of minion cannon fodder level in the Forbidden Area in the north. If they are a little careless, the Forbidden Area in the north will become their bone burial place. However, the strong of Vientiane is much better. They can survive and fight in the North Restricted Area. However, it is still very difficult to cross the whole North Restricted Area. Now Qin Sheng throws the rune paper out of the ring, which leaves the strong breath. How can it not make Qin jump? Even the strong in Vientiane, Qin in front of it, at best, is a wagging dog. This is the land where the strong are respected. In the face of absolute strength, everything is illusory. Qin Sheng's mouth is full of words and ancient dialects. Click. Changes in the wind and cloud, a moment on the rise of the black storm vortex. There was a crack in the void, and a cold and piercing breath crawled out of it. What is that? It's like something's crawling out. A hot eye locked the void cracks. Some people are scared, some people look forward to. Dry claws, sharp and with the icy smell. God, it's a dragon. Are the dragon people going to be born? Summon the dragon? Is that Qin Sheng's fighting spirit against the sky? The summoned spirit can naturally summon all kinds of auxiliary fighting things. However, summoning the dragon clan to fight is an unprecedented event. How noble the dragon people are, and how frightening the rare number of them can be summoned easily. Shwa. All of us locked in the sky in an instant, and the dragon family slowly climbed out of the huge and incomparable space crack. Moo. The dragon nationality is very large, the head is as large as the sun, the dry skin is very boring, and the dragon tail is tens of miles long. There is no breath of life in that dragon family. Before they get close, they smell rotten and smelly. God, this is a corpse dragon? Isn't Qin Sheng a cult man? What soul of war is melted, and can summon a corpse dragon to come out? With astonished eyes, some people were shocked, some were puzzled, some were suspicious. King Jianfeng was also shocked. He had never seen anyone who could summon the dragon family, and he was a dead corpse dragon. I don't know how long this corpse dragon has been dead. It's disgusting to smell it in all directions. Not only that, some weak students even feel that the spirit has been polluted, and their eyes turn over, and they pass out. Qin Sheng, where are you from? How can you use such a vicious method to summon the corpse dragon to come out? Song Jianfeng's face was cold, and he shouted to Qin Sheng. It's no wonder that the saints who designed to harm Xiang Peak knew these evil methods. I think it's very important to you that Lu Hong died in 9 out of 10. In that case, even the trial can be cancelled. You're on your way. Tibet Jianfeng started. He stepped out a step, as fast as lightning, like the thunderbolt. Under his feet, there was a terrible thunder. Too fast, just a moment, came to Qin Sheng's body. King Jianfeng didn't use a sword. He just slapped Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai with the air of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Moo. The corpse dragon roared, like the eyes of the size of a hill, flashing the red light of killing, winding Qin Sheng like a whirlwind, blocking the angry attack of King Jianfeng. Qin Sheng is the youngest son in the history of the imperial court day by day. Now he is going to fall. No one thinks highly of Qin Sheng and offends Tibetan Jianfeng, the leader of this powerful peak. He is just a self-sinner. In particular, Qin soared, looking at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. He pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth. If he didn't fight in front, he would like to take out good wine and celebrate. Evil animal, dare to be fierce. Tibetan Sword Peak gave a cold snort, and his hands were all over the ground. The corpse dragon's body was full of iridescent light, especially his eyes, which emitted a large cold air with the smell of terror and corrosion. Click. The corpse dragon's neck is crooked, the skull is burst, wine, become the real place of death. Qin Sheng flies back. Although there are corpses and dragons to resist, he still feels the pressure on his whole body. His viscera seem to be displaced. There are cracks. His throat is sweet and blood is pouring out. Corpse dragon burst, bones piled up like a mountain. Qin Sheng was deeply buried. Everyone fell into a dead silence. Many people were scared of the students, cannot help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, moisten the cracked throat. It's too powerful. Is this the level of terror at the cave level? Just a slap will crush the corpse dragon, whose strength is no less than that of Shinfu. Ha ha, it's estimated that Qin Sheng has gone peacefully without any pain? Boom. However, in the next moment, Qin Sheng is out of the pile of keels. Bang! Qin Sheng fell from the sky and landed steadily. His chest heaved and collapsed. He was obviously injured. However, people with a clear eye can see that this is just some common internal and external injuries. With Qin Sheng's financial resources, it only needs a drop of Dali Yuan liquid to recover. Well, there was something unexpected about Tibetan Jianfeng. He didn't expect Qin Sheng not only didn't die, but also didn't lose his fighting power. It was a big surprise to him. He hid Jianfeng's hand. Even if it was a random strike, it was not something Qin Sheng could bear. Although there are many doubts and unbelief in his heart, the reality is that Qin Sheng did not suffer much harm. Qin Sheng looked up at King Jianfeng, with the blood-stained face, not much fear, and even two ironic eyes. Is this the strength of the peak master level? Qin Sheng sneered. How? I feel like I haven't had a meal. It's soft. King Jianfeng was furious. His hair ignited the fire. It was obvious that his anger had reached the extreme. You're going to die, and I'll make it up to you, he shouted. Come on, who's afraid, old dog? Qin Sheng didn't avoid it at all. He quickly recited the old mantra in his mouth. It's obviously not the language of Dian dynasty. Although there are two similarities, there is a big gap in listening carefully. King Jianfeng is really angry. He has never been humiliated like this. In his opinion, Qin Sheng is just like an ant. He can run over him. However, it's okay if you don't die now. You're too much. Laugh at yourself in public. The angry King Jianfeng even drew his sword. His eyes were round. His eyes were red and almost stared out. It was very frightening. Sonorous. Tibetan sword peak opens his mouth and spits out a breath of essence. It's the spirit of Qin. It's extremely sharp and has the power of terror. The golden sword formed by the gasification of Qin has a complicated and ancient rune evolution on the surface, which is extremely sharp. Even the void can be torn. Take your head. King Jianfeng's eyes radiated a sharp light-like substance. He killed coldly, without any trace of concealment, and killed everything. Roar. Moo. There are more and more empty cracks in the sky above Qin Sheng's spiritual cover, and corpse dragons emerge from the huge empty cracks. Or fire wing corpse dragon, or ice dragon, or immortal phoenix. Especially the immortal phoenix, though small in size, can burn everything with a horrible flame. For a time, the corpse dragon was all over the sky, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The rotten and oppressive atmosphere filled the whole day-by-day holy palace. In the courtyard of the day-by-day, countless strong men fell asleep. Some are old presidents of the past, some are peerless Tianjiao who have not graduated yet. One by one, they all looked at the direction of the testing place, and they were all awakened. When a corpse dragon is born, the world will be in chaos. In one of the forbidden areas of the sun-chasing holy palace, there is a dead old man muttering to himself. He is very old and his blood is going to dissipate. All these strong people have a lifespan of more than 1,000 years and are waiting for death in the sun-chasing holy palace. If they don't go further, they will all sit down. Pooh. Qin's sword kills everything. Even if the corpse dragon roams in the sky, it can't be used. Moo. The body of the immortal phoenix has no god in its eyes. Obviously, the spirit has been destroyed, leaving only the remnant. There is also a fatal wound on its chest. Her heart is crushed and the spirit is drained. It's a terrible death. Immortal phoenix does not know how many years it has died. There are runes interwoven in the wound, slowly repairing its body. Qin Sheng doubts that in the very far future, maybe one day, this immortal phoenix will be reborn. This is the horror of the immortal phoenix. Of course, this is not the real immortal phoenix, but a powerful monster with immortal phoenix blood. Chong. Immortal phoenix's posture is elegant. It raises its wings and blocks the gold sword of the Tibetan sword peak. The horrible sword spirit is like cutting, and it is released in all directions. Poop. The horrible sword spirit is as easy as cutting tofu. The scene is very ferocious. What? Song Jianfeng's face was startled, but he was sure to kill Qin Sheng. Why is the corpse so familiar? King Jianfeng's eyes lock the immortal phoenix before Qin Sheng. He can't tell the immortal phoenix's race, but he can easily feel the horrible power of the corpse. Again, I don't believe it. Can something like a minion turn the world upside down? Tibetan Sword Peak is full of murders. Although there are doubts and puzzles in his heart, he is still unwilling to give up killing Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's talent is too high, even if he belongs to the sun-chasing Holy Palace. But in the sun-chasing Holy Palace, the battle between the peaks has already reached the white heat. If Qin Sheng does not die, he has a faint feeling about the hidden sword peak. In the future, the pattern of the 4 peaks will definitely change because of the rise of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng is too powerful. How long has he been in the sun-chasing Holy Palace? Not only did he crush the son of Liu Hong, but even from the words of Zhou Jian, he seemed to have fought with Qin Sheng in the place of trial, which didn't seem to take much advantage. Tibet Jianfeng, do you bully me? There is no one in Wangaofeng? With a roar, the heaven and the earth are furious, and the mountains are crumbling. This is an angry roar. Uncle Ning came. He forced out of the gate from the closed place, just like a flash of lightning, appeared in front of Qin Sheng. Uncle Ning. Qin Sheng bowed immediately. Ning Shuyi's face was angry. He glanced at Qin Sheng and found that Qin Sheng had not suffered a great loss. He was relieved on the spot. Hidden Sword Peak. Uncle Ning was very angry and smiled. He locked Kang Jianfeng to death. You really don't want your face. Can't you afford to lose the fight among the younger generation? If you lose, you'll lose. You're so disgusting. I don't think how many realms are higher than Qin, and you still have the face to fight? Uncle Ning made unbridled mockery of Kang Jianfeng. The two had fought each other before. Smell speech, Hide Sword Peak's facial expression rises red, he looks at Ning uncle, unexpectedly some counsels. In the First World War that day, he fell down. He thought that the mountain guarding beast of the 10,000 prison peak would be closed, but he didn't expect to leave the gate so open. He is ruthless and ruthless. He designed to harm the son of Xiang Feng. Song Jianfeng takes a deep breath. He is not willing to fight with Uncle Ning because he can't fight. Now the people of Xiang Peak are dead and wounded so badly that even the Son of God has lost one. Song Jianfeng shouted, "What do you think of this account? You'd better get out of the way, or..." Uncle Ning was furious and roared, "Let go of your bullshit, and lose a lot of bullshit. In the place of trial, it's the most normal thing to have death or injury. You Xiang Peak someone fall, and Qin Sheng what pass? If you want to add sin, why bother? Don't you bully me, Wangaofeng, no one? Come on, you bully my Wangaofeng's junior, then I'd rather bully you too." Ning Shui steps out, like a dragon galloping, powerful, just like destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Tibetan Jianfeng felt the pressure soared in an instant, but under the full view of the public, he could not help but fight directly. Rumble. Uncle Ning and Tibetan Sword Peak fight in the dark. Uncle Ning's fist is like a dragon that breaks the sky. Moo. There was a dragon chant rising, and it was spread all over the Holy Palace day by day. Kang Jianfeng's face changed a lot. He saw not only Tianlong, but also the place where Tianlong said it, and even had the scene of purgatory. Tibetan Sword Peak wants to avoid, but it is locked. It is not like a fist at all, more like a heaven and earth, or even more like the legendary king of the world fist. When it is rolled over, there is no escape. Cut you off. Kang Jianfeng roars up to the sky, just like King Kong's rage, his whole body emits dazzling sword light, and 7 holes in his body eject the gas of Gengjin, which is extremely precious. He doesn't know how much effort it took to gather the gas. 7 golden swords of gun form a sword array like a Big Dipper star, and the terrible sword chi erupts in an instant. For a moment, all the people paid attention to it. Whether it was the leader of the relegated Xianfeng or Lianfeng, they all looked sideways and stared at the battle. Boom! Tianlong and Gung Golden sword array collide in everything. With a click, Gingjin's sword array collapsed, especially 2 or 3 Gingjin swords were directly scattered, and those Gingjin chi was confiscated by Uncle Ning. Poof! Tibetan sword peak spits blood. That's his heart blood. Now half of it has been confiscated. It's more painful than killing him. Ah! King Jianfeng looks up to the sky and roars. He doesn't expect to be defeated. A master can fight and win with 1 or 2 moves. Obviously, Uncle Ning's strength is far superior to that of Tibetan Jianfeng. Qin Sheng, look carefully. This is the starting move of the legendary 10,000 Prison Secret Code, Tianlong Fist. Uncle Ning talked freely, and there was not much dignified war on his face at all. This is the most powerful skill of Wan Gaofeng. Only true disciples can practice it. Listen to Uncle Ning. It's obvious that Qin Sheng has been regarded as a real inheriting disciple. He needs to pass on his highest skill. The secret code of 10,000 prisons was founded by the master of the peak in those days. No one knows the origin of this supreme secret code. Anyway, it has surpassed the holy level and reached the level of half-step spirit level martial arts. God, it's just a starting move. It's so tyrannical that it can't be suppressed forever. I'll pass you the first move now. The corpse dragon is all over the sky. Ning Shui is serious. He transmits a difficult passage to Qin Sheng. The scripture is too difficult to understand. Even Qin Sheng, who has lighted 2 soul stars, can't understand it for a while. Look. I can only drill once. As soon as Uncle Ning's voice fell, he put out corpse dragon all over the sky. Uncle Ning's voice is like thunder, rolling to all sides, like a hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Pu Tong! Pu Tong! Qin Sheng's heart beat wildly, sending out a kind of pulse containing the supreme mystery. Uncle Ning's hair was waving, and he needed the fist seal. The fist light exploded. Everywhere he passed, it was dazzling. He lit 9 different fires, boiled the sea, and burned the city. The void was burned through. The void cracks like the tsunami erupted into the void storm. Wow! It's just a moment. The fist light is dim again. It's bright and dark, yin and yang. In the whole secret area of the sun-chasing holy palace, it's like falling into the ice and snow. The piercing cold covers everyone. It's cold. Even some of the students who are close to each other are too weak and very close to Uncle Ning. Although they are far away from each other, they thought it was a safe distance at first, but they didn't expect that the battle would become white hot again. They still can't bear it. Buzzing. The fairy of the mountain falls from the sky, just like the fairy of the 9 heavens falls to the earth. Even though her temperament is out of the world, it looks dim under the terrible fist imprint. Her eyes were full of shock. She thought that her strength was not far from Uncle Ning's, but now it seems that she is absolutely wrong, too wrong. It contains a mysterious fist print. If she is allowed to face it, there is no chance to win. The 2 main peaks of Lixian Peak and Leiyan Peak form a translucent border to protect all the onlookers. In addition to the void crack, Tibetan Jianfeng was nervous for a long time. His face was serious, and he adjusted the war to the extreme, but he still felt the inexplicable palpitation in his heart. He felt that if he took the fight, he would fall in 9 out of 10. The more powerful the warrior is, the more acute his spirit is, and the more easily he can feel his great fortune and future. Legend has it that the god-level strong can even know the good and bad in advance without serving the prophet. This is not fighting for human character, but the true spirit cultivation to the extreme. According to the inheritance and memory of the emperor, there is a legend that the strongest of the 9 heavens and 10 places, that is, the top group of the most powerful standing on the pyramid. They are all the ancestors of dragons and phoenixes. Each of them can dream for thousands of years, even for thousands of years. What does this mean? That is to say, they only need to sleep, they can dream of the next millennium, or even all of the next million years. It's a terrible magic power. If you go against the sky again, you can still go against the sky and live in the future? Even the future can be controlled, who can fight with it? Moo. Roar. Uncle Ning's eyes are sharp and full of cold light. There is a faint crack between his eyebrows, and a sense of horrible killing. King Jianfeng has already started to kill Qin Sheng, so Uncle Ning has nothing to worry about. Kill. The fist prints were dazzling and blocking the sky. Where the fist passed, they all burst into the void and crawled out one corpse dragon after another. These corpse dragons don't know where to come out, just like climbing out of the dragon tomb floating in the void crack. The void cracks are immensely vast, covering countless secret places and planes. Even 9 days and 10 places are surrounded by void. Endless void, there are too many old legends, even in 9 days 10 places spread a legend. In the endless void, there are some extremely powerful inheritance organizations. Void, a forbidden area, a place of death. As strong as the Vientiane realm, once you get into the void by mistake, you will surely die soon, and soon there will be no whole body. Organizations that can survive in an endless void and multiply can imagine how powerful they are. Maybe it's the legendary organization of gods. One corpse dragon after another crawled out of the void and soon filled the whole sky. Cover the sky and block out the sun, accompany with the stench, frighten people. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the corpse dragon in the sky. His eyes lit the fire of the spring. It was so sharp that he seemed to see through everything, but he soon felt very tired and sleepy. This is a spiritual level or even above martial arts. It's too much. Even if it's just the first move, it's so horrible. Qin Sheng has tried his best to remember all the mysteries. His soul power has faded like the tide and soon dried up. Cut. Tibetan Jianfeng didn't flinch. He started his legs. He was so close to the end of the world. His speed was so fast that the whole person was full of frightening sword qi. Every pore on the body surface spewed out fierce sword qi. A sword will level the sky. Tibetan sword peak exerts the most powerful sword rhyme, lips move rapidly, and recites the ancient incantation. This is an ancient sword formula. It is the strongest sword formula of Ziyang peak. It has been handed down since ancient times. When a sword is cut out, even the sky can be level. You can imagine how terrible its power is. Tibetan sword peak spits out a sword. The body of the sword is 3 feet long and the whole body is green. It depicts a complex holy stripe. It's actually a holy sword. As soon as the sword comes out, ghosts and gods howl. Whatever you do, kill all the people. King Jianfeng killed awesomely. He didn't leave his hand and cut the corpse dragon in the sky. Hua. The sword light cuts through, a corpse dragon is beheaded, bang, turn into powder. This is not the real corpse dragon, nor is it to find out the dragon tomb of a certain dragon family from the endless void, so that the corpse dragon can be born. In fact, it's just the illusion of Uncle Ning's Yuanli, which contains the supreme, mysterious corpse dragon. The after-effect of a corpse dragon falling and self-explosion is just like the power of self-explosion produced by a real powerful man in the cave. The 4 fields are twisted, the void cracks explode one after another, and even blow up a terrible void storm, which has swept away a large number of mountains. Sonorous. The sword body of Ping Tian's sword of King Jianfeng trembled, and then cut to other corpse dragons again. If it is a few corpse dragons, he can bear to hide sword peak, but the corpse dragons in the sky keep fighting. Double fists can't defeat 4 limbs, not to mention that King Jianfeng only has a fighting sword of Lingjia. Bang! Tibetan Jianfeng's pupils suddenly contracted, and a fist seal came from the void. He wanted to avoid, but he found that it was locked and his face was hit. With a click, the face bone of Qin Jianfeng was broken, the sharp bone pierced the skin. This fist is for Qin Sheng. Uncle Ning's voice is like an old bell. He is old and cold. He is heartless. You're for a junior. Tibetan sword is like a sword with its backhand against Uncle Ning. The sword blade has wiped a layer of his heart blood. Its power has increased a few points in a flash. The sword is extremely sharp, extremely fast, and has a sharp angle. It's also a sneak attack. It's estimated that even the strong in the cave will point to the ground. There is no doubt that it will die. Uncle Ning snorts coldly. He slaps on the back. Ding! Uncle Ning flashed out his hand. His hand was as white as jade, as if he was wearing a glove as thin as spinning. If the discerning strong man has enough acuteness, he can feel that the glove is not simple, but a semi-spiritual tool. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, the complete artifact is almost extinct. Except for some forbidden areas and Jedi, it is impossible to find the complete artifact. Normally speaking, it is amazing to have a short period of holy stripe. It's very rare that Ning Shui's thin spinning gloves depict so many spiritual patterns. Ning Shui grabs the Ping Tian sword of the Tibetan sword peak and rubs it hard on the sharp and incomparable sword body, making a harsh rubbing sound. Ping Tian Jian was crumpled into a ball, just like a metal ball, which was thrown on the ground by Uncle Ning at will. Ah, my Ping Tian sword! Tibetan sword peak is about to split his canthus. His eyes are red and roaring to the sky. Ping Tian sword is a war sword that depicts a large section of holy stripe. Its power is infinite and its value is incomparable. Let alone the strong one in Dongtian realm. Even in Vientiane realm, the strongest of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland feel very precious. Now I was kneaded into a round iron ball by Uncle Ning. With a click, the most precious holy stripe on the sword of Ping Tian's sword was crumpled down in half. Poof! This is the original spirit sword of Qin Jianfeng. Now that the spirit grain is destroyed, it means that he will be severely hurt, and the blood will gush out like no money. Uncle Ning is superior, looking down at Qin Jianfeng ironically, and then trampling him under his feet. Boom! Just like the birth of Wanlong, it's powerful and terrifying. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded again. He roared crazily and tried to struggle, but Uncle Ning was too strong to move at all, only to make his chest more open. This is also for Qin Sheng. Uncle Ning's voice is cold, and his eyes are full of cold. For wild dead silence, including the distance relegate Xianfeng and Lei Yanfeng, two major peak owners, both silent, they face each other, do not know what to say. Why Tibet sword peak? Don't be silly. Who is Uncle Ning? Uncle Ning is not a human being at all. He is the mountain-guarding beast of Wangaofeng. It's said that he has the lineage of a spirit beast. It's just a legend. Seeing that Uncle Ning is so terrible, he has not yet turned into a body. He's so powerful. He presses the invincible Tibetan sword peak to the ground and rubs it. Too strong, too strong. For the sake of a new student, although he has a high talent and a once-in-a-thousand-year peerless talent, he can't be so short-term, can he? Let's have a look. What did Uncle Ning do to Qin Jianfeng? With 2 fists and 1 foot, Qin Jianfeng lost his fighting power. His head was full of hair, his face was broken, his face was disfigured, his face was bleeding, and he was down to the extreme. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene incredibly. No one believed that this was the end of the vice leader of Xiang Peak. But the reality is so cruel that it has hit their self-confidence. Especially from the Xiang Peak of the son of the saint, one face hard to see the extreme. The son of Zhou Mace opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. His eyebrows were all dignified. Qin Feixiang's face was even more gloomy. He didn't expect that Wan Gaofeng would value Qin Sheng so much. Qin Sheng is just a branch disciple of the Qin family from the frontier. That is to say, because of some chance, he can change his life against the sky and become the so-called once-in-a-thousand-year peerless genius. Qin Gaoxiang has always been very jealous of Qin Sheng. He wants to use the power of his royal family to let the strong of the older generation of the family fight against Qin Sheng, especially the three uncles who have a good relationship with him. His third uncle is a wild man. He was crazy when he was young. Now he is a little older. Although he has converged, he is still crazy. It's so easy to let your third uncle repair a minion. Now there is a guy named Uncle Ning, who is so desperate for Qin Sheng. Depending on the situation, Qin Feixiang has to suppress Qin Sheng with the help of his family elders. I'm afraid it's a bit tricky. Qin Gaoxiang's eyes are changing, and many thoughts flash in his mind. He finally chooses silence. No one knows what he is thinking in his mind. Yun Yashuan's face was pale. She also looked down on Qin Sheng. She felt that Qin Sheng was just a field work. A little wild boy wants to refer to the fairies who dye them in Xianfeng? Especially the ancient ripples that have long been related to the first King Qin family? Isn't that the toad wants to eat swan meat? At the beginning, Yun Yashuan also warned Qin Sheng to let him know more and stay away from the ancient ripples. Did not expect Qin Sheng not to appreciate, but also 3 times 4 times of anger against himself. Yun Yashuan wanted to suppress Qin Sheng in the place of trial, but he didn't expect that Qin Sheng could be so horrible an array talent, which had tampered with the terror array of the 1,000-year-old stone beast's nest. The war situation at that time was completely reversed. In the place of trial, the son of Zhou Mace mentioned it to her. When he came out, he would certainly challenge Qin Sheng. In fact, Yun Yashuan's failure to defeat the son of Zhou Mace made him move out the strong ones of the older generation, which was a little out of grade. However, in order to punish Qin Sheng and recover the deserved Longyuanjing, Yun Yashuan acquiesced to the practice of Zhou Mace. At first, it was very smooth, but I didn't expect that Uncle Ning was born in the most critical moment. Ning Shutai's terror, the corpse dragon, directly burst the Tibetan sword peak. Qin Sheng couldn't move, at least in the holy palace day by day. Boom! All of a sudden, there was a violent vibration in the sky, and there was a sense of terror spreading from the deepest part of the temple. Qin Sheng raised his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes, smeared with a layer of fire, were able to see through many prohibitions. A vague figure of the great bank spread out from a very far distance, and the breath of terror rose in the storm, making Qin Sheng's pores stand up. What a terrible breath, what a great figure. What is the Holy Spirit in the Holy Palace? Qin Sheng felt the pain in his eyes, so he quickly took back his eyes and dared not peek again. Wei Yan's figure is huge and incomparable, and his whole body is dark, so he can't see his true face clearly. In fact, not many people can see the appearance of the Peerless Strong. When they saw the figure of that great land, they bowed and saluted on the spot, saying, "Welcome to the President." Boom! Many students' heads were cracked, and they stood up to the powerful pressure and looked up at the great figure of the sky. "Is it your honor, the Dean?" "God, the Dean has not been born for many years." It said that he didn't ask about world affairs for a long time. If it wasn't a very big matter, he would give it to several other acting presidents to handle affairs. I didn't expect that the Dean would go out to hide Jianfeng today. Countless eyes are flashing, and countless students are whispering in private. Of course, they are just broadcasting, but they dare not say they were born, for fear of disturbing the legendary Dean. "Uncle Ning, that's almost enough?" The president's voice is so loud that he can't hear his anger. Uncle Ning raised his head, looked at the figure of the great bank, snorted coldly, and said, "You don't know about my 10,000 prison peaks. Now a genius is hard to appear." Is it because of these dirty internal friction that he died prematurely? Tibet Jianfeng was angry, and he shouted loudly, "Nonsense, President, listen to my explanation. I have no idea of killing Qin Sheng in the cradle. It's just that, at this time, it's unknown. It's ruthless and knows the ancient magic of summoning corpse dragon. I suspect that this is the spy sent from other dynasties." Tibetan Jianfeng said a lot, and his words were sharp. He took a big sip of medicine, repaired his body to the extreme, and healed at the speed that the naked eye could see. "Lord Dean, I suggest that we should abolish Qin Sheng's accomplishments and then torture him to extort a confession. We will certainly ask for key information. It's time for King Jianfeng to stop Qin Sheng. You are paralyzed." Qin Sheng clenched his fists. He felt a moment of weakness. The reality is too cruel. It's clear that this group of people in Xiang Peak can't afford to lose. They failed in the baptism of Long Qi. They were not light when they were promoted by Qin. They lost a lot. They became angry and asked questions about themselves. If it wasn't for Uncle Ning to show up in time, Qin Sheng estimated that it was really explained here today. "How dare you insult me?" King Jianfeng's eyes were as cold as a tiger, which locked Qin Sheng in a moment. It was terrifying and rolled over like 1,000 mountains. Poof. Qin Sheng's throat was so sweet that he suffered a lot. He wanted to breathe blood out of his throat. "Hold back." Qin Sheng clenches his teeth and forcibly swallows the blood back into his stomach. He clenches his fists. Well? Zhang Jianfeng was shocked to see that Qin Sheng had not been seriously hurt. Tibetan Jianfeng is very clear about his strength. He has risen 3 realms higher than Qin. As long as he has a fierce look, he can suppress a powerful person who can communicate with others like a dead dog and crawl on the ground. I didn't expect Qin Sheng to be able to carry it. His waist is straight. The whole man looks like a spear and sticks it on the ground. It's time to talk. Tibet Jianfeng slaps Qin Sheng with a slap. It's as fast as a sword. After a flash, it comes to Qin Sheng's eyes. Too fast, Qin Sheng wanted to avoid, but he felt suppressed all over. Connect 9 channels. Activate rune blood. Summon the spirit of war. At this moment, Qin Sheng played all his cards, except that he didn't light the rune paper that Elder Martial Brother 6 gave him. But all means are fragile in the face of absolute strength. At this time Uncle Ning began to fight. He blew out 2 fists, the soft mystery and complexity to the extreme. The corpse dragon is all over the sky. Uncle Ning roared loudly to the sky. Finally, Qin Sheng's fame spread far and wide. The corpse dragon appeared in the sky, a large area of black pressure, making people feel unprecedented suppression. King Jianfeng's slap is as fast as lightning, but Uncle Ning's fist is faster, and it's still double fist. Evil animal. How dare you make a mistake in front of the dean? King Jianfeng sneers. He thinks that Uncle Ning, a mountain-guarding beast of 10,000 prison peaks, is afraid to be so unbridled. However, King Jianfeng is wrong. Uncle Ning not only dares to start, but also shows no mercy. Boom. For a moment, the corpse dragon flying all over the sky, like a meteorite rain, rushed to the Tibetan sword peak head by head. If we say that the strength of a corpse dragon is to be able to compete with that of a powerful man in the cave. So now the corpse dragon in the sky, which is more than 100 corpse dragons, is not the equivalent of hundreds of powerful human beings in the cave environment who are fighting against Tibetan Jianfeng at the same time. King Jianfeng was born as a son of God. His strength and talent were terrible. Therefore, now promoted to Dongshenjing, its combat effectiveness is also far beyond the ordinary Dongshenjing. However, in the face of hundreds of powerful people in the cave, it is absolutely unbearable. Tibetan Sword Peak spits blood. He is like a falling star outside the 9 heavy sky. He hits it heavily, then flies backwards, and rushes out of the sky, exploding into the void. Hua. In the sky, a huge hand is generated out of the sky, and the hidden sword peak is retrieved from the deep of the void crack. Tibetan sword peak is like a puddle of mud. There is no bone in the whole body. If it's not a critical time, the Dean is merciful and turns his hand to retrieve him from the void. Otherwise, there is no doubt that he will die. Uncle Ning glanced at the great figure on the sky coldly, and was very dissatisfied. He stepped out, as if melting ancient martial arts, near the end of the world, and came to the front of the Tibetan sword peak in an instant. His fist was in the air, like the sun burning with the horror flame, exploding the void. Uncle Ning, please spare his life. A hand comes out of the void. It's a golden hand, full of multiplying runes, which makes people blind. The golden hand grabs Uncle Ning's hand, and the blood continuously spurts from the mouth of Qin Sheng. The wound has a horrible rune, which prevents the healing of his wound. Wow! The Dean fell down from the sky and revealed his real body. He was 7 feet tall, with a gold crown on his head and a straight figure. His eyes were as deep as stars. There was an old mark between his eyebrows. It was not a vertical eye, but a mark similar to a weapon, like a knife or a sword. Universal, he calls me evil animal. Uncle Ning squinted at the young man in front of him. Originally day by day the Dean of the Holy Courtyard, His Excellency, is called Huanyu. You should also call me uncle. What is this hidden sword peak? Uncle Ning sneers, this kind of fool, look at the history of the whole day by day Holy Courtyard, much like cattle hair. Uncle Ning is very old, and he is not sure how old he is. He has experienced the rise and fall of the temple day by day. He is indeed the most influential one. Huanyu, I am old. If we don't take the last step, we don't have much time. Uncle Ning sighed, but if someone humiliates me, I'm not afraid of anything. Wen Yen, Huan was shocked at first, then frowned. He felt that Uncle Ning was very powerful. Although he was very old, he had the power of World War I really. Uncle Ning's age is too old. He has existed since the opening of the Holy Palace day by day. All these years have passed. If we change to other human warriors, even the Vientiane realm cannot have such a long life. Even though Ning Shunai is a monster with the blood of a spirit beast, and his lifespan is far longer than that of a human warrior in the same realm, he is about to die. However, Uncle Ning not only did not have the sign that Shou Yuan was about to run out, but raised his hand and suppressed Tibetan Jianfeng. As the Dean of the Sun chasing Holy Academy, Huanyu has the battle power of the sky, and is very clear about the strength of Qin Jianfeng. Although the talent of Tibetan Sword Peak is not the strongest in the same era, it is also the existence of the Peak Master level. It will become the Peak Master of Xiang Peak in a few years. There is no doubt about this, but in front of Uncle Ning, who seems to be dying, the strong at this level have no resistance at all. This is beyond the world's expectation. Huan thought a lot about the long past. Uncle Ning was very powerful, and Wan Gaofeng, the leader of the peak, though his life and death were uncertain, dare not help Xiang Peak too much. Uncle Ning, it's really Jianfeng's fault. The whole world is full of rosy clouds, full of Yuanli in its mouth, and with the sweet smell of Ganoderma lucidum, it turns into a spirit beast like a dragon and a wind. This is the terrible existence of the powerful in the Vientiane environment. Between the utterances, the spirit beast can be changed. The more powerful the Vientiane state is, the more powerful and various spirit beasts can be visualized between breath and breath. Legend has it that some of the king of the phoenix's Vientiane realm is the most powerful. When they flail their wings and shout loudly, they will be able to turn into 100 spirit beasts. This is the most terrifying power. At one command, there will be Lark fighting for it. He also suffered a lot of punishment. I'll let him go to the old battlefield in the Forbidden Area in the north and salvage the warships. I'll punish him for 10 years. President Huan Yu plays Yuancheng Road. This time, Zhang Jianfeng kicked on the steel plate. He thought he could bully Qin Sheng at will. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ning was so strong and so horizontal. Uncle Ning looked at Dean Huan, grinned and said, yes. As soon as Huan heard this, he immediately put down his mind, and Uncle Ning's temperament went crazy. In fact, it's not just Uncle Ning. Anyone who comes from Wangaofeng is crazy. He Tianxing, in particular, fought against him 3 times and 4 times. In fact, Huan Yu and He Tianxing were both candidates for president of the Holy Courtyard day by day, but He Tianxing had no desire for power and refused directly. However, Wangaofeng's students have suffered such a great grievance. Do you want to make up for it? Uncle Ning is a cunning old man. As soon as his voice changes, he says his purpose. The people of Xiangfeng jumped at once. When was Qin Sheng wronged? No lack of arms, no lack of legs. On the contrary, Liu Hong died in Xiang Peak. Zhou Jian and others were severely hit by the pit. They didn't get anything in the test area. However, King Jianfeng, who is responsible for the younger generation, is still trampled by Uncle Ning. Who was humiliated? Well, Ning Shuyi's eyes were shining, very frightening, just like the heaven sword. Those indignant Xiangfeng students lowered their heads and dared not look at them. Their foreheads were sweating and their limbs were shaking. They almost crawled to the ground and made a fool of themselves in public. The golden crown of the whole world trembled slightly, and there was a flash of displeasure between the eyebrows. Few people were able to talk about the conditions in front of him. However, as the only 3 deans of the imperial court of Dian, how deep the city was, in an instant, the unhappiness between the eyebrows disappeared without trace. He cast his eyes on Qin Sheng, who was not far away, with a smile like spring breeze on his handsome face, and said, "You are Qin Sheng?" Qin Sheng meets the president's eyes. Although he is crazy, the most basic etiquette still needs to be done. Qin Sheng bows to salute. Yes, it's a once-in-a-thousand-year-old genius with the posture of Tianzong. President Huan did not praise Qin Sheng's words and asked, "What do you want?" Don't be afraid, even if you say it boldly, as long as it's not too much, our dean will satisfy you. Huan is really excellent. He is worthy of being the ruler of the holy palace of Kowloon. The seemingly gentle means is actually to retreat. Between words, Qin Sheng has been warned several times. His subtext is very simple, which means to let Qin Sheng know something interesting, to calm down, not too much, not to hum. Uncle Ning took a deep look at Huan. He stood in front of Qin Sheng, turned his hand, and took out a paper several meters long from the ring. Ha ha, Qin Sheng is still young and knows what is a treasure. Uncle Ning grinned and said, "Due to the time, I have prepared the compensation before I come." Special, you're ready before you come? Isn't this the man who obviously wants to pit Xiang Peak? Poof. Zhang Jianfeng was pale. He was so angry that his eyebrows lit up the flames. Huan stared at the paper, which was 4 or 5 meters long. His face became more and more gloomy. He said, "So many?" At this time Uncle Ning seemed to be blind. He didn't take the gloom between the brows of President Huan Yu to heart at all. With a smile on his mouth, he said, not many, are common treasures. I believe Xiang Peak, rich and powerful, can handle it easily. Huan didn't answer. He picked up the prepared apology. A vessel with a complete spiritual pattern, a 9-step Danlu, a suit of armor with a complete spiritual pattern and no violence, 3 gene of real dragon blood essence and 10 gene of real phoenix meat. Huan's face became more and more gloomy. He could not help being angry and finally finished reading it. Uncle Ning, this is a little compensation? Huan Yu is biting his teeth, and his eyes are about to spray fire. He also comes from Xiang Peak. Although as the president, he needs to be upright, so he can't help Xiang Peak too much. But Uncle Ning is a little too much. Yes, I don't have a lion to open up. Uncle Ning said with a smile, if it's the same year, this kid can't live 3 breaths. But Dean Huan wants to bargain. Ning Shuzhen shouts, refuses directly, and says, there is no room for bargaining. He humiliated me. Even if I don't kill him, I will fight with him on the stage for life and death. I'm old and can't live for many years, but I still have the power of World War I. It's easy to kill this kind of waste. Uncle Ning gave a cold snort, and a pair of tiger eyes seemed to bloom a lot of light and shadow, and many horrible pictures were generated. Uncle Ning has gone through many terrible battles over the years, and has many achievements. All of a sudden, the atmosphere was tense, and the 4 fields were dead. Shwa. Innumerable hot eyes, all of a sudden dull down, that is the Dean. This Ning uncle even dare to directly threaten. This man of Wan Gaofeng is too arrogant and domineering, isn't he arrogant? I just don't know how to write a word, death. At the moment when the scene was about to get out of control, President Huan, his golden crown was blooming in the sky, saying, okay, very good. Huan took a deep look at Ning Shu and then looked at Qin Sheng. He said, Qin Sheng, these compensations are for you. I hope you don't fail to live up to the cultivation of the holy courtyard day by day, and win glory for our academy someday. Qin Sheng frowned. At this time, let alone Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the 10,000 robbers, the rich experience of life, even a new rookie can hear the anger of President Huan. I will live up to the president's expectations. Qin Sheng smiled. There was no urgency on his clean face, but he was calm. That's the president of the day-to-day sanctuary, the ruler of the Kowloon sanctuary, and the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. In the face of such a strong man, Qin Sheng can still do so calmly. Such a performance is not only astonished by Huan himself, but even surprised by Ning Lao. This is not a thing in the pool. Huan couldn't help but evaluate Qin Sheng. In the end, Huan Yu compromised. In order to calm down, these compensations can only make Xiang Peak bleed. Fortunately, for so many years, Xiang Peak, as the first of the 4 peaks of Xingyuan, has unimaginable resources. Even so, Xiang Feng is also greatly distressed. With the final decision of President Huan Yu, the farce of Longqi meeting also came to an end. There is no doubt that Qin Sheng of Wan Gaofeng is the biggest winner of this conference. Having a chance to baptize in the legend of Jiolong and a compensation list of 5 meters long, this kind of treatment, let alone a new student, even the old saint son and saint daughter of Zhou Mace and Yun Yashuan are envious and hateful. Finally, the Qi of Tibetan Sword Peak fainted, and Zhou Jian and other sages watched Qin Sheng and Ning Lao leave under their hateful eyes. Qin Sheng follows Ning Lao back to Wan Gaofeng. Qin Sheng, what do you have to do with Dali dynasty? Ning Old suddenly asked. Bang! Qin Sheng's heart jerked fiercely. He was frightened and galloped. He looked at Ning Old strangely. Dali dynasty has already become the first dynasty. Many people who were the first dynasty have been wandering in the dark, trying to recover Dali dynasty. This was encircled and suppressed by the Emperor Dian. Once caught, there can be no vitality. All 9 families will be killed. Others don't know, but hasn't Qin Sheng counted in his heart? He is the son-in-law of the first dynasty. If the news gets out, not only will he die, but also his family will be killed. Ning Old indifferent smile, said, I have no malice, the first thing I have heard a lot of past. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, he finally nodded and admitted, saying, Ning Lao, I do have contact with some people from the first dynasty, but I don't have any idea of reviving the first dynasty. Ning Lao tapped his finger, shook his head and said, I don't care if you want to recover the first dynasty. I just want to tell you that the rune you just used can't be reused. If you use it again, it may cause disaster. Maybe most of the strong can't judge the origin of the rune you just used, but if you're not afraid of 10,000, you'll be afraid of it. You'd better be careful. Ning Lao's meaningful persuasion. Qin Sheng nodded and said, I've run out. I'm also driven mad. I have to use the rune paper from the first dynasty. Ning Lao took a deep look at Qin Sheng. He pulled a subtle arc from the corner of his mouth. He has lived for thousands of years. Who hasn't seen him? At a glance, he could see that Qin Sheng was hiding something. However, Ning Lao didn't expose it, because every martial artist, especially those talents who are gifted by nature, has no chance or secret. In the following days, Qin Sheng lived in seclusion at Wangaofeng, refining his body in the daytime, using the blood and flesh of the big demon extorted from Xiang Peak. This time, Xiang Peak was really thanks to Grandma's house. Not only did it kill a real son, but there was no gain in Longqi conference. The worst thing is that they lost a lot of money. The armor and weapons with complete spiritual patterns are invaluable. It's impossible to get it without 180,000 yuan stone. Although a complete holy stripe is not a holy weapon, it is far superior to ordinary runes. The armor is dark green and depicts ancient patterns. There are dragons and snakes flying in the clouds. In the armor, there are also some ancient words. But it's too old, and it's not contemporary at all. Qin Sheng felt that he was full of strength, without any flaws. With the armor on his body, Qin Sheng felt that even in the face of the powerful people in Shenfu, he dared to fight with the powerful people in Shenfu without using the big array. There are also weapons with complete holy stripe, which is a war sword that has become a fossil. Large pieces of holy stripe have peeled off, and only a small piece of complete holy stripe is left. Qin Sheng asked Ning Lao to help him to take away the whole spirit grain from the stone sword and melt it into the dragon-slaying sword. In fact, Qin Sheng smelted the kinds of swords, which should be the right way to use swords. However, there is no suitable sword for the time being. It's easy to use the 40-meter-long dragon-killing knife. Fortunately, Dao Xiao and Jian Xiao are probably connected. If you have a chance in the future, you must try to find the kind of Dao and plant the ancient Dao for yourself. Of course, it's just a fantasy of Qin Sheng. No matter sword or sword, it's extremely rare. Let alone the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Even if you look at the whole north, or even cross the forbidden area in the north, it's hard to find it in the vast and boundless Tianyuan continent. There is no time to practice. It will be a month soon. Qin Sheng was almost able to refine the 4-color rune blood at last. Once the 4-color rune blood was tempered, his body became more horizontal, which was no less than the warrior who had survived the 9 heavy storms and thunder. However, the 4-color rune blood is too difficult. On that day, an emissary sent a message to Qin Sheng to accept the baptism of Kowloon. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, and his face showed 2 points of excitement and expectation. Go. Ning Lao laughed and scolded, Kowloon baptism can be met or not, even some old saints, it is difficult to have a chance to enjoy it. Cherish this opportunity. It's better to directly refine 6-color rune blood. Qin Sheng laughs bitterly. He hasn't hardened the 4-color rune blood. How can he ascend to the sky step by step and refine it to 6-color rune blood? If Qin Sheng can refine 6 colors of rune blood, then the fighting power of the body will be no less than that of the powerful in Shenfu. Even the existence of the sun-level terror in Shenfu can compete with it. Ning Lao's turbid eyes seemed to see Qin Sheng's unbelief, saying, the Kowloon baptism, only through experience can we know its benefits. Also, don't forget your secret code of 10,000 prisons, and the dragon whale fist you control on the stone tablet. The Kowloon baptism is not only to refine the body and soul, it can also refine your kung fu and fist skills. Ning Lao said a lot, saying that Qin Sheng had unprecedented expectations for this Kowloon baptism. After leaving Wan Gaofeng, under the guidance of the emissary, Qin Sheng took the transmission array in the courtyard and soon came to the place where the dragon pool baptism was carried out. Shua. At the moment when Qin Sheng entered the dragon pool, he was locked by several sharp lights. These eyes, sharp as sharp knives, each with a bad look. Zhou Mace, Qin soaring? Qin Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect to meet two people from Xiang Peak in this place. For a moment, Qin Sheng's mind flashed a lot of ideas. What's the matter? How can the people of Xiang Peak be here? Can they still pull the strings and go through the back door? This is the last thought of Qin Sheng. Qin soared to sneer, and his handsome face showed some cynicism, saying, "Can't you think of it? Qin's flying breath is like a rainbow. He is much stronger than a month ago, and Yuanli is much more vigorous." At first, Qin Gaoxiang just went through multiple storms and thunderstorms, but now, when Qin Sheng looks at it, he finds that Qin Gaoxiang's cultivation is really 1,000 li in a day. Through 9 robberies. Qin Gaoxiang only spent a month, he has gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, only a lot of treasures, he can smelt Shenfu. It's too fast. Even a rocket can't go through so many storms and thunderstorms so fast, right? That's a thunderstorm. It's not safe to take pills. Zhou Jian is also sneering. At first, he knew that Qin Gaoxiang had passed the 9 heavy storms and thunderstorms, and he was also very surprised. This is the essence of the royal family, this is the power of the royal family, this is the terror of the royal family. Qin Gaoxiang, as the legitimate son of the first royal family in Dian dynasty, although he didn't perform well in the Longqi conference, he was completely overshadowed by Qin Sheng, who also came from the Qin family. But what does that say? Qin Feixiang only needs to take out the transmitter and let the family strong man send the cultivation treasure, so he can ascend like a rocket. If Qin didn't want to consolidate his accomplishments and experience the legendary baptism of Jiolong, he could even melt the god's palace in one breath. Qin soared to see Qin Sheng's surprised face, and the proud smile on his handsome face became more vigorous. Listen, the minion is only a minion after all. Qin's soaring, cold voice came out, you are just from the edge of the desolate and unremarkable branch, will be my life under the foot. I'm just a simple thing, to take out a transmitter and say a few words about the treasure of cultivation that you can reach through your 9 dead life. Qin Gaoxiang's sense of superiority, he is very arrogant and domineering, but Qin Sheng cannot refute. Because what Qin Feixiang said is true. The world of martial arts is so cruel. Sometimes it's about dad and background. You have to admit that Qin Gaoxiang really has arrogant capital. Qin Sheng had no choice but to get the chance of the baptism of Jiolong just because he had made a lot of pits for the saints of Xiang Peak and Leiyan Peak. And Qin soaring? However, using the family background, we have the same opportunity to accept the baptism of Kowloon as Qin Sheng. This is absolutely unfair. But what can Qin Sheng do? Do you want to fight Qin in public? Qin Sheng is not so stupid. Zhou Jian also jumped out and looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a poor man. I remember you. I hope you will never walk out of the prison peak, because I will beat you once when I see you later. I will not be merciful, and I will not look at what is called face. Zhou Mei's voice measurement showed that there was no cover in the speech, which directly threatened Qin Sheng. If you are wise, you will give us Xiang Feng a mistake and return all the compensation in double. Because it is only through such atonement that you will have the chance to live in the day-to-day sanctuary. Otherwise. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, what else? Haha, it's funny. Zhou Jian was so shocked by Qin Sheng. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was so crazy that he dared to stand up to him. Good, good, good. The son of Zhou Mace was furious and smiled. He threatened, do you think you can get the chance of Kowloon baptism, then you can usher in transformation? Funny, poor, pathetic fellow. Zhou Mace sneered and said, I'm here. Don't think you can get a little power through the Kowloon baptism. What a dead man. At this moment, a cold and piercing voice came. Shua. Qin Sheng, Qin soaring, Zhou Jian can't help but turn around and look at the source of the cold piercing voice. It's a gorgeous woman, a purple and white long dress, which outlines the curve that countless men can't help but marvel at. The talent is gorgeous, swinging the dress. Every step, you can walk out of the green lotus, just like the 9 heavenly Zuan descending from Juchangshan. When Rui comes, she looks at Zhou Jian badly. Zhou Mace met Rui's eyes, and a trace of unhappiness flashed between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, Rui, this is my personal grudge with Qin Sheng. I advise you not to get involved. Rui laughs. She swings her green lotus steps. In the cold, with her earthly temperament, she says, I'll take care of it. If you don't agree, dare to fight with me before the baptism of Kowloon? Such is the awe-inspiring fighting spirit of Yi, the wanton dancing of 3,000 blue silk, and the awe-inspiring fighting spirit of a pair of phoenix eyes. Day by day, the Holy Temple advocates fighting. The war of life and death is a way that conflicts cannot be solved. Only when a contract of life and death is established can it be carried out. The son of Zhou Mace counseled him. In the place of trial, he was already invincible to Rui. How could he dare to fight with him now? Qin Sheng, are you a man, hiding behind a woman? Zhou Mace roars at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's cheeky thief is thick. He doesn't respond to the roar of Zhou Mace's son. He just laughs and hides behind the Saint Rui. Qin Sheng's nose tips moved and he smelled a unique fragrance. Dragon Pool baptism is about to begin. What are you doing? Yuan Huazi came and he looked at Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong discontentedly. This time, the mission of Jiulong baptism was handed over to Yuan Huazi day by day. Now Yuan Huazi has melted the Shenfu and made great progress in cultivation, which is very important for the Holy Palace. Yuan Huazi's face is cold. He glances at 3 people and takes back his eyes. Come with me. Yuan Huazi ordered. Wen Yan, whether it's Zhou Jian or Qin Gaoxiong, they don't speak much anymore, follow Yuan Huazi. Soon, under the leadership of Yuan Huazi, a group of 4 people came to Longqi. The Dragon Pool is in a huge palace deep in the mountain. The winding path here is deep and guarded by heavy soldiers. One by one, the Fuan puppets in the Shenfu area are hidden in the dark. When they detect the approaching of Qin Sheng and others, they immediately flash with the red light of people. There are many large arrays here, no less than those of the 1,000-year-old stone beast's nest, or even too much. Qin Sheng glanced around. The more he knew, the more awe he felt. Yuan Huazi threw out a piece of rune paper and read the old mantra. The mantra was very long and very difficult. Yuan Huazi did not hide it, but read out the mantra loudly in front of the public. Qin Sheng wanted to remember it, but he found that after listening only once, he forgot all about it. What mantra is it that I can't even remember? Qin Sheng's face was surprised and he felt very surprised. He was a master of soul refining who lit up 2 soul stars. He had such a good memory that he could not remember these ancient spells clearly. Qin Sheng thought it was a coincidence, but when he really wanted to remember the old mantra that came out of Yuan Huazi's mouth, he had tried his best and remembered part of it. However, it's very strange that after the 3-breath period, Qin Sheng is like drinking the water of the yellow spring and forgetting all the old incantations he has memorized. Boom. With the last difficult character of Yuan Huazi's old mantra, the whole temple in the deep mountain is shaking violently, and the terrible power is like a volcanic eruption. Qin Sheng felt the oppressive breath. He looked up at the interior of the dark palace, and felt that it was like a huge black hole hiding inside, trying to swallow his soul power. Shwa. For a moment, Qin Sheng felt that there was a pair of blood-red eyes shining, which was fascinating. He felt that the sky turned to the ground, as if he had fallen into endless purgatory. In the palace, there are the most powerful people lying dormant. Qin Sheng took back his eyes at the first time, and did not dare to use the yellow spring fire to explore what was sacred in the dark palace. Yuan Huazi took a look at everyone and said, "This is the Kowloon Hall. It's the first time for you to come here. Don't walk around. There are many prohibitions in it. If you touch it carelessly, it will be swallowed and transmitted to some ectopic surfaces. Some of the outliers have been collapsing frequently, and will blow up the void storm. Even the strong in the cave environment can't last for long." Yuan Huazi gave a warning. Smell speech, everyone's face is dignified, with their strength, very clear the so-called void storm exactly is where the existence of terror. A group of people carefully followed Yuan Huazi into the Kowloon Palace. There are heaven and earth in the Kowloon Palace, and I don't know how many miles I have gone. Even if there are hundreds of miles, Yuan Huazi is the first time to come. He didn't touch those horrible prohibitions according to the map on the jade slips. Finally, they walked carefully for a whole day and night, and came to the deepest part of the Kowloon Palace. Is this the place for the Kowloon baptism? Qin Sheng's eyes were sharp, and he quickly swept the front one. It's very huge here. Metal dragons are spinning on a stone mountain. There were 9 metal dragons, either gold, silver, or red. Kowloon hovers around, forming a lofty mountain peak and a huge lake in the middle. But the lake has dried up. In the middle of the lake, suspended a huge yuan stone. Yuan stone is like a huge meteorite, with a rough surface, but it depicts one after another complete spiritual pattern. That's the holy stripe. A complete holy stripe is precious, not to mention thousands of complete holy stripes. At this time, no matter Qin Sheng or Zhou Jian, they can't help taking a deep breath. Big hand. This is absolutely a complete artifact. The baptism of Jiolong is actually in such a place. Jiolong plays with beads, and that bead is a perfect artifact. Yuan Huazi stood in the air and said, "This is the place for the baptism of Kowloon. It's a very large area. Don't argue with each other. Choose one place for the baptism." Rui. Yuan Huazi suddenly cast his eyes on the only female student here and said with a smile, "You are a nun. You can choose the only stone house. There is a ray coverage in it. No one can peep." Day by day, the holy palace was really thoughtful. It even built a stone house beside the dragon pool. Qin Sheng glances at the stone house. He uses the fire of the spring. The stone house suddenly erupts, the dazzling rune light. Qin Sheng feels his eyes are hot and stinging. Qin Sheng was scared to take back his eyes. Obviously, it's not an ordinary stone house. Let's go. Yuan Huazi said the mantra again. Boom. The dry dragon pond, shaking in an instant, rocked by the earth and mountains, bloomed a dazzling red glow. Me. Soon, the dragon pool overflowed with blood-colored liquid, which was not blood, accompanied by a very strong fragrance. This aroma is very rich, with the supreme breath. As long as you take a sip, you will feel the countless pores are diastolic. Moo. A dragon chant resounds through the sky, with the terrible dragon power. The 9-headed dragon is roaring, loud and deafening. The blood light was all over the sky, and soon it became golden again. The dripping liquid of dragon yuan was atomized. For a moment, the whole mountain peak of Jiolong Opera Bead was full of dragon qi, and everyone seemed to fall into the dragon cave. What a pure dragon power! Qin Sheng exclaimed that he had been baptized in Luyun College. However, compared with the present Jiolong baptism, Ilong baptism is just like the difference between dragon and snake. The gap is too big. What is that? Suddenly, Qin soared with a shrill cry. Shwa. For a moment, everyone looked at the huge bead covered with thousands of complete spiritual patterns, and only saw that bead emit light like the sun and stars, which was not much shocked. The most shocking thing for everyone is that there is a grass on it. This grass is not big, only palm size, but covered with 9 colors, blooming brilliant brilliance. 9 colors, just like 9 dragons interweaved together. Qin Sheng saw the 9-color dragon grass, and his heart suddenly jumped. You are lucky enough to grow the Holy Land road grass. Yuan Huaza is also excited, his eyes flashed 2 hot colors. That's the Holy Land herb. If you let Yuan Huaza eat one, you can plant the mystery of the Holy Land in your body and understand the hard fruit of the so-called Holy Land. Holy Land, that is a great realm above the Vientiane realm. Tongmai, Tonghun, Tongtian, Tongming, Shenfu, Dongtian, Vientiane, Holy Land. Looking at the whole wasteland of the 36 dynasties, Vientiane realm is already the strongest one here, and Holy Land, which is an ethereal existence, except for the forbidden area in the north, the magic dragon wasteland and other Jedi, maybe 1 or 2 will remain. Other estimates are already dead. The Holy Land road grass hides the secret of the road to achieve Holy Land in the grass. As long as it absorbs a trace, it can lay a good foundation for later becoming the strong one of Holy Land. Only through the forbidden area in the north and into the Tianyuan continent can the strong and Holy Land be found. Smell speech, whether it is Zhou Jian or Qin Gaoxiong, or Saint Rui, they are all faces dull and unbelievable. Holy Land Dao grass, it's a legendary spirit. Even the horrible Jedi in the North Forbidden area are rarely found. As the holy son and daughter, Qin Gaoxiong, as the legitimate son of the first royal family of Dian dynasty, has a high level of experience. Naturally, they are very aware of the precious and terrible of the Holy Land road grass. Mine, all mine. Zhou Mei's face is red and his neck is thick. His eyes are red. He has a fierce battle spirit. He is bound to get this Holy Land herb. Qin Feixiong is indifferent. He knows the treasure of the Holy Land road grass, which even their clan leader can't buy. That's the Holy Land road grass. Even the most powerful people in Vientiane are crazy. They want to be jealous. Who is so stupid to sell it? This opportunity can be met but can't be asked. It's necessary for me to get Qin's flying momentum. From then on, it will soar to the sky. Qin soars to kill the meaning, awe-inspiring, who blocks me, who becomes the foot of the enemy soul. Qin Sheng also wanted to try. At first, he didn't expect a lot of baptism in Kowloon. At most, he wanted to refine his body and soul. But he didn't expect to have the Holy Land road grass. No wonder Uncle Ning said that he had the chance to refine 6-color rune blood. It seems that Uncle Ning already knew a lot in advance. Qin Sheng suddenly thought of the conversation between Uncle Ning and him before he left. Shwa. 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 Zhou Jian, Qin Gaoxiong and Rui burst into the dragon pool. Hula. The dragon pool splashed with brilliant light and strong dragon spirit. Qin Sheng, get away from me if you are smart. All of a sudden, there was a cold voice, accompanied by the cold and piercing chill. It's Zhou Jian, who warns Qin Sheng. He stands in the air and looks like he's on top. Ha ha, don't waste time. If you have us, don't touch that sacred grass. At this time, Qin soared close to Qin Sheng, said with bad intention. There was no politeness in their voice test, just to disgust Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng frowned and said, get out of the way. Qin Gaoxiong doesn't care about Qin Sheng at all. He knows that there is no fighting here. If anyone dares to fight, he will be blown out of the Kowloon Palace. Go away. At this time a clear voice of a woman exploded. With a puff, Qin soared and fell on the dragon pond, becoming a drowning dog. The coming one is just like a saint. Like a pair of phoenix eyes sharp as a knife, Saint Yi's eyebrows are shining brightly, illuminating the four fields. She is fiercely fighting, blocking Qin Sheng's body and never retreating. Zhou Mei's eyebrow flashed a faint sting and said, "This stupid woman has fought against me 3 times and 4 times. It's true that the clay man has 3 points of fire." Zhou Mei clenched his fists. He really wanted to blow the stupid woman like E. However, when the son of Zhou Mei thought of the holy stripe controlled by Rui in the place of trial, and its horrible combat power, he was a little bit frustrated. Besides, it's not worth fighting here if the array of Jiulong Hall is activated and blown out. This time, the reason why Zhou Jian was able to enter the Jiulong Hall for a Jiulong baptism was that he had consumed some great human feelings and the inner anger of Tibetan Jianfeng. He wanted to cultivate Zhou Jian and completely suppress Qin Sheng. With the holy daughter of Rui standing out for Qin Sheng, Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong look at each other and take back their eyes. What's not planted, is it a man? Only hiding behind women. Zhou Jian sneers and leaves such a cruel remark that he wants to leave. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng stops them. Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong look back impatiently and look at Qin Sheng suspiciously. Qin Sheng squinted and said with a smile, "You know me the first day? What an idiot. Do you think I will be frightened by your so-called cruel words? Don't forget, I'm from the magic dragon wasteland. Have you seen anything? I'm scared." Qin Sheng took a deep look at them and sneered at them. "To be honest, I didn't put your 2 wastes in my eyes at all. Waste is waste. Even if you are by my side, it will not affect my acceptance of Kowloon baptism." Qin Sheng is very confident. Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong are furious, and a rage is burning in their chest. Is it? I'm afraid you're going to cry without tears. The son of Zhou Mei gnawed his teeth. He really wanted to slap Qin Sheng to death. Zhou Jian believes that although Qin Sheng has super array talent, he has absolutely no such ability to tamper with the array of Jiulong Hall. Without the help of array, Qin Sheng is like a tiger without sharp teeth. He doesn't worry at all. It's just a minion who can connect with the heaven. Even though he has made great achievements in physical cultivation, he is different from his Zhou Mei in 2 big realms. Zhou Mei is confident that he can slap Qin Sheng to death. Would you like a bet? Qin Sheng's mouth pulled out a joking arc. Let's see who absorbs more dragon power. Wen Yan, Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong look at each other. Are you sure? Zhou Jian sneers. Qin Gaoxiong has just passed through the 9 storms and thunderstorms. He only needs to go through the baptism of Jiulong and return to the royal family to directly melt the god's mansion. But his Zhou Mei melted Shinfu for a long time. The strength of the 2 together can easily suppress this Qin Sheng. If they fail, they will buy a piece of tofu and crash themselves. It's not a level at all. What are you betting on? Qin soared and sneered. Qin Sheng pointed to the shaking Holy Land road grass on the bead covered with thousands of complete holy lines. Bet on that sacred grass. Qin Sheng said, divide it into 4 parts. If you lose, go away. Don't think about that Holy Land road grass. She looks surprised, but Qin Sheng fights with Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong. In her opinion, Qin Sheng is too impulsive. It's holy land and Taoist grass. It's so precious that even the most powerful people in the Vientiane environment will be jealous. How in Qin Sheng's eyes, just like a common grass? Qin Sheng, don't be impulsive. Such is the good words of Saint Yi. Qin Sheng shakes his head. He is very firm in his eyes. He just wants to hit them again. Fairies, I have my own discretion. Believe me. When it's done, I'll divide you in half. Qin Sheng knew the good intentions of Rui's daughter, so he spread the message and explained. When hearing this, Sandy was shocked. She wanted to persuade her again, but Qin Sheng's will was very firm. It was estimated that 9 dragons would not come back. If you want to die, we will fulfill you. Zhou Jian smiled coldly and agreed. Qin soared in the sky and said, you can set up a soul pact with us if you don't have the strength to speak. Of course. Qin Sheng forces out a drop of soul blood and makes a soul pact with Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong. No one can change the creation of soul covenant unless someone risks the extinction of the spirit. Ha ha, it's really self-inflicted. You can't live. The son of Zhou Mei sneered. Qin Feixiang is full of stings in his eyebrows. He said, minions are minions. The Holy Land Taoist grass is also used as gambling money. It's really an idiot. Give up, this unprecedented opportunity is doomed to be lost with you. Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong are very proud of each other. In their opinion, Qin Sheng will surely lose. They have already bought all the information about Qin Sheng. They are mainly in physical cultivation, supplemented by martial arts, and know how to make pills. In the same realm, maybe Qin Sheng is really invincible. However, in the face of Zhou Mei's son and Qin soaring, Qin Sheng has no chance to win. At this time, Qin Sheng's clean and handsome face, with a sneer, pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth, secretly said, who is an idiot, who will cry later? Boom! Qin Gaoxiong took the lead in starting. With a roar, he activated the whole body's Yuan Mai, a Xingjie Yuan Mai, and the other 8 Yuan Mai were all Tianjie Yuan Mai. Qin soars all over the body to shine, he didn't leave his hand, directly activated the soul of war, the soul light is all over the sky, just like a dragon descendant, crazy to absorb the power of the dragon. Boom! The momentum of Zhou Mei's son is even greater. His eyes are shining substantively, and a virtual image of an ape appears on his back. He slaps his chest wildly. Without slapping, he absorbs a lot of dragon power. They are like the golden black on the sky, which is burning hot. In a moment, they evaporate a large area of Longyuanjing. Is this the terror of Tongjiuji and Shenfu? The water level in the dragon pond decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Qin Sheng sneered and whispered, it's really weak. Look at me. Qin Sheng looks up to the sky and roars like a dragon or a whale. His body expands several times in a moment, just like a giant. It's terrible. Suck. Qin Sheng's dragon power. It hurts. Long Yuanli is very pure, but it also has a strong nature. A drop of Long Yuanli can make a martial artist who knows the sky wash his muscles and cut his marrow. The 2 holy level Yuan Mai, which were dormant in Qin Sheng's body, burst out in an instant, just like 2 golden dragons, blooming dazzling Cabernet. It completely overshadowed the brilliance of Zhou Jianxingzi and Qin Gaoxiong. At the same time, Qin Sheng didn't keep his hand. He activated the 3-color rune blood in his body. Fushue and Long Yuanli blend in some, the reaction, earth-shaking. Boom! Qin Sheng felt that his viscera would boil and his pores would burst into flames. It hurts. Qin Sheng could not help but gnash his teeth and roar like a wounded beast. Refining the body is like crushing the flesh and blood completely, and then growing up. This process is like going through 18 layers of hell. A lot of impurities are discharged, accompanied by a very bad smell. Qin Sheng's body has smelted 3-color rune blood, but he can smelt black impurities. It can be imagined how strong the refining ability of Long Yuanli is. It's impossible. How can these minions absorb so much dragon power? Qin soars to bite a tooth, he is also experiencing the baptism of Long Yuanli, is also suffering from the great pain of non-human. How could this happen? Zhou Mei's son is also stunned. He doesn't believe everything between his eyebrows. Qin Sheng's absorption of Long Yuan's power is amazing, no less than the two of them. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Is that right? The frog at the bottom of the well is the frog at the bottom of the well. Nothing is impossible in this era. No doubt you will lose." Qin Sheng roared. He felt like he was going to explode. He gave a blow. Boom. Longjing boxing, it's a boxing handed from Qing on the ancient steel excavated from the deepest part of the forbidden area in the north. Qin Sheng needed the boxing even in the process of washing the tendons and cutting the marrow? Is that too unreasonable? It's death. Qin Gaoxiang shouted, "Field work is field work. There are no rules and no foundation for inheritance. In the process of muscle washing and pith cutting, I dare to mix fist techniques like this. He will be possessed by the devil and explode himself." Moo. Roar. A dragon chant, a whale roar, gushed out of Qin Sheng's mouth, a dragon, a whale, from Qin Sheng's back to bloom a huge shadow. When the dragon swallows the whale, Qin Sheng's frequency of absorbing the dragon's strength suddenly increases several times. Zhou Mei is stupid. Qin is petrified. We have to work hard too. Zhou Mei clenched his teeth. Smell speech, Qin soars to nod his head, bet, but a holy land road grass, he doesn't want to lose. Zhou Mei and Qin soaring, two people all used the strength of sucking, but the frequency of absorbing the strength of Long Yuan still cannot surpass Qin Sheng. You're going to lose. Qin Sheng was red all over, his skin was all torn by the fiery Long Yuanli countless times, and then repaired. Constant damage, constant repair, experience this kind of sharp pain. Not good enough. Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity, which made him red, Kuanping fist. The world has Kuan, do not know how long, the world has Peng, do not know how fast. Boom. Who will fight with Kuanping? The whole dragon pool boils, and the 9-dragon hall resonates. Countless array runes are lit, even hidden in many dangerous and secret places. Long Yuanli decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon dried up, while Qin Sheng expanded like a giant. You lost. Qin Sheng said coldly. Bang. Zhou Mei was paralyzed and his soul was exhausted. I don't believe it. How can you win me? Qin Feixiang is flying around, and he doesn't want to accept the reality of losing. Deacon, he cheated. I order you to catch him right away, and then torture him for confession. Qin soaring handsome face abnormal distortion, his eyes red, almost madness. From his birth, he was destined to be the most dazzling star in the sky, illuminating the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties. However, until he met Qin Sheng. In the eyes of the Qin dynasty, the disciples of the Wudla's branch from the edge of the wasteland, as well as the humble ants, could be able to compete with him. But the reality is that Qin Gaoxiang has been hit the most in his life since he met Qin Sheng. Admission examination, he lost. Dragon Pool Conference, he lost. Now the Kowloon baptism, he is a failure. It's just one defeat and then one defeat. Qin Gaoxiang's frown became more and more fierce, and his eyes were blacked. He looked up and roared, just like an angry demon, at Yuan Huazi. Yuan Huazi's face is cold, his eyebrows are shining brilliantly, his hair is drifting with the wind, his robe is hunting with the terrible Yuan force fluctuation. What's the relationship between you and me? As long as you don't fight, I don't care who wins or loses the bet between you. Yuan Huazi did not hesitate to reject Qin Gaoxiang's demands with an imperative tone. Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiang want to cry without tears. Although they are reluctant to accept the truth, they lose. Go away. Qin Sheng's eyes are like electricity and his momentum is like a rainbow. He appears in front of Qin, soaring like a ghost, with long legs. His hands beat Qin soaring on the shoulder, between the lightning and flint, and push hard. Bang! Qin soared all over the body, shining. He had a high-level armor to protect him and exploded the light. However, he was pushed away by Qin Sheng, who suddenly burst up. Qin soared upside down, fell a shit, and his face was covered with mud. Qin soared in confusion. He was very embarrassed. He looked up and stared at Qin Sheng fiercely. He wanted to storm Qin Sheng and kill him at all costs. "I want you to die." Qin soared and roared loudly. He wanted to split his canthus. His anger rubbed against his head. He almost burned all his hair to ashes. Only when there was a real anger burning could it lead to such a terrible scene. "You too." Qin Sheng ignores the angry Qin soaring, grabs Zhou's mace with his bare hands, and throws it out of the dragon pond like garbage. Zhou mace is also suddenly distracted, otherwise it can't be so easily mastered by Qin Sheng. Boom! Yuan Huazi waved his hand and tried to intervene Zhou mace and Qin Gaoxiang, who were in a state of collapse. "Ah! It hurts. It's killing me." Before Yuan Huazi intervened, Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiang suddenly hugged their heads and screamed. They knelt on the ground directly and rolled all over the ground. They were in pain and died. In the dragon pool, Qin Sheng looks cold and sarcastic, as if looking at Zhou Jian and Qin soaring like idiots. "I said, are you stupid? The gambling fight between us has made a soul pact. Young people, don't be blinded by the anger of hatred. You'd better think about it. Breaking the covenant will annihilate the spirit. There's no chance to fall into reincarnation." Qin Shenghuiyan counsels, as if with two people is decades of good friends, to them. Poof! Poof! Zhou mace and Qin soared in anger, spitting blood. They are very unwilling, gasping for breath, staring at the road grass shining on the dragon ball and sending out the Holy Land breath. "I don't want to. I regret it." Finally, the two gifted students at the level of Son of God roared up to the sky, and then their eyes went black and fainted. This is the real anger attack. That's the Holy Land road grass. Even the most powerful people at the Vientiane level want to covet it. No matter Zhou Jian or Qin soaring, their fighting power is only between the Shenfu realm. If they can melt a Holy Land road grass in this realm, their talent and potential will be greatly improved. Perhaps, in the distant future, they will take the last step to become a Holy Land strongman. Unfortunately, because of a gambling agreement, all this will disappear. It's a great chance for them to lose their hand when they die. After sending away the two dregs of Qin Sheng and Rui Holy Daughter Long Yuanli through the back door, Qin Sheng sank into the mind, refining the body and soul with all his heart. It hurts so much. It feels like 1,000 cuts. Qin Sheng was biting his teeth, but he took a breath of cool air and roared. It was too painful. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Sheng was holding his head, and his eyes were red with blood. His spirit explodes, turns into a group of soul fog, soul power into a group of dragon, and then quickly condenses into a soul crystal. If the hardening on the body is first broken and then standing, Qin Sheng can still bear it by gritting his teeth, but the grinding on the spirit is really deep soul-like pain. Boom! Qin Sheng strikes with a heavy hammer, with Kuanping left fist and Longjing right fist. The combination of the two fists can produce some resonance. On the back of Qin Sheng, there are Kuan group roaming, ROC flying, dragon roaring, whales spewing. 4 kinds of beasts resonated with each other, which instantly improved Qin Sheng's momentum. His eyes were like electricity, and his momentum was like a storm. After 3 breaths, his momentum was no less than that of a real powerful Shenfu. Of course, it's only the one who can rival the powerful Shenfu state in momentum. Qin Sheng is far behind in strength. Click. Qin Sheng's soul crystal bursts again and becomes a soul fog. It absorbs the dragon's power crazily, and then condenses again, making the soul crystal more solid. Qin Sheng's momentum rose again, and finally a buzz lit up the third soul star over the sea of spirits. Life Soul 3 stars. Qin Sheng's face was excited. He wanted to fly high and roar to the sky. The Kowloon baptism was really magical. It could not only refine the body, but also the spirit. After 2 explosions and condensation, his spirit has undergone earth-shaking changes, lighting up the third soul star. With the improvement of soul power, Qin Sheng can easily arrange 7 levels of array, and even achieve the state of instant terror. The 7-level array has been able to suppress a strong man in the early stage of Shinfu. Such as the charming eyes of Saint Yi, blooming with different colors, she is very sharp, she can feel the spiritual strength of Qin Sheng. 3 stars of life and soul? Rui murmured, it's 1 star higher than me. No wonder you can tamper with the array. You're good at it. At this time, Rui's holy daughter also absorbed Long Yuanli almost, and her body also excluded a large amount of black impurities. It's like a phoenix crown and a jade crown. There's a delicate rune twinkling between the eyebrows. You can see it's not ordinary. Its green and white fingers are twined with the holy lines that satisfy the dragon's strength. This is a complete ancient holy stripe. In the place of trial, it has suffered a lot from the stone beasts for thousands of years. It has withered a little. I didn't expect that it now shines with its light and emits a terrifying momentum. It's like an immortal phoenix that has been dormant for many years and will wake up. For example, the skin of Sainty is whiter, and she has even refined rune blood, but only a single golden color. She doesn't pay much attention to physical training, but mainly hopes to make breakthroughs in martial arts. Holy Land Road Grass, you and I are half alone. Qin Sheng grins, takes the sacred region road grass off, then forcibly breaks it, and divides half of the sacred region road grass to Rui. Hearing this, Rui's heart beat faster. Looking at Qin Sheng, Rui said, you don't have to. You can divide me by a quarter. That's the Holy Land Dao grass. There's no doubt that it's precious. Even if it's Rui, she didn't expect that Qin Sheng really gave her half. This is definitely a big gift. Qin Sheng's eyes were firm, and he said with a smile, a big husband should believe what he says, or he will be a man. Qin Sheng's words have an indisputable tone. He shoves half of the Holy Land grass into the hands of Rui. How can this Holy Land herb be used to maximize its effect? Qin Sheng looks at half of the Holy Land road grass on his palm. Holy Land road grass sends out the breath of saints, like rolling wolf smoke, which is very dazzling and has a horrible smell. Cut the stewed dragon meat? It seems a bit wasteful. To make wine? I can't wait. Melting to make pills? My alchemy is almost on fire. If there is a furnace of waste alchemy, I will not lose a lot. Qin Sheng's face was tangled. He couldn't make up his mind for a while. Forget it, just eat it. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and chucked half of the Holy Land road grass into his mouth, chewing it vigorously. With a loud bang, Qin Sheng's mouth spurts out golden light, just like a rainbow, which is so gorgeous that people pay attention to it. Qin Sheng quickly covers his mouth, but the golden light is still coming out of countless pores all over his body. This time, Qin Sheng didn't feel severe pain. His body was constantly being repaired and killed for a long time. Qin Sheng still had many dark injuries on his body. Qin Sheng's whole body is full of the breath of saints. He is changing and his body is shooting out all kinds of colors. In the end, Qin Sheng changed. Red-orange, red-green, yellow and purple, 6 kinds of rune blood are generated in Qin Sheng's body. I made it. Qin Sheng roared loudly, clenched his fists, 6 colors of blood. I did it at last. Qin Sheng felt more powerful than ever. His eyes were all painted with a layer of color. His whole body was crystal like a piece of art. With a bang, he shot at Yuanhui's from the dragon pool. "Brother Yuan, try my strength." Qin Sheng's fist went out. Qin Sheng's fist didn't use any fist techniques or martial arts. He blew out 6 colors in one fist. Good. Yuanhuaza laughs loudly and splits his hand. He has a good relationship with Qin Sheng and is willing to compete with him. With one fist and one palm under the eyes of Rui Saint, they collided heavily. Boom! A huge shockwave is generated, which can be seen by the naked eye, and the mat is rolled in all directions. The Jiulong Hall was suddenly rioted, and the violent array group was created. Many metal puppets were shot in an instant. Their eyes were bright and bloody, with the meaning of horrible killing. Fortunately, Yuanhuaza has keepsakes. These powerful metal puppets did not come. "Brother Qin Sheng, your strength has been improved so much?" Yuanhuaza's palm felt a tear-like pain. He looked down at his palm and it turned red, almost tearing it. Just a palm, although Yuanhuaza didn't try his best and left 3 parts of his hand, he didn't shake Qin Sheng, but his palm was red and there was a sharp tearing pain. The power of Yuanhuaza's free hand is no less than that of an ordinary powerful man in Shenfu. Qin Sheng nodded hard. There was a smile on Junlan's face. He raised his arms and shouted, 6 colors of rune blood, I finally did it. At this time, Qin Sheng felt that he had never been stronger. His heart was as strong as a dragon, and his strength was as strong as a kunlong. He felt that if he used Kuanping boxing or Longjing boxing, he would even be able to crack down on some light enemies in Shenfu. 6-color rune blood, is this the power of 6-color rune blood? Qin Sheng felt that in the dreamland, the body cultivator was too powerful. It was just melting 6 colors of rune blood, and he could be comparable to the strong one in Shenfu. If I meet Qin soaring again, I feel that I can suppress him with one punch. Qin Sheng mumbles to himself. Qin Gaoxiong has survived 9 storms and thunderstorms. He is also the first royal son of Dian dynasty. He has a terrible talent of once in 500 years. His combat power is estimated to be comparable to the ordinary strong ones in Shenfu, and even to be able to defeat some weak ones. Now Qin Sheng has melted 6 colors of rune blood. He is confident that he can suppress Qin soaring with his hands raised. It's too hard to practice, but when it comes to a certain degree, it can really sweep the existence of the same realm. At the end of the baptism in Kowloon, many disciples of the day-by-day sanctuary were talking about it, especially in the day-by-day building. Tut, I heard that this time, the legendary baptism of Jiulong, the son of Zhou Mace of Xiang Peak and Qin Gaoxiong, the legitimate son of Qin family, were specially approved to participate in the baptism of Jiulong. It's ugly, isn't it? Didn't they lose to a new student named Qin Sheng at the Longqi conference? Well, you don't understand. There is a place where there are people in the Jianghu. What's more, it's a holy courtyard day by day. What's so amazing about the back door? It's estimated that Qin Sheng is mad with rage. He has spent his whole life to get a chance of Jiulong baptism. Zhou Jian and Qin Gaoxiong only need to move their mouths and pull up the relationship. Shoo, don't say it. It's taboo. In case the law enforcer hears it, be careful to expel you from the hospital. In the day-by-day building, many students of the day-by-day sanctuary are whispering. However, the real inside of the Kowloon baptism is only known by the parties. All of a sudden, every day, the building is quiet. A group of students who are just talking are lowering their heads and dare not speak more. It's true that we can't talk about people during the day and ghosts at night. As soon as we talk about Cao Cao, he will arrive. Zhou Jian and Qin Soar, 2 people in a group of Xiang Feng gold students, swarmed into the day-by-day building. Seeing the arrival of the two people, the students all forbidden, and at the same time, they avoided a channel. A group of people rushed in, glanced at them coldly, and then entered a huge box. Bang! As soon as Qin Sheng sat down, he slapped the table violently. It was made of building wood. With a variety of runes, it was also shocked by his great power under his anger. You can imagine how angry he was at this moment. Although Kowloon baptism has passed so many days, has been close to a month. However, throughout the day-to-day sanctuary, the Kowloon baptism is still the talk of many students. Many students are talking freely. Some people despise Qin Sheng and Zhou Mace for their inability to deal with an ant like all Sky Warrior. Some people admire and marvel at their background. Mingming Dragon Pool Congress has lost in a mess, and even has the chance to make an exception. Since this month, many students have sent congratulations to the two. Congratulations on Qin Sheng's return from the baptism of Zhou Mace and Jiolong. Let's go one step further. But is that the case? Whether it is Zhou Jian or Qin Sheng, they spent a lot of manpower and material resources and consumed a lot of human cards for this Kowloon baptism, so as to promote the opportunity of this Kowloon baptism. What makes Zhou Jian and Qin soar in despair is that the opportunity of Jiolong baptism, which cost so much, was destroyed by Qin Sheng's killing thousands of swords. They didn't absorb much Long Yuanli at all, and even the Holy Land Road grass coveted by the Vientiane and the powerful was blown out of the Jiolong temple without touching it. Bang! Zhou Mace also beat the table hard. The hard wooden rune table finally couldn't bear the pressure of two peerless talents and broke into several large pieces. I can't swallow this complaint. Zhou Mace's face is overcast and stinging. He can drip water. Qin Sheng also complained, in a few days, I will leave the Holy Palace for a period of time to attend the birthday feast of the 1,000 Marquis. 1,000 princes? After all these years, it seems that he hasn't reached the cave state yet. When Zhou Jian heard this, he was puzzled. This 1,000 princes are just princes in charge of the prison. In fact, their power is not so strong, let alone the Dongshenjing, and even some powerful people in the Shenfu cannot be compared with each other. Qin Sheng sneered and said, that's just the surface. The Marquis Qianzong has a layer of identity. He is a palace alchemist, and has great abilities. When Zhou Mace heard this, he understood that Qianzong Marquis was a palace alchemist. Every alchemist has a large group of followers around him. In particular, the powerful palace alchemist will be followed by many peerless and powerful people. A pill may bring the dead back to life. At that time, my elders will also attend the birthday party. Qin Feixiang seemed to say with deep meaning, at that time, I will tell the elder the news that Qin Sheng melted the Holy Land Taoist grass. How can a good thing like Xingyu Daochao be enjoyed by an ant in the sky? There should be a lot of worried elders in our family who have to take risks as the time comes. Wen Yan, the face of the son of Zhou Mace is changing. He looks suspicious and says, what do you mean? Qin Sheng's voice test said, you say, when I tell the news to those elders, what will happen to Qin Sheng? The son of Zhou Mace was stunned first, then he finally smiled. Some martial artists who are about to die in the end of their lives, if there is an ant-like martial artist who devours a sacred path grass, those crazy people will definitely catch Qin Sheng like crazy. Then, by all kinds of cruel means, the Holy Land and Taoism grass in Qin Sheng's body was refined. Although Qin Sheng has digested most of the Holy Land grass, its essence is still in Qin Sheng's body. If through some ancient methods, you can still boil out some of the components of the Holy Land Road grass. That's the Holy Land Road grass. Even the most powerful people in Vientiane are moved, not to mention the powerful people in Shenfu. Especially those old monsters, whose hearts are black, are dying. What can't they do to survive? As long as they absorb a wisp, even the rarefied Holy Land road grass, and integrate the Holy Land fragments, they can easily make a big breakthrough and be promoted to the cave. It's a bad idea with deadly appeal. Qin soaring is really bad to the bone, but Zhou Jian likes it. In order to take this breath, in order to strangle Qin Sheng in the cradle, what can Qin Gaoxiang do? Wan Gaofeng, the round and round Wu Dade has come to eat again. He got the keepsake and was able to go in and out of 10,000 prison peaks at will. 6 Elder Martial Brother, have you had breakfast? Cried Wu Dade's asshole. 6 Elder Martial Brother is also round and round. He has a pig knife and doesn't know what big demon meat he is cutting. He pulls up his sleeves. Although he is powerful, he doesn't play any big cards in front of such a small generation as Wu Dade. I'm doing it, Dade. Come and help me cut firewood. We'll eat together later. 6 Elder Martial Brother gave an order. Good. Wu Dade drives a light and familiar road, picks up a firewood cutter, and his eyes become sharp as a knife in an instant. If you think it's just a black ordinary woodcutter, it's a big mistake. Because Wu Dade thought so, but when he helped to cut firewood on the first day, he couldn't even mention the chopper. Are you kidding me? Wu Dade, no matter how weak he is also a warrior who has gone through multiple storms. How can he not lift a small firewood cutter? Sorry, Wu Dade couldn't really mention it at first. It's a funerary object excavated from an ancient tomb in the Forbidden Area in the north. It's estimated that it's more than 100,000 years ago, and it's far away from the era of the Emperor of 10,000 robbers. The firewood cutter left over from that era has experienced a long history, which can prove that it is not a common thing. From the beginning, Wu Dade couldn't lift the woodcutter, and now he can cut firewood easily. He has paid a lot of blood and tears, and also cooperated with the magic saber technique taught by the 6th Elder Martial Brother. 9 knives for cutting wood. What a cliché name. It's estimated that Elder Martial Brother Lu picked up his name at will. After cutting firewood, Wu Dade was so tired that he could swallow a tiger hungry. Little brother, come out for breakfast. 6 Elder Martial Brothers said hello. Qin Sheng came out, smelling the delicious stew, and his hungry limbs were soft. Come here, younger Martial Brother. You should eat more. Look at you. What are you looking like? Elder Martial Brother 6 took out a dragon leg. The rune was in full bloom. It was radiant and colorful. The golden oil was dripping. Every drop of oil gave off a fatal and attractive fragrance to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng took the dragon leg and ate it. Qin Shenglian has become a 6-color rune blood. His combat power has been guaranteed several times. Even the stone tablet is no less than the ordinary martial artist's in Shenfu. Such earth-shaking changes need to consume a lot of energy. Soon, Qin Sheng gobbled down a long leg with thick and thin arms, and then tore the wings of the big demon with phoenix blood. 6 Elder Martial Brothers' cooking skill is very good. He roasts the outside and inside of the outside with a thin wing of phoenixes and born big demon. The barbecue is melted at the entrance and turns into a mass of pure energy, which is not greasy at all. The food during this period was very good, but Qin Sheng's demand was greater. For 1 month in a row, he ate up Wang Gaofeng's stock. Finally, 6 Elder Martial Brothers left. He was going to leave the holy courtyard day by day to replenish his stock. With the departure of the 6th senior brother, Wu Dade also wiped his mouth and said seriously, Qin Sheng, your father's business is a bit of an eyebrow. Smell speech. Qin Sheng suddenly put down the dragon leg in the hand, eyes bloomed to luster, ask, how? These days, Qin Sheng has asked Wu Dade to use the power of his family intelligence to find the best way to save his father, Qin Zhongtian. It's been a few months, and now it's finally there. What crime did your father commit in those years? It's too long ago, and it's said that it involves some big secrets, so it's hard to find out. Wu Dade said, the strong man who was involved in the arrest of your father died and disappeared. I've been through a lot of hard work to get in touch with the man who imprisoned your father and is now in charge of the prison. Wu Dade said a lot, and finally came to the point. Who is it? Qin Sheng took a deep breath and asked earnestly. Wu Dade said, the powerful of the Ho nationality, Qianzong. Qianzong? Qin Sheng was puzzled. He didn't seem to have heard of this person. Looking at the whole imperial dynasty of Dian, how many marquises? Qin Sheng had never heard of a marquis named Qianzong. Wu Dade said, Qianzong was very low-key. He was a palace alchemist many years ago. He had a high position and was also in charge of the prison. Qin Sheng, this man is very secretive and doesn't have much family background, but he can make a place in the Dian dynasty. From this point of view alone, it's absolutely impossible for ordinary people to do it. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded. There were so many alchemists in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, especially those senior alchemists, who had a very strange temper. The low-key alchemists were not very strange. In a few days, it will be Qianzong's 300-year-old birthday. He will hold a birthday party in the capital of Dian. Wu Dade said mysteriously, at that time, you just need to send the birthday gift, and then say what you want, and let him let Uncle Qin go. I don't think it's too difficult. In Wu Dade's opinion, although Qin Zhongtian is very talented and left many legends in Lingxiao Holy Palace, he is still only a martial artist who can pass 9 robbers. His strength is not very strong at all. For the warrior who has gone through the 9 storm and thunder, in the Dian dynasty, if you throw a brick, you can hit thousands. It's not a joke to walk all over the street. Buzzing. Wu Dade smiled, turned his hand and took out a gold stamping invitation from the ring. This invitation is only a slap in the hand. It depicts the dragon and phoenix on the surface. It's lifelike. Its eyes are full of gods. At a glance, it's like being stared at by 2 big beasts. It's very frightening. Qin Sheng, here you are. Wu Dade threw the invitation to Qin Sheng and said, I used all my cards to get an invitation. If you don't have an invitation, don't say to send a birthday gift to Qianzong. It's hard to enter his residence. Qin Sheng took over the heavy gold stamping invitation. He clapped his shoulder heavily and said, Wu Dade, I owe you a favor. Well, don't say so much. You've helped me a lot. Prepare for the birthday ceremony well. I don't think the general birthday ceremony can be seen by Qianzong. Wu Dade got a promotion. Smell words, Qin Sheng also nodded. Who is Qianzong, palace alchemist? What can he lack? Metacrystal? As long as he can make alchemy, he himself is a gold mine, with a crystal that can never be mined out. Rune? No matter how powerful a rune is, there is a price after all. As long as you can afford the price, it is not impossible to buy a 9-level rune. Of course, the 9th level rune, a kind of powerful rune, is hard to meet once a year with its price and market. Beauty? What a joke. How can the palace alchemist lack women? As long as he moves his fingers, those women who want to beg him for alchemy, just like a wagging tail dog, wag their head and tail at him. In the next few days, Qin Sheng was preparing his birthday present. In the end, Qin Sheng was about to leave the sun-chasing Holy Palace. He stepped on the transmission array. Boom. The transmission array erupted a huge white light, endless runes interweaved together, drowning Qin Sheng. When the white light disappears, Qin Sheng disappears into the secret place. At the same time, not far away from the transmission array, someone came close to him. He had a pair of stinging eyes, which made people shiver. If Qin Sheng is present at this time, he will definitely recognize such a sinister person at a glance. He is among the top 10 sages in the Holy Palace day by day, the top 3 sages of Zhou Mace. After offending so many people, do you really dare to leave the secret place of the Holy Palace? Zhou Mace's eyes were cold, and his mouth pulled out a cold curve. He silently took out the transmitter and sent this important information to Qin Sheng. A sense of weightlessness came into being, which made Qin Sheng feel earth shaking. However, with Qin Sheng's strength soaring, this feeling was much weaker than when he first came to the secret place of sun-chasing Holy Palace. Once the practice reaches the cave, there will be no suffering at all. Finally back to Dian capital. Qin Sheng stood on that large transmission array, overlooking the huge capital. The capital of the emperor is magnificent and golden. There are as many mansions built here as there are stars in the sky. Various and gorgeous. It's just too brilliant. Qin Sheng sighed for a moment, and rushed to Qianzong's mansion. The mansion is dark green, made of expensive runes. It's very vast. There are hundreds of miles of things. It's resplendent. I don't know how much bigger it is than the house I bought a few days ago. The house price of Dian capital is very high. If you can have such a huge mansion here, you will be absolutely rich. Such a mansion is worth a subsidiary country in minutes. Qin Sheng took a deep look at the grand mansion belonging to Qianzong. He took a deep breath and said to himself, "It seems that the power gap between the powerful people in Shenfu is also huge. Some of the powerful Shenfu can only serve as guards in such a big city as Dian capital, while some of the old powerful Shenfu can be rich. Gap, this is a huge gap." Qin Sheng put up the pride that was left in his heart, and his attitude was just right. Because today, Qin Sheng came here to ask for help, especially in the face of a very strange-tempered senior alchemist. Maybe one of his eyes will annoy each other. It doesn't matter if he's blown out. The most important thing is to influence his father in prison, Qin Zhongtian. Diefu. The gate of Qianzong's residence is very magnificent. Besides the huge gate, there are also very powerful spirit animal statues on both sides. The statues of these animals, either powerful or bloodthirsty, are lifelike and cover the ruins with high fighting faces. So many puppets? Maybe there are hundreds of them? Qin Sheng swept the Shenbing puppets on both sides of the gate, and he said with a look of wonder, "Such a high-level Shenbing puppet, every battle power is no less than that of the human warriors in Shenfu. Maybe there are hundreds of Shenbing puppets here. Such a terrible number is really appalling. This is equivalent to guarding the door with hundreds of martial artists in Shenfu. It's just outside the gate. I know how many powerful puppets are there in the interior of the mansion, even in the core. Qianzong is really rich. It cost Yuan Jing just to watch the door." Between the lightning and flint, Qin Sheng thought of a lot in his mind. "Stop, who's coming?" Qin Sheng has not yet been close, a quiet cold burst of the voice in Qin Sheng's mind. The voice is cold, full of grumpiness, and even slightly provocative. "Well?" Qin Sheng frowned. He looked up and saw the distance. It was the gate of the D mansion. They were all wearing customized armor and talismans. They were all powerful and bloody. There were marks of robbing clouds between their eyebrows. This is the guard of Qianzong's mansion. They looked down at Qin Sheng with contempt. All of these guards are in the prime of their lives. There is no sign of aging. They are powerful in the life-saving environment. "I'm here for dinner." Qin Sheng took a look at the guards who were not good at provocation. He could not bear to be angry and responded indifferently. "What? Are you coming to the party?" Those guards who look down upon people with their eyes seem to have heard the best jokes in the world. They are cynical and backward-looking. It can be seen that the haze on Qin Sheng's face is more and more intense. "Go away, little fellow. This is the mansion of Di Fu and Ho Yi. You are a devil in the sky. How can he have the chance to come here for dinner? Some people are very arrogant, they are all Yuan force frightened people. It seems that if Qin Sheng doesn't leave again, they will attack together. Their master, however, was the palace alchemist, a Qianzong with high status and powerful power. Today is the 300-year-old birthday of Qianzong. Some time ago, invitations were widely sent. All the strong people in the royal family of Dian will appear and be invited to attend this birthday party. Even Qianzong himself is also very grand, obviously very important for this birthday party. Therefore, they will not allow anyone to make trouble here at the most critical time today. At that time, if there is any disturbance, it may even spread to the ears of Qianzong adults, then their group of guards, even if they are not dead, should take off a layer of skin. Qin Sheng is always in sympathy. He clenches his fists. Unexpectedly, he will still be embarrassed by some people looking at the door. Qin Sheng took a deep breath. He didn't get angry. He pulled back from the edge of the rage and said with a smile, "Everyone, I'm here for dinner. I can show my invitation." Boom. Before Qin Sheng finished speaking, one of the guards was furious. They were busy enough and had no time to deal with such a cowardly little devil. "Can I show you the invitation? I believe you are silly fork." The first guard has a ferocious face and a scar on his brow. Especially when he is angry, that scar is as ferocious as if he had survived. It's a bit like a living ghost. The scarred guard's eyes were red and his eyebrows were all violent. He reached out with one hand and grabbed Qin Sheng if he wanted to use his bare hands. Then he pinched him hard to suppress a little ghost who had never been through a heavy storm and thunder. It's so easy. Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted. He was really drunk. He didn't force people strongly, he didn't domineer. The process was very calm and calm. He didn't bow down and flatter, but he was also able to be invincible. Qin Sheng never thought that the guard of Qianzong would start if he didn't agree with each other. Moreover, the guard didn't seem to have the idea of leniency, Qin Sheng, and it was swift and fierce. "Get down." Qin Sheng's eyes were red with blood, full of the intention of killing. A green and shining grass was drilled in the palm of his hand. The little grass shakes and affixes back and forth, sending out the light like emerald. Qin Sheng waves his hand, and the sword grass shoots an imaginary little sword in a moment. The light of the sword is very dim, without any sword qi and translucent appearance, but the speed is amazing. The guard who looks down on others is blinded in an instant. He is waving a custom-made talisman to resist. Ha ha, can you resist it? This is the spirit attack that Qin Sheng cut out. Qin Sheng has been studying the spirit attack for a month. The attack of the spirit is very horrible. Once it is used well, it can kill people invisibly, even without blood, and the spirit will be cut off. Poop. The translucent and dim sword light, like lightning, fell into the guard's eyebrow. Ah! After 9 times of storm and thunder, the guard held his head and screamed, as if he were a local dog trampled on the ground, very embarrassed. The guard passed out. It's just the reason why Qin Sheng accepted the mercy. Poof. The arrogant and domineering guard, like a dead dog, sprawled on the cold ground and convulsed, spitting blood out of his mouth, and suddenly lost consciousness. How can it be? The rest of the guards, all facing the ship, were stunned, with unbelievable looks in their eyes. They were very clear about the scar on their face and how powerful the guards against Qin Sheng were. In the eyes of a group of guards, Qin Sheng is just a martial arts master. For them, the gap between strength is too big, just like the gap. Generally speaking, the martial artists who have passed the 9 storm and thunder robberies should deal with a martial artist who can reach the sky, that is, a simple thing to move a finger, and easy freehand writing can kill Qin Sheng. However, the scene now is much beyond their expectation. Qin Sheng's spirit realm now has reached the 3 stars of life and soul. You should know that even the martial artists who have gone through multiple storms and thunder, their spirit realm is generally the heaven and soul realm. Only a few Tianzi can light the spirit star during the life realm. This group of guards can only be regarded as very ordinary in talent. It's impossible to have enough talent to light the spirit star. Generally speaking, even the strong in Shinfu can only light 1 soul star. Only those old strong in Shinfu can light 2 or even 3 soul stars. Qin Sheng's martial arts cultivation is very weak, but the realm of spirit is indeed no less than that of the ordinary powerful Shinfu. How can a warrior who can pass through the 9 robbers bear the spirit state of the powerful in the Shinfu state and the spirit attack of sword grass? In a flash, I lost my fighting power. You dare to make trouble outside Lord D's residence, boy? It's just living impatiently. I advise you to abandon your cultivation and wait for the verdict of the law enforcement team. Ha ha, I'm afraid that this kid is not afraid of tigers. I don't know that our family's senior is in charge of the prison. Well? What are you waiting for? Why don't you abandon your cultivation and kneel down? After a short period of consternation, there was no fear on the faces of the guards. They knew very well that this was the capital of Dian Emperor and that they could not fight. Moreover, this was the residence of Di Qianzong. Even if this kid was rebellious against the sky, he could not overturn the world here. Some are sneering, some are gloating, some are threatening. Boom. Soon, there was a terrible light. The man was flying in the air, accompanied by the breath of terror. Obviously, he was a powerful man in Shinfu. This is an old man, a gray robe. It's a bit old. It should be an old-fashioned fupao. The old man appears out of nowhere, which makes all people jump. The old man in gray robe has a thin face, and his eyes are very muddy. He glanced at everyone, especially the guard like the dead dog, and listened for 3 rest times. What's the matter? The voice of the old man in the gray robe is quiet and cold, which makes people feel numb. He asked. Hearing this, a group of guards trembled. One of the more powerful guards was pushed out, pointing to Qin Sheng and saying, "This son is a wild boy from unknown origin and unknown where. His strength is so low and weak, but he said he would attend the Marquis's birthday party." Oh? The old man in gray robe was a little surprised. He took a deep look at Qin Sheng, and his face suddenly tightened. His originally turbid eyes suddenly became sharp. The old man in the gray robe is a warrior in the god's mansion. He is very old. He followed Di Qianzong when he was more than 300 years old. Now he is 5,600 years old. He suffered a lot of dark injuries when he was young. Although there are pills made by Di Qianzong, the pills are not omnipotent. His spirit has suffered a lot of upper injuries. That is to say, because of the years of war, he lost these dark wounds, which led to his weak blood now. However, when the old man in gray robe looked at Qin Sheng for a moment, he felt that Qin Sheng was absolutely ordinary, with sharp eyes and terrible power, which was a sense of oppression deep into the spirit. What does this mean? It means that the spirit realm of the young people in front of the gray-robed old people is even higher than that of themselves. Thinking of this, the old man's heart suddenly set off the waves, and his face was full of shock. In his heyday, the old man of gray robe once lit 2 soul stars, but later, because the spirit was polluted and the soul power was declining, there was only 1 soul star to be extinguished at any time. In other words, the young man in front of him at least lights up 2 or more soul stars. Judging from the fluctuation of the young man's yuan power, it can be seen that at most, it is all in the sky, and even a heavy storm and thunder have not been passed. The old man's face was startled. So young, so high in the realm of spirit, I don't know who is the legitimate son of. No, my lord's 300-year-old birthday party entertained all the strong men of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Some even sent some young people to the party. The old man in the gray robe suddenly thought of something terrible. "I don't know if you are?" asked the old man in gray. Qin Sheng's face was indifferent, with anger in his eyes, but he didn't really vent his anger on the old man in the gray robe. He said, "The person to the meeting." Shwa. Suddenly, Qin Sheng threw out a gold stamping invitation. The old man in gray took the invitation and confirmed it again and again. It was found that it was not forged. "My lord, I don't think this product is like a person to the meeting. In all likelihood, this invitation is forged." "Wake up, Scar Guard," he said, gnashing his teeth. "Well?" Bang! The old man in the gray robe stepped on the face of the scarred guard, who looked down at people. With a click, the bones of the scarred guard's face were broken and sharp bones were pricked. It can be seen that the strength of the scarred guard is so great that the strong, connected with the 9 robbers, can't stand it. This is the result of the old man's mercy. Otherwise, with the strength of the old man, 1 foot can crush his head. "I've seen Shitzi, and I don't know where you come from?" The old man in the gray robe was sweating all over, bowing to salute in an instant. Qian is a senior alchemist. He has too many followers, some of them are alchemists, some of them are alchemists. All of a sudden, the old man in gray robe thought that all the martial artists who can make alchemy have a higher realm of spirit. "He's not a young alchemist, is he?" The old man in gray could not help but say in his heart that if the young man in front of him was really a young alchemist, then he would be in trouble. "You can't go to dinner with an invitation? 3 generations more?" Qin Sheng asked coldly. Qin Sheng's momentum is like a rainbow. His eyes are like a fire. They are bright and bright. They burst out the awesome light. Boom. The old man in gray robe is the steward of Qian's residence. He felt that Qin Sheng was like a terrifying inborn demon who was dormant in the forbidden area in the north. The pores of the whole person were all erected, and a sense of terror from the heart came into being. The old man in gray robe is like falling into an ice house. The whole person feels very bad. Of course not. At this time, the old man in gray robe woke up like a dream. He kicked the 9 robber guards in the way. "Ho ho, Shitzi, please." The old man in gray put his posture very low, and he tried to squeeze out 2 smiles. Qin Sheng nodded indifferently, his face was calm and calm, there was no timidity at all, and he walked into Qian's mansion. The mansion is very magnificent, with 5 steps on the first floor and 10 steps on the first floor. It is very splendid. Where they passed, they were glittering with a lot of runes. Soon, under the leadership of the old man in gray robe, Qin Sheng came to the palace of the birthday party. In the palace, there has been singing and dancing for a long time. The people who play music and dance with them are all beautiful women in the Shenfu realm, and even a female slave from a foreign land. Qian's birthday feast is a gathering of all the great Yindi's powerful men with heads and faces. Except for the waiter and Qin Sheng, they are all the strong men above the Shenfu realm. The hall is extremely large, and it depicts a powerful array. There is heaven and earth in it, which is too big. Qin Sheng glanced at the people around him, each breath was like a tiger, momentum was like a dragon, powerful and frightening. Even in some boxes, he felt the horror of some cave level. All of a sudden, the music and dance stopped. Shwa. All the people stopped asking each other for help, and an old man in luxurious blue came in from outside the palace. The old man in blue has a thin face, long and narrow eyebrows, and a pair of turbid eyes are burning with horrible and hot fire. "Welcome, Daihu. I have seen the marquis." Many powerful people greet Qian one after another. Any one of these powerful people has a high status. Even if you look at the whole Dian Emperor, you are also a big figure. But in front of Qianzong, you put your posture so low. It can be imagined how high the position of Qianzong in Dian capital is. He is Qianzong? Qin Sheng gazed at Qianzong, especially the fire burning in his eyes. This fire is definitely not mediocre, but it has a lot to do with it. Blue different fire, the whole body blue, extremely hot, once erupted, just like a blooming green lotus. Green lotus eats soul fire. Qin Sheng's heart beat wildly. He didn't expect that Qianzong could refine this powerful fire. The lotus devours the soul fire, which is not small. Except for its extremely hot flame, it can burn everything to ashes. The most terrible thing is that this kind of fire can ignite and devour even the spirit. If a warrior with not too high spiritual realm is infected with a wisp of Qinglian soul-devouring fire, it will be like a pawn of tarsal bone, infected with his spirit, enduring the cruel torture of the spirit being burned over the years. In the end, in 9 out of 10, the gods will be destroyed. Qin Sheng finally figured out why Qianzong, whose martial arts cultivation was not high, could become a palace alchemist of Dali dynasty, and was followed by a group of powerful people. Even Qin Sheng doubted that the super strong people who were hidden in the box were also followers of Qianzong. Because the soul-devouring fire of Qinglian is too terrible. When fighting, it is so powerful that you can devour a powerful person in the god's mansion by flipping your fingers. Even the peerless powerful person in the cave will be terrified all day long if they are infected with some of them, and there is no fixed way to get rid of them. In addition to the horrible attack of spirits, Qinglian soul-devouring fire can also refine the elixir that can specifically improve the realm of spirits. Generally speaking, the cultivation of spirits is 10 times more difficult than that of martial arts, or even 100 times more difficult. Therefore, the pills that can enhance the soul power, even the pills that can cure the spirit, are extremely precious, and still valuable. Ha ha, today is our 300-year-old birthday party. Enjoy yourself. Qianzong's hearty laughter spread all over the hall. All the strong ones were affiliated with Qianzong, and finally came to the link of birthday gift. Xiaowang, send 1,000 yen quenched body grass. The old man in the gray robe announced loudly. As soon as his voice fell, it immediately caused a huge whirlpool. Qianyan quenched body herb, which is a treasure specially used to quench the body of the powerful in the god's palace, has no side effects. It can only be taken when the cultivation reaches the universal environment. Once taken, it will release a stream of quenched heat in the body, and the body will be quenched crazily. Because it's so precious, it's usually taken only by the martial artists who have reached the Shenfu realm, so that the body can get a one-off qualitative leap. Qianzong raised his long narrow eyelids, smiled at the young Xia people, and said, "Thank you for the courtesy of Xia people. I will visit in person in the future." Xia people used to be very powerful among the royal families. However, there had been some major changes in the family before, and their strength had plummeted, which had become the last existence among the 10 royal families. No matter how prosperous the royal family is, there will be a day when it will decline and wither. The strength of the Xia people will plummet a lot. Even though the head of the royal family still controls the commander of the Hufu, it is the same river and mountain that was defeated. The situation of Xia nationality is very bad. Many people are covetous for their amulets. Otherwise, they won't keep pestering Shu nationality, the third in the royal family, and let their most gifted legitimate daughter marry with Shu nationality's legitimate son. If we put it in the past, the Xia nationality with such a low posture can't be imagined at all. In a box, Shizu's strong people, one by one, showed a cold smile, with some disdain in their faces. The Xia nationality is really a sunset yellow flower, and the Qianyan quenched body grass is also used as a birthday gift. The strong with the cave are sneering. Qianyan quenched body herb is a great medicine to enhance blood gas and slightly increase longevity. It's also a great gift for a marquis, but it's not too difficult for a royal family to take out this kind of thing. Hengi, how are you and Xiao's daughter progressing? Asked the peerless powerful man in the dark. In the box, a handsome young man, with his sword eyebrows and starry eyes, tall and straight body, slender body, deep eyes like stars, wearing a gold crown, and his whole body exudes a sharp and strong atmosphere. If Qin Sheng is here, he will definitely recognize him as his rival, Xu Hengyi. Smell speech, Xu Hengyi's face slightly stiff, eyebrows quickly surging up a dark color. He thought of Xia Bingning and Qin Sheng in his mind like a nightmare. In an instant, Xu Hengyi thought of many things, went to a small place where the birds didn't shit alone to meet his fiancée, but was beaten by a minion named Qin Sheng, and even lost a drop of soul blood in the end. Even Xu Hengyi has used the most powerful killer organization in the Black Blade dynasty to treat Qin Sheng without success. It's just a clown-like minion. It's too powerful to imagine. Xu Heng doesn't know how many times he has eaten it. Think of here, Xu Heng, a pair of fists clench, sharp fingernails unexpectedly in anger, unconsciously fell into the skin, there is blood overflowing. Well? Hengyi? That hidden in the dark fog, covering a large area of face, the peerless power of the cave obviously found the mood fluctuation of Xu Hengyi. Back to Juzuai, Xia Bingning hasn't fully accepted me. It's neither hot nor cold, and the progress is very slow. Xu Hengyi didn't lie, and he knew that in front of his 9 ancestors, no matter how complicated the lies were, they would be seen through with keen insight. The peerless powerful in the cave world not only has the awesome fighting power, but also has the terrible spirit realm. Only half of Xu Heng's eyes can see through everything. Oh, is there such a thing? Jiuzu's voice is cold, coupled with a layer of black fog floating on his face, which covers the construction of complex and incomparable runes. Even the most powerful people who are the same in the cultivation of Dongshenjing are difficult to penetrate the black fog on his face. Xu Hengyi could not see the joy and anger of Jiuzu. It's just a woman. If she doesn't, she will take a rest and let her family tie her up to our Xu family. Then, it's not a straight wife, but a concubine. Jiuzu is very strong. In his words, he treats the Xia nationality with endless disdain. It seems that they despise Xia nationality at all. It seems that Xia nationality is really weak and very strong. It seems that they will break apart at any time. Xu Hengyi also looked up at the 9 ancestors in front of him in surprise. Xia Bingning was the daughter of Xia family. She was extremely gifted. She was no less than him in beauty or cultivation talent and potential, even stronger than him in some aspects. Focus on practice. As long as you reach my level, you can see through everything. Jiuzu is like a hammer, falling heavily on its chest. Smell speech, Xu Heng a heavy nod, dare not speak more. Ding dong. At this time, Xu Hengyi's transmitter vibrated several times, which is the performance of receiving messages. Qin Sheng is in Di Qianzong's birthday party. I will suppress it. I will come soon. As soon as Xu Heng opened the transmitter, he took a quick look at the content on it and suddenly showed a very complicated look. The message is very concise, but it reveals a lot of information. Surprise, anger, surprise. It's amazing that the message was sent by Qin Feixiong, the first successor of the Qin family. Angrily, Qin Sheng, who killed thousands of swords, even came to Di Qianzong's birthday feast. It's a surprise that it doesn't take much time to find a place for treading on iron shoes. There are 9 ancestors here. He will be able to get back his soul blood today. Xu Heng was so excited that he left the box with a few words from Jiuzu. The process of sending birthday presents continued. Just before Qin Sheng was ready to go, he gave his birthday presents for a moment. Well? Qin Sheng is very keen. He has a strange numbness in his heart. It seems that he can predict what kind of bad things will happen soon. Shua. A loud voice burst into the sky towards Qin Sheng. The wind was strong, the electricity was strong, and the sound was rumbling, which caused many powerful people to look at the birthday party. Ha ha, it's really a narrow path. Qin Sheng is really you. The original Xu Hengyi has some doubts. Why did Qin Gaoxiong send such an important message to himself without any reason? And how could the grudge between him and Qin Sheng reach Qin Gaoxiong's ears? Xu Hengyi is one of the top 10 royal families in Dian dynasty, the son of Shizu. If he wants to be the head of Shizu in the future, how can he be a fool? He can think of many things in a very short time. However, Xu Heng did not want to miss the opportunity, left the box, and indeed found Qin Sheng. He hated deeply. Every night, Qin Sheng woke up with nightmares. Nowadays, Qin Sheng is not only his emotional enemy, but also his heart devil in front of him. If heart demons don't get rid of him, Xu Heng will eat badly, sleep uneasily, and spend years, and may even evolve into heart demons and fall into a state of eternal doom. Qin Sheng Shun looked at the past with his voice, and found a handsome young man with dark eyes and pale face staring at himself. Xu Hengyi? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see Xu Hengyi in this scene. However, Qin Sheng soon showed a chill. He was chased and killed by the famous killer organization of Black Blade in the Imperial Dynasty. One of the suspects was Xu Hengyi in front of him. It's not that enemies don't get together, how about it? Want to send me soul blood again? Qin Sheng grins. Even at such an important party, he is not afraid. Xu Heng is furious. Qin Sheng is really cheap. He shouldn't mention any pot specially. Qin Sheng even mentioned that Xu Heng lost a drop of soul blood in full view of the public. If confirmed, it will set off a terrible storm. Qin Sheng, how long can you be proud? Xu Heng gnawed his teeth, and his eyes shot out angry flames. If you don't go to heaven, you will break into hell. Now that you are here, I have a million ways for you to kneel and return my soul blood. There are 9 ancestors in his heart. Xu Hengyi is very confident. He doesn't care about Qin Sheng holding his soul blood. Qin Sheng laughs, opens his mouth, and spits out a drop of soul blood, which is the soul blood of Xu Hengyi. Do you want to return soul blood? Qin Sheng asked with a smile, do one thing for me, and I will return the soul blood to you, or I will crush it directly. It's soul blood. If it's crushed by Qin Sheng like this, Xu Hengyi, even if he's lucky enough to die, will suffer a lot, especially in the spirit. He'll suffer a terrible backfire all his life. At that time, Xu Hengyi will become a waste. For Shizu, it is no longer the first successor. Dream. Xu Heng roared. He had been furious for a long time. Now Qin Sheng is threatening himself with his soul blood? There are 9 ancestors and Di Qianzong present. Xu Heng does not believe that Qin Sheng can turn the sky. Suppress you! Xu Heng roared loudly. He stepped out step by step, as if he had exerted the ancient martial arts near the end of the world. The speed was so fast that he appeared in front of Qin Sheng like a ghost. Qin Sheng turned his hand and put away the soul blood of Xu Hengyi directly. His young face was full of fighting spirit, and his eyes were full of desire to try. Come on, you grandson, still want to be my girlfriend? Qin Shengzhen shouts with great sarcasm in his words. Since he entered the day-by-day holy temple, his accomplishments have reached a climax. Strength is skyrocketing, but there is still a grindstone. Qin Sheng was also furious and didn't want to use Python Dragon's purple electric formula. This is just a broken martial art of holy level, with limited power. Moreover, in this hall, the advantage of speed is not obvious. Connect 9 channels. Qin Sheng whispered. Boom. Qin Sheng's body suddenly expanded, and the hot element force erupted from his body, just like the eruption of a volcano, which made the earth shaking. The two Xingjie Yuan Mai, which are dormant in the deepest part of Qin Sheng's body, are like a long sleeping dragon in an instant. They suddenly burst into light, and a thin holy meaning envelopes Xu Hengyi, who is strong in attack. The sudden battle stunned all the people in the whole banquet hall. Don't be rude. Some of the most powerful people in charge of security are roaring. That's the best one in Shenfu. It's responsible for today's security work. It's okay to add some programs to my birthday party. Di Qianzong's thin face showed two smiles, but the Qinglian's soul, devouring fire in his eyes, turned into a black hole-like vortex. In fact, Jiuzhu had already communicated with Di Qianzong and said something about Xu Hengyi. The battle between the two generations made this boring banquet a little angry. However, a lot of onlookers are doubting, more of them are not optimistic. Who is Xu Hengyi? It is estimated that the whole Dian Emperor is also unknown. The representative of the strongest young generation has entered the list in the latest issue of the Dragon and Phoenix list. You should know that the list of Dragon and Phoenix is a look at all the saints, sons, and daughters of the whole 36 dynasties. Anyone who can enter the list is also the strong one among the strong and the genius among the geniuses. In particular, the Dian dynasty in the wasteland of the 36th dynasty can only be regarded as medium or even slightly lower. Therefore, the talent and potential of the son and daughter who can enter the Dragon and Phoenix list is absolutely appalling. And in front of me, this little guy called Qin Sheng, who is holy. It's just a martial artist who can connect with heaven. How can he annoy that Xu Hengyi? None of the people present are good at stubble. Among the lightning and flint, those onlookers have thought of many possibilities. Tongshenjing fights with the powerful in Shenfu? There is no doubt that it's just the fat may shake the tree. It's just beyond our control. It's true. This boy, Qin Sheng, is bound to die. Onlookers are all the strong among the strong. They can naturally see the strength gap between Qin Sheng and Xu Hengyi. Even though Qin Sheng had two Xingjie Yuan Mai dormant in his body, because in Dian dynasty, even one Xingjie Yuan Mai was activated, it was also a rare existence genius. Now Qin Sheng is able to get through two holy level Yuan Mai. This talent can also make many onlookers look around and marvel. But that's all. Yuan Mai is very important, especially Xingjie Yuan Mai. However, no matter how much Yuan Mai goes against the sky, it can't ignore the absolute strength gap between the two realms. Qin Sheng is pregnant with two holy level Yuan Mai. At best, he can cross a big realm. If a miracle happens, he may be able to fight across two big realms without dying. However, should we defeat Xu Hengyi, who is two higher realms than Qin? Sorry, this kind of thing is impossible. Shua. For a moment, the war attracted the attention of all the people who attended the banquet, especially those old monsters in the cave. They didn't know how many years they had not been born. Now there are some skirmishes among the younger generation, which is not a beautiful scenery. However, in their view, this kind of scenery is fleeting, and the battle is expected to end in a moment. In the eyes of countless Tao, Qin Sheng takes the initiative to attack, and he goes on a long march to meet Xu Hengyi. Xu Hengyi, don't say I bully you, I don't want to threaten you with soul blood by means of those abusive means. Qin Sheng looked upright and said, I will defeat you this time. If you lose, go as far as I can, especially far away from my girlfriend. When Xu Hengyi heard Qin Sheng's words, he was really shameless. How could there be such a person? The last time he was forced out a drop of soul blood, it was Yuan Chen and his toad-fighting pet. Otherwise, how could he suppress himself with Qin Sheng's strength? Boom! Xu Hengyi's 1 yuan power broke out, and his hair drifted with the vigorous 1 yuan power. His eyes shone with the light of killing. He took the palm of his hand as a knife, and a knife fell on Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. Xu Hengyi's hand is crystal clear, even icy, and jade. It looks like a lot of runes. A sharp blade bursts out in an instant. Xu Hengyi is still shameful. Instead of using any martial arts, he uses his own palm to split him in two. Xu Hengyi regretted this move, because he had made a soul pact at the beginning, and he could not give Qin Sheng a hand. Come on. Qin Sheng's momentum is like a rainbow. In the face of the awesome Daoan, it seems that he can split Hua Mountain like Daoan. The 6-color rune blood in his body is activated. Qin Sheng's eyes twinkled with 6 colors, deep as stars, and his palm turned white, then golden, red. Click. The sound of a bone bursting roared. It's stupid. It's so different from Xu Heng. I dare to beat the stone with an egg. Let alone the palm. I think the guy named Qin Sheng can't even protect his whole arm. That's right. I hope Xu Hengyi can grasp the right balance. After all, today is the 3rd birthday of Di Qianzong. It's not good to kill people. Qin Sheng will surely die. All the onlookers were talking, some were shaking their heads, some had taken back their eyes and tasted the good wine. Xu Hengyi and Qin Sheng hid each other's hands as if they were petrified. There was no movement after 10 minutes. What's the matter? Someone is beginning to get impatient. At the palace banquet, the atmosphere was very relaxed and everyone didn't feel the depression of the war. Because the gap between the two is too big, just like the game between the giant dragon and the mole ant. It's more interesting than fighting. In fact, as Di Qianzong said, Quan should be the supporting performance in the banquet. However, in the next moment, Xu Heng burst out. He screamed loudly, and his palm fell feebly. It was obviously a fracture. Boom! Xu Hengyi's arm drips blood. He is the son of the Holy Academy of Lingxiao. That kind of strength can definitely rank among the sons of the Holy Academy of Lingxiao. It's a terrifying existence. And recently, he has accumulated a lot of money. He has survived 9 storms and thunderstorms at one stroke, melted the Shenfu, and his combat power has soared by more than 10 times. Generally speaking, such as Xu Heng, a natural pride, in the same big realm, it is basically a small invincible existence of terror. Maybe it can only be suppressed if it meets the old god-state power like Di Qianzong, who has lived for hundreds of years and has brilliant achievements. How can such a proud man fail? For a moment, everything was quiet. The onlookers waiting to see Qin Sheng's jokes were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Almost no one is willing to believe that Xu Hengyi and one don't know where to jump out. They can even shake the dragon and even break its palm. Between the two, it's just a difference between the clouds and the mud. What's the difference between the two realms, and even lose? Well, in the box of the palace, the so-called 9 ancestors from Shu nationality suddenly stood up, and his face was covered by a black fog. But at this time, his eyes were like electricity, emitting a substantial light, and 2 eyes, like the divine light, burst into Qin Sheng's body, as if to see through Qin Sheng. Di Qianzong was also surprised. Xu Hengyi, a new upstart in Shenfu, was not unknown to him. Although Xu Hengyi could not be ranked in the top 10 in the whole Dian dynasty, he was also one of the top 10 young people in the world. Even Di Qianzong didn't expect that Xu Hengyi's first battle with Qin Sheng ended in defeat. Hengyi, don't leave your hand and cut it. The 9th ancestor of the Shu nationality has sharp words and cold voice. Although he is covered by thick black fog, he still spreads his murderous intention. At this time, Jiuzhu showed the arrogance and hegemony of the Shu nationality. As the 3rd king in Dian dynasty, it naturally has his background. And with his current strength, even in the reign of Dian, people who can let him eat shriveled are not without them, but they will not appear at such banquet. Xu Heng's face is red, his face is sad and angry, he covers the broken palm, first is shocked, handsome face is shocked. He looked up at Qin Sheng, his face was unbelievable, and said, Jiuzhu, I will not be merciful. Shuhenji has many thoughts in his heart. He can't imagine how Qin Sheng could suddenly become so powerful. As early as the first time in Luyun College, Qin Sheng still had to rely on the existence of the Son of God-level terror of Yuanqin to compete with Shu Heng. However, how long has it been since Qin Sheng was still in the state of cultivation? How can he compete with himself? Even the discerning can see that this time, Shu Heng was defeated. Qin Sheng frowned, and his face showed a look of displeasure. He said, "Where's the old dog from? If you want to cut it, you can cut it? Do you think it's your Shu family disciple? Hello, that old dog in the box, dare you suppress cultivation and fight with me once in the same realm?" Qin Sheng couldn't help it. In fact, when Shu Heng appeared, he knew that he would break the sky today. The contradiction between Shu Heng and Qin Sheng is irreconcilable. Air. With Qin Sheng's voice falling, the whole palace's banquet scene was silent. No one dared to make a little voice, especially the weak young generation, who watched Qin Sheng one by one. The faces of the onlookers all seemed to ask, "Where are these two goods from? Even the 9 ancestors of Shu dare to abuse? This is the real death, this is the most willful arrogance. We are also the most arrogant part of all ethnic groups, but the one who dares to fight with the powerful Dong Tian is the man in front of us. His life is not long." Some are whispering in silence, some are shaking their heads, but more are gloating. In the box, the 9th ancestor's face was gloomy, his eyebrows were blue, and even he could drip water. However, he didn't surrender his identity and really fought with Qin Sheng in the same realm. "Cut him off." Jiuzu gave the cold order. Shuhenji didn't respond. He started directly. With a loud bang, the horrible Yuan force surged out of his body. His left hand was the palm print. Palm print is ancient and simple. It has a state of returning to nature. It's a broken Lingjia martial arts, which is similar to the ancient god martial arts overturning the sky. Each of the martial arts at the divine level is extremely powerful. Especially the legendary sky-shaking seal is one of the most outstanding martial arts. That is to say, everything that has something to do with the sky-shaking seal is definitely some martial arts with terrifying power. The heaven and earth will collapse as soon as the sky is turned over, and even the sky will collapse. The gate controlled by Shu Heng is not a real divine martial arts, but its martial arts level is not low after all. Just for a moment, Shu Heng's hand is like a flaming golden black, especially in the middle of his palm, which contains a ray of spirit pattern. Qin Sheng felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. After all, he was just a martial artist who connected with the heaven. He was like the son of Shu Heng, who lived in the state of God. His heart was still somewhat depressed. "Kneel down." Qin Sheng pointed to the starry sky, facing Shu Heng, and waved a sword grass in the palm of his hand. Phew! The illusory sword grass is a kind of sword plant. When the sword grass comes out, everyone's eyes will change. Because there is no one who can come here with poor strength. An illusory sword burst out of the sword grass, 10 times or even 100 times more than the lightning. With a puff, it fell into Shu Heng's eyebrow. Shu Heng was frozen for a moment. He didn't expect that this kid could use the power of spirit attack. In fact, the power of spirit attack can't be ignored. Oh, what a pain! It was originally intended to use the martial arts containing a thin thread of overturning the sky to defeat Qin Sheng at the first slap, and then take him back to the royal family to intimidate and lure him. There was no need to use his extreme skills to capture the soul blood. However, the change is too fast. Shu Heng was attacked by the spirit of Qin Sheng before he was ready. Shu Heng got the move in a flash. He was stiff and knelt on the ground with a dull thud. Boom. How could Qin Sheng let go of such a good opportunity? He walked in a tiger-like manner. The whole person expanded a little, like a tiger like a dragon, approaching Shu Heng. He swung the palm like a big sunflower fan, and the palm print was as smooth as a jade, with dazzling rune light. Through the place, the air, even the faint shiver of the void, snapped and fell on Xu Heng. Xu Heng is attacked by the spirit. The whole person is just a breathing time. Almost at the same time, he wakes up. Nima. That is, at the same time, when Xu Heng saw Qin Sheng's cold smile, before he could control Yuanli again, Qin Sheng's hand fell on his face. Xu Hengji is swept away by a slap and drags a long trace. The hall is covered with an 8-level array. It's as solid as gold, but Qin Sheng's strength is so great that even the 8-level array can be shaken. Qin Sheng, I will kill you. Xu Heng's hair is in full swing, his eyes are stinging. Behind him, there appears a great shadow, which is the shadow of the big demon. Qin Sheng looked down on him and said, "What are you doing? Lie down honestly." Qin Sheng turns his hand and takes out the soul blood belonging to Xu Heng from the ring. Hiss. Qin Sheng's thoughts moved, and a yellow spring fire rose between them. The strange fire that burned everything in the cold enveloped Xu Heng's soul blood. In one breath, it evaporated half of Xu Heng's soul blood. No. Xu Heng was so hurt that he wanted to split his canthus, and knelt down on the ground, almost kneeling and worshipping Qin Sheng. Jiuzhu was angry. He didn't think that his son-in-law, the successor of Shizu in the future, would kneel down to a stranger in front of the public. You can't be humiliated. Xu Hengji, stand up for me. The 9th ancestor was angry, and the whole person was like the peerless power of the Yuan fire being ignited. He roared loudly, and instantly activated all the arrays in the palace. It's just a roar. It's so terrible. Even the 8th level array is about to collapse. Xu Heng is going to faint with pain. If he didn't have the will of the sun, he would have died of pain. Jiuzhu, I have a problem. At this time, Xu Heng did not continue to hide the truth for the sake of face. Xu Heng pointed to Qin Sheng and said, Jiuzhu, he is holding my soul blood in his hand. Help me to come back. What? Xu Hengji's words set off a huge wave in an instant. All the onlookers were shocked and stared at Xu Hengji as if to identify whether he was crazy or not. Jiuzhu left, he stepped out step by step, and came to Xu Heng in front of the lightning and flint. His dry hand was spread out in Xu Heng's eyebrow, and an inexplicable force penetrated into Xu Heng's spiritual cover. At this time, Jiuzhu's face is still covered with a layer of haze, saying, Indeed, there is a drop of soul blood missing. Although no one can see the facial expression of Jiuzhu clearly, but people can also see clearly that the Jiuzhu of Xu family is absolutely furious.